Chapter 3968. When he arrived at the lady boss's room, Xianxia knocked on the door. A cold voice immediately came from inside the room. "Get in here." Xianxia shrunk his neck. He knew that Lao Bai was not lying. The lady boss did not seem to be in a good mood. Even her tone sounded very creepy. However, he was on a mission, so he was not afraid of anything. He immediately pushed the door open and entered. "Lady boss, I'm back." Inside the room, the lady boss was sitting on a chair. She glanced at him with a cold expression. Hearing him, she laughed. "You still have the guts to come back? You still have the nerve to come back?" She slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Why don't you die outside? Didn't you ask me to pick the snow sky front line?" Now that she was saying such things again, Xianxia felt a burst of anger in his heart. Clenching his fists, he was about to argue back, but then he remembered how she had rushed to the storm auction house to save him and Old Bai. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, he stepped forward without saying a word. "Lady boss, I've brought back what you wanted." "What I wanted? What did I want?" The lady boss clenched her teeth. She looked like she wanted to bite off a piece of Xianxia's flesh. As soon as she finished speaking, her small mouth opened slightly. She stared blankly at a bamboo basket on the table. The bamboo basket was filled with red and black fruits the size of a baby's fist. They smelled very fresh, as if they had just been picked. The snow sky front line? The lady boss was shocked. Her anger disappeared in an instant. She said in a daze, "Where did you get it?" Xianxia sneered. "Where else could I get it?" The lady boss suddenly stood up and said in shock, "You went to the 9 Serenities continent?" Xianxia said in annoyance, "Nonsense. This is a specialty of the 9 Serenities continent. Where else could I go?" "You disappeared for a while because you went to the 9 Serenities continent?" The lady boss still could not believe it. Her eyes were wide open. "Where else did you think I went?" Xianxia glanced at her and was surprised to find that the lady boss had a look of guilt and fear in her eyes. He couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He didn't know what she was afraid of. "How did you get to the 9 Underworlds continent?" asked the lady boss. "How else can we go? It's just—" Xianxia paused, suddenly realizing that there was no way to explain this. He didn't have a flight-type artifact that could resist the tearing force of the territory gates. So how could he pass through them? If he were to tell the lady boss that he used his physical body to travel through space, she probably wouldn't believe him. So he decided not to tell her more. He waved his hand and said, "If you want to eat it, then eat it quickly. It won't be fresh if it's left for too long. I'm going to rest first." He cupped his hands and turned around to leave. Just as he lifted his foot, his collar was suddenly grabbed by someone. He turned his head and saw that the lady boss was standing behind him, grabbing his clothes. "What? Hey, why are you taking off my clothes?" Xianxia's face was filled with panic. The lady boss had directly grabbed him and thrown him onto the bed, one hand holding him down while the other undid his clothes. What was wrong with this woman? He wanted to resist, but in the hands of 6th grade Heaven Splitter, he couldn't even summon the slightest bit of strength. So how could he resist? After a few seconds, his clothes were undone. "Have you gone crazy?" Xianxia shouted angrily, his eyes spitting fire. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. How could a woman force a man onto the bed and strip him? He angrily glared at her, only to see the lady boss staring blankly at her exposed chest and waist. Then, she stretched out a hand and gently touched them. Her touch was warm and tugging at his heartstrings. Xianxia couldn't help but groan, his resistance instantly becoming less firm. Suddenly, he hissed again. It was the lady boss who had touched his wounds, causing him a burst of pain. Although his physical body was incomparably strong, and he had used the space principles to reduce the risk when he passed through the territory gate, every time he passed through, he would be riddled with scars. They weren't serious injuries, just that they looked quite miserable. After a few days of recuperation, he would naturally recover. He had rushed back without stopping and directly came to see the lady boss. His injuries hadn't healed yet. "You forcibly passed through the territory gate?" The lady boss looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Xianxia pushed her away and stood up to put on his clothes. He snorted, "What else could I do? Are you crazy?" The lady boss shouted, "Don't you know that this is very dangerous? In case. Weren't you the one who asked me to go? Yang Kai tidied his messy clothes and didn't even raise his head. The lady boss was suddenly at a loss for words. She did ask Yang Kai to go to the Nine Serenities continent to pick some snow, but she didn't ask him to forcibly pass through the territory gate. If Yang Kai had agreed, she would have found him a flight-type artifact to protect himself. However, Yang Kai didn't agree at that time and went back by himself. She thought that Yang Kai had left in a fit of anger, so she was very angry these days. Lady Boss, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll go and rest first. It's quite tiring to travel all the way here. Yang Kai cupped his hands and asked, seeing that she was just staring blankly at him without any reaction. He couldn't be bothered with her anymore. He nodded and turned to leave. Opening the door, Yang Kai paused for a moment. In the courtyard, the accountant was holding his golden abacus and making a crackling sound. Lao Bai and the chef were together, looking dignified as they muttered something. The chef nodded from time to time. These three bored fellows. Yang Kai snorted, turned around, closed the door, and strode away. Halfway, Lao Bai caught up with him. He didn't say much, but solemnly reminded him, "Don't bother the lady boss for 3 days, or you'll suffer." Yang Kai nodded seriously. What happened last time was still fresh in his mind. How would he make the same mistake again? He secretly made up his mind. Even if the lady boss called him, he would definitely not go. After returning to his room, he sat down and rested, conserving his energy. The past month of travel was really tiring. Yang Kai didn't want to think about anything else now. He just wanted to have a good sleep first. The night passed without a word. The next day, Yang Kai came out early and busied himself with the first inn with Lao Bai and the others. The first inn's business was very good. Since noon, it was full of guests. In fact, the first inn had a large business and didn't need to rely on selling food to make a living. Their main purpose was to gather information and obtain all kinds of secret information. This was also the reason why they opened an inn. The first inn was a place where good and bad people mixed together. It was where all kinds of information flowed. After working for half a day, they finally had time to rest and chat with the accountant at the counter. Although the people of the first inn hadn't been in Star City for long, their ability to gather information was unparalleled. It was quite interesting to listen to the accountant talk about the anecdotes of the Masters in Star City. Yang Kai was more concerned about the Fengyan auction house. After asking, he learned that the Fengyan auction house hadn't made any big moves recently. It seemed that they had admitted defeat last time. "Did you really go to the Nine Underworld some time ago?" The accountant asked while doing the accounts. Yang Kai nodded. "The lady boss said she wanted to eat Snowy Skyline, so I went." The accountant looked up at him. "The lady boss didn't know you went. She thought you ran away or something happened to you. She has been inquiring about your whereabouts. The whole Star City has been turned over several times, but she couldn't find any clues about you." Yang Kai sneered. "Does she care about me that much?" The accountant shook his head solemnly. "I don't dare to say for others, but for you, the lady boss definitely cares about you." "Why?" The accountant shook his head and didn't say anything. He just said, "Our lady boss has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. In fact, she has a hard life. Don't be fooled by her awe-inspiring appearance in front of outsiders. In fact, she's not like that at all. She has a good temper, but sometimes she can be a little hot-tempered." As he spoke, the accountant suddenly stopped talking. He opened his mouth wide and stared blankly behind Yang Kai. Clatter! A plate fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Lao Bai, not far from his left, was also standing there in a daze. One of his hands was hanging in the air, and the plate under his feet was shattered. A plate of side dishes was scattered all over the floor. The other busy workers in the shop were all frozen in place, as if someone had cast a spell on them. Many customers were staring blankly. Everyone in the lobby was focused in one direction. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly turned around. His eyes suddenly shrank. Not far behind him, the lady boss had appeared out of nowhere. Her fine black hair was tied up in a woman's bun, and her hair was glittering with jewels. A silver-gilded phoenix hairpin was inserted into her hair. As she walked, It trembled as if it was about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. The dress she wore fitted her perfectly. It was not only graceful and luxurious, but also graceful and dignified. What was particularly eye-catching was the lady boss's face. At this moment, the lady boss walked in with a sweet smile. All the male customers in the lobby stared at this beauty like leeches. The lady boss went to greet the customers table by table. From time to time, she would let out a tinkling giggle. She even personally poured wine for a table of customers. The male customers at that table all showed expressions of fascination. If they didn't have some scruples, they would have dragged the lady boss to drink with them. Not long after, she walked around and came to the counter. She knocked on the table and said, "Don't be in a daze. Work hard." The accountant made a sound of "oh," but his hands did not move. It seemed that he was still in a daze. The lady boss glanced at Xianxia again and smiled. "Come here later. I have something to tell you." Xianxia also made a sound of "oh," but his heart was alarmed. This crazy woman was smiling at him. What was she smiling at? "Wipe the floor and tidy up. What do you think you look like?" The lady boss said to Lao Bai. Lao Bai kept nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. The lady boss turned around again and reached out to touch her hair. In a low voice, she asked Kai Yang and the accountant, "Won't this hairpin look too young on me?" "Not young, not young." The accountant quickly said, "Lady boss is so young. It's just right for you." He punched Xianxia in the arm. Xianxia also came back to his senses. Yes, it's just right. Chapter 39-69. You're the only ones who know how to make people happy. The lady boss chuckled and turned to walk towards the inner courtyard. It was not until her figure disappeared that the quiet lobby became noisy again. What's going on? Xianxia stared at the accountant, but the accountant was confused. Didn't they say that the lady boss would be depressed for a long time every time she ate the snowy skyline? Why was she so different this time? Did you see that? Did you see that? The lady boss put on that hairpin. Lao Bai didn't care about wiping the floor anymore. He leaned over and whispered. His face was full of horror, and no one knew what he was thinking. How could he not see that the lady boss had purposely held the silver-gilded phoenix hairpin and asked for Xianxia and the accountant's opinion? What's wrong with the hairpin? Xianxia had just joined the first and not long ago, so he was confused. That hairpin, the accountant frowned and said, it was given to the lady boss by a very important person. The lady boss hasn't worn it for a long time. And the lady boss's attitude today is not right. Lao Bai stared in the direction of the backyard. There must be a reason for this abnormality. The accountant clicked his tongue. So should I go or not? Xianxia asked. Just now, the lady boss had called him over and said that she had something to tell him. He had made up his mind not to go to the lady boss for the next 3 days, but now he was in a dilemma. Go, go, go. Lao Bai grabbed his arm and pushed him towards the inner courtyard. The lady boss summoned you. How can you not go? Nothing will happen, right? Xianxia was worried. He didn't want to be drunk by the lady boss again. He didn't want the same thing to happen again. Stop talking nonsense. Go, Lao Bai said impatiently. Xianxia had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the inner courtyard. After he left, Lao Bai returned to the counter and looked at Xianxia's figure. He sighed and said, It's been so many years. It's time to come out. The accountant lowered his eyes and said, It's not easy to come out of a blood feud, but it's not bad to have something to rely on. By the way, have you investigated Xianxia's background? Don't let anything happen in the end. Lao Bai said, How can I not know when I'm personally involved? He has only been in the Trichiliacosm for a short while, so he doesn't need to investigate much. Moreover, this fellow's personality is very much to my liking. He doesn't seem like someone from that side. That's good. The accountant heaved a sigh of relief. If you fall in the same place twice, Lady Boss won't be able to get up again. The two looked at each other and sighed heavily. In the boudoir, the proprietress was sitting upright. After Xianxia came in, he was a little worried. Fortunately, there was no smell of alcohol in the room, and there were no messy fruit pits. It seemed that the proprietress did not drink last night. This is for you. Go back and refine it. The lady boss didn't say anything else. She directly handed Xianxia a spindle-shaped object. Xianxia took it and raised his eyebrows. Territory shuttle? He had seen this thing before. Previously, when he was in the star market, he had gone to many shops and seen many things to buy and sell in the star market. This territory shuttle was one of them. As the name implied, this thing was a secret treasure specially used to travel through the territory gate. The 100 Refinements Hall sold it, and it seemed that according to the quality, it was divided into several grades. The lowest grade started at 100,000, and then there were hundreds of thousands, millions, and even millions. The better the quality, the more expensive it was. Of course, it could be used for a longer time. The lowest grade territory shuttle could only withstand 3 to 5 shuttles. Any more, and it would not be able to withstand the pressure of shuttling through the territory gate. If it was forcefully used, it would only shatter. The highest grade territory gate could be used indefinitely, and there was no risk of it being damaged. Of course, the price was also high. Xianxia didn't know what grade the item the proprietress gave him was, but the proprietress definitely wouldn't be too bad. It's good that you recognize it. The proprietress smiled. Actually, last time, forget it. Don't casually travel through the territory gate in the future. You haven't opened the heavens yet, so it's very dangerous. Refine this. And if you want to travel through the territory gate in the future, you can use it. This was indeed something he needed, so Xianxia didn't bother with pleasantries and nodded, "Thank you, proprietress." The proprietress sneered. "What are you thanking me for? You are my shop's employee, so I naturally have to consider your safety. All right, if there's nothing else, you can go back to work." Saying so, she waved her hand. Xianxia cupped his fists and left, but after walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned around. "Proprietress, is our shop still short of people?" The proprietress looked up at him. "What's wrong?" "It's like this, if the shop is still short of people, I want to recommend someone to come over. That person has helped me a lot, but because her strength isn't high, life in the star market is very difficult for her." The proprietress pondered for a moment before asking, "The woman you called last time?" "Yes, that's her." Xianxia nodded. "Her name is Luo Hai, and she was born in the star market. She has never joined any forces, so if proprietress is still worried, you can go and inquire about her background." "No need, you can go and talk to her. If she is willing, let her come over. It's just a matter of one more person." The proprietress agreed so readily that it was beyond Xianxia's expectations, so he immediately thanked her. Returning to the lobby, Lao Bai immediately greeted him and looked at him worriedly. "Is everything all right?" "I'm fine, I'm going out." Xianxia put the white towel on his shoulder into Lao Bai's hand and strode out. Last time, he had stayed in Luo Hai's house, so Xianxia vaguely remembered the location. He went all the way to the outermost area of the star market, and finally found Luo Hai's house among the messy buildings, but he found that there was no one home. Fortunately, he still had a way to contact Luo Hai, so he immediately took out his communication bead and sent a message to her. After a short while, Luo Hai replied, asking him to wait for a moment, and she would come back soon. After waiting for less than half an hour, Luo Hai hurriedly appeared, and after seeing Xianxia, she asked in surprise, "Lord Yang, why are you here?" After the incident at the Fengyan auction house, she had not seen Xianxia again, nor had Xianxia contacted her. Originally, she thought that Xianxia had forgotten about her, but who knew that after more than a month, Xianxia actually came to find her. Xianxia smiled slightly and said, "What's wrong? Can't I come?" Luo Hai hurriedly waved her hand and said, "That's not what I meant. It's just that a few days ago, I went to the first inn to look for you, but they said that you were missing." Xianxia laughed and said, "It's just a misunderstanding." His face suddenly turned cold, and he said in surprise, "You've condensed your Dao seal?" Compared to the last time they met, although Luo Hai was still in the Emperor realm, there was clearly an aura of Dao circulating around her body, which meant that she had successfully condensed her Dao seal and could look forward to reaching the heaven-opening realm. Luo Hai said, "I have to thank Lord Yang for the great Dao pill. Otherwise, I don't know when I would have been able to condense my Dao seal." A few days ago, she went to the first inn to find Xianxia to thank him. But who knew that when she arrived, she heard that Xianxia had inexplicably disappeared. The lady boss of the first inn was very angry because of this, and she was so scared that she hurriedly left. Although she had been paying more attention to Xianxia recently, she found nothing. "It's nothing. Yang Kai waved his hand. The Great Tao Pill was something he had casually brought back from the auction house, and he had no use for it. He had originally intended to give it to Luo Hai. You don't have to call me Master, just call me Big Brother Yang. Thinking that they would be working together at the First Inn in the future, he had to change this address. Otherwise, it would be awkward. How can I? Luo Hai waved her hand again and again. Just as Kai Yang was about to say something, he heard a sarcastic voice from not far away. I was wondering why a cheap slut like you would suddenly abandon this young master. So it turns out you ran off to meet with your lover. You don't put this young master in your eyes at all. As soon as this remark came out, Luo Hai's face changed. Yang Kai also couldn't help but frown. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw that not far away, a group of 3 people were walking over. The leader was a young man with a fair complexion. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary bearing. At a glance, one could tell that he came from a wealthy background. Behind him was a middle-aged man and an old man, who seemed to be his guards. Yang Kai noticed these 3 people when they came over, but he didn't expect them to be looking for Luo Hai. Looking at the 3 people, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The young man in the lead was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator who wasn't even an Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai didn't know how poor his aptitude was, but it was surprising that he only had such a weak cultivation outside the universe. The middle-aged man and the old man behind him had deep auras, indicating that they were 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators. From what Yang Kai could tell, the auras of these 2 were no weaker than Wei Kei of Great Moon Province. In other words, they were 2 third-order heaven-opening realm cultivators. What was the background of this guy? He was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he had brought 2 third-order heaven-opening realm guards with him. Moreover, he even knew Luo Hai. Yang Kai was a little confused. Cheap slave. This young master paid you, so you could serve this young master well, not come here to flirt with your lover. Tell me, how should we settle this account? The young man looked extraordinary and dignified, but when he opened his mouth was full of venom. He didn't even look at Yang Kai, only staring at Luo Hai as he shouted. Luo Hai trembled and hurriedly explained, Young Master Hai, you misunderstand. I am an old acquaintance of this Lord Yang. He came to find me for some reason. This mistress didn't mean to abandon young master. This mistress apologizes to young master here. Please forgive her. Young master Hai glanced sideways at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, What bullshit Lord Yang, pig master. A trivial piece of trash dares to call himself master in front of this young master? You really don't know what you're talking about. Yang Kai was immediately unhappy. He hadn't provoked anyone, and this was the first time he had met this young Master Hai, yet he was being called trash. His face immediately sank as he said, Friend, can we talk things out? If you don't know how to speak properly, I can teach you on behalf of your master. Young Master Hai sneered. Friend? Who's your friend? A piece of trash like you dares to talk nonsense in front of this young master. The 2 third-order heaven-opening realm cultivators behind him also glared at Yang Kai coldly, the pressure of their heaven-opening realm slowly spreading out from their bodies. Chapter 30-970. Where did this mad dog come from? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Luo Hai. Luo Hai replied, I don't know where this young Master Hai came from, but it seems his background is not small. This is the first time he came to Star City, so he asked me to be his guide. Yang Kai nodded, thinking that this young Master Hai was familiar with Luo Hai, but it turned out that he was just a customer. Just like last time, he didn't know much about Star City, so he found someone familiar to guide him. No wonder this guy had said something about abandoning him as soon as he appeared. It seemed that he had implicated Luo Hai. He had sent a message to her, and Luo Hai should have hurried back, causing this young Master Hai to feel indignant and chase after her to see what was going on. As for the other party's background, Yang Kai could see that this young Master Hai's background was not small. Otherwise, how could he have 2 third-stage heaven splitters guarding him? Not in the mood to argue with him, Yang Kai simply said, Young Master Hai, is it? Miss Luo has other important matters to attend to, so it is inconvenient for her to be your guide. You should find someone else. Young Master Hai sneered. You think it's inconvenient? Did you ask for this young master's opinion? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. Then what opinion do you have? Young Master Hai sneered. You took this young master's money, but you want to get away without serving this young master well? How could it be so simple? How much did he pay you? Yang Kai turned to Luo Hai and asked. Luo Hai lowered her head and said, 3 spirit pills. Yang Kai nodded and raised his hand, tossing 3 heaven splitter pills over young Master Hai. These are 3 heaven splitter pills. Now that I've paid you back, we don't owe each other anything. Whether it was young Master Hai or the 2 third-stage heaven splitters, none of them took the heaven splitter pills, not even glancing at them, letting them fall to the ground. Young Master Hai chuckled. Heaven splitter pills? This young master can have as many as he wants. Even this young master usually feeds his dog more than 3 pills a day. Do you think this young master cares about this? Yang Kai frowned and said, there are countless directional derivatives in this star city. Young Master Hai can find them anywhere, so why be so aggressive? So what if I like to be aggressive? Hai Gongzi looked at Yang Kai arrogantly. Get lost if you don't want to die. This is none of your business. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Then what will it take for you to give up? Yang Kai was disgusted. Although he loathed young Master Hai's domineering and arrogant personality, he had 2 third-grade heaven splitters with him, so he really did have the capital to be arrogant. Make her accompany me obediently for a day and a night, and this young master will pretend that this never happened. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Young Master Hai pointed at Luo Hai. Once he said that, Luo Hai's body trembled. How could she not know Mr. Hai's intentions? Her face immediately turned pale. The reason she had rushed back so quickly after receiving Yang Kai's message was that when she was acting as young Master Hai's guide, this guy had been harboring ill intentions towards her, causing Luo Hai to feel very insecure. As such, after receiving Yang Kai's message, she had immediately apologized and returned the 3 heaven splitter pills as a reward before rushing back. She hadn't expected this guy to chase her all the way here and not let her off so easily. Yang Kai's face also became cold. Observing the situation, young Master Hai couldn't help feeling smug. 2 insignificant pieces of trash daring to oppose this young master. I'll let you know what the consequences will be. Luo Hai was obviously someone who lived at the lowest rung of society. She had no backing or strength, so even if such a person was killed, no one would stand up for her. The young man next to her didn't seem to have any kind of background either. He was dressed like a manservant, and it was impossible to tell where he was from. Although young Master Hai was a little interested in Luo Hai, it wasn't like he had to get his hands on her. He had an extraordinary background, not to mention Luo Hai, who had only condensed a Dao seal from the Emperor realm. Even some low-rank heaven splitters would willingly crawl into his bed, strip naked, and let him taste them. So, although he was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, he had played with no less than a dozen heaven splitter realm women. It was just that he was accustomed to others obeying his every command. So suddenly, one day, someone disobeying his wishes naturally made him very angry. Yang Kai's eyes were downcast, and his face was gloomy, causing young Master Hai to mistakenly think that Yang Kai was afraid. He immediately snorted coldly. Boy, if you know what's good for you, Scram. This young master can't be bothered with trash like you. Saying so, he pointed at Luo Hai and said, Take this cheap slut down. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man on his left stepped forward. Luo Hai was so scared that she trembled all over, her face drained of blood. Just as she was considering whether to run or beg for mercy, a figure flashed in front of her and blocked her path. Yang Kai looked up and shouted coldly, Who dares to make a move? Take her down. Young Master Hai shouted angrily. The middle-aged man didn't pay attention to Yang Kai at all and stretched out his hand to grab Luo Hai. Although Yang Kai was in front of her, Luo Hai still felt her vision go dark at this moment, as if all the light had been blocked. We are Madame Land's people in the first inn. Try it. Yang Kai shouted. The middle-aged man's hand paused, and his calm expression finally changed as he asked in surprise, The first inn, Madame Lan? Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly turned around and grabbed Luo Hai's wrist, and in a flash, the two of them disappeared. What a treacherous boy! The middle-aged man was furious. How could he not know that he had been fooled? This boy had only shouted those words to frighten him so that he could escape. Get out here! At this moment, the elderly man who had been standing next to young Master Hai suddenly punched the air, and a fierce fist chi erupted. In the air, two figures suddenly appeared. It was Yang Kai and Luo Hai who had just disappeared. Being hit by the shockwave, Yang Kai and Luo Hai both spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. Yang Kai's face was filled with horror and disbelief. These guys actually dared to fight in Star City? Star City was under the jurisdiction of the Great War Heavens, and private fighting was strictly prohibited here. Old White had told him this before he came. Last time, when the Lady Boss fought in the Fengyan Auction House, the Great War Heavens people were not alarmed because the Fengyan Auction House itself was isolated from the outside world by a restriction, and the fight was short, so the fluctuations did not spread out. The Fengyan Auction House felt embarrassed and would not expose the matter. There were no restrictions here. If the Great War Heavens people were attracted, no one would have a good ending. Only now did young Master Hai realize what was going on. He stomped his feet and shouted, "Still want to run? You want to run in front of this young master? Break this guy's legs for me." The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. Probably because he was deceived by Yang Kai just now, he immediately stepped forward, raised his foot, and stomped on Yang Kai's thigh. Looking at his posture, he did not show the slightest mercy. Even if Yang Kai had a dragon bloodline body, he would not be able to withstand the power of a third-grade Heaven Splitter stomp. When the time came, he would definitely end up with broken bones and broken legs. Just as he was considering whether to use the last golden annihilation plume to stew these guys in a pot, an angry shout suddenly came from afar. Who dares be so presumptuous? Seeing these people, Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. These guys were all wearing battle armor and were surprisingly from the Great War Heavens. There was no need to use the golden annihilation plume. This thing was a trump card that could repel the Lady Boss, so it would be a waste to use it here. The leader was a silver-armored young general. In terms of aura, he was not necessarily stronger than the two third-grade Heaven Splitters by young Master Hai's side, but his momentum was much fiercer. Moreover, there was a faint smell of blood on his body. Obviously, he had experienced many life and death battles. Yang Kai silently recalled that when he had just arrived in Star City and passed by the Void Fairy, Old White had told him some things about the Great War Heavens. The Great War Heavens acted as a military unit and had a very rigid style. They were like an army, and their internal ranks were all divided according to military rules. The one guarding the Void Fairy was a general. The so-called general referred to middle-grade Heaven Splitters. Fourth-grade Heaven Splitters were generals. Fifth-grade Heaven Splitters were generals, and sixth-grade Heaven Splitters were great generals. Above them were marshals, grand marshals, and below them was this silver-armored young general. This silver-armored young general should also have a third-grade Heaven Splitter cultivation base. The people he had brought were all Heaven Splitters, but their cultivation bases were clearly inferior to his. However, Yang Kai could clearly sense that these fellows' auras were faintly connected, as if they could use some kind of joint attack technique. With such a small team, even if they faced a fourth-grade Heaven Splitter, they would still have the strength to fight. While inwardly shocked by the Great War Heavens Foundation, Yang Kai also admired their ability to act. They had only just started fighting here, and this silver-armored young general had immediately brought people over. Their speed was truly fast. His heart finally relaxed. Yang Kai looked at young Master Hai and the others with schadenfreude. Since the Great War Heavens people had come, they were in for a bad time. The silver-armored young general clasped his hands behind his back and swept his eyes over everyone present, finally stopping on Yang Kai and Luo Hai. He coldly snorted and asked who did it. He was clearly asking who had injured Yang Kai and Luo Hai. The middle-aged man and the elderly man beside young Master Hai did not speak. At this time, there was naturally no reason for them to admit it. Young Master Hai casually said they injured themselves. The silver-armored young general glanced at him. Young Master Hai said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask them." The silver-armored young general raised his hand and threw out a slap. With a bang, young Master Hai was sent flying, spinning several times in the air before landing on the ground. Young Master. The young man and the elderly man were shocked when they saw this. But just as they were about to catch young Master Hai, they suddenly felt a sharp aura lock onto them. They were afraid that the slightest movement would immediately attract a storm of attacks, causing their faces to turn ugly as they froze in place. Chapter 3971. After sending young Master Hai flying with a single slap, the silver-armored young general acted as if nothing had happened and said lightly, "Do I look like a fool?" His slap was not heavy, but young Master Hai was only a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so how could he withstand it? With this slap, half of young Master Hai's teeth were broken and his face was swollen. After staggering to his feet, young Master Hai covered his face and stared at the silver-armored young general in disbelief, muttering, "You dare hit me?" Ever since he was a child, let alone being hit, no one had even said a single harsh word to him. But today, in this place, he had actually lost so many of his teeth, causing him to tremble in anger as he stomped his foot and shouted, "What are you two idiots doing? Why haven't you killed them yet?" As soon as this statement came out, the two third-order heaven opening masters brought by young Master Hai paled and quickly signaled to him to calm down. Not to mention that the two of them were not necessarily the opponents of these people. Even if they could, they would not dare to do so here. This was the Star City under the jurisdiction of the Great War Heavens, and these people were all disciples of the Great War Heavens. If they really killed someone here, how could they be let off so easily? Even if they had powerful backgrounds, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Young Master Hai, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear and continued to clamor. The silver-armored young general glared at him coldly. "If you dare to make any more noise, it won't be as simple as a slap." A faint murderous intent flashed across his eyes, almost tangible. Young Master Hai could not help shuddering, perhaps realizing the danger he was in, but he really did not dare to speak again. Yang Kai watched from the side with a smile on his face, cheering in his heart. This was the first time he had seen people from the Great War Heavens carry out their official duties, and, as expected of the military, they were truly firm and unyielding. Knowing that this calamity should be considered to have passed, he stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Sir, it's fortunate that you came in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my companion and I would be in trouble. These fellows took a liking to my companion's beauty and tried to coerce her in broad daylight. If she didn't comply, they would start a fight. I hope that sir can be fair." The silver-armored young general glanced at him faintly and coldly snorted, not saying anything after hearing this, simply waving his hand and ordering, "Take them all away." "Master?" Yang Kai was a little confused. What kind of situation was this? Taking Mr. Hai and the other two away was understandable, but why did they want to take him and Luo Hai away as well? Before these thoughts had even come to their minds, though, the surrounding Great War Heavens cultivators took action and threw out rope-like artifacts towards everyone present. These ropes were like snakes, binding everyone in an instant. Yang Kai immediately panicked and shouted, "Master, we are the victims." "I, Dejan Tian, will find out whether or not I'm the victim. It's not up to you to say anything." The silver-armored general didn't even turn his head. "Master, we're from the first in," Yang Kai hurriedly said, trying to use the name of the lady boss as a deterrent. The silver-armored young soldier who was leading the way suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at them. "You're from the first in?" Yang Kai hurriedly nodded, but before he could say anything else, the silver-armored young soldier rushed over and punched Yang Kai in the stomach, causing his 5 viscera and 6 organs to churn violently. The pain caused Yang Kai's entire body to curl up like a shrimp. If Madame Lan was here, this general would have to give her some face. Yet a mere servant like you dares to speak so arrogantly. The silver-armored young soldier's cold voice rang out in his ears, causing Yang Kai to grit his teeth. How could he not know that this time, even using the name of the first and didn't work? The Great War Heavens people were unbelievably stubborn. "Take them away." The silver-armored young soldier shouted again and led the way, the others holding Yang Kai, Luo Hai, and Mr. Hai following closely behind. "Big Brother Yang, how are you?" Luo Hai was on the verge of tears, full of self-blame. If it weren't for her, Yang Kai wouldn't have suffered such an undeserved calamity. She also didn't expect that Mr. Hai would use his power to bully others like this. She had clearly returned the reward, yet he still chased her all the way here. In the end, she attracted the people of the Great War Heaven and caused trouble. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have rushed back no matter what. However, when she received Yang Kai's message just now, she thought that Yang Kai had something urgent to attend to. Moreover, she was a little repulsed by Mr. Hai, so she naturally left quickly. "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head. That punch wasn't too heavy, so he wasn't injured. It was just a brief moment of pain. "It's all my fault." Luo Hai's eyes were a little red. Yang Kai said, "Don't say that. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame some trash." Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that Mr. Hai and the other two were also glaring at him, their eyes filled with malicious intent. They were all people with great backgrounds, so even if they were caught red-handed by the people of the Great War Heaven, there was nothing to be afraid of. At most, they would be released after paying some compensation. But these two pieces of trash were different. How could such trash have any compensation? They would definitely suffer a bit later. Mr. Hai secretly bore a grudge and swore to himself that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson later, letting him know the consequences of offending him. Luo Hai originally lived in the outermost area of Star City. There were many crooks mixed in with the honest folk, and the buildings were a mess. Generally speaking, this was where the lowest level of Star City lived, so there weren't many people here. But as they moved forward and arrived at the bustling area of Star City, countless people stopped and looked over, pointing at several people who had been tied up. They didn't know what crime these fellows had committed to actually cause them to fall into the hands of the people of the Great War Heaven. Many people didn't know the rules of other star markets, but in this Star City, the Great War Heaven ruled over everything. Those who dared to cause trouble here, no matter how big or small, would not have a good ending. There was once a fourth-stage heaven-opening powerhouse who had fought with someone in Star City, but the result was that he was blocked by the people of the Great War Heaven and killed on the spot. And that fourth-stage heaven-opening powerhouse was an elder from a second-class force. Since then, no one dared to casually cause trouble in Star City. If there really was some unresolvable grudge between them, they could set up a life or death contract and enter the Azura field to determine victory or defeat. In any case, they couldn't cause trouble in Star City. Mr. Hai and the others were ashamed and indignant. This feeling of being surrounded by so many people was very uncomfortable, and they wished they could find a piece of cloth to cover their faces with. Yang Kai and Luo Hai were also embarrassed. Yang Kai was a bit better off, as this matter wasn't their fault. It was Mr. Hai who had been too domineering and arrogant, bringing this disaster upon himself. Luo Hai was a woman, after all, being surrounded and pointed at by so many people. She could hear the constant whispers of disdain mixed in, causing her to feel ashamed and unable to show her face. However, this group of people from the Great War Heaven seemed to have the intention of showing off their might. Wherever there was a crowd, that was where they would go. Moreover, they walked at a leisurely pace, covering almost half of Star City. Seeing the silver-armored general teach Mr. Hai a lesson, Yang Kai had secretly applauded him, causing his impression of the Great War Heaven to rise to a whole new level. But now he no longer had a good impression of the Great War Heaven, only feeling that this group of people was truly abominable. After walking for more than an hour, the group arrived in front of a massive building. This was a large hall that stood at the center of Star City. It was the governor's mansion. Yang Kai had been in Star City for quite some time now, so he naturally had some understanding of the governor's mansion. This place was set up by the Great War Heaven in Star City and was in charge of managing Star City. There was an extraordinarily strong governor in charge of this place. Normally, it was deserted, with only the disciples of the Great War Heaven coming in and out. Arriving here, the silver-armored general led them in and then passed through a checkpoint, leading them all the way down into a dungeon. The light in the dungeon was dim, and a rotten smell filled the air. It was dark and damp. 1 cell per person locked them in. The silver-armored general waved his hand, and the several people who had been escorted back were immediately separated and locked into cells. Luo Hai had never experienced such a situation before, and her beautiful face immediately paled. Even though Yang Kai was comforting her, her mood was still unstable. With a bang, the cell door closed, and Yang Kai stood in the cell, a strange expression on his face. They had been locked up. This was the first time in his life that he had entered a cell. Fortunately, his cultivation was not restricted. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he found that the cell was not so solid. If he wanted to, he could forcibly break it open, but breaking it open would be useless. There was no way to escape, and it would only make things more troublesome. Now, he could only hope that the people of the Great War Heaven would act impartially and release him and Luo Hai as soon as possible. Opposite him, young Master Hai and the 2/3 rank Kai Tian Realm Masters coldly glanced over. Young Master Hai was constantly shouting and cursing, saying that he would make Yang Kai pay a painful price. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him, pretending not to hear. However, young Master Hai had only been shouting for a while before someone from the Great War Heaven came over and whipped him through the cell door, causing him to scream and not dare to make another sound. The person put away the whip and coldly glanced at young Master Hai before snorting lightly and turning his head to look around for a while before heading straight to Yang Kai's cell, opening the door and saying, "Get out here, the Master of Punishment wants to question you." Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced at him before walking out of the cell. Big Brother Yang. Luo Hai looked at him nervously through the cell door. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, indicating for her to calm down. Following the disciples of the Great War Heaven out of the dungeon, Yang Kai came all the way to a large hall, where he saw the so-called Master of Punishment, an elderly man with a cold expression. He sat behind a table, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Yang Kai went forward to greet him and asked him questions. He didn't ask anything else, just the cause and effect of this conflict. Kai Yang explained everything in detail, without the slightest bit of embellishment. After the interrogation, the Master of Punishment ordered someone to take Yang Kai away, and the next person to be summoned was Luo Hai. Luo Hai did not know what she would encounter this time, so she looked at Yang Kai with an inquisitive gaze. Yang Kai transmitted his voice, "Tell me the truth." Luo Hai secretly nodded. At the same time, in the inner courtyard of the first inn, there was a knock on the door, sounding somewhat urgent. The door opened, and the lady boss frowned as she looked at Lao Bai and Chef standing in front of her. "What's the hurry?" Lao Bai's expression was serious as he said, "Yang Kai has been captured by the Great War Heaven's people." The lady boss's expression changed. "When did this happen?" "Just now. Chef saw it when he went out." Chef nodded vigorously at the side. "I saw it with my own eyes." "Did you see it clearly?" the lady boss asked. Chef said, "Not only was he captured, but the woman who came to report last time was also captured. There are 3 other people I don't know, and I don't know what happened." Chapter 3972. Lao Bai said, "Lady boss, what should we do? The Great War Heaven's people are a bunch of lunatics. What good would it be if Yang Kai was captured?" The lady boss said, "I'll go take a look." Then she flashed out and disappeared. Lao Bai and the chef looked at each other and sighed heavily. Yang Kai hadn't been in this world for long, so he didn't know about the Great War Heaven's reputation. They had long heard of it and knew that even with the lady boss's help, Yang Kai would still suffer. They just didn't know if he could withstand it. After a cup of tea's time, in a large hall in the governor's office, a middle-aged man was reviewing documents behind a table. The middle-aged man sat there, his body straight like a spear. His expression was dignified without being angry. His head was tied with a golden crown, and his eyes were like stars. Although he was just sitting there, his body was still surrounded by a murderous aura, as if he had just killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This person was the governor of the Great War Heaven Star City, Xianxia. A silver-armored soldier hurried in from outside and stood in the hall, bowing, reporting to the governor, "Madame Lana the First in requests an audience." The governor's eyes opened, and there was a flash of lightning. His pen was suspended in the air, and he squinted slightly. "Madame Lana, what's the matter?" the silver-armored soldier said. Perhaps it's about the matter of her first inn's waiter. He briefly explained the matter of a few people being captured. It had been a long time since anyone dared to cause trouble in Star City, and the Great War Heaven had also not captured anyone for a long time. Therefore, the matter just now quickly spread, and everyone in the governor's office heard about it. Hearing this, Xianxia put down his pen and said, "Invite her in." "Yes." The silver-armored soldier responded and quickly turned to leave. Not long after, a white shadow flashed past. The lady boss rushed in from the outside, wrapped in a gust of cold wind. She rushed directly in front of the governor and slammed her hand on the table. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "Xianxia, release my men." With this slap, countless cracks appeared on the sturdy table, and the documents on the table flew up. With the sound of armors colliding, a large group of Great War Heaven's disciples rushed in from outside the door, all of them summoning their artifacts and glaring at the graceful figure in front of the table. In an instant, the hall was filled with killing intent, and the atmosphere was tense. Even so, the lady boss turned a deaf ear to it and only looked at Xianxia. The latter shook his body slightly, and the numerous documents that were floating in the air fell back to the ground. Just like before, he waved his hand at the people below. Those disciples of the Great War Heavens who rushed in after hearing the commotion didn't say a word and retreated in an instant. They really moved like lightning. It was only then that Xianxia slowly raised his eyes and glanced at the lady boss. 300 years ago, we parted. Madame Lan is still as elegant as ever. I've long heard that Madame Lan has opened her first inn in my star market. I thought it was just a rumor, but it seems like it's true now. The lady boss said, "I'm not here to reminisce with you. Let him go." Xianxia asked, "Who is it?" "Stop playing dumb." The lady boss slammed the table again. "My man was captured by your men. Don't tell me you don't know. I've never heard of it." Xianxia replied calmly, then changed the topic. "But my men never capture innocent people. If Madame Lan's man didn't do anything wrong, he shouldn't have been captured." The lady boss said, "I don't care if he did anything wrong or not. He was captured by you. Let him go." Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. "What does Madame Lan think this is? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Are you going to let him go or not?" The lady boss looked straight into his eyes. Xianxia smirked and lowered his head to deal with the documents. The lady boss turned around and left. "All right, I'll announce to the world what happened in the bamboo forest in the Purple Jade Cave realm 800 years ago." As soon as she finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of her. It was Xianxia blocking her way. Their eyes met. The lady boss's smooth chin was held high with a smug look on her face. Xianxia's face twitched slightly. After a long while, Xianxia said, "You're still as shameless as before. A woman like you is also a weirdo." The lady boss smiled sweetly. "If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place." "What do you say now?" Xianxia said, "Before the matter is investigated, no one can break the rules of Star City. Otherwise, where will the dignity of the governor's office be?" "So you're not letting him go?" The lady boss's eyes narrowed slowly. Xianxia said, "If it's proven that your men have nothing to do with this matter, I'll deal with it impartially." The lady boss thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, then I'll wait here and see how you deal with it impartially." She turned around and sat on a chair at the side. She did not hold back and slammed the table. "Don't you know how to serve tea when you're an esteemed guest? Is this how the people of Great War Heaven treat their guests?" Xianxia's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. He clapped his hands, and someone immediately rushed in from outside and saluted. "Governor." Xianxia pointed at the lady boss. "Serve the tea." The person turned to look at Madame Lan with an incredulous expression. However, he still replied, "Yes." He turned around and left. After that, Xianxia's divine sense surged again. No one knew who he was sending a message to. After a while, an elderly man walked in and greeted the viceroy. This elderly man was the master of punishments who had questioned Xianxia and the others before. Xianxia said, "Have you questioned the people who committed the crime?" The master of punishments cupped his hands and said, "I have." "What exactly happened?" Although the Master of Punishments found it strange that the governor would ask about such a trivial matter, he did not dare to ignore the governor's questions. He immediately explained the whole story. He had asked them one by one just now and had already figured out what had happened. Yi Tianxiong listened without batting an eyelid, but the lady boss was furious. Listen to it yourself. It was those 3 people who caused trouble in Star City and disregarded the rules of Great War Heaven. My servant was just helping out when he saw injustice. You guys arrested him without any reason. If you don't give me an explanation for this, I won't let you off. The Master of Punishments could not help but turn to look at the lady boss. He was secretly shocked. There was actually someone in this world who dared to speak like this in front of the governor. What made him even more surprised was that the governor did not get angry. Yi Tianxiong gently knocked on the table and waited for the lady boss to finish speaking before saying lightly, "In this world, it takes 2 hands to clap." The lady boss was furious. "What do you mean?" Yi Tianxiong said. "No matter what the reason is, if you dare to cause trouble in my jurisdiction, don't think you can get away without paying a price." The lady boss laughed coldly. "Yi Tianxiong, are you going to do this?" Yi Tianxiong said, "Don't worry, it's just a small punishment." "That won't do," the lady boss said decisively. She knew the horror of the Great War Heaven's punishment. Xianxia was only from the Emperor realm. No matter what kind of punishment he received, it would not end well. "When I do something, I don't need anyone else to interfere." Yi Tianxiong snorted coldly. It was obvious that his patience had been worn thin. He looked at the Master of Punishments and said, "That man and woman, give each of them a dragon tooth whip." "How dare you?" The lady boss gritted her teeth and shouted. Yi Tianxiong looked up. "Lan Yuruo, don't think that I didn't notice what happened to the Fengyan auction house. I just didn't want to argue with you." The lady boss had caused a ruckus at the Fengyan auction house. Even if there was a barrier around it, it could not escape the detection of a powerhouse like Yi Tianxiong. The lady boss was speechless. She glared at Yi Tianxiong hatefully. After a while, she stomped her foot and said, "You'd better remember this." In the dungeon, after being questioned, Xianxia and Luo Hai were locked up again. However, they did not have to wait for long before someone came to take them out. Xianxia did not understand what was going on. He asked the Great War Heaven's disciples, but they ignored him completely. They kept walking forward and walked out of the Great War Manor. Xianxia was delighted. He thought that this matter was over. After all, no matter what, he and Luo Hai were the victims of today's incident. They had no intention of causing trouble in Star Market. It was young Master Hai and the other 2 who were too aggressive. Just as he was about to thank them, he looked up and saw a familiar figure. He could not help but be surprised. "Lady Boss, why are you here?" The lady boss looked at him with a complicated expression and sighed. "Just bear with it. It will be over soon." "Bear with it? Bear with what?" Xianxia was puzzled. Before he could ask clearly, 2 Great War Heaven's disciples came to him, grabbed his arms, and tied him to a cross. Xianxia was shocked and instinctively wanted to resist. However, he heard the lady boss's voice. He could not help but give up the idea in his heart and let the 2 Great War Heaven's disciples do what they wanted. After a short while, he was tied up with his arms and legs spread out. At this moment, outside the Great War Manor, a large group of people had gathered. There were even some people who flew into the air to look down. Noisy discussions immediately entered everyone's ears. "What did this guy do? It looks like he's going to be executed. Good heavens, how many years has it been since someone dared to cause trouble here? This guy really doesn't fear death. The Great War Manor's Dragon Tooth Whip can kill. 13 years ago, a second rank Heaven Splitter was tied up here. After 10 lashes, he died on the spot. I wonder how many lashes this boy will take today." Looking at his aura, it seems that he is still in the Emperor realm. At most, he could take 3 lashes. I'm afraid he won't be able to take any more. Xianxia couldn't help but pale when he heard this. How could he not know why he was tied up here? Turning his head, he saw that the executioner he had seen before slowly walking over with a soft whip in his hand. The whip was covered in barbs, and the tip of the whip looked like 2 dragon fangs. Xianxia felt his hair stand on end. With such a whip on his body, how could there be any good outcome? Looking at the other side, Luo Hai was also tied up. She had clearly heard the discussions around her. and her face was completely pale. Yang Kai couldn't help but look to the lady boss for help. However, the lady boss slowly shook her head. He knew that there was nothing the lady boss could do about today's matter, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. He and Luo Hai were purely victims. If not for Mr. Hai and the other two being so overbearing, how could they have been implicated? But now, they were actually tied up here and executed in front of so many people. Were the people of Great War Heavens all idiots? Chapter 3973. In front of the governor's mansion, it was not long before a sea of people gathered, all eyes focused on Yang Kai and Luo Hai. The executioner stepped forward with the dragon-tooth whip in his hand, looked around, and shouted, "These two have caused trouble in Star City, breaking the rules of Star City. The governor has ordered that each of them be given a dragon-tooth whip as a warning to others." Yang Kai was about to defend himself when he heard a gust of wind, followed by a burst of heart-wrenching pain on his back, almost causing him to jump up. The pain was simply indescribable. He felt as if his entire soul was trembling. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were replaced by a roar. He could clearly feel that when the whip landed on his back, the clothes on his back were torn, his flesh lacerated, and blood flowed out. He didn't know what kind of special method this dragon-tooth whip was made from, but when it struck a person, they would feel 10 times the pain. If it wasn't for Kai Yang's strong willpower, this whip strike would have caused him to faint on the spot. Since his debut, he had fought countless life and death battles, and had been seriously injured countless times, but never once had he felt such unbearable pain. His eyes widened, his eyeballs trembling violently in their sockets, blurring his vision. The lady boss's anxious voice sounded in his ears. "Are you done? Hurry up and untie me." Wait a minute." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and growled. The lady boss asked nervously, "What's wrong?" "There's still one more whip. I'll take it for her." Yang Kai turned to look at the executioner. The executioner had a strange expression when he heard this. "Are you sure?" No one had ever dared to try the dragon-tooth whip again after tasting it. Not to mention anything else, this kind of willpower was really admirable. The lady boss did not let it go. "Are you crazy?" Yang Kai squeezed out an ugly smile. "Lady boss, Miss Luo is a woman after all. How can she face others in the future if she is whipped in public?" His clothes were already torn, his flesh lacerated. If this whip fell on Luo Hai's body, not to mention whether she could withstand it, her body would definitely be exposed. If a woman encountered such a thing, she really would not be able to face others again. The lady boss was both angry and amused. "You're still thinking about others at a time like this." Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, "No matter what, it was all because of me. If he hadn't hurriedly sent a message to Luo Hai, none of this would have happened." After that, he looked up at the disciplinary officer and said, "Do it." The disciplinary master glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. With a flick of his whip, it whistled through the air. With a bang, Yang Kai's entire body straightened up. The heart-wrenching pain that penetrated deep into his soul struck him again. A large piece of flesh was instantly missing from his back. After holding it in for a long time, a low growl rolled out of his throat. The lady boss used her fingers like a knife and made 2 strokes to untie Yang Kai. Once free, Yang Kai could not stand steadily and fell onto the lady boss. "Lord Yang." Luo Hai turned her head to look at him. Her beautiful eyes were red and tears flowed down her cheeks. Unfortunately, she was also tied up and couldn't move at all. I'm fine." Yang Kai gasped in pain, but he gritted his teeth and held on. "You shut up." The lady boss glared at him. With Yang Kai in her arms, her figure flashed as she rushed straight to the first inn. The lady boss's speed was so fast that it only took a few breaths to reach the first inn. Old Bai and the others who were standing at the door didn't see clearly before the lady boss rushed in like a gust of wind. They looked at each other, and their hearts skipped a beat. They hurriedly followed in. In the boudoir, the lady boss put Yang Kai down and let him lie on the bed. She reached out and tore open his clothes. Then, she pinched open Yang Kai's mouth and threw a pill into it. She ordered, "Swallow it." Kai Yang sucked in a breath of cold air as he swallowed the pill into his stomach. The next moment, a small hand touched his back. He didn't know what she was applying on his back. It was cool and refreshing, and the pain immediately lessened. His nose was filled with a faint fragrance. Xianxia realized that he was in the lady boss's boudoir. He immediately felt embarrassed. "Lady boss, I'm sorry for the trouble." The lady boss didn't say anything. She only focused on applying the ointment on Xianxia's back. A series of footsteps sounded. Xianxia turned his head to look. He saw Old Bai, the cook, and the accountant huddle in. They stood beside the bed and looked at him. Old Bai asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Xianxia squeezed out a smile. "I'm fine." Chef clicked his tongue. "That's 2 whips. That's really vicious." The accountant sighed and said, "Why did you get into a conflict with someone in this star city?" The star city, under the jurisdiction of the great war heavens, is the most strict. No one dares to cause trouble in their territory. The lady boss snorted coldly. "Isn't it because of jealousy? You men, haha, you're all the same." "Jealousy?" Old Bai was surprised. Xianxia said with a wronged expression, "Don't listen to the lady boss's nonsense. It's not like that at all. It's someone bullying the weak and looking for trouble." "I'm talking nonsense." The lady boss sneered. "You even took a dragon tooth whip for someone else. How dare you say it's not jealousy? I think your soul has been taken away by that little vixen." As she said this, she slapped Xianxia's back. Xianxia's face suddenly turned pale. He almost lost his soul from the slap. Old Bai and the others watched from the side and swallowed their saliva. The room was silent for a moment. After a while, the lady boss stood up and said, "Rest well for the next few days. Don't move around. It's just a superficial wound. It'll be fine after a few days." "Thank you, lady boss." Xianxia thanked her. He hesitated for a moment and said, "But lady boss, this is your room. If I rest here, where will you go? Rest well and rest well. Don't talk nonsense." Xianxia didn't dare to say anything. Old Bai and the others were soon driven out by the lady boss. "Stay here. I'll be back soon," the lady boss said and turned to leave. After a while, the door opened and there was a rush of footsteps. It didn't sound like the lady boss's voice. Xianxia looked sideways and suddenly said in surprise, "Miss Luo?" It was Luo Hai. On second thought, it should be the lady boss who brought her here. Otherwise, how could Luo Hai enter the inner yard of the first store? Luo Hai's eyes were red and there were tears on her face. Obviously, she had cried. She came to the bed and said in a trembling voice, "Lord Yang, how are you?" Xianxia grinned. "It's just a superficial wound. Don't worry. The lady boss applied some medicine on me. I'll be fine in a few days." Tears welled up in Luo Hai's eyes. If it weren't for me this time, my lord wouldn't have to suffer this punishment. Previously, my lord also took a whip for this concubine. This concubine is truly unable to repay this kindness. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter. I can't just watch you get beaten up in public. Besides, today's matter isn't your fault or mine. It's that Mr. Hai who went too far. He can't tell right from wrong. We'll remember this and teach them a lesson one day." Seeing that she was still full of self-blame and guilt, Xianxia changed the topic. "All right, how did you get here? Did the lady boss ask you to come?" Luo Hai nodded. "Madame Lan said that master took a whip for me and asked me to take care of the master." She paused for a moment and said, "Oh right, Madame Lan also agreed to let me join the First Inn. From now on, I'm also a member of the First Inn." Xianxia chuckled. "That's really something to celebrate. You don't have to run around like before." He thought to himself, "The lady boss has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. She was still calling me a vixen just now, but now she's taken me into the First Inn." Luo Hai said, "Madame Lan said that master came to find me this time to ask me to join the First Inn. Master's kindness to me is as great as the ocean. In the future, if master has any requests, I'll go through fire and water without hesitation." "You're too serious." Xianxia laughed. "You've helped me a lot before. Let's call it even." Luo Hai shook her head slowly. "It's not the same." It was indeed not the same. She helped Xianxia lead the way only because of her relationship with Gu Kong. Helping Xianxia pass on the Fengyan auction house incident was just a small matter. However, Xianxia gave her the pill of great Tao, which allowed her to condense the seal of Tao. This time, he even took the dragon tooth whip for her and recommended her to join the first inn, so she didn't have to worry about her future livelihood. All these things, which one of them wasn't a great favor? To someone like her who lived at the bottom of the social ladder, Xianxia's actions were tantamount to the grace of rebirth. As the two chatted, the lady boss sat on a chair in the lobby of the first inn with an indifferent expression. The first inn wasn't open for business today, so the lobby was empty. Only the accountant and the chef stood beside the lady boss. Not long after, Lao Bai rushed in from outside. The lady boss looked up and said indifferently, "Did you find out?" Lao Bai said, "Yes, it's the son of an elder of the thoughtless heaven." He frowned and said, "Lady boss, I'm afraid this matter is a little troublesome. The other party's background is not small." The lady boss snorted coldly. "Who cares about his background? Whoever dares to touch my people will have to pay the price." She stood up slowly and said indifferently, "You've been lying low for too long. Do you think I don't dare to kill anyone?" Lao Bai, the chef, and the others looked at each other. They seemed to have recalled something and couldn't help but shudder. "Keep an eye on those people. If they leave Star City, let me know immediately." Lao Bai opened his mouth as if he wanted to persuade her, but he gave up in the end. He cupped his hands and said, "Yes." He knew that those guys were going to be in trouble. The lady boss hadn't been so angry for many years. It looked like this matter wouldn't be settled easily. For the next few days, Xianxia was recuperating from his injuries. The lady boss occasionally showed up, but every time she did, she would reprimand Luo Hai. She seemed to have a very bad impression of her. Luo Hai had a submissive personality. Every time she was reprimanded, she didn't say much. She just kept admitting her mistakes, so the lady boss couldn't vent her anger. Xianxia watched from the side with fear. He didn't know what was wrong with this woman. She kept making trouble for Luo Hai these past few days. After recuperating for a few days, his injuries were almost healed. He couldn't just lie in bed all the time, so he went to the lobby to help. Chapter 3974. After busying himself for a long time, he still didn't see the lady boss. Even Lao Bai wasn't there. Xianxia couldn't help but feel curious. He ran to the counter and asked the cashier, "Where are the lady boss and Lao Bai?" The cashier raised his head and glanced at him, his eyes flashing. They went out for some business. Xianxia nodded and didn't ask any more questions. At the same time, on the second floor of a tea house opposite an inn in Star City, Lao Bai was sitting by the window. There was a pot of tea and several plates of fruit on the table. He was drinking tea and eating fruits while staring at the inn opposite. He had been here for several days. After all, this was an order from the lady boss, so he didn't dare to neglect it. At a certain moment, 3 people suddenly walked out of the inn. One was a young man, one was a middle-aged man, and one was an elderly man. At that moment, the elderly man was leading the way, while the middle-aged man supported the young man. The young man's face was pale, as if he was heavily injured. There were faint traces of blood on his back, and it was not just the young man. The middle-aged man and the elderly man were the same. After glancing around, the 3 of them soared into the sky and rushed towards the Void Fairy. Lao Bai stared in the direction they left, his face full of struggle. After a long time, he sighed heavily and took out a communication bead. His divine sense surged as he sent out a message. At the same time, somewhere in the void outside the spirit state, where Star City was located, a beautiful woman suddenly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of coldness and seemed to be able to freeze even the void. Who else could this woman be but the lady boss of the first inn? Time passed slowly, and in less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, a large ship appeared in the lady boss's field of vision, and the direction it was heading towards was exactly where she was standing. Seeing this, the lady boss clenched her fists, and a burst of crackling sounds rang out. When the ship was close enough, the lady boss suddenly threw a punch forward. The light of this punch was indescribable, and the whole world seemed to be overshadowed. Even from tens of thousands of feet away, a cracking sound could be heard from the hull of the ship before it exploded into pieces. From the shattered ship, 3 figures rushed out, covered in dust, and an old voice shouted, "Who is it?" When they saw who it was that blasted their ship apart, the pupils of the middle-aged man and the elderly man constricted. On the contrary, it was the young man who seemed to have not figured out the situation and cried out, "This young master is in so much pain. What's wrong with you two pieces of trash?" Xianxia had received 2 dragon-tooth whips in front of the governor's mansion. But as the instigators, the punishment they received was naturally heavier, 5 whips each. Young Master High's strength was insufficient, so he only received 1 whip. The remaining 4 whips were taken by his 2 attendants. Even so, that 1 whip had taken away half of his life. Over the past few days, young Master High had been hiding in the inn to treat his wounds, taking a large number of pills. After barely managing to keep his life, he didn't dare to remain in Star Market any longer and hurriedly left. But who would have thought that as soon as he left Star Market, his flight-type artifact would explode, causing him great pain. After cursing out loud, he discovered that his 2 attendants were staring forward in horror. Young Master High followed their gazes, and his eyes lit up. "Which family does this little girl belong to? She's quite beautiful." As soon as this remark came out, the faces of the middle-aged man and the old man both paled as they cursed in their hearts. "You pig! I'm afraid we're going to die because of you." Although they didn't know who this peerless beauty in front of them was, her aura was as deep as the sea and was not something the 2 of them could compare to. This was definitely a mid-rank, splitting the heavens, perhaps even higher. How could such a master be humiliated so casually? However, young Master High didn't know what was good for him, and the more he looked at this woman, the more pleasing she seemed to be to his eyes. Even the wounds on his back didn't hurt as much as before. Grinning widely, he said, "Quickly, capture her for me. This young master wants to treat her well." The middle-aged man's face darkened as he shouted in a low voice, "Young master, be careful with your words." The old man's body flashed as he stood in front of his young master, cupping his hands and saying, "This old man greets the master. May I ask why this master is blocking our way and why you destroyed our flight artifact?" The lady boss smiled sweetly. "When you were making things difficult for my servant, did you not inquire about who was behind him? Your servant?" The old man frowned, then suddenly seemed to recall something and said in shock, "The first in, Madame Lawn." The lady boss coldly snorted, "Old thing, you're not too stupid after all." The old man couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his mouth full of bitterness. Looking around, he found that this was the depths of the void, where he could neither advance nor retreat. Being blocked here, how could there be anything good to eat? Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he cupped his hands and said, "So it's Madame Lawn. This old man's eyes are blind. Please forgive me." After a pause, he continued, "We come from Thoughtless Heaven. My young master is the grandson of Elder Thoughtless Heaven Ocean." The lady boss said indifferently, "I know. You know?" The old man's face was filled with horror. Since she knew, she still dared to block their way here, and even destroyed their flight artifact? Was this woman crazy? "This queen has been waiting here for you." The lady boss coldly snorted and raised her slender jade hand. Her palm was white and crystal clear, as flawless as white jade, but when it was raised, it gave the old man a great sense of crisis, as if the whole world was about to collapse. "Take the young master back to Star City," the lady boss exclaimed. Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly fled with young Master High. "Do you think you can escape?" the lady boss snorted. "The servants of my first inn, other than this queen, will fight to the death with anyone who dares to hit or scold me." As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed her palm down, turning the universe upside down and shattering the void. When the lady boss withdrew her palm, the entire void was quiet. Whether it was the old man, the middle-aged man, or young Master High, they were all gone, killing 3 people with a single palm. And they were all from Thoughtless Heaven. The lady boss acted as if nothing had happened. With a flick of her sleeve, she turned her head to look at a certain spot in the void and coldly said, "Was this a good show?" In the void, a ripple spread, and a general in golden armor leisurely appeared, wearing a cherry blossom helmet and a long sword at his waist. If Xianxia was here, he would definitely recognize this golden-armored general as the one who guarded the Void Fairy. He was a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator and was only slightly weaker than Governor Yi Tianxiong, who oversaw Star City. The general in golden armor frowned slightly. Why bother? It's fine to teach them a lesson, but killing them won't do you any good. The lady boss squinted at him. So what if I kill them? Not only will I kill them, I will also kill Yi Tianxiong right now. The general in golden armor was speechless, just a worker. Although he guarded the Void Fairy, it did not mean that he knew nothing about what happened in Star City. Furthermore, the lady boss had left the Void Fairy with murderous intent 2 days ago, so he could easily find out the ins and outs of the matter. That's my first-ins worker. The lady boss snorted. The general in golden armor nodded repeatedly. Yes, he's your first-ins worker. Your first-ins worker is more valuable than other people's worker. He sighed. After all, it's thoughtless heaven. In other words, it was fine to just teach them a lesson, but why did she have to kill them directly? Send a message to Hai Pingle right now. Let's see if he dares to come find me for revenge. The general in golden armor stared deeply at the lady boss and sighed. After being dormant for 1,200 years, are you going to make trouble again? You might not be so lucky this time. The lady boss glanced at him, flicked her sleeves, and said, I won't attack unless I'm attacked. After saying that, she rushed toward the Void Fairy. The general in golden armor stared at her back and slowly shook his head. Such a woman was more outstanding than many men, and he did not know if she would have a good ending. The return of the lady boss did not cause too much of a stir. Xianxia did not even know when she came back. He only knew that one day, she suddenly appeared in the lobby and warmly greeted the customers in the shop. Days passed, and nothing happened. Xianxia spent all his time helping in the shop and refining the territory shuttle. From time to time, he would inquire about the Tree of World and the Earth Element Heaven opening materials, but unfortunately, he did not find anything. He had also been to the Fengyan auction house many times. Although the lady boss had made a scene at the auction house because of him and White, he had the 7 faces with him, so he could enter safely by changing his appearance. He could not find any information about the Tree of World in the auction house. There were Earth Element materials, but they were all below the 5th grade, so they were meaningless to him. Whether it was the Immortal Tree's Wood Element energy or the Golden Crow Primordial Flame's Fire Element energy, they were all top-notch powers. Xianxia did not want to waste such a good foundation, so he chose to condense Earth Element energy with high requirements. It had to be at least the 7th grade, or his future achievements would be limited. However, high-quality Earth Element materials were not so easy to find. The Golden Crow Primordial Flame last time was just a coincidence, and it was unrealistic to expect such an opportunity again. This made Xianxia a little anxious. If he could not succeed, he would have to split open the sky. Outside this universe, he was still too weak. Last time, when he was troubled by the 2/3 grade heaven opening experts by young Master High's side, he could not resist. He wanted to ask the lady boss, but he was too embarrassed. Moreover, if he really did ask, he would definitely expose some secrets. Although the lady boss was very good to him, their relationship was not to the extent of sharing secrets. Xianxia could not help but have a headache. On this day, Xianxia, who was busy in the lobby, suddenly heard the lady boss's call. He greeted Luo Hai and asked her to keep an eye on him, then went straight to the inner courtyard. After knocking and entering, Xianxia was surprised to find that White was also there. At this moment, White had an excited expression on his face. His eyes were shining, and his fists were clenched. Xianxia cupped his fists and greeted the lady boss, then turned to look at White. Your face is glowing, and your glabella is shining. Is there good news? Senior White chuckled. There is indeed a joyous occasion, an extremely joyous occasion. Xianxia blinked and asked in confusion, What good news? Chapter 3975. Labai smiled proudly. I'm going to break through to the heaven opening realm. Xianxia's expression turned serious. Really, this was a joyous occasion for anyone who pursued the martial Tao tirelessly. Outside of the universe, the open heaven realm was a dividing line. Above open heaven and below open heaven were completely different existences. After pursuing the martial Tao for one's entire life, he had entered the heaven-opening realm, the dragonfish transformation realm. He suddenly remembered that he had seen Lao Bai fight at the Fengyan auction house. The power of the 5 elements lingered around his body, and he was obviously half a step into the heaven-opening realm. Now it seemed that Lao Bai was only a step away from the heaven-opening realm. He had probably already condensed 6 types of power, and only lacked the last one to reach perfection. Congratulations! Yang Kai cupped his fists and congratulated him. He was truly happy for Lao Bai, and also slightly envious. Lao Bai could be considered to have achieved success and fame. He didn't know when he would be able to break through to the heaven-opening realm. Lao Bai laughed loudly and was in high spirits. He slapped Yang Kai on the shoulder. Let's see if that Yin Jinhua still dares to make things difficult for us when we go out in the future. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. What grade do you want to break through to? From the meaning of his words, he didn't take Yin Jinhua seriously at all. Yin Jinhua was at the 4th grade of the heaven-opening realm. Lao Bai had the confidence to say this, so it was obviously above the 4th grade. Lao Bai bared his teeth and raised his hand. 5th grade. Yang Kai understood. The lady boss snorted. You're not even in the picture yet, and you're already so confident. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to end things when the time comes? Lao Bai immediately said with a bitter face, Lady boss, don't say such inauspicious words. I've been steadily building my foundation for the past 1,000 years. There shouldn't be any problems. The lady boss said seriously, on the path of the martial Tao, any carelessness can lead to failure. If you're going to break through with this mentality, you should wait another 100 years. Lao Bai's expression became solemn, and he bowed. You're right, lady boss. I'll remember it. When the time comes, I'll do my best and leave everything to fate. The lady boss looked deeply at him, and her tone became much gentler. You were taught by me. Every step of your foundation is very solid. When the time comes, as long as you can calm your mind, it shouldn't be a big problem to break through. Yes, White replied respectfully. Go and prepare. We'll leave in 3 days. The lady boss waved her hand. Senior White replied before he bowed and left. Looking at his back, Yang Kai's face was full of envy. Suddenly, he heard the lady boss say, You should also get ready. We'll leave together in 3 days. Me? Yang Kai was stunned, but then he understood the proprietress' intentions. The scene of a cultivator breaking through to split the heavens was extremely rare, and ordinary people would rarely see it. The proprietress wanted to take him to observe. If he could have this experience, then when he broke through to split the heavens in the future, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Overjoyed, he chuckled. Thank you, Lady Boss. I will never forget Lady Boss's great kindness. I will definitely repay you in the future. Glib tongue, get lost. The Lady Boss snorted and waved her sleeve, sweeping Yang Kai out of the door. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, outside the first inn, the Lady Boss instructed the accountant, the cook, and the others to take care of the inn. Then she led Yang Kai and Senior White into the sky. After passing through the Void Ferry, she summoned the ship and headed straight for a certain place in the void. Compared to his excitement 3 days ago, Senior White's state of mind had obviously calmed down at this moment, and he was more indifferent than before. The Lady Boss stood on the deck and leaned against the side of the ship, looking at the magnificent scenery in the void. Yang Kai and Senior White stood behind her, and the 3 of them moved forward together. After flying for more than half a day, the ship still didn't show any signs of stopping. Yang Kai couldn't help but ask curiously, Lady Boss, where are we going? The Lady Boss's beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and she said without turning her head, We're going to look for the last piece of split the heavens material. Yang Kai was stunned. You haven't gotten the last piece of split the heavens material yet? When he saw how excited Senior White was earlier, he thought that the materials had already been gathered, so it turned out that they still had to go look for it. Senior White said, 5th grade Yangqi is very rare. Once it appears, countless people will go crazy over it. It's also because our first in is well informed that a 5th grade Xianxia has appeared in the territory of the Golden Rainbow sect. Otherwise, why would we have to go so far? Yang Kai understood. He originally thought that they had flown so far to find a place where there was no one around so that Senior White could focus on his breakthrough. So there was another reason. Moreover, based on Senior White's words, Senior White should be lacking yang energy. He couldn't help but frown. If that's the case, then wouldn't there be another fight? Senior White grinned. That place is very well hidden, and it's difficult for ordinary people to find it. It shouldn't be discovered by others. We just need to absorb it this time. Yang Kai nodded. The lady boss suddenly asked, "What level of split the heavens do you want to achieve?" Yang Kai said casually, "Of course, the higher the better." The lady boss said, "Everyone knows that the higher the better, but there's a limit to one's strength, and everyone has different limits. The higher the quality of energy absorbed, the higher the level of split the heavens will be in the future. Everything has to be done according to one's ability." I'll keep that in mind. Senior White glanced at Yang Kai and said, "Speaking of which, what level of split the heavens material have you absorbed, and what kind of energy have you condensed now?" Yang Kai couldn't help but be speechless. If it were a few months ago, he would have answered casually, but now he really didn't want to lie to the lady boss and the others. However, it wasn't easy to say this. If he told them that he had condensed an 8th or even 9th grade split the heavens material, they probably wouldn't believe him. Seeing his silence, the lady boss slowly turned to look at him and said with a smile, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who doesn't have secrets?" "Thank you for your understanding, lady boss." Lao Bai looked at him with a strange expression for a while, and then said in a low voice, "If it's possible, I suggest you tell the proprietress. With her help, it won't be difficult for you to reach the 5th level of splitting the heavens in the future. Let me tell you, not only me, but also the cook and the accountant will reach the 5th level of splitting the heavens in the future. Only by reaching the 5th level can you have a chance to reach the upper level of splitting the heavens." After Cultivator reached the level of split the heavens, wasn't completely fixed. After taking the split the heavens pill, there was still a chance to raise one's level by 1 or 2 levels. That was why Senior White said this. "I know." Yang Kai smiled. Seeing that he really didn't want to reveal anything, Senior White didn't force him. He excused himself from the lady boss and returned to the cabin to adjust his state of mind. They sped along the way, abandoning the ship from time to time and activating the Chinquan escape art, using the Chinquan Palace as a transit. It wasn't until 10 days later that the 3 of them arrived at the Golden Rainbow territory. There was a Golden Rainbow state in the Golden Rainbow territory. Although it was named after the spirit state, it was a genuine 2nd grade force with several middle grade split the heavens in charge. The name of the Golden Rainbow territory came from this. When they arrived at the Golden Rainbow territory, the lady boss took out a compass-like object and checked it from time to time. Then, she changed directions. The compass-like object was obviously guiding the location of the Yang Fiend. After another 3 days, a cloud of white mist suddenly appeared in the void. The mist was ethereal and indistinct. If one didn't look carefully, it was very likely to be overlooked. Seeing the mist, the lady boss's expression turned serious, and she shouted, "We're here." Senior White immediately raised his eyes and looked in that direction. Even though he restrained himself, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He had been waiting for this moment for more than 100 years. Compared to the energy of the 5 elements, Yang Fiend and Yin Fiend were even rarer. The value of any Yang Fiend or Yin Fiend was almost a few times higher than the energy of the 5 elements of the same quality. Moreover, it was priceless. The first thing could be considered to be an extraordinary force, but it was still unable to find a suitable Yang Fiend for Senior White after so many years, so it was obvious how rare Yin Fiend was. If it wasn't for a coincidence this time, he would probably have to wait even longer. The ship sped along like a bolt of lightning, and they quickly arrived before the white mist. When they arrived here, Yang Kai noticed that it wasn't mist at all, and he didn't know what it was. When he looked at it closely, it looked like a ball of cotton, but it clearly emanated the aura of spatial fluctuations. Yang Kai came to a sudden understanding. Surprisingly, this thing that was like mist and cotton was the entrance to a secret realm, and the true Yang Fiend wasn't outside at all. No wonder Senior White said that this place was extremely hidden and ordinary people couldn't find it. Earlier, he was thinking that if 5th grade Yang Fiend was really born, then how could it not be discovered by others? After all, such a precious treasure was sufficient to make many people fight to the death for it. Now, it seemed that he was wrong. Standing before the mist, the lady boss only briefly sized it up before her hands fluttered in the air to form a seal. Then, she pointed out with a finger, and the white mist seemed to have received an order and parted to reveal a passage. "Let's go," the lady boss called out in a tender voice. She used her strength to wrap around Yang Kai and Lao Bai, and after the three of them disappeared, the passage slowly closed up again. His vision blurred, and when Kai Yang came back to his senses, he had already arrived in another world. He didn't have the time to take a good look at what this world was like, but Kai Yang could clearly feel that this place was filled with a rich Yang attribute energy. Yang's sealing ground. The lady boss's beautiful brows raised, and she seemed extremely surprised. No wonder 5th grade Yang Fiend could be born. So it's Yang's sealing ground. This place is incredible. Yang Kai was puzzled. "Lady boss, what is Yang's sealing ground?" The lady boss said, "Yang's sealing ground is an extremely special place. The Yang Qi in this place won't leak out, and it will only become denser and denser, so it's very easy to produce Yang Fiend. Moreover, as time passes, the grade of Yang Fiend will become higher and higher. Even if it's taken away this time, in another 1,000 or 800 years, new Yang Fiend will be born. It can be said that this place is inexhaustible. In the 3,000 worlds, it's not that Yang's sealing ground doesn't exist, but they are all controlled by a few great powers. The Yang Fiend produced here is either for the use of their own disciples or to exchange for other materials with other powers." Senior White also said excitedly, "Lady boss, we're rich. If we can control this place, we won't have to worry about the source of Yang Fiend in the future." The lady boss nodded. "I'll go back and carefully investigate. If this place is really valuable, we can think of a way to control it." Chapter 3976. The area of this Yang sealing land was not very large, about the size of 2 star markets. Following the source of Yang Qi, the three of them quickly arrived in front of a lake. The lake was sparkling and the water was clear, but it was filled with Yang Qi. It was the place where Yang Qi gathered. The lady boss used her divine sense to investigate for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, "It is indeed 5th grade Yang Qi." Hearing this, Lao Bai's spirit was lifted. He cupped his fists and said, "Lady boss, I'm going. Be very careful." The lady boss reminded him. Yang Kai also cupped his fists and said, "Lao Bai, I wish you good luck." Lao Bai grinned at him. "Wait for my good news." His figure flickered as he dove into the lake, but there was not the slightest ripple. Under the watchful eyes of Yang Kai and the lady boss, Old Bai swam to the bottom of the lake like a fish. There a mass of extremely pure Yang Qi gathered. Old Bai rushed into this mass of Yang Qi and sat down cross-legged, silently circulating his secret art. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. 1,000 years of cultivation, just for today. Lao Bai went all out. After watching for a moment and seeing that Lao Bai had absorbed the Yang Qi wholeheartedly and condensed the last of the Yang Qi, the lady boss took Yang Kai to walk around the lake. From time to time, she would form hand seals and send a formation flag into the void. Although this place was hidden, everything had to be prepared. Lao Bai's advancement to splitting the heavens was of great importance and could not be careless. Therefore, even if the lady boss personally came to protect him, she still had to set up a formation here to prevent Lao Bai from being disturbed. After spending 2 hours, the lady boss laid down 16 flags by the lakeside. When the last flag was laid down, the lady boss waved her jade-like hands and shouted, "Up!" Silently, a thick fog rippled out from the lakeside and enveloped the entire lake. Nothing else could be seen. Yang Kai had been following behind the lady boss the whole time, watching silently. Although he didn't know what kind of attack this spirit array could block, since it was made by the Lady Boss, it shouldn't be too bad. What's more, the Lady Boss was a 6th Order Heaven opening cultivator. Even in the 3,000 worlds, she was a well-known master. With her here and the support of this spirit array, even if someone accidentally broke into this place, there was no need to worry about Old Bai being disturbed. After doing all this, the Lady Boss turned her head to look at Lao Bai and said softly, "The rest is up to him." After advancing to opening the heavens, one would condense the 7 energies of yin, yang, 5 elements, and create a new world within one's body. Once one succeeded, a minor universe world would appear within one's body. At that time, one would no longer need to draw upon the power of the world and would be able to use the power of the world on their own. This was the greatest characteristic of the opening the heavens realm. Great emperors needed to rely on a certain world to be able to use the power of the world. Heaven splitters did not need this because they already had a world in their bodies. Moreover, compared to the great emperors of the various worlds, the power that heaven splitters could unleash could grow. The strength of their power was closely related to the strength of their world. Outsiders were unable to help with this matter at all. The Lady Boss had only come here to protect Lao Bai, just in case. Strolling over to a slope 3 kilometers away from the lake, the Lady Boss waved her hand and took out a table and 2 chairs. She also placed a set of tools for brewing tea on the table. Seeing this, Xianxia did not need her to say anything and began to boil the tea himself. If it was in the past, he definitely would not have been willing to do something like this. But after receiving the Lady Boss's favor time and time again, Xianxia's impression of this woman had changed drastically. He no longer felt the rejection and hostility from the beginning. However, what followed was a few questions that he kept bottled up in his heart. Very soon, the tea was ready and the Lady Boss gracefully sipped it, chatting with Xianxia from time to time, occasionally letting out a giggle. Xianxia also heard many anecdotes about famous people from outside this world from her. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, there was still no movement from the lake array, but Xianxia knew that this matter could not be rushed. Lao Bai had to condense his yang attribute energy first before he could break through to the heaven splitter realm. This was not something that could be done in just a few days. 5 days later, at a certain moment, the Lady Boss, who was chatting with Xianxia, suddenly turned serious. Her beautiful eyes stared at the spirit array on the lake. Her pair of gem-like eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void as she looked into the spirit array and shouted, "It's starting." Hearing this, Xianxia's expression became serious, and he also turned his head to look in that direction. Unfortunately, he did not have the Lady Boss's strength and eyesight, so apart from the roiling fog, he could not see anything at all. However, Xianxia could also feel that today was different from before. Previously, the array around the lake had not moved at all, but today the fog was roiling, so it was obvious that Lao Bai was moving inside. Xianxia could not help but become nervous. "Lady Boss, what are Lao Bai's chances of success?" The Lady Boss slowly shook her head. "This kind of thing is hard to say. Even someone with heavenly talent has the risk of failure. Everything depends on his own luck." She might as well not have said anything, but the path of cultivation had always been like this. Just as she was nervously watching, the Lady Boss suddenly frowned. She let out a soft gasp of surprise and looked in a certain direction. That was the entrance to the sun sealing land. Very soon, Xianxia also felt that something was wrong, because there was a clear fluctuation of space principles coming from that direction. Someone had come in. Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly looked in that direction. What he saw was a crack in the void, and the space principles inside were fluctuating, and a figure stepped out from it. Even though they were dozens of kilometers apart, Xianxia could clearly see the appearance of the person who had come, and he could not help but frown. Why is it him? He did not know many people outside of this world, so he did not expect that the person who had come here would actually be someone he knew. Moreover, there was a bit of a conflict between them. The person who had broken through the void was none other than Elder Yu of the Tempest Auction House. Previously, Xianxia and Lao Bai had been injured by this guy, and the Lady Boss had rushed to his door when she heard the news. They had directly fought in the Tempest Auction House, and Elder Yu had spat out 3 liters of blood. After not seeing him for a few months, this guy had already recovered from his injuries. As soon as he entered, his eyes wandered around, and he quickly fixed them on the lady boss. His turbid eyes immediately shone with an unforgettable hatred. Following closely behind Elder Yu, one figure after another tore through the void and arrived. In the blink of an eye, for people had rushed into this small sun-sealing land. There were men and women, old and strong. Among them, Elder Yu's aura was the weakest, only at the 4th stage heaven opening realm. The other 3 were all stronger than him, and Xianxia even felt a profound aura not inferior to the lady bosses from one of them. This guy was at the 6th stage heaven opening realm. What was going on? Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. Why had so many experts suddenly come to this sun-sealing land, and all of them were at the middle stage heaven opening realm? What made Xianxia feel even more uneasy was that as soon as these 4 people came in, they all focused their gazes on the lady boss. Some had dignified gazes, some had hatred in their eyes, and some had killing intent on their faces. Even though Xianxia did not understand the specific situation, he faintly felt that something was wrong. So that's how it is. The lady boss gently nodded and swept her gaze over these people one by one. So this is a trap. That's right, this is a trap specially designed to lure you here. Lan Yuruo, when you were acting presumptuously at my Fengyan auction house a few months ago, did you ever think that you would end up like this? Elder Yu coldly shouted, a look of satisfaction on his aged face. A trap? Xianxia turned pale with fright, and all the hair on his body stood on end. On second thought, this kind of trap was not too difficult to set up. The only difficulty was this sun-sealing land. As a member of the First Inn, it should not be too difficult for someone to inquire about him. As long as the news of the 5th stage Yang Fiend appearance was released, the lady boss would definitely bring Old Bai here to take a look. As long as they came, they would fall into this trap. This was bad. Although the lady boss was at the 6th stage heaven opening realm, among these people, except for Elder Yu, who was not strong enough, each of them had a stronger aura than the last. Among them, 2 were at the 5th stage heaven opening realm, and 1 was at the 6th stage heaven opening realm. Trapped in this sun-sealing land, how could the lady boss be their opponent? This situation was simply a sure kill situation. With a thought, Xianxia immediately transmitted, "Lady boss, if you have the chance, quickly leave this place. There's no need to worry about Old Bai and I. As long as you don't die, Old Bai and I will be fine." After all, he and Old Bai were only employees of the First Inn. As long as the lady boss escaped, these people might not do anything to them out of fear of harming the innocent. On the other hand, if the lady boss was really in danger, he and Old Bai would definitely die. The lady boss replied, "Since they set up this trap to lure me into it, how could they let me leave so easily? This area has probably been sealed off long ago. Unless we kill our way out, we won't be able to leave." Xianxia's heart sank when he heard this. Although he knew that the lady boss was right, as someone from the Emperor realm who had only condensed the power of wood and fire, there was nothing he could do to help in a battle of this level. He immediately felt powerless and clenched his fists. The lady boss looked at Elder Yu and sneered, "You really have a lot of face, you old bastard. You actually managed to get so many helpers." Elder Yu snorted, "It's not that this old man has a lot of face. It's you who brought this upon yourself. Back then, you relied on the support of someone behind you to do whatever you wanted in these 3,000 worlds. You haven't forgotten who you've offended, right?" When Elder Yu finished speaking, the middle-aged man with a dignified appearance standing beside him said with his hands behind his back, "Madam Lan, after so many years, do you still remember this seat? Head of the Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin." The lady boss smiled softly. "What? I spared your life back then, but now you want to die again? If you want to die, you should have told this seat earlier. I could have fulfilled your wish." As soon as she said this, a fierce light flashed in Qi Jin's eyes. "Madam Lan's tone is still so arrogant. That's because you're too weak." The lady boss snorted and looked at Qi Jin thoughtfully. "So you're saying that this sun-sealing land isn't actually ownerless, but belongs to your Golden Rainbow Province? After all, This was the territory of the Golden Rainbow Province, so the lady boss naturally had this guess. Qi Jin said, "This place has been explored by my Golden Rainbow Province since 3,000 years ago. Normally, it's hidden by a formation. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to lure Madame Lan into a trap, how could it have been discovered?" Chapter 3977. I was wondering why a fifth-stage baleful Yang suddenly appeared. So that's why. The lady boss nodded lightly. Sun Sealing Land is not an ordinary place for any faction. Aren't you afraid that a battle will break out and destroy this precious land? Qi Jin's eyes were solemn. If I can resolve my worries, what is a mere Sun Sealing Land? Although he said that, Qi Jin's expression was clearly pained. After all, if a battle really broke out here, Sun Sealing Land would definitely be lost. For the Jinhong province, this was a huge loss. It seems you are determined to have me die here. If you don't die, crazy woman, how can we have a day of peace? An old man standing to Qi Jin's left shouted. This old man's hair and beard were white, but his face was ruddy. An extremely ferocious aura emanated from his body, as if he had just emerged from a sea of corpses. He coldly snorted. You were only a sixth-stage heaven opening, but you killed so many people that the 3,000 worlds turned into rivers of blood and covered the land with corpses. If you were allowed to ascend to the seventh stage one day, how can there be a place for us in this vast universe? The lady boss looked at the old man coldly and said softly, If I don't die today, I will definitely flatten your son Luo altar and slaughter your entire Ling Chun Xiao. The old man called Ling Chun Xiao's expression changed, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Clearly, he was taken aback by the lady boss's aura, but he quickly gritted his teeth and said, Since we are here today, don't even think about leaving alive. The lady boss flicked her sleeve, too lazy to talk nonsense with him. She coldly looked at the last person. That person was a beautiful woman who looked to be around 30 to 40 years old. Her figure was graceful, and her waist was graceful, especially her pair of peach blossom eyes, which were watery and captivating. Do you also want to make things difficult for this queen? The lady boss asked indifferently. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed, and she stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, elder sister Lan. The lady boss said, So you still remember me, your elder sister. I thought you had already forgotten. The woman said, He will always remember elder sister's kindness in cultivating me. How could I forget it? If I didn't dare to forget, how could I dare to come here? The lady boss clenched her teeth and said, It's fine if you retreat now, but if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for ignoring our sisterhood in the past. The woman called you. He slowly shook her head and said, Elder sister Lan, although I am grateful for your nurturing back then, if it weren't for your stubbornness, he wouldn't have died. Although it wasn't my intention to come here today, I still want to put an end to what happened back then. Elder sister, please forgive me. The lady boss stared at her deeply for a long time before nodding her head. All right, since you have such intentions, then I'll fulfill your wish. Otherwise, I'll always feel like I owe you something. But you have to remember, fighting and killing is a matter of life and death. If you accidentally die in my hands, then don't blame me on the road to the Yellow Springs. Yueha doesn't dare. The woman bowed. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with her? Attack together and kill her. Ling Chuanxiu's murderous aura surged, and his face was full of murderous intent, as if he couldn't wait to chop the lady boss into pieces right now. However, he was only a fifth-rank cultivator after all. Facing such a fierce and powerful existence like the lady boss, he still felt a little apprehensive. This trip was only led by the leader of the Jin Rainbow State, Qi Jin. If Qi Jin didn't make a move, he wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. Qi Jin took a step forward, his hands behind his back, and shouted, Madame Lan, regardless if it was right or wrong in the past, countless disciples of the Jin Rainbow State died at your hands. Today I, the leader of the Jin Rainbow State, will avenge them. If you know what's good for you, then obediently surrender. If you dare to resist, then don't blame me for bullying you with numbers. You want me to surrender? Dream on, the lady boss shouted. If that's the case, Qi Jin took a deep breath and suddenly said, "Then let's fight." As soon as his words fell, the phantom of a miniature universe world behind him flashed and disappeared. Qi Jin threw a punch, the aura of world force filling the air as a giant fist rushed towards the lady boss. The moment he attacked, Ling Chunxiu and Yu He, who had been prepared for this, summoned their artifacts together and sent a barrage of attacks towards the lady boss. In an instant, the yuan qi around the lady boss became chaotic and the void trembled. Yang Kai's entire body tensed up. When the lady boss was talking to those people, he had already been thinking of a way out, but in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were just empty words. For a time, he was at a complete loss. The three mid-rank heaven splitters suddenly attacked, and Yang Kai only felt his skin tighten as a great crisis enveloped him. Even though these attacks weren't aimed at him, in the face of such world-destroying power, just the aftermath alone was enough to kill him on the spot. At this critical moment, a gentle force wrapped around him and pushed him away. How could Yang Kai not know that this was the lady boss protecting him at this critical moment? The scene in front of him changed rapidly, and when it came to a stop, he was already dozens of kilometers away. Looking around, Yang Kai's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he saw that the place where the lady boss was standing had been enveloped by a huge light. Inside this light, a violent force raged, making it impossible to see the lady boss's figure. 1 against 3, Yang Kai was already at an absolute disadvantage. But at this critical moment of life and death, the lady boss had still spared a trace of her strength to protect him. So how could he deal with such a terrifying attack? The light quickly dissipated, revealing a white figure standing in the void. Yang Kai could clearly see a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of the lady boss's mouth. This dark red blood stain stung Yang Kai's eyes like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart, causing him to clench his fists and tremble. If it weren't for her protecting him, the lady boss wouldn't have been injured. Although the attacks of those three were terrifying, the lady boss could have easily avoided them. "Junior, do you still have the mood to care about others at a time like this?" An old voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Elder Yu of the Tempest Auction House was standing not far away, looking at him sinisterly. "When you were behaving atrociously in my Tempest Auction House, did you ever think that today's situation would occur?" Although Elder Yu was also a middle-rank Kai Tian, he was still only at 4th rank. It wouldn't make much difference whether he participated in the battle with the lady boss or not, so he didn't participate and directly came to find trouble with Yang Kai. Last time, he had been beaten and humiliated because of this brat in front of him. Although Elder Yu hated the lady boss for being vicious and merciless, his impression of Yang Kai wasn't very good either. Now that he had a chance, how could he let him go? "Old man, you should be rejoicing that the lady boss didn't kill you back then. Today, you actually set up such a sinister trap. The moment the lady boss escapes will be the moment you die." Yang Kai gnashed his teeth and glared at him. Elder Yu laughed coldly. "I don't know if she can escape, but I'm afraid you won't be able to see it, because you will die at my hands." As he spoke, Elder Yu slowly reached out a hand towards Yang Kai, then suddenly clenched it. Following his movements, Yang Kai could clearly feel the space around him crazily compressing towards him, as if it wanted to crush him into dust. At this critical moment, he hurriedly activated the law of space and flashed out. Elder Yu obviously hadn't thought of this. Seeing Yang Kai escape, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Then, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. "I want to give you a quick death, but who knew that you wouldn't appreciate it? Since that's the case, then you can slowly enjoy it." Turning his head, he saw a figure rushing rapidly into the air. It was Yang Kai, who had just escaped. Elder Yu frowned, but didn't chase after him. After all, that was the battlefield of Madame Lan, Qi Jin, and the others. He didn't want to get involved so easily. However, Yang Kai's actions made him laugh. This brat from the Emperor realm actually wanted to interfere. Was he looking to die? Yang Kai's expression was anxious. After escaping from Elder Yu's hands, he hurried towards the battlefield. He didn't know how strong the lady boss was, or what she had done to attract the hatred of so many people, but 1 against 3, she definitely wasn't a match. If he could help her get rid of a fifth-rank splitter, it would definitely help reduce the pressure on the lady boss. Perhaps he could even change the situation. His own strength wouldn't be of any use in a battle like this. Instead, he would be a burden to the lady boss. However, he still had a trump card in his hand. Golden Mieting Plume. Back then, Meng had given him 3 golden plumes. He had used one at the Golden Crow Divine Palace to kill the big golden crow that had faked its death. He had used one on the lady boss, causing her to suffer a small injury. There was still one left that he hadn't used. The Meng golden plumes could injure the lady boss. If he used it on a 5th-rank splitter, he could at least severely injure the other party. If he was lucky, he might even be able to kill him. At that time, he would naturally be able to change the situation. With this thought in mind, he ignored Elder Yu and rushed towards the battlefield. But soon, Xianxia discovered that his thinking was too simple. On the battlefield, figures flitted about, secret techniques and secret treasures bloomed, and powerful energy fluctuations swept out in all directions. Not to mention using the Meng golden plumes to sneak attack a 5th-rank splitter, he couldn't even get within 10 li of it. Several attacks were swept back by the aftermath of that power. Looking up, he saw that the lady boss had been distracted by his actions. She was already at a disadvantage, and now she was having trouble dealing with it. Xianxia was anxious. He looked at the lady boss's position again. She was faintly guarding the lake where the Yang Fiend was. Obviously, she had been protecting Lao Bai, who was on the verge of breaking through. Although the lady boss had set up a formation around the lake that could block some of the energy fluctuations, the battle this time was extremely dangerous. Even with the formation, it couldn't stop it with all its might. It was also because of this that the lady boss was somewhat restrained and couldn't go all out. On the other hand, Qi Jin and the others had no scruples, and each of their moves was deadly. Lao Bai. Xianxia's eyes lit up. If Lao Bai could successfully break through at this time, then the lady boss would definitely have a great help. At that time, even if Lao Bai's realm was unstable, he would be able to tie down an enemy and alleviate the lady boss's current crisis. However, breaking through to splitter the heavens was extremely dangerous. Lao Bai would be disturbed, so could he still succeed? Behind him, an aura locked onto him. Without needing to look back, Xianxia knew that Elder Yu was already walking towards him, step by step. I've long heard that Madame Lan cares for her subordinates. Now it seems that it's true. How fortunate it is for the workers of the First Inn to have a shopkeeper like Madame Lan. Elder Yu shouted loudly as he walked over. Xianxia suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 3978. As Elder Yu spoke, he had already arrived 1.5 miles away from the lake. He glanced at the lake that was steaming with clouds and mist and said, "If I'm not wrong, it should be by Qi inside, right?" His voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for the lady boss, who was in the midst of the fierce battle, to hear it clearly. Since they could find out that Lao Bai needed the Yang Qi to advance to the heaven-splitting realm, it was not difficult to guess who was in the formation. "I'm going to take by Qi's life now. Lan Yurua, let's see how you choose." Elder Yu shouted. "Despicable." Xianxia gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. This old man obviously saw that the lady boss was being restrained at this moment. She did not want to cause too much disturbance in the battle and interfere with Lao Bai's advancement. So he said these words. Once these words were spoken, it would definitely disturb the lady boss's state of mind. Moreover, if he really did make a move, unless the lady boss stopped him, there would be no one who could protect Lao Bai's safety. Once the lady boss was distracted, the already disadvantaged situation would definitely become even worse. In a battle of life and death, the winner takes all. What's the difference between despicable and noble? Elder Yu glanced at Xianxia coldly. His hand seals changed, activating the qi of heaven and earth. The aura of the world force lingered around him. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he was about to bombard the formation of the lake. Xianxia did not dare to be negligent. The key to today's situation was Lao Bai. If Lao Bai could successfully advance, the lady boss could completely break free from the restraints and fight the 3 people without restraint. At that time, Lao Bai would join the battle. Even if he could not win, he would have the strength to protect himself. Therefore, no matter what, He could not let the old dog named Yu ruin Lao Bai's plan. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's figure flashed, and he pounced on Elder Yu like a startled swan. Elder Yu stood in place, his expression as calm as an ancient well. He stared at Yang Kai's figure that pounced on him, and there was a faint mockery in his eyes, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. "You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his palm and pushed forward. The speed of this palm strike could be said to be extremely slow. However, as this palm strike was pushed out, it was as if an entire world was pressing down on it. As the palm force pushed forward, the surrounding space shattered, and everything turned into dust. Yang Kai, who had been rushing forward at high speed, seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall in an instant. His extreme movement turned into extreme stillness, and when a loud bang rang out, his internal organs rolled over and over, and blood gushed out his mouth. However, he did not retreat at all. He reached out and grabbed the black dragon spear in the air. Gathering all the power in his body, he fiercely thrust the spear forward. Mysterious true intent of the martial Tao lingered on the tip of the spear. At the tip of the spear, there was even a fist-sized black hole that flashed before disappearing. Elder Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little surprised. He had thought that with Yang Kai's cultivation, he would be reduced to dust in an instant. Who would have thought that he would only be injured? Moreover, the power released from this spear didn't seem like something that someone from the Emperor realm could display. Elder Yu's eyesight was extremely sharp, and at a glance, he could tell that the spear in Yang Kai's hand was no ordinary object. The black dragon spear was a gift from the giant god spirit, Yang. Kai didn't know who had refined this spear, but through his dragon vein, he could clearly feel that this spear had been refined from the spine of an adult dragon. When the spear struck out, the black dragon appeared, and the dragon's roar resounded, shaking the world. This kind of spear was a top-notch artifact even outside of this universe, but with Yang Kai's current strength, he was unable to display its full power. Dragon pressure filled the air, and the black dragon roamed. Elder Yu was shocked, and his eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily, "A dragon artifact?" He wasn't shocked by the power of Yang Kai's spear, but because this little brat actually had such a treasured artifact. If this spread to the ears of the dragon race, how could the dragon race let him off so easily? For a moment, even the little bit of greed in his heart dissipated. Even if such a spear was given to him, he wouldn't dare to accept it. Unless he never used it in front of others in the future, the dragon race would come knocking on his door sooner or later. At that time, even Feng Yun blessed land wouldn't be able to protect him. The ignorant are fearless. The ignorant are fearless. Elder Yu clicked his tongue in wonder. Looking at the entire 3,000 worlds, anyone with a little bit of knowledge wouldn't use such an artifact. Yang Kai, from the Emperor realm, actually dared to take it out and use it. If this wasn't ignorance, then what was? With his mind shaken, the power of that palm strike also weakened slightly. Yang Kai's spear thrust forward, and with the momentum, pushed forward 100 zhang, directly rushing to a place 30 zhang away from Elder Yu. However, this was the limit. Elder Yu's hand seals changed again, and Yang Kai's momentum came to a halt. He was fixed in place by a great force, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't advance any further. If you want to die, this old master will fulfill your wish first. Elder Yu coldly snorted and looked at Yang Kai with a mocking gaze. He raised a palm and slapped down on Yang Kai's head. As this palm descended, a misty blue hand made of yuan qi appeared above Yang Kai's head, pressing down towards him. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai suddenly grinned at him. Elder Yu suddenly had a bad premonition. Although he didn't know where this feeling came from, his heart was on high alert, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. In the next instant, he saw Yang Kai raise his hand and shoot out a ray of golden light. Within that golden light, there seemed to be a feather that was a foot long, and a monstrous evil aura surged towards him. Elder Yu's eyes widened, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. A chill ran from head to toe, and, without thinking, he pushed his strength to form a solid layer of protection around himself. At the same time, he quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and Xianxia. As the golden light shone brightly, a gigantic golden pheasant suddenly appeared, towering between the heavens and the earth. When this golden pheasant appeared, the entire secret realm trembled, as if it couldn't withstand this golden pheasant's monstrous aura. Elder Yu's eyes trembled as he stared fixedly at the golden pheasant. A name that would make anyone's face pale flashed through his mind, and he cried out involuntarily, "Mieming." Even Qi Jin and the others, who had been fighting against the lady boss, were shocked. That old man, Ling Chunxiu, almost turned around and ran away. Mieming. Even in the 3,000 realms, it was a terrifying beast with a notorious reputation. An adult Mieming was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a high-grade heaven splitter. Although it wasn't ranked as high as dragons and phoenixes, it wasn't something that a few mid-grade heaven splitters could resist. If they angered it, it could crush them all to death with a swipe of its claws. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand why Mieming would appear here. But soon, everyone discovered that this wasn't the real Mieming, but a divine technique of Mieming. Qi Jin and the others couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Elder Yu was scared out of his wits. He was only a 4th-grade heaven splitter, so how could he block this divine technique of Mieming? Even though he had fled the moment he sensed that something was wrong, he still didn't feel safe at all. When Mieming appeared, his eyes were indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything. He stared indifferently at Elder Yu, then stretched his neck forward slightly and pecked with his beak like a little chick eating a worm. The rapidly retreating Elder Yu was the worm that Mieming had mentioned. There was great terror between life and death. Elder Yu screamed, "Save me!" No one could save him. No one had expected that Elder Yu's life would be in danger when he went to deal with Xianxia and Bai Qi. Qi Jin and the others were all focused on the lady boss, so no one had the time to help. Moreover, it was already too late. With a peck from Mieming, Elder Yu, who had fled 10 li away, suddenly stopped. His head drooped, and his entire body was like a deflated balloon. The aura of a mid-level heaven splitter dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, a huge hole had appeared in his chest and abdomen, almost taking up his entire body. One could clearly see the wriggling flesh in the wound. This kind of injury could be said to be fatal. However, a mid-level heaven splitter had vigorous vitality. As long as there were suitable conditions, it wasn't impossible to recover. However, although Elder Yu's physical body was still there was no aura of a spirit in that broken body. A mournful scream came from the other side. It was Elder Yu's voice. Xianxia looked up and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He saw Mieming opening his mouth and swallowing a blurry figure. Xianxia could clearly see that the blurry figure was Elder Yu's spirit avatar. This scene made Xianxia both happy and horrified. The power of Mieming's peck not only destroyed half of Elder Yu's physical body, but even Elder Yu's spirit avatar was pecked out and was about to be swallowed into his stomach. Ignoring Elder Yu's mournful pleas, Mieming swallowed the spirit avatar into his stomach. Then, he lowered his head and glanced at Xianxia. His huge body suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of golden light that dissipated between heaven and earth. Xianxia grimaced, feeling a bit pained. The last Mieming golden plume was used just like that. He originally wanted to use it to deal with Ling Chunxiu, or Yuhi to reduce the pressure on the lady boss. But in the end, he used it on Elder Yu. It couldn't be said that it was a waste. If he didn't use it on Elder Yu, Lao Bai would definitely be in danger. But now, he really couldn't help the lady boss anymore. He could only hope that Lao Bai would quickly advance. Moreover, he felt that he seemed to have underestimated the lady boss's strength. A 4th grade splitting the heavens couldn't even withstand a single blow from Mieming. Could a 5th grade splitting the heavens withstand it? It would probably end up the same way. Then, what kind of combat strength did the lady boss, who could withstand Mieming's attack and only suffer small injury, have? Turning his head to look, the originally precarious situation had been turned around by the lady boss. Both sides were evenly matched. Moreover, Those people were also paying attention to Xianxia while fighting with the lady boss. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He knew that they were wary of Meng's terrifying attack, so they were constantly paying attention to his movements. They didn't know that Meng golden plume was the last one. Rolling his eyes, Xianxia's lips curled into a sinister smile. Step by step, he walked toward the battlefield. Sure enough, as he approached, Qi Jin's expression remained unchanged, but Ling Xianxia and he were shocked. What are you afraid of? At the critical moment, Qi Jin shouted angrily, "This brat's strength is weak. So what if he can still summon Meng? He can't even get close to the battlefield. He's not a threat at all." Chapter 3979. These words hit the nail on the head, causing Ling Xianxia and He to heave a sigh of relief. They thought that Qi Jin's words were reasonable. So what if that kid could activate the divine technique of Meng again? He couldn't even approach the battlefield. So who would be afraid of him? Only now did they understand why Xianxia had repeatedly charged into the battlefield with Baiyan's strength. So it was because of this. They couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear. If they had allowed him to approach a suitable distance at that time, then the one to die might not have been Elder Yu, but them. They didn't have the confidence to resist Meng's attack. When they thought up to here, they didn't hold back any longer, and violent strength wantonly swept out. In midair, the lady boss's soft whip contained the sound of wind and thunder. Every time she swung it, wind would rise and thunder would rumble, and the whip would create layer upon layer of afterimages. Not only did she protect herself, but she also protected the place where Senior Bai was behind her. However, even though she was strong, she was unable to fully display her strength due to her numerous misgivings. The situation that had been reversed due to Xianxia's unexpected actions had once again fallen into a disadvantageous position. The eyes of Qi Jin and the others almost split apart from rage, and they revealed anxious and disbelieving expressions. They'd already tried their best to overestimate the lady boss's strength, but only after they'd truly fought her did they realize that they'd still underestimated her. A 6th rank and 2 5th rank cultivators had actually fought with such difficulty under the premise that the lady boss could only use 70% of her strength. If she fought with her full strength, then the 3 of them might really not be a match for her. Qi Jin's expression was extremely unsightly, and he shouted explosively, "This bitch will probably advance to the 7th rank in a few days. If we don't kill her here today, then we can only wait for death." As soon as he spoke, Ling Xianxia and He's pupils constricted. Right, 1,000 years ago, this woman before them was already at the 6th rank. Because of the death of a single person, blood flowed like rivers and corpses covered the entire world. After 1,000 years, it was impossible for her to still be in the same place. She was probably not far away from advancing to the 7th rank. 1,000 years ago, she was able to cause a monstrous slaughter in the 3,000 worlds. If she really advanced to the 7th rank, then who could stop her revenge? Therefore, when Qi Jin finished speaking, the 3 of them no longer dared to hold back, and they all used their trump cards to attack the lady boss. At this moment, a mysterious fluctuation suddenly appeared in the lake protected by the formation behind the proprietress. The fluctuation was extremely strange, as if a new world was slowly being born, as if an ancient great being was creating a new world. Not good. Qi Jin's expression changed again, and he looked in the direction of the lake with a serious expression. Then Bai Qi is about to advance. They were all heaven-opening powerhouses, so they were naturally not unfamiliar with this fluctuation. This was shockingly the movement of a cultivator's body, splitting open the heavens and splitting open the heavens. At this moment, there was still a formation protecting the lake, but the ripples were still spreading out. It was clear that Bai Qi's advancement this time was not small. The huge commotion caused by the advancement meant that the grade of splitting heaven he achieved would not be low, which was in line with the information they had heard before. They had used the 5th stage Yangqi to lure the lady boss and the others here, so they naturally knew that Lao Bai was going to advance to the 5th stage, splitting heaven. If White's seventh successfully advanced at this time, then how could they still have a good life? Qi Jin immediately shouted, "Miss Yuhi!" The beautiful woman understood tacitly and quickly left the battlefield with a feint. Her figure flickered as she rushed towards the lake, leaving Qi Jin and Ling Xianxia to resist the proprietress, and the pressure on them increased sharply. Yui's figure flickered as she rapidly approached the lake. Yang Kai saw this scene and was extremely anxious. Without thinking, he blocked her path with his spear and pointed it forward. He hid his strength and shouted angrily, "If you dare come closer, I'll kill you without mercy." It was ridiculous for someone from the Emperor realm to say such words in front of a fifth stage splitting heaven, but he had indeed used the Mianming divine technique to kill a fourth stage splitting heaven. So Yuhi was very afraid and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. This palm strike was just a test, and she did not use her full strength. She was afraid that Yang Kai would summon Mianming again. Yang Kai did not have any Mianming golden plume left. The warning just now was just a show of strength. Facing this palm strike, he could neither dodge nor resist. His mouth was full of bitterness, and behind him was Lao Bai, who was on the verge of breaking through. He could only grit his teeth and send out a spear strike. With a loud boom, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. His body was in midair, and countless sounds of bones cracking could be heard. Even though the attack of a fifth stage splitting heaven was just a test, it was not something he could withstand. He was seriously injured by this palm strike. Yuhi was delighted when she saw this. How could she not know that Yang Kai had no more trump cards? If he could still summon Mianming, he would not be in such a sorry state. She did not hesitate and rushed forward, quickly arriving at the edge of the lake. She raised her slender hand again, facing Lao Bai, and prepared to strike. "You dare!" Yang Kai's angry roar was heard, but he did not care about his injuries and returned. In front of the black dragon spear, a fist-sized black energy ball containing the power to annihilate all things in the world flew over. Yuhi looked at it coldly, and her other hand formed a seal. A mysterious power lingered on her fingertips. However, before she could point out this finger, she was in a trance, staring blankly ahead. Yang Kai, with disheveled hair and covered in blood, gradually merged with a figure in her memory from 1,000 years ago. "Ting Yu," Yuhi called out with a trembling voice. Previously, Yuhi had not paid close attention to Yang Kai. After all, he was just the Emperor realm. How could she pay attention to him? This time, she had only come to settle a grudge from the past. Even when she injured Yang Kai just now, she did not look at him directly. But at this moment, she was shocked to find that this person from the Emperor realm was so similar to a person she knew in the past, especially that disheveled hair and covered in blood, but still moving forward courageously. That person in the past also looked like this. The tumbling memories stung her heart, and Yuhi's hands paused. "Lady Yuhi, be careful." Qi Jin's cry of alarm suddenly came to her ears, pulling her back from the distant memories. Just as she felt a strong sense of danger, a fierce qi swept over from behind. It was the lady boss, seeing that she had come to interfere with Lao Bai's advancement, abandoned Qi Jin and Ling Xianxia, and directly rushed towards her. "You're courting death." Ling Xianxia was angry and happy at the same time. He was angry that the lady boss chose to protect her subordinates at the moment of life and death, exposing her back to them. Did she not put him and Qi Jin in her eyes? He was happy because in this way, he and Qi Jin could attack without fear. Even if the lady boss did not die, she would be seriously injured. They looked at each other and saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. They did not hold back, and two divine technique blasted towards the lady boss. There was a violent explosion, and the heaven and earth trembled. There was a muffled groan and a miserable cry. The world was silent, and only the sound of Yang Kai's heavy breathing resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone's eyes were focused on the formation of the lake, and the small lake seemed to have become the only focus in this place. Yuhi flew out, the skin on her back torn open. How could the lady boss's wind and thunder whip be so easy to withstand? This whip had almost ripped her soul out of her body. In comparison, Yang Kai's Black Dragon Spear did not cause too much damage to her. Fortunately, the lady boss had to divert her attention to deal with Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu's attacks, so she did not use her full strength in this whip. Otherwise, Yuhi would have been in grave danger. Even so, Yuhi's face was pale, and her qi fluctuated unsteadily. She was terrified. Yang Kai was not much better. When Yuhi was whipped out, he was hit by Yuhi's attack, and his whole body was sent flying. He flew back dozens of miles before he could stabilize himself. His internal organs were in turmoil, and he was gasping for breath. Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu did not look at Yuhi, nor did they care about Yang Kai's life or death. Their eyes were like leeches that were locked onto the lady boss. At this moment, several diamond-shaped, transparent shields were flying around the lady boss, and they were full of cracks. When everything came to a standstill, those shields shattered, and the lady boss spat out a mouthful of blood. She was clearly injured, but she was completely unaware of it. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the lake. Crack! A crisp cracking sound entered everyone's ears. Everything in the world came back to life from a stagnant state. Yang Kai's expression changed, and so did the lady boss. Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu let out a long breath, and Yuhi stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Asterisk crack. Asterisk fine cracking sounds rang out one after another. In just 3 short breaths of time, tiny cracks appeared on the array that the lady boss had personally set up to protect the lake. After all, there was no one guarding it. How could it block Yuhi's full-strength attack? With a crash, the array collapsed, and the clouds instantly evaporated, revealing a figure sitting at the bottom of the lake. Lao Bai sat cross-legged. The baleful yang qi that originally existed at the bottom of the lake was no longer there. Obviously, it had been absorbed and refined by him. However, at this moment, the yin-yang 5 elements force on his body was in chaos, and the shadow of a mini-universe world flickered behind him, as if it could collapse at any time. Lao Bai raised his head to look at the lady boss, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. 1,000 years of cultivation, just for this moment. A lifetime of painstaking effort, and all his previous efforts had been wasted. He was disturbed at the critical moment of his advancement, and it was even from a 5th stage heaven splitter. Even if Lao Bai did his best, he could not continue. It was only a matter of time before the mini-universe world in his body collapsed. Once the mini-universe world collapsed, the yin-yang 5 elements force would erupt, and Lao Bai would definitely die a tragic death. The lady boss looked at Lao Bai at the bottom of the lake. The clear lake water could not block out his apologetic eyes. His clear and bright, beautiful eyes were gray at this moment, and it made one feel sorry for him. The lady boss slowly closed her eyes and took a light breath. When she opened them again, a violent aura swept out, and her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. She turned to look at Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu, and cold words that could freeze one's soul came out of her mouth. If I don't kill you, I won't advance to the 7th stage heaven splitter in this lifetime. Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu's expressions changed greatly when they heard this. Once such a heart-demon oath was made, it would be an irreconcilable situation. Chapter 3980. At this moment, Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu couldn't help but wonder if it was right or wrong to spoil Bai Qi's advancement. If they had allowed him to advance, he might have restrained the lady boss and prevented her from using her full strength. Now, Bai Qi had no hope of advancing and was definitely going to die. The lady boss was furious and had no more worries. The wind and thunder whip rose and lashed towards Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu. Although the lady boss was seriously injured, her aura was much stronger than before. When the whip came, a terrifying force swept out, causing Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu's eyelids to twitch. Who would dare to face such a violent attack head-on? They dodged left and right. With a boom, it was as if the world had collided. Under the whip, the ground collapsed, and even a deep mark appeared in the void. It couldn't be repaired for a long time. However, before Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu could catch their breath, the wind and thunder whip swept over again, sweeping through the void. Qi Jin's heart trembled. Only now did he realize how terrifying the Lady Boss's true strength was. He was also a 6th grade heaven splitter. He thought that even if the Lady Boss was stronger than him, her strength would be limited. However, judging from the power of these two whips, Lan Yurol was more than just a little stronger than him. A soft whip danced in the wind and thunder. Qi Jin and Ling Xianxia's combined strength could only withstand it. They couldn't fight back at all. They were in a sorry state. The ground was riddled with ravines, and the entire secret realm was trembling. Without any restraints, the Lady Boss no longer held back. Under the wrath of the heavens, this secret realm couldn't withstand it at all. It was only a matter of time before it shattered. "Come and help," Qi Jin roared. Yuhi came back to her senses when she heard this. She stared deeply at Yangkai and quickly rushed to the battlefield. In the next moment, rumbling sounds could be heard. The energy between heaven and earth was violent, and the power of the world fluctuated. For figures fought endlessly between heaven and earth. After all, this sun-sealing land was only a secret realm. How could it withstand the impact of the battle between 4 middle-grade heaven splitters? Moreover, the Lady Boss's killing intent was monstrous. She didn't hold back at all. In a short moment, the sun-sealing land had begun to fall apart, and the chaotic space laws drifted throughout the secret realm. In such a situation, Yangkai couldn't intervene at all. Although he was worried about the Lady Boss's condition, there was a limit to what he could do at this moment. Yangkai stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth and rushed over to Senior White's side. As he gazed at Senior White, Yangkai's mouth wriggled, and he didn't know what to say. Even though he hadn't known Senior White for long, they had a similar temperament, and Senior White could be considered as the first true friend he'd had outside of the universe. He had thought that this time, Lao Bai would soar into the sky and become famous. Who would have thought that he would fall into the abyss at the crucial moment? Everyone has their own fate. Perhaps this is my fate. Senior White laughed miserably. Even though he was still trying his best to maintain the balance within his body, how could the energy of yin, yang, and the 5 elements be so easily appeased? They were rampaging through his body, and they reinforced and restrained each other, causing blood to seep out from all the pores on Senior White's body, causing him to seem extremely miserable. What were the consequences? Yangkai licked his dry lips and asked, "If it's light, then my martial path will be destroyed. If it's heavy, then my soul will be destroyed." Senior White squeezed out a smile. "No matter what, I'm afraid I won't be able to serve Lady Boss in the future." "Don't think so much," Senior White said bitterly. "I know my own matters." As the two of them spoke, rumbling sounds could be heard, and the ground shook. In the end, this secret realm was unable to withstand the attacks of 4 mid-rank heaven splitters, and it completely collapsed. When the secret realm shattered, chaotic spatial energy surged out from all directions. If it was an ordinary person from the Emperor realm, they would have no choice but to go with the flow at this time. However, going with the flow would only lead to the fate of being swept into a spatial rift. Fortunately, Yangkai was proficient in the laws of space, and he activated the laws to protect himself and Senior White as they escaped from the chaotic void. When he looked up, he saw that the Lady Boss, Qi Jin, and the others had also charged out of the secret realm. The Lady Boss glanced over with her beautiful eyes worriedly, and she was only relieved when she saw that Yangkai and Senior White were unharmed. However, Qi Jin's expression was ugly, and his heart was bleeding from the pain. This Yang-sealing land was a secret realm of his Golden Rainbow state, and the Yang Qi was inexhaustible. Relying on this Yang-sealing land, the Golden Rainbow state might be able to achieve great things in the future. However, in today's battle, it was completely destroyed. How could he not feel heartache? However, this was not the time to feel heartache for this Yang-sealing land. How to calm Lan Yurua's monstrous anger was the first problem he had to face. Fortunately, they were not the only ones who came to seek revenge this time. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome. Immediately, he exhaled and shouted, "Elder Hai, if not now, when are you going to make a move?" As soon as he finished speaking, A sword light slashed from afar. The sword light seemed to be able to shatter even the stars in front of it. No one had expected that Qi Jin and the others would have helpers. Moreover, judging from the power of this attack, this person's strength was no weaker than Qi Jin's. The lady boss also did not expect this and was momentarily caught off guard. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. Although she shook her soft whip to resist, the sword light still broke through the whip and slashed her delicate body. Blood spurted out, and the lady boss retreated explosively. She retreated 1,000 feet before she was able to stabilize herself. Looking up, she saw a person slowly walking over from the void with an azure sword in his hand. Sword intent, sword into the sky. Hi, Pingle. The lady boss stared at the approaching person, and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. On the other side, Lao Bai's expression changed greatly. Oh no, he is here too. Xianxia didn't know who this Hai Pingle was, but he knew that he was a 6th Order Heaven opening master. He was secretly speechless. What kind of heaven-defying thing had the lady boss done to have so many enemies? Lao Bai smiled bitterly. The young master Hai you met before is this Hai Pingle's grandson. Xianxia was stunned. He did not expect that young Master Hai would be involved in this matter. Only now did he understand why young Master Hai was so domineering and arrogant. It turned out that he had such a powerful background. However, although he had a conflict with young Master Hai in the star market, there was no deep enmity between them. Later, young Master Hai was whipped by the people of the Great War Heavens. There was no deep enmity between them, right? What did Hai Pingle mean by adding insult to injury? Lao Bai seemed to understand what he was thinking and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Hai is dead. He was killed by the lady boss." What? Xianxia was shocked. Lao Bai said, "The lady boss is very protective of her own people. He abused his power to bully others and cause you to be whipped. How could the lady boss let him go? She killed him outside the star market." Hearing this, Xianxia fell into trance. Although he hated young Master Hai very much and had even been implicated by him twice with the Dragon Tooth Whip, causing his back to ache just thinking about it now. To be honest, it was just a small conflict and not a life or death feud. After all that had passed, Xianxia had almost forgotten about it. But who would have thought that the lady boss would actually kill him? Lao Bai said with a mischievous smile, "If I, the accountant, and the cook had encountered this matter, the lady boss might not have made such a big fuss. But you are different." "Me? What about me?" Lao Bai stared at him deeply. After a long while, he sighed heavily. "Anyway, you have to remember that the lady boss values you very much. You are also very important to the lady boss." Xianxia looked at him in confusion. Lao Bai lowered his head and smiled bitterly. There were some things that could not be said. After all, it was something that happened many years ago. While the two of them were talking, the battle in the void started again. Hai Pingle entered the battlefield with a strong momentum. His long sword flashed wildly. The lady boss was already seriously injured, so it was not a problem for her to deal with Qi Jin and the others. But with Hai Pingle, it was difficult for her to deal with them. However, with the lady boss's ability, even if she fought against many, her life would not be in danger for a while. Xianxia did not have the time to ask Lao Bai anything. He raised his head and looked at the battlefield with a worried expression. He did not know if the lady boss would be able to turn the situation around in this situation. In the midst of the fierce battle, the lady boss turned her head to look at them. When their eyes met, Xianxia could clearly see the regret and reluctance in her eyes. She turned her head and flicked her soft whip. It wrapped around the people who were fighting fiercely and pulled the battlefield far away. She obviously did not want the aftermath of the battle to affect Xianxia and Lao Bai, but she forcefully pulled the 4 enemies away from the battlefield, which made the already bad situation even more dangerous. Qi Jin and the others were like sharks that smelled blood. They bit the lady boss and did not pay much attention to Xianxia and Lao Bai. After all, in their opinion, Lao Bai had failed to advance. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. There was no need to pay attention to him. Xianxia was only in the Emperor realm and could not do anything. As long as they could kill the lady boss, they would be victorious. After a dozen breaths, the crowd gradually moved away and disappeared. Lao Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. He grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, "Let's go back to Star City in the first inn. Tell the chef to ask the boss to help. Otherwise, the lady boss will be in trouble." Yang Kai had seen the boss of the first inn before. He was a high-rank Kai Tian expert. The corpse of the Golden Crow had fallen into his hands. If he could help, things would be easier. Yang Kai clenched his fists and asked, "What about you?" If he left, no one would be able to collect Lao Bai's corpse. But at this time, he did not dare to touch Lao Bai. Moreover, this place was so far away from the first inn. By the time he rushed back to the first inn to report, the situation would have been settled. It would be too late. "Don't worry about me. Go." Lao Bai pushed him hard. His body was affected, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Yang Kai was shocked. He hurried forward and took out a large number of spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into Lao Bai's mouth. "It's useless." Lao Bai smiled bitterly. "If you can't suppress the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in my body, any spirit pills will be useless." However, Yang Kai's movements suddenly stopped. His eyes widened as if he had discovered something surprising. Old White scolded angrily. "What time is it now? Why are you still pestering me? Hurry up and return to the first inn." If it were not for his poor condition, he would have kicked Yang Kai away right now. Yang Kai looked at him with shining eyes. "Lao Bai, you may still be saved." "Bullshit," Lao Bai shouted angrily. In his current situation, not to mention Yang Kai, even a high-rank Kai Tian expert would be powerless. What could Yang Kai do in the Emperor realm? Chapter 3981. I'm just trying my best. Don't blame me if it fails. If it succeeds, then treat me to a drink later. As Yang Kai spoke, he withdrew a jade bottle, removed its cap, and opened Senior White's mouth before pouring the contents of the bottle into Senior White's mouth. Senior White was caught off guard and swallowed the contents of the bottle, and he didn't have the time to ask anything before his expression suddenly turned serious, and he stared at Yang Kai with an extremely shocked expression. "How is it?" Yang Kai looked at him anxiously. After a long while, Senior White's eyes suddenly lit up as if he'd understood something, and he cried out involuntarily with surprise. "Worldly elixir, is it useful or not?" Yang Kai wished for nothing more than to kick him. "Why are you still bothering me about this at a time like this? Do you have more?" Senior White smacked his lips and revealed an expression of unwillingness. "Yes." Yang Kai didn't say anything else, and he took out another bottle of worldly elixir and poured it into Senior White's mouth. Senior White gulped it down before he suddenly took a deep breath, and his dejection from before was swept away. He said in high spirits, "Move further away and watch me. Senior White, break open the heavens and seek the Grand Tao today." Yang Kai fled decisively and flew 50 kilometers away before he stopped. When he looked at Senior White from afar, he saw Senior White sitting cross-legged in space while forming seals with his hands. Even though they were 50 kilometers away, Yang Kai was still able to clearly sense that the chaotic energy in Senior White's body was calming down swiftly, and a strand of profound aura was rising and falling slowly. "It's really useful." Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw this. He'd thought of giving Senior White some worldly elixir on the spur of the moment, and he didn't know the exact effects. He'd taken the worldly elixir from the secret realm of heaven and earth in Heaven Void Hall, and it was a spirit elixir that was only born when the heavens and earth were formed. At that time, he'd collected a huge amount of worldly elixir, but he'd never really used it. He had heard that the reason the Iron Blood Great Emperor was stronger than the other Great Emperors was because he had taken the origin liquid in Heaven Void Hall. Yang Kai had consumed it before. When the liquid entered his stomach and its effects took effect, he could still vividly remember the feeling of heaven and earth splitting apart in a daze. Lao Bai's current condition was that his yin, yang, and 5 elements were in chaos, and the newly formed mini-universe world in his body was unstable. Yang Kai thought that this liquid might be of some use. Now, it seemed that it was more than just effective. It was simply the right medicine for the problem. With the passage of time, the chaotic aura disappeared and was replaced by the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Wisps of world energy emanated from Senior White's body, and under the perception of his divine sense, it seemed that a brand new world was being born there. Xianxia was excited, and his eyes did not move. Although he didn't know how long it would take for him to advance to split the heavens, with this experience, he would have a lot more experience when he advanced in the future. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk, a dull sound came from 100 kilometers away as the sound of a great bell rang out from Senior White's body. As the sound spread, a vibration wave spread out from him. As the vibration wave rippled, Senior White's aura suddenly deepened and condensed. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk, the vibration wave continued to spread, and Senior White's aura rose steadily. There was no longer any sense of chaos, and a vague phantom slowly appeared behind him. In the beginning, the shadow was not very clear, but as time passed, the shadow gradually became more and more solid. Xianxia looked around and could not help but be surprised because the phantom was the first in, and it seemed that he had returned to the first in. This should be Senior White's mini-universe world. Xianxia suddenly understood. So far, he had only seen one mini-universe world that belonged to the heaven-opening realm. It was the mini-universe world of the fire spirit, earthly guardian, Duan Hai of the Qiqiao land. After being swallowed by the thousand-jointed worm and separated from Zhang Ruo Shi, Xianxia was introduced to that world by Duan Hai. It was a sea with a lone island in the sea. It seemed that every cultivator's mini-universe world was different. Senior White was a waiter of the first inn, and the first inn was very important to him. The mini-universe world that he condensed after advancing to split the heavens was based on the first inn. Xianxia understood. Senior White's situation had stabilized, and it was only a matter of time before he advanced to split the heavens. Xianxia was also seriously injured, so he simply sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing to heal his injuries. Days passed, and the aura of the world force became stronger. Gradually, the illusory mini-universe world solidified, and astonishing power suddenly spread out from Senior White's body. In the mini-universe, Senior White opened his eyes, and lightning appeared in the void. He looked up to the sky and roared. The roar rolled and shook the 9 heavens. The mini-universe world flashed and disappeared into Senior White's body. Then, a figure flashed in front of Xianxia. Senior White had crossed the distance of 50 kilometers and appeared in front of him. He looked at him with a grin. "Don't congratulate me yet. I'll treat you to a drink later." "How long has it been?" 7 or 8 days, Xianxia replied. It was impossible to calculate the time carefully in the void, but it had been a long time since Senior White swallowed the origin liquid. What made Xianxia rejoice was that no other masters had passed by this place over the past few days. Otherwise, they would have been alerted. "It's been 7 or 8 days. I wonder how the lady boss is doing." Senior White frowned and looked worried. Previously, he and Xianxia had seen with their own eyes that the lady boss was being chased by 4 split the heavens cultivators. 2 of them were at the 6th level, and the other 2 were at the 5th level. The longer they fought, the farther they went. Although the lady boss was strong, she was injured after all. Moreover, how could she be a match for the 4 of them? Xianxia pondered and said, "The lady boss is not a fool. How could she be entangled with those people when she knew that she was no match for them? If I were her, I would either hide in the Universal Palace or hide in the Star City in the Golden Rainbow territory." Senior White nodded. "That makes sense. In that case, the Universal Palace is more likely." He didn't know what the Star City in the Golden Rainbow territory was like. If it wasn't controlled by the Zhan Tian, it was not necessarily forbidden to fight in the Star City. Even if the lady boss hid there, it would be useless. However, the Universal Palace was absolutely forbidden to have a conflict in it. Otherwise, it would be making an enemy of all the blessed paradises. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, who would have such courage? "Let's go to the Universal Palace." Senior White made a prompt decision. "Do you need to stabilize your realm first?" Xianxia asked. He had just advanced and was not familiar with the power of the split the heaven stage. Although he had reached the 5th level, if he really encountered an enemy, it was hard to say how much strength he could use. "There's no time. You can slowly familiarize yourself with it in the future." Senior White was about to use the universal escape technique, as he spoke. When he turned his head, he saw Xianxia looking at him with a helpless expression. He couldn't help but slap his head. Right, I forgot that you didn't leave your brand in the Universal Palace in the Golden Rainbow territory. Without leaving his brand, he couldn't use the Universal Escape technique to go to the Universal Palace. You go first. I'll fly there slowly. Xianxia took out the star as he spoke. He looked at the location and said, It's not far anyway. It'll only take 4 or 5 days. Senior White hesitated. But if you're alone, Xianxia said in a low voice, I'm fine. The lady boss is more important. Thinking of the lady boss's expression before she left, Xianxia felt a stab of pain in his heart. If it wasn't for her being wary of him and Senior White, why would the lady boss forcefully move the battlefield? Senior White knew that this wasn't the time to delay. He'd already spent 7 or 8 days to advance in a heaven splitter. After such a long period of time, the lady boss's situation would definitely be worse. He gritted his teeth and said, All right, you must be careful. Xianxia nodded. Senior White didn't hesitate any longer and executed the universal escape technique. Light enveloped him while a grand formation floated beneath his feet, and he instantly flew away. After he left, Xianxia's figure flashed and flew towards the Universal Palace. Based on the star, it would take 4 or 5 days to reach the Universal Palace. Even if Xianxia traveled at full speed, it would take him at least 3 days to reach the Universal Palace. He was worried in his heart because he didn't know how the lady boss was doing and if she'd escaped. At the same time, he hated Qi Jin and the others for being shameless. They were actually so treacherous and didn't hesitate to use the Yang sealing ground to lure the lady boss into their trap. Traveling through space was extremely lonely. Unless it was a coincidence, it was extremely difficult for him to encounter others in this boundless world. 2 days later, Xianxia, who was traveling with his head down, suddenly felt a divine perception sweep over from ahead and sweep past him. His expression couldn't help but turn cold, and he hurriedly raised his head to look over. He couldn't see anything within his field of vision, and he couldn't detect anything when he released his divine perception. He knew that the owner of that divine perception had a strength that far surpassed his own, and that was why he was unable to detect the owner's tracks. Right when he was thinking like this, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed because the divine perception that swept past him didn't move away, and it was firmly locked onto him. Xianxia didn't even think before he directly utilized the spatial laws to flee, and he was already a few hundred kilometers away when he reappeared. No matter who the owner of that divine perception was, since it had locked onto him, it definitely didn't have good intentions. So how could Xianxia not know how to flee? He felt extremely sorrowful in his heart. It's really sad to be so weak. I was invincible in the star dimension, but when I came out of this world, anyone could actually chase after me like a rabbit. It looks like I can only advance to become a genius as soon as possible like Senior White in order to gain a foothold. The divine perception didn't disperse, and it kept locking onto Xianxia, and its speed was extremely fast. No matter how Xianxia moved, he still couldn't get rid of the other party's pursuit, and the speed was constantly decreasing. After a full half a day, Xianxia finally sensed the aura of the person behind him, which also meant that the person chasing after him was already within the range of his divine perception. It's you, bitch. After a careful investigation, Xianxia was shocked and angry, and he cursed in his heart. The person chasing after him was none other than the woman who fought with the lady boss before. Yuhi. Since Yuhi was here, it meant that the battle with the lady boss was over. Xianxia's heart suddenly sank, and he instinctively felt that the lady boss was in a bad situation. But he was just from the Emperor realm, so why was this woman chasing after him? Looking at her direction, she should have come from the heavenly temple. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to run into him. He was puzzled, but Yui's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Do you want to know whether Lan Yuruo is dead or alive? Chapter 3982. Xianxia's figure that was flying forward suddenly stopped. He knew that this might be a trap, but he still couldn't move. He gritted his teeth, stopped in place, turned his head, and waited silently. Yuhi was a 5th grade Kai Tian. Unless he used the space spirit bead, like last time when he came out of the Golden Crow Palace, there was no way he could completely get rid of her. But even if he used the space spirit bead, he might not have a chance. Last time, he was able to get rid of the lady boss and the others because they were worried about the Golden Crow's corpse and were distracted by him, giving him a chance to succeed. Xianxia didn't have the confidence to do it again. Sooner or later, she would catch up, so Xianxia simply stopped running. He didn't feel any killing intent from Yuhi, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so careless. Soon, Yui's figure appeared in Xianxia's field of vision, and after a while, the woman was more than 10 miles away. Xianxia raised his hand. "Don't come any closer, or don't blame me for being ruthless." While speaking, he formed a seal with a dignified look. Yui stopped and quietly looked at him. Only then did Xianxia realize that this woman seemed to be seriously injured. He felt a burst of joy in his heart, knowing that this was the masterpiece of a lady boss. But he didn't know the final outcome of the battle, so he couldn't help feeling uneasy. A strange look flashed in Yuhi's eyes, and she smiled at him. "Do you want to know whether Lan Yurua is alive or not?" "Yes," Xianxia said decisively. Yui sighed and said, "Don't worry, she's not dead yet." Xianxia snorted coldly. "You dregs want to take the lady boss's life? Dream on." Yui said, "Since you have so much confidence in her, why did you stop? In the end, aren't you just worried?" "So what? I just want to confirm it." Xianxia squinted at her. "Now it's your turn to worry. If the lady boss doesn't die, I think your good days are coming to an end." "Yes." Yui nodded repeatedly and coughed lightly. "My good days are indeed coming to an end, so I came to find you." Xianxia sneered. "What's the use of looking for me? Do you think I'll help you make peace?" Yui said, "As long as you are in my hands, I believe that Sister Lan will not make things too difficult for me. At the very least, she will be able to sit down and talk to me calmly." "You're thinking too much. I'm just a worker of the First Inn. You failed to plot against the lady boss today. Once she recovers, she'll definitely settle the score with you one by one." Yui's expression changed slightly as if she could imagine this scene. She forced a smile and said, "Don't underestimate yourself. Although your strength is not high, you should have some weight on Sister Lan's side." Xianxia frowned slightly. Before this, Lao Bai had also said that the lady boss valued him very much. Now that Yui had said something similar, it made him feel a little confused. He and the lady boss had not known each other for a long time, and the only connection between them was the destruction of the First Inn. However, thinking about it carefully, the lady boss had indeed taken care of him during this period of time. She had given him 7 masks, refined the shadowless veil, and even gave him a shuttle from her territory. Last time, when he had a conflict with Hai Gongzi, the lady boss had even killed him outside of Star City. Thinking about it this way, the lady boss was indeed very kind to him. Sister Lan is seriously injured and is now recuperating in the Heavenly Palace. I'm afraid she won't be able to recover for at least a year. Yui changed the topic. "Before Sister Lan goes to my place, I hope you can follow me." "Follow you just because you say so?" Yui covered her mouth and chuckled. "Although I'm injured, it shouldn't be a problem to take you down." Xianxia changed his hand seals and shouted, "You can try. If you dare, that you guy yesterday will be your tomorrow." Yui's expression turned serious. The scene of Elder Yu being killed by Miemeng was still vivid in her mind. The 4th grade Kai Tian was completely powerless in front of Miemeng. Even his spirit avatar was pecked out and swallowed into his stomach. Although she was a 5th grade, she was still injured. Compared to Elder Yu, she was not much stronger. For pairs of eyes met. Yui's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, while Xianxia had a provocative look on his face. After a long while, Yui finally shouted, "Are you trying to scare me?" She reached out to grab Xianxia. Xianxia's expression stiffened. He did not even have the intention to resist and let her grab him by the collar. Once exposed, it was meaningless to use the tiger's skin as a flag. Miemeng's golden feathers were already gone. Facing a powerhouse like Yuhi, any resistance would only be asking for trouble. With such a close distance between them, even if he wanted to teleport away, he had no chance. "As expected, you're lying." Yui snorted. She raised her hand and knocked Xianxia on the head, neither too hard nor too light. Yang Kai covered his head and looked at her angrily. He had never been knocked on the head by a woman in his life. It was a great humiliation, but the situation was worse, so he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. You still dare to glare at me? Yuhi raised her hand and knocked him again. Yang Kai took 2 steps back and shouted angrily, I'm warning you. If you continue to be so touchy, don't blame me for being impolite. Oh, Yui's eyes narrowed slightly. How are you going to be impolite? Let's hear it. Yang Kai glared at her angrily, his grief and indignation reaching its peak. Suddenly, Yuhi laughed lightly. All right, I'll make a deal with you. My condition is not very good, so I won't waste my energy to imprison you. You should be good and don't run. It'll save everyone some trouble. At least you know what's good for you. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Since this woman planned to capture him alive to use as a bargaining chip in future negotiations with the lady boss, she shouldn't do anything to him. Without a threat to his life, Yang Kai's mood relaxed. Yuhi slowly shook her head, not in the mood to bicker with him. She looked around and said, Then it's settled. Come with me. As he spoke, he actually took the lead and led the way. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before giving up on the idea of escaping. Although Yuhi's back was to him, Yang Kai believed that as long as he made the slightest move, she would immediately take action. In front of a 5th stage heaven splitter, Yang Kai really didn't have the confidence to escape. He secretly swore, Wait for the lady boss to come pick me up in a year and see how I'll get my revenge. But then again, the lady boss should come pick him up, right? Yui clearly wanted to treat her wounds, so Yang Kai didn't bother to say anything to her. The two of them shuttled through the void, crossing one territory gate after another. The way the two of them interacted was a bit strange. In name, Yang Kai was being held hostage, but in reality, Yui didn't make things difficult for him. Instead, when flying, she deliberately slowed down so that he could keep up. After 6 or 7 days like this, Yui's wounds were more or less healed. And as early as 3 days ago, this woman had become more talkative, asking Yang Kai many things. When Yang Kai was in a good mood, he would chat with her, and when he was in a bad mood, he would ignore her. Yui didn't seem angry, and instead smiled all day long, making Yang Kai wonder if this woman's mind was a bit twisted. In particular, the way she often looked at him was a bit strange. After passing through this territory gate, we still have to pass through 2 large territory gates before we reach our destination, Yui said as she flew, pointing at the territory gate in front of them. Your home is very far away. Yang Kai followed behind her. After a few days of being together, Yang Kai's hostility toward her was not as strong. It's okay. Let's go to the star market over there. I want to buy something. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He didn't have the power to make the decision, and knew he would go wherever she said. But this woman dared to take him to the star market. Was she not afraid that he would take the opportunity to escape? Yui seemed to know what he was thinking. She turned around and smiled. That star market is an ownerless place. Fighting is prohibited. If you want to escape, you could try. Yang Kai couldn't help but curl his lips. He wondered why this woman was so bold. She didn't want to go to any other star market, but this one. So there was this reason. After passing through the territory gate, Yui led Yang Kai to a star market. This star market gave Yang Kai a completely different feeling from the first inn. As soon as he entered the star market, he saw people fighting on the streets. It was very chaotic. Many people looked at him with malicious eyes, especially when they looked at Yuhi's graceful figure. Greed flashed in their eyes from time to time. However, they were afraid of Yuhi's powerful aura, so no one dared to cause trouble. Instead of calling this a star market, Yang Kai felt that it was more appropriate to call it a black market. This seemed to be a place where people who lived in the dark gathered. The star market was very large. It was several times larger than the star market managed by Dejan Tion. There are also many people gathered here. Yang Kai roughly estimated that there were at least several 100,000 people here. Following Yuhi in his several stores, Yang Kai was speechless as he watched her spend money like water. This 5th stage, splitting the heavens, was extraordinary. The things he bought were very messy. Some were for cultivation, and some were for healing. It could be seen that Yuhi often came to this star market and was familiar with the shopkeepers of some of the stores. After shopping for more than half a day, They finally bought all the things they needed. Without stopping, the two were about to leave. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion on the street, and many people looked up at the sky. With such a big movement, it was naturally impossible for Xianxia and Yuhi not to notice. They could not help but stop and look in the direction of everyone's gazes. What he saw caused Kai Yang's brow to wrinkle. Up in the sky, a large mass of pink fog was sweeping towards him. The area covered by this fog was simply indescribable. It seemed to be able to fill his entire field of vision. Furthermore, it was moving at an extremely fast speed. When Xianxia first saw it, the pink fog was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, it was right above the star market and was still pressing down at an extremely fast speed. What is this? Xianxia was stunned and instinctively felt that something was wrong. The great cosmological abyss fog. Before Yuhi could answer, there were already cries of panic on the street, as if someone had recognized the origin of this pink fog. Yui's expression also changed drastically. She grabbed Xianxia's arm and shouted, "Let's go." Xianxia only felt his body lighten, and then the surrounding scenery quickly receded. Surprisingly, Yuhi was doing her best to escape, as if she wanted to escape the range of this fog. Chapter 3983. Yuhi looked as if she was facing a great enemy, which made Xianxia extremely nervous. Although he didn't know what the great cosmological abyss fog was, he could guess that it was definitely not something good. Everyone in Star City was frantically retreating. Everyone was running away. Xianxia turned his head, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Under the shroud of the great cosmological abyss fog, the cultivator, who couldn't escape in time, disappeared into thin air. The pink fog was like an invisible beast that swallowed all the cultivator. No matter how high their cultivation was, they couldn't resist. Xianxia even saw a third-stage heaven splitter, who couldn't resist for a moment even after using all his strength. Not only were the cultivator like this, but even the buildings in Star City and the spirit state where Star City was located were the same. In the fog, the spirit state dissipated, and so did the buildings. 3 breaths. In just 3 breaths after Xianxia discovered the great cosmological abyss fog, more than half of Star City disappeared, including everything in it. Yui grabbed Xianxia's arm and desperately fled. She was a 5th-stage heaven splitter, and her strength wasn't low. When she used her full strength, her speed was extremely fast, but even so, she couldn't escape the pursuit of the fog. Seeing that the fog was about to catch up, Xianxia panicked. "Let go!" The speed of the great cosmological abyss fog was too fast. At this moment, he could only rely on teleportation to have a chance to escape. However, he had a tight grip on him, so Xianxia couldn't use the spatial lawn piece. Yui didn't care about him. Xianxia didn't know about the strangeness of the great cosmological abyss fog, but she was very clear about it. Sensing Xianxia's struggle, she silently injected a force into Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body went soft, and he almost vomited blood in anger. And it was this momentary delay that caused him to lose the best opportunity to escape. The pink fog of the great cosmological abyss swept over from behind, enveloping the two of them in an instant. Xianxia's vision changed, and a feeling of dizziness assaulted him. His entire body was surrounded by the pink mist, and he couldn't see anything else. He couldn't even release his divine sense. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yui's voice entered his ears, her breath like orchids. "Don't be afraid. The fog of the great cosmological abyss has no killing power. You won't die." Xianxia frowned when he heard this. Since it had no lethality, why were the many cultivators in Star City so terrified and uneasy when they saw the fog of the great cosmological abyss? Furthermore, he had seen countless cultivators swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss with his own eyes. Were those people still alive? His body shuttled through the darkness, as if he was falling into an endless abyss. A delicate figure pressed against him. Even though he couldn't see it, Xianxia knew that it was Yueha. He secretly laughed in his heart. A 5th-stage heaven opening actually felt insecure. However, he was more curious at the moment. He didn't know what the fog of the great cosmological abyss was, nor did he know what would happen after he was swallowed by it. However, the current feeling was not unfamiliar. It was as if he was shuttling through an unknown place. It didn't take long for the pink mist that had been wrapping around his body to dissipate. His vision suddenly became clear, and he seemed to have arrived at another world. This was definitely not the Star City just now, because his vision was wide and boundless, as if he was on a plane. There were many cultivators scattered around. Obviously, they were the unlucky ones that had been swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss just now. Looking up at the sky, Xianxia frowned. He saw that the sky was dim, as if it could collapse at any time, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. There were many ruins scattered around behind him. Judging from the shape of these buildings and some plaques, they should be the shops of Star City. It was the first time Xianxia had seen a strange scene that could even swallow some buildings, so he couldn't help but have a strange expression. The cultivator that had been swallowed had different reactions. Some looked excited, some looked depressed, and some even cursed the damned heavens, the great cosmological abyss realm. Yui looked around and murmured, "I didn't expect the rumors to be true." The great cosmological abyss realm? Xianxia turned his head to look at her. It was only then that he realized that she had been grabbing his arm, and he couldn't help but look down. Yui let go and chuckled. Outside this universe, there are 3,000 worlds that are controlled and occupied by various major forces. However, in addition to those known to the world, there are also some hidden in the void, such as the great cosmological abyss realm. The great cosmological abyss realm appears once in 1,000 years, and every time it appears, it's a flash in the pan. No one can find its traces unless they're lucky enough to enter this place. Lucky chance? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. It's both a lucky chance and a disaster. Yui turned her head and glanced at him. The great cosmological abyss realm is mysterious and unfathomable. It drifts outside the universe and is not in the world. If it's not a lucky chance, then what is it? Xianxia sneered. If it's really a lucky chance, why did you flee in panic before? How could any of the surrounding cultivators curse out loud? How could there be anyone with ashen faces? Yui's face gradually turned solemn as she said in a deep voice, "In the past, I only heard that when the great cosmological abyss realm appeared, the great cosmological abyss realm would be shrouded in fog and everything would be devoured. Only when I saw it with my own eyes did I know that the rumors were true." Upon hearing this, Xianxia said thoughtfully, "From what you've said, it's possible to leave the great cosmological abyss realm?" Yui said, "Of course. If it's impossible to leave, how did the rumors about the great cosmological abyss realm spread? However, this place cannot be broken by external forces. As long as you stay here for a certain period of time, you can naturally leave." "How long will it take?" Xianxia frowned. Hearing that it was possible to leave the great cosmological abyss realm, Xianxia was not so worried. He was afraid that he would be trapped in this damned place for the rest of his life. "I'm not sure. Some say it's 10 years, some say it's 20 years, and some say it's 50 years or 100 years. It seems that the time limit of the great cosmological abyss realm is different every time." Xianxia's expression turned solemn. 10 or 20 years was fine, but if they were really trapped here for 50 or 100 years, it would be a little bad. The great cosmological abyss realm is not a good place. You must be careful. Yui stared at him again and said solemnly, "If 10 people enter here, it's already not bad if 1 or 2 can leave alive. Is it very dangerous here?" Xianxia frowned. Yui nodded. "There are many ancient remnant beasts living here. Each of them is tyrannical in strength and can easily massacre entire cities and clans. Moreover, the human heart is the most dangerous." As she spoke, she glanced at the cultivator with different expressions. Xianxia nodded lightly. "You just said that this place is an opportunity and also a disaster. I finally understand the disaster, but where is the opportunity?" Yui chuckled. "The great cosmological abyss realm opens once every 1,000 years, and not everyone can enter it every time. If the great cosmological abyss mist sweeps through the void, I'm afraid that even if the great cosmological abyss realm opens, no one can come here. As far as I know, the last time someone came to the great cosmological abyss realm was thousands of years ago. After thousands of years of nurturing, don't you think this place is a treasure trove?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He continued, some people found enough power here and directly advanced to the high, great heaven opening realm when they left. Some people found the great cosmological abyss fruit here and directly advanced to the next grade. Some people even subdued ancient remnant beasts here and swept through the 3,000 worlds. There are countless examples of people who soared to the sky after obtaining benefits here. It is said that the leaders of Xianyuan Cave Heaven, True Martial Cave Heaven, and Hunyuan Cave Heaven once came to the great cosmological abyss realm. Yang Kai was taken aback when he heard this. He had never heard of the great cosmological fruit before, but the effect of allowing one's cultivation to rise by one's minor realm was too incredible. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder if such a thing really existed. Moreover, the Xianyuan Grotto Heaven, True Martial Grotto Heaven, and Chaos Grotto Heaven were among the top Grotto Heavens, and their leaders were at least grade 8 heaven opening realm experts. How could such a character have come to the great cosmological realm? Did their high achievements have anything to do with the experiences they had here? Everything was unknown, but the only thing Yang Kai could be sure of was that there were indeed many opportunities in the great void realm, and they were not small. Otherwise, why would so many cultivators be so excited? Yui suddenly frowned again. There are too many people coming in this time. I'm afraid there has never been so many people coming in the great cosmological abyss realm before. This time was also a coincidence. The great cosmological abyss mist had swept across a star city. Yang Kai estimated that the people of the entire star city couldn't escape and were all swallowed by the great cosmological abyss realm. Hundreds of thousands of people from the entire star city gathered in the great cosmological abyss realm, which could be said to be a historical precedent. However, Yang Kai felt that there shouldn't be so many people gathered here. They were probably scattered when they entered the great cosmological abyss realm, so there were only a few tens of thousands of people here. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a shrill scream. Startled, Yang Kai turned his head and looked over. He saw a group of people surrounding a big man wielding a saber, confronting another group of people. At the front of the group was a cultivator dressed like a servant. At the moment, his face was filled with pain as he clutched his stomach, a look of horror on his face. On his stomach, there was a bloody wound with blood flowing out. Obviously, it was caused by the big man wielding the saber. The big man with the saber looked disdainful and shouted angrily, "I'll say it again, get out of my way or die." The leader of the group of people confronting him looked like the shopkeeper of a shop. Hearing this, his expression changed and he cupped his hands. "Everyone, we are all in trouble together, so we should help each other. Why do you have to hurt others so easily? My spring herb haul is not without a backer. Aren't you afraid of retribution in the future for doing this?" The big man with the saber sneered. "Retribution? Let's talk about it later." Saying so, he slashed forward with his saber. The shopkeeper's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to retreat, but the big man with the saber was much stronger than him. When the saber slashed down from the top of his head, the saber light bloomed and directly split the shopkeeper in half. When the servants standing behind the shopkeeper saw this, they all screamed in horror and fled in all directions. The big man with the saber laughed wildly and ordered his subordinates, "Take away all the spirit pills in this shop. Don't leave a single one behind." The crowd behind him rushed out in a single file and rushed into the collapsed shop. They lifted up the broken walls and collected bottles of spirit pills into their pouches. Chapter 3984. Human Heart. Yuhi chuckled coldly. Her tone was full of sarcasm, but she had no intention of interfering. The star market was a chaotic place, not to mention that it had been swallowed into the great cosmological realm. Even outside, there were often people fighting to the death on the streets. Yang Kai looked around and found that there were many similar scenes. All the shops in Star Market had been swallowed into the great cosmological realm, and even the goods in the shops were not spared. Now that everyone was trapped here and completely cut off from the outside world, the goods in those shops naturally became popular items, especially places like Spring Herb Hall that specialized in selling pills. It was the favorite of the cultivator. Although the shopkeepers and staff of those shops tried their best to stop them, How could they stop this group of people who were like wolves and tigers? They were all scattered, and the goods in the shops were swept clean. Stop, all of you. Whoever dares to touch my spring herb, Hall's things will die. With a stern shout, a middle-aged old man rushed over from not far away and landed in front of the collapsed spring herb hall. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings with disdain. When the staff of Spring Herb Hall saw him, they were overjoyed and crowded around him. One of the staff cried out, "Master, you have to uphold justice for us. Not only did this guy steal our pills, but he also killed the shopkeeper with a single slash." The newcomer glanced at the shopkeeper's corpse on the ground, then looked up at the big man with the saber. "Did you kill him?" The big man with the saber frowned, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. But soon, this trace of fear disappeared. He rested the saber on his shoulder and sneered, "Master Kong, long time no see." The old man with the surname Kong snorted, "Ding-e, you're quite bold. You know that this is my man, yet you still dare to attack. I think you're tired of living. Obediently kneel down and cripple your own cultivation, and this old man can spare your life. If you dare to be stubborn, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." The man called Ding-e heard this and said, "Master Kong is really impressive." Shaking his head, he grinned and said, "If we were outside, I wouldn't dare to offend your Excellency Kong, who is at level 3 of the heaven-splitting realm. I could only kneel down and lick your boots. But your Excellency Kong, have you forgotten where you are? This is the Great Cosmological Realm, and the Great Cosmological Realm is sealed by the Great Cosmological Realm's fog. I wonder what kind of strength Master Kong can unleash with his third-stage heaven-opening cultivation base." The old man, surnamed Kong, said angrily, "More than enough to kill you." Ding-e brandished his saber and stepped forward. He squinted and said, "Then I'll have to experience Master Kang's skills." "You're courting death." Old man Kong was infuriated. This person that used to bow and scrape before him had actually brazenly provoked him at this moment. How could he endure this? As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Ding-e and slammed his palm down. Ding-e was not afraid when he saw this. Instead, his eyes lit up and he laughed. "You old dog, you've been riding on my head for hundreds of years. Today, I'll get some interest back." From the meaning of his words, it seemed that he had some enmity with this old man, surnamed Kong. Otherwise, he would not have targeted Spring Herb Hall. The saber light surged and slashed down. A violent power lingered on the long saber, cutting through the old man, surnamed Kang's palm force, and pressing forward. The old man, surnamed Kong, struck out several palms in succession. With a few booms, the two figures separated as soon as they touched. Ding-e retreated dozens of feet and crashed into a collapsed shop. The old man, surnamed Kong, only took 3 steps back before stabilizing his body. As soon as they exchanged blows, Ding-e fell into a disadvantage. However, this scene made countless people's eyes burn in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators. This old man, surnamed Kong, was at level 3 of the Splitting Heaven realm. If they were outside, Ding-e would not be able to contend with him. However, in the Great Cosmological Realm, although Ding-e was still not his opponent, he was at least qualified to fight him. It turned out to be true that the Great Cosmological Realm's fog sealed the universe. Everyone was enlightened. Rumble. Like muffled thunder rolling across the ground, Ding-e rushed out of the collapsed building with a saber. Although blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were shining. He waved his saber and said, "Brothers, there is no splitting heaven in the Great Cosmological Realm. This old dog has humiliated us for many years. Today, let's take revenge together." As soon as he said that, the cultivators who had followed Ding-e before were all shocked. They summoned their secret treasures and followed Ding-e to attack the old man, surnamed Kong. The old man, surnamed Kang's expression changed drastically. Although the Spring Herb Hall's workers joined forces to help, the huge gap in numbers could not be made up for. Screams rang out, and the workers of the Spring Herb Hall fell to the ground and died in less than 3 breaths. Even the old man, surnamed Kong, was hit by the power of several secret treasures and spat out blood. Seeing that things were not going well, the old man, surnamed Kong, gritted his teeth and said, "Ding Yi, this old man will definitely return today's grudge 100-fold. Remember this." After saying that, he turned around and rushed out of Star City. Although Ding Yi led everyone to stop him, he was powerless. After all, the old man surnamed Kong had the foundation of a third stage splitting heaven. Although he could not exert his full strength in the great cosmological realm, Ding Yi and the others could not stop him if he wanted to escape. Looking at the departing figure of the old man surnamed Kong, Ding Yi spat fiercely on the ground, full of unwillingness. In Star City, countless people watched this scene with different thoughts. Some were happy, while others were sad. Ding Yi raised his arms and shouted at the right time, "Brothers, we venerable sovereigns have been living a humble and difficult life outside this universe, all thanks to those arrogant heaven-opening masters. Today, the heavens have given us a great opportunity to enter the great cosmological realm. Do you still want to let those arrogant heaven-opening masters ride on your heads? Why don't you follow this Ding Yi and overturn this heaven and flatten this earth? When you leave in the future, you will also be able to look down on all living beings." These words were extremely provocative and resonated with the hearts of many, especially those Emperor Realm Masters who had always been bullied by heaven-splitting realm cultivators. They all resonated with Ding Yi's words and longed to be able to overturn the situation, their eyes burning with passion as they stared at him. In an instant, many people gathered around Ding Yi, as if they wanted to follow his lead. Xianxia leisurely turned his head to look at Yua. The fog of the great cosmological realm suppresses the universe, and there is no splitting heaven in the great cosmological realm. Although he did not know what the old man surnamed Kang's true cultivation was, since Ding Yi said that he was a third stage splitting heaven, it should not be wrong. However, in the battle just now, the old man surnamed Kong had only displayed the strength of a peak venerable sovereign. Where was the power of splitting heaven? Thinking back to what Ding Yi had said before, Xianxia had some guesses in his heart. Yua hesitated for a while before sighing. Yes, although the fog of the great cosmological realm is not lethal, it is extremely strange. If it invades the body, it will seal the lesser universe world. In other words, in the great cosmological realm, splitting heaven realms are unable to display their full strength, which is why there is the saying that there is no splitting heaven in the great cosmological realm. Xianxia stared at her deeply for a while before grinning. "Then you're in trouble." He could not help but laugh at the sky. Originally, Xianxia was a little unhappy that he had suddenly fallen to such a place. He felt that if Yua had not held him hostage, he might not have encountered such a situation, but now, it seemed that he had to thank her properly. In the great cosmological realm, the splitting heaven realm's lesser universe world was sealed. With the lesser universe world sealed, the strength that a splitting heaven realm cultivator could display was limited, just like that old man surnamed Kong, who was at the peak of the Emperor realm. If not for this, how could old man surnamed Kong, a third-grade splitting heaven realm cultivator, be beaten to a pulp by Ding Yi and the others? And at the level of the Emperor realm, when had Xianxia ever been afraid of anyone? He had never thought that there would be a time when he could do whatever he wanted outside of the universe world. Yua snorted lightly. So what if the universe world is sealed? A splitting heaven realm cultivator is a splitting heaven realm cultivator after all. His foundation is there, and the ordinary people of the Emperor realm can't be his match at all. Xianxia put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "That's because you can't imagine what I'm capable of." After a pause, he continued, "Besides, the number of people from the Emperor realm in this star market is more than 100 times that of splitting heaven realm cultivators. If one person is not a match, how could 10 not be a match?" Yua said angrily, "You want to fight me?" Xianxia turned his head and smiled. "There's no need for that. Someone will make a move against you. After all, you're a high and mighty, splitting heaven realm cultivator." Yueha's expression changed slightly when she heard this. When she turned her head, she saw Ding Yi staring straight at her. His eyes were filled with greed and passion, constantly rotating on her beautiful face and voluptuous body. He pointed his long blade and shouted, "Brothers, I remember that this woman seems to be a fifth stage splitting heaven realm cultivator. What do you think we should do?" "Fifth stage splitting heaven realm," a group of people exclaimed. For most cultivators, splitting heaven realm cultivators were high and mighty existences. Even a third stage splitting heaven realm cultivator like the old man surnamed Kong was a great figure in their eyes, let alone a fifth stage splitting heaven realm cultivator. Many people had never seen such a powerful expert in their lives. This was especially so for Yue's charm. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were watery, as if they could seduce souls. In an instant, many people's hearts were stirred, and greed was born. Take her down. So what if you're a fifth stage splitting heaven realm cultivator? She's the same as us in the great cosmological realm. TSK, a fifth stage splitting heaven realm cultivator. I've never played with such a master in my life. If I can have a good night with her, it'll be worth it even if I die. This woman doesn't look like a decent person. She must be very exciting in bed. Obscenities came from all directions, causing Yueha's expression to turn cold, and her body overflowed with killing intent. Normally, these guys from the Emperor Realm, or even the Emperor Realm, would not dare to talk to her like this. However, in the special environment of the great cosmological realm, coupled with Ding Yi's bewitchment just now, the dark side of people's hearts was immediately exposed. It seemed that just the filth of words could give this group of people a lot of pleasure, and their words became more and more unbearable. Yueha trembled with anger. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "You're courting death." Ding Yi sneered and said, "The last guy who said that has already fled in embarrassment. Madam, if you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender obediently. Then, I may be able to take good care of you. But if you don't blame us for not knowing how to show you mercy when we fight later." As he spoke, the saber light on his long saber flickered, making him look even more ferocious. Chapter 3985. Yuhi secretly gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait to slap Ding Yi to death, but she also knew that she didn't have the ability to do so in the great cosmological realm. Judging from Ding Yi's fight with Old Man Kong just now, Ding Yi's strength in the Emperor Realm wasn't weak. It was unrealistic for her to take Ding Yi down with the strength that she could display now. Ding Yi pointed his saber and said aggressively, "Madam, you decide whether to stay or fight." Yuhi glared at him bitterly before turning to look at Yang Kai with a trace of longing in her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai just looked at her with a smile and was indifferent. To him, Yuhi was an enemy and not a friend. He was already being very kind by not adding insult to injury, so why would he care about her life or death? "You're on your own." A trace of disappointment flashed in Yuhi's eyes. Her figure swayed, and she quickly rushed out of the star market. Ding Yi looked on coldly and had no intention of pursuing. Old Man Kong, who was a third-grade heaven splitter, could escape from the siege of everyone. So Yuhi, who was a fifth-grade heaven splitter, naturally had the same ability. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to do anything useless. He turned his head and looked deeply at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shrugged. "I have a grudge with her. That better be the case." Ding Yi snorted and turned to face the many cultivators. He shouted, "Today I, Ding Yi, want to establish D Tian and D Zun as the heavens. This dilapidated star market will be my headquarters in the great cosmological realm. Anyone who is willing to join can stay and live and die with me and my brothers. We will share blessings and hardships together. If anyone is unwilling, please leave quickly. If there are still people who have nothing to do here before tomorrow, don't blame me for being merciless." As he spoke, he slashed down with his saber, and a gully appeared on the ground. Yang Kai frowned. This Ding Yi seemed to be quite a character. He actually took this opportunity to raise the flag and gather people. It was a very smart decision. The opening of the great cosmological realm this time was completely different from before. There were too many people entering, and it was difficult to fight alone. If they could gather some people, it would be convenient for them to do anything. However, it seemed that he wanted to occupy this dilapidated star market. This would definitely arouse the disgust of many people, especially the heaven splitters who were still hiding in the star market. But then again, if this Tion could be established and survive a few more tribulations, the peoples will be useful. Tiandi will share blessings and hardships together. To Yang Kai's surprise, when Ding Yi's words fell, dozens of people began to shout, and the number of people continued to increase as their voices rose. Yang Kai was stunned. He had not been in the outside world for long. Apart from the period when he was a servant in the Kikikyo land, he had lived a relatively comfortable life on the first shelf, so he could not understand the status of the Emperor realm in the 3,000 worlds. But then he thought of Luo Hai. If Luo Hai was here, she would probably be attracted by Tion's ideals. With this thought, Yang Kai felt relieved. It was rare to have such a chance to make a comeback. So how could these people from the Emperor realm not grasp it? The cheers grew louder and louder. The dozens of people gradually increased to over 100, and then to several hundred. Ding Yi's face was flushed red in front of everyone's eyes. He raised a long saber in his hand and looked at the familiar and unfamiliar faces below in high spirits. As the saying goes, heroes only show their true colors when the sea is turbulent, and heroes emerge in troubled times. At this moment, two figures suddenly rushed over from the distance. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the two people were the old man surnamed Kong and Yuhi who had left earlier. He did not know what they were thinking, but they actually returned. Furthermore, their expressions were very serious, as if something big had happened. "Old dog, you still dare to come back?" Ding, he also noticed the old man surnamed Kong and laughed. "I'll use your head as an offering to my Tion's flag." Who knew that the old man surnamed Kong would ignore him and continue to flee, leaving Ding stunned. Yuhi rushed to Yang Kai's side and grabbed him, shouting, "Let's go." Yang Kai frowned. Just as he was about to say something, he felt the ground tremble. At first, the tremors were not intense, but soon, a rumbling sound could be heard, as if thunder was rolling. Yang Kai's expression changed as he vaguely sensed something. He looked up and saw a black mass of things rushing over. Their speed was not much slower than the old man surnamed Kong and Yuhi's. The darkness was endless, as if there was no end to it. It covered the sky and the earth, and it was a group of strange beasts of different sizes and shapes. It was unknown whether Yuhi and the old man surnamed Kong were chased back or deliberately lured here, especially the few strange beasts in the lead. They were extremely large, and their overflowing hostility was terrifying. Even Yang Kai's expression changed slightly when he saw them. How could he dare to hesitate? Following that, Yuhi's figure flashed and fled into the distance. The Star City was instantly in chaos. Ding, he also widened his eyes, and his heart was cold. He had thought that it was a good opportunity to make a name for himself, but who knew that he would encounter such a calamity as soon as he raised his flag? He did not know if he could leave this place alive. However, he was determined and made a decision in an instant. He raised his arms and shouted, "The beast tide is attacking. We can only have a chance of survival by huddling together. If you don't want to die, follow me." As he shouted, he urged his power, and his body shone brightly as he rushed in the opposite direction of the beast tide. As soon as he moved, quite a number of people followed behind him. A rough count showed that there were at least 1,000 people following him. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Star City. Although they had been scattered when they were swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, there were still tens of thousands of people gathered here. If everyone worked together, they might be able to guard this place. However, tens of thousands of people had different thoughts, so how could there be a unified command? Therefore, before the beast tide arrived, everyone dispersed. The beast tide caused a huge commotion. Soon, everyone in the Star City knew about it and fled. Yang Kai and Yuhi rushed all the way to the other side of Star City, thinking that they would be able to fly freely like birds in the sky, but they hadn't expected that the cultivators on the other side would suddenly rush towards them. Many of them collided midair and fell to the ground. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad premonition. When he looked up, his eyes could not help but shrink. Yuhi also exclaimed, "There's one here too." No wonder the people over there would rush over here. It turned out that there was also a beast tide over there. Yang Kai frowned and flew straight into the sky. He looked left and right and could not help but feel a headache. Not only was there a beast tide attacking from the front and back, but the Star City was completely surrounded by the beast tide. There were mutated beasts in all directions. If they wanted to leave this place, they had to kill their way out. When he landed, Yuhi asked, "How was it?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Yuhi understood and was not very nervous. She looked at him and said, "Don't be too far away from me, or I won't be able to take care of you." Yang Kai had a strange expression when he heard this. He pondered for a moment and gave up on using the law of space to escape. A figure approached. It was the old man, surnamed Kong, who had escaped with Yuhi. "Madam, shall we work together to kill our way out?" Yuhi smiled gently. "That's the only way." The old man, surnamed Kong, glanced at Yang Kai and frowned. "You want to bring this burden along?" The reason he looked for Yuhi was because he knew that he was in the heaven opening realm. Even though the mini-universe world in her body was sealed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, the power of the heaven opening realm was still stronger. What could Yang Kai do in the Emperor realm in front of this beast tide? He would only be a burden to the two of them. "This is my young master. Of course I have to protect his safety." Yuhi's smile faded. "If you think my young master will be a burden to you, it's fine if we don't work together." Hearing this, the old man, surnamed Kong, was taken aback. He had been in Star City for a long time and had seen Yuhi before. He knew that she was in the 5th stage of the heaven opening realm. What was the background of the person she called her young master? Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. Is this woman crazy? Do I look like a young master from a big faction? Thinking back to the beast tide attack, the first thing she did when she ran back was to bring him along. Yang Kai couldn't understand what she was thinking. Without hesitation, the old man, surnamed Kong, said, "Then I'll do as you wish." However, this old man can only take care of himself. If you encounter danger later, don't complain. Yuhi said, "Don't worry, I won't be a burden to you. Let's go." The old man, surnamed Kong, shouted in a low voice and rushed forward. "Keep up." Yuhi also reminded Yang Kai and followed closely. In the blink of an eye, the group of 3 rushed out of Star City. At this moment, many people were also rushing out. Everyone knew that if they continued to stay here, they would only be waiting for death. If they wanted to live, they had to kill their way out. The overwhelming tide of mutant beasts quickly collided with the many cultivators. In an instant, the brilliance of secret techniques and artifacts blossomed. Mutant beasts were beheaded one after another, mixed with miserable cries. There were many mutant beasts, and what was even more terrifying was that each of them possessed extraordinary strength. The environment of the great cosmological realm was excellent, and no one had disturbed it for thousands of years. These mutant beasts were able to grow safely in this place, so their strength was naturally not too bad. After a series of attacks, countless Star City cultivators were killed or injured. Although many were killed, it was only a drop in the ocean in front of the huge beast tide. The old man, surnamed Kang's strength was extraordinary. The reason why he was beaten back just now was that 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. At this moment, he opened a path with a long sword, his strength flowing freely as he moved with the sword, forcibly opening a path of survival in the midst of the beast tide. Yuhi held a red caltrip in her hand, which twisted and turned the mutant beasts into dust. Yang Kai followed behind the 2 heaven-opening realms, taking a leisurely stroll as if he was strolling in a garden. Yuhi took good care of him, and not a single mutant beast could reach him. After a short while, the old man, surnamed Kong, shouted, "Change." As soon as he said this, he retreated with a step, and Yuhi took the opportunity to step forward. Although the two did not discuss it, they cooperated perfectly and swapped positions. After all, the old man, surnamed Kong, was also a little exhausted after standing at the front for a long time. Once he exhausted his strength, he would definitely die without a complete corpse. So how could he do something that would cause him to lose out? This time, Yang Kai was no longer as leisurely. The old man, surnamed Kong, did not take care of Yang Kai like Yui did. Although he killed many of the mutant beasts attacking from all directions, there were still some that slipped through the net. Chapter 3986. Old Man Kong also seemed to want to see Yang Kai's ability. So even though he could intercept some strange beasts, he turned a deaf ear to them and allowed them to rush towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a series of moon blades, cutting the approaching beasts in half before they could even get close, their corpses sliced cleanly in half. Space Divine Technique. Old Man Kong narrowed his eyes, secretly wondering if this young man was really the young master of some great force. Even outside of this universe, there were not many who were proficient in the Space Divine Technique, let alone condensing their own Tao seal with the Space Divine Technique. The Tao of space was more profound and obscure than other Taos, and it was difficult to cultivate it. Without huge resources and the guidance of a famous teacher, how could this young man have such a deep understanding of the Tao of space? Thinking of this, Old Man Kong could not help but look at Yang Kai in a higher light, secretly feeling that this person's origin was extraordinary. Otherwise, Wuxia, 5th grade Heaven Splitter, would not have called him young master. Now he was completely relieved. The power Yang Kai displayed now was not inferior to his and Wuxia's. With the three of them working together, their chances of killing their way out had greatly increased. Old Man Kang's thoughts changed, but Yang Kai did not notice. On the contrary, Wuxia glanced back at Yang Kai and was relieved to see that he was at ease. The three of them moved forward, stepping over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but the strange beasts were endless. Old Man Kong and Wuxia had exchanged positions several times in a row, and both of them had consumed a lot of energy. Both of them had extremely solemn expressions. Compared to the monster beast outside, the strange beasts in the great cosmological realm seemed to be much stronger in the same realm. They did not know if it was because of the environment of the great cosmological realm. In the great cosmological realm, there was no heaven splitter. Not only was this the case for the cultivator, but also for these ancient beasts. After accumulating in the same realm for many years, the power they could exert would also be stronger. Gradually, a lot of people gathered around the three of them. At this time, as long as one wasn't a fool, they would know to gather together for warmth. Yang Kai and the other two had been invincible all the way, so they naturally attracted the attention of some people. Under the desire to survive, many people gathered around them. Wuxia and the old man surnamed Kong didn't say anything. At this time, the more people gathered around them, the more advantageous it would be for them. Thus, they tacitly approved of the actions of those people. After the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, 100 people had already gathered, and as time passed, even more people were approaching. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Brother Yang? Is it Brother Yang?" The voice sounded a little familiar. Yang Kai looked over in surprise, only to see a man bathed in blood, wielding a sharp sword as he charged over. There were a few people following behind him, but there were many strange beasts between them, so they couldn't get close for a while. Their eyes met. Yang Kai was surprised. "Brother Meng." This person was none other than Meng Hong of the Great Moon Prefecture. Yang Kai didn't expect to meet someone he knew here. He wasn't very familiar with Meng Hong, but they had been together for a while. At that time, he took Asan to look for his relatives. After finding Wei Kei, they were arranged to stay in a ship in the Great Moon Prefecture. At that time, it was Meng Hong who arranged the room for them. Knowing that Yang Kai had just entered the outer space and was confused about this place, Meng Hong gave him a jade slip that introduced all kinds of information about the outer space. However, after the incident at the Golden Crow Palace, Yang Kai stole the Golden Crow's corpse and fled back to the First Inn. The Great Moon Prefecture was too weak to protect Yang Kai, so Wei Kei and the head of the Great Moon Prefecture gave him some compensation and left. Before they left, they were asked by Yang Kai to bring Old Fong and Dai Yu to the Great Moon Prefecture. Meng Hong had a good character and was the leader of this generation of the Great Moon Prefecture, so he could be considered generous and honest. Since he was an acquaintance, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. His figure flickered and he rushed over. The moon blade at his fingertips spat out, cutting down the strange beasts. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Meng Hong's side. "It's really you, Brother Yang." Meng Hong was surprised and delighted. "I thought I recognized the wrong person." Yang Kai grinned. "I also didn't expect to meet Brother Meng here." Let's not talk about small talk. Come with me. Meng Hong nodded. Thank you, Brother Yang. He turned around and called out to his companions. Let's go. When Yang Kai went to pick them up, Yuehe, who was leading the charge, immediately stopped. She waited until Yang Kai brought Meng Hong and the others back to the team before Yuehe moved forward again. This action made the old man, surnamed Kong, frown slightly. He was a little unhappy, but since nothing happened, he didn't bother to say anything. Although this group of over 100 people was unable to influence the overall situation in front of this overwhelming beast tide, at the very least, they had some ability to protect themselves. Although they did not know each other, in order to survive, their will was as strong as an impregnable fortress. Everyone twisted their strength into a rope, and like a sharp arrow, they shot outwards. Brother Meng, why are you here? Yang Kai asked casually as he attacked. Meng Hong smiled bitterly. There is a property in Star City that belongs to the Great Moon Prefecture. I came here to check the accounts. Yang Kai laughed when he heard this. Then you're really unlucky. Meng Hong said, Brother Yang, what about you? Why are you here? It's a coincidence. Kai Yang said casually. It wasn't that he didn't want to say he was being held hostage. That would be too shameful. Oh, I forgot to introduce you to Brother Yang. These are my junior brothers and junior sisters. This is junior sister Chunyu from the 100 Spirit Prefecture. Meng Hong pointed to the people who came with him and introduced them. When he talked about his junior brothers and junior sisters, Meng Hong's expression was natural, but when he mentioned Chunyu from the 100 Spirit Prefecture, Meng Hong's expression became tender and sweet. Yang Kai couldn't help glancing at Chunyu and found that this woman had a sweet appearance and an exquisite figure. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Meng Hong was interested in this woman. As for the disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture, 2 of them looked familiar to Yang Kai, and he thought that he had seen them before. After all, Kai Yang had saved them, which was a debt of gratitude. Chunyu even smiled sweetly and said, Many thanks, senior brother Kai, for saving me. It was like I was in water and fire. Her voice was sweet, but it didn't lose its purity and was very pleasant to listen to. Yang Kai nodded and said, Junior Sister Chun, you're too polite. It's not a big deal. Let's think of a way to get through this difficult situation first. Chunyu said generously, I'll listen to Brother Yang's instructions. While they were talking, the earth shook violently and an extremely fierce aura rushed toward them. The old man, surnamed Kong, who was leading the way, exclaimed, Thunder roar. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. They saw an extremely enormous exotic beast that seemed like a rhinoceros charging over. Even though this exotic beast was enormous, its speed wasn't slow at all. As it approached, numerous tiny bolts of lightning actually appeared in the heavens and the earth. They drifted through the air and touched the bodies of everyone, causing them to feel numb. Exclamations were heard, and everyone panicked. Yang Kai's eyes also narrowed slightly. Thunder roars were famous fierce beasts in the 3,000 worlds. They were an ancient remnant, and judging from the ferocity of this thunder roar, it had probably cultivated to the limit of the great cosmological realm. Who would dare to face such a fierce beast head-on? In this huge beast horde, this thunder roar was probably the top existence. Wherever it went, all the beasts would retreat. It was obvious how powerful it was. 1,000 feet away, the thunder roar suddenly let out a dull roar and lowered its head. From the single horn on its forehead, a bolt of lightning struck straight at the old man, surnamed Kong. The blazing white lightning contained the power to destroy the world and ignored the barriers of space, crossing 1,000 feet. The lightning bolt was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. What made everyone's expression change drastically was that in the face of this terrifying blow, the old man, surnamed Kong, didn't even think about it and directly dodged to the side. Even so, his speed was slightly slower and half of his body was grazed by the lightning bolt, instantly emitting a burnt smell. He was the one in the lead, so with such a dodge, he immediately exposed everyone behind him. Although he could also dodge, she didn't move. Instead, she shook the red caltrip in her hand and turned it into a blood-red shield in front of her. With a loud bang, a bright white light burst forth. The blood-red shield only lasted a breath of time before it was broken, and the blazing white lightning bolt slammed into Yuhi, sending her flying backwards like a rag sack, blood spraying out of her body. Xianxia reacted quickly and caught her. Looking down, he saw that Yuhi's face was pale and the corners of her mouth were full of blood. Her delicate body was trembling uncontrollably, obviously heavily injured. Asterisk, dong, dong, dong. Asterisk, the earth trembled as the Thunder Roar's attack was successful, and it quickly rushed forward. This team of over 100 people had been put together at the last minute, so seeing one of the two Kai Tian leaders flee and the other injured, how could they dare to remain in place? In the blink of an eye, the group of people had all run away. Only Meng Hong and the others remained. After all, Xianxia had just saved them, so they couldn't just leave Xianxia behind. Meng Hong anxiously shouted, "Brother Yang, run!" Xianxia ignored him and looked at Yuhi in his arms with a strange expression. "Why didn't you dodge?" Yuhi forced out a laugh. "You're still behind me. What would I do if I dodged?" If a heaven-opening realm cultivator like her was reduced to such a state, if Xianxia was struck by the lightning bolt, his soul would likely scatter. "Am I that close to you?" Xianxia looked at her speechlessly. Yuhi pursed her lips and stubbornly refused to speak. "AI." Xianxia sighed lightly and turned around, handing Yuhi to Chunyu. "Help me look after her." "What are you doing?" Yuhi asked in shock. Meng Hong and the others were also stunned. Looking over, they saw Xianxia walking forward step by step, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and his heroic figure standing straight like a mountain, deeply imprinted in everyone's eyes. With a cracking sound, the horn on the Thunder Roar's forehead released a blazing white lightning bolt that shot towards Xianxia like a dragon emerging from the sea. "Go away!" Yuhi screamed in horror. Meng Hong also cried out, "Brother Yang, be careful!" As soon as he said this, Xianxia punched out, his deep voice ringing in everyone's hearts. Exile! Wherever the fist arrived, space collapsed, instantly forming a huge black hole. This black hole was filled with an aura of primal chaos and nothingness, and a lightning bolt that could injure a heaven-opening realm cultivator plunged into it and disappeared. The black hole disappeared in a flash, and Xianxia withdrew his fist, completely unharmed. Silence. Chapter 3987. His heroic figure was like a mountain peak, like a harbor that could block all storms. In this chaotic land filled with mutant beasts, he gave off an indescribable sense of security. Yuhi, who was in Chun Yu's embrace, opened her mouth slightly as she stared blankly at the back of the figure blocking her way. The figure slowly overlapped with the figure in her memories. Once, that person had also blocked in front of her like this, blocking all the incoming dangers for her. The memories buried deep in her mind surged, causing Yuhi's body to tremble slightly. Chunyu was also dumbfounded, muttering, "Brother Yang is so powerful." Xianxia's Thunder Roar had forced Old Man Kong to dodge and severely injured Yuhi, but the same attack had been easily blocked by Xianxia. Comparing the two events, the impact on everyone present was simply too great, making it hard to believe. Meng Hong slowly shook his head, a dumbfounded expression on his face. He didn't know whether Xianxia was strong or not, but he knew that Xianxia was quite bold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have snatched the Golden Crow's corpse in front of a group of heaven-opening realm masters in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, and then miraculously allowed him to escape back to the First Inn. Yes, if he didn't have some ability, how could he have escaped the pursuit of so many heaven-opening realm masters? He had heard his martial uncle Wei Kei say that Xianxia was very good at running, but now it seemed that not only could he run, his own strength was also extraordinary. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a heaven-shaking roar rang out. The Thunder Roar was completely enraged when it saw Xianxia block its attack. The horn on its forehead flashed with lightning once more, and with a crackling sound, a terrifying bolt of lightning took shape and was about to burst out. "Brother Yang, be careful," Meng Hong shouted. As soon as he said this, a figure flashed, and Xianxia appeared in front of the Thunder Roar like a ghost. His small figure formed a stark contrast with the Thunder Roar's massive body, but the two's auras were not inferior in the slightest. Under everyone's gazes, Xianxia punched out once more, his space principles fluctuating as he ruthlessly smashed down. A single punch collapsed. A huge black hole took shape, wrapping around Thunder Roar's head. The space law raged as it shrank. The Thunder Roar shook its head and let out a painful roar. In the black hole, lightning was rampant, as if there were electric dragons swimming, fighting against the void power that could destroy all things. The black hole collapsed in an instant, and Leho staggered back. His eyes, which were originally emitting a fierce light, were now crimson red. When everyone looked over, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The horn on Leho's forehead had disappeared without a trace. Not only that, his huge head was full of cuts, and blood was dripping. The monster beast refined its body into a secret treasure, and the power of its strong body was not much weaker than that of a secret treasure. The horn was the strongest part of Thunder Roar, and now it had disappeared. This made everyone deeply understand the horror of Xianxia's attack. No one below the heaven-opening realm could withstand such a punch. Yuhi was dumbfounded. Only now did she understand how terrifying this young man's strength was. Chunyu's beautiful eyes also lit up, staring at Xianxia's movements without blinking. On the other side, Old Man Kong was beheading the monster beast that had gathered around while paying attention to the situation here. He had a complicated look on his face as he thought to himself, "Is this the foundation of a disciple from a great force?" For someone like him, who had worked hard all his life but could only reach the third-grade heaven-opening realm, he simply could not imagine where such power came from. Asterisk hoochie hoochie. Asterisk Thunder Roar staggered back, its breathing like a war drum. The destruction of its horn not only did not make it retreat, but instead aroused its ferocity. Xianxia was also surprised that his collapsed divine technique had failed to take Thunder Roar's life. It seemed that the monster beasts in the great cosmological realm could not be judged by common sense. The earth trembled as Leho dashed straight towards Xianxia. Its huge body was surrounded by arcs of lightning, and as it dashed forward, small arcs of electricity covered a radius of 1,000 meters. There were even bolts of lightning falling from the sky, making the scene look extremely dangerous. Xianxia grinned as he cracked his neck and cracked his knuckles. Then, he suddenly assumed a parrying stance. What is he trying to do? Chunyu was stunned. Meng Hong's expression changed. Is he trying to wrestle with Thunder Roar? He's crazy, he's crazy. Old Man Kong, who had been paying attention to this scene, also shook his head, wondering if there was something wrong with Xianxia's head. Why would he want to wrestle with such a huge monster beast? Even though Xianxia's previous performance was extremely eye-catching, blocking the lightning with a punch and injuring Thunder Roar with a punch wasn't such an arrogant move courting death. No matter how strong a cultivator's physical body was, how could it be stronger than a monster beast? The monster beast talent in this aspect was unparalleled, not to mention that Thunder Roar was an ancient remnant beast. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk in front of everyone's eyes, Leho arrived in front of Xianxia in a few steps. Lowering his head, it was as if a mountain had crashed into him. Even if there was a star in front of him, it would have been smashed to pieces. Chunyu turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. Meng Hong also closed his eyes. Only Yuhi's beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly, but they were filled with worry and anxiety. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a dull sound of collision rang out, mixed with Thunder Roar's low roar. A cry of surprise rang out, containing an inconceivable emotion. "Ah!" Yuhi exclaimed. She reached out to cover her red lips, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. The old man surnamed Kong, who had been paying attention to Xianxia, trembled even more. In his shock, he made a mistake and was injured in the waist by a strange beast, almost losing his life. He was so frightened that he quickly focused on dealing with the crisis in front of him, but the corner of his eyes had been watching Xianxia. Seeming to have sensed that something was wrong, Chunyu slowly turned her head. What she saw shocked her. She saw Yang Kai holding up his hands to the sky, stubbornly resisting the impact of thunder roar. His body did not move, but the ground under his feet could not withstand the force of the collision, and cracks like ravines appeared. "How can this be?" Chen Yu murmured. Meng Hong sensed the shock at her words and hurriedly opened his eyes. The next moment, he was also dumbfounded, his eyes trembling. How could a person block the impact of a strange beast? How terrifying was his strength? Looking around, Yang Kai's robes fluttered in the wind. Although he was being pushed back by thunder roar, he had really managed to block it. 3 breaths later, Yang Kai's retreating figure came to a halt, and with a burst of strength from his feet, he actually managed to force thunder roar back a step. This scene was imprinted in everyone's eyes, making them feel even more incredulous. What happened next was even more shocking. Yang Kai roared, "Rise!" Grabbing thunder roar's massive head with both hands, Yang Kai threw it high into the air. Thunder roar's massive body bared its fangs and brandished its claws mid-air, a comical sight to behold. But no one who saw this scene laughed, feeling that what they had seen today had overturned everything they knew. With a swish, Yang Kai also soared into the sky, heading straight for thunder roar. Midair, Yang Kai reached out and grasped the void, summoning the blue dragon spear. Brandishing the spear, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi, and with a loud dragon roar, the spear shot out like a soaring blue dragon. Thunder Roar's crimson eyes were filled with fear. This spear pierced through Thunder Roar's soft abdomen, and Yang Kai rushed in with his spear, emerging from Thunder Roar's back, leaving behind a cloud of blood. Yang Kai's figure shot out like an arrow, and Thunder Roar's massive body exploded mid-air, sending a rain of blood and bits of flesh flying everywhere. A monster core flashing with lightning entered Yang Kai's eyes, exuding a strong energy fluctuation. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, then turned his head and met the shocked eyes of Old Man Kong. Coldly snorting, Yang Kai slowly descended. Meng Hong and the others stared at him in shock. Compared to Yang Kai's heroic display of killing Thunder Roar with his spear, what shocked them even more was that Yang Kai had blocked Thunder Roar's attack head-on with his own physical strength. After all, Yang Kai's final spear attack had targeted Thunder Roar's abdomen. Although he had killed such a fierce beast in one shot, it was still a bit of a trick. It was not as shocking as fighting head-on with an ancient descendant. Yui obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yu's beautiful eyes flashed, and Meng Hong's face was full of admiration. "Let's go." Yang Kai did not say much, calling out to everyone and taking the lead. Originally, the 2 Heaven Splitters were in the lead, but Old Man Kong had abandoned them at the critical moment, causing Yu-He to be seriously injured. Now, Yang Kai had no choice but to take the lead. To his surprise, as they moved forward, the mutant beasts actually took the initiative to part to the sides, ignoring them and only attacking the cultivator at the back. Meng Hong said excitedly, "These beasts also know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. It seems that Brother Yang killing Thunder Roar has made them feel apprehensive." Yang Kai did not comment, looking thoughtfully at the black dragon spear in his hand. Meng Hong's words might make some sense. After all monster beasts had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. However, Yang Kai felt that the black dragon spear might be the root of these mutant beasts' apprehension. The black dragon spear was filled with dragon's might. So how could these mutant beasts dare to challenge the might of a dragon? However, no matter what, it had saved him a lot of trouble. Seeing this group of people leisurely strolling through the battlefield where thousands of beasts were galloping forward, the cultivators who had scattered like birds and beasts before were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would not have run away, no matter what. Wouldn't it have been better to follow Yang Kai's group? At this moment, they could not come over even if they wanted to. There were mutant beasts everywhere, so they had to kill their way out. "Brother, save us. This little brother is willing to give you all his wealth as a reward," someone shouted from not far away. "Master, save me. If I can survive, I will follow Master's lead in the future. I don't want to die. Brother, save us sisters. We are willing to do anything." Cries for help reached Yang Kai's ears one after another, many of them pleading for their lives, but Yang Kai simply turned a deaf ear to them. For these people who had chosen to flee in the face of disaster, it was their own choice to suffer such a fate. At this time, those who could keep up with his pace, Yang Kai wouldn't stop them, but he also wouldn't be so kind as to deliberately save them. Life and death were ruled by fate, and riches and honor were ruled by the heavens. Chapter 3988. Along the way, Yang Kai's guess was further confirmed. The dragon pressure emanating from the blue dragon spear did indeed have a deterrent effect on these strange beasts. Along the way, there were no longer any obstacles. Occasionally, a few giant beasts with powerful auras glanced over, but even so, none of them showed any intention of stopping them. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the group of several dozen broke out of the range of the beast tide. Looking back, they saw a group of beasts galloping forward, occasionally flashing the brilliance of artifacts and secret techniques. Almost every moment, a cultivator would fall, their blood spraying across the sky. After surviving such a calamity, everyone's heart palpitated, but at the same time, they felt it was inconceivable that they could escape with their lives. Just as everyone was in a daze, a burst of powerful qi burst out. With a loud boom, everyone was shocked. Turning their heads, they saw Yang Kai holding his spear with one arm, his black hair fluttering in the wind as he glared at the old man surnamed Kong with murderous intent. Old man Kang's face was slightly pale. He wasn't weak and had found an opportunity to escape with Kai Yang's group, but he hadn't expected that Kai Yang would suddenly attack him the moment he escaped. He hadn't even settled down yet. "Junior, what are you doing?" The old man, surnamed Kong, stared at Yang Kai angrily and asked, "What else can I do? Of course I'm going to kill you." Yang Kai grinned. "Why else do you think I brought you out here? You want to kill me?" The old man, surnamed Kong, frowned, feeling that Yang Kai was a bit unreasonable. In the end, there was no deep hatred between them, so why force him into a life or death situation? It was just him abandoning everyone at the critical moment, but if it had been anyone else, they would have made the same choice. Every man for himself. The devil takes the hindmost. This was an ancient truth, yet he was willing to go to war over such a trivial matter. Was there something wrong with this young man's head? Although he thought so, the old man, surnamed Kong, still said, "If your excellency wants to kill us, shouldn't you at least give us a reason? I don't like you. Is that reason enough?" Yang Kai said arrogantly. "Junior, you're too arrogant." The old man, surnamed Kong, was furious. "Since you brought this old man out, this old man will show you some respect. Do you really think this old man is afraid of you?" Although he had seen Yang Kai kill the Thunder Roar with his own eyes, the Thunder Roar was only a monster beast after all. Its intelligence was not complete, so how much of its strength could it unleash? He was a third-grade heaven splitter. Although the great cosmological abyss's fog had sealed the small universe in his body, his foundation was still there. If he really fought with Yang Kai, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. However, now that he was in such dire straits, he didn't want to get into a conflict if he could avoid it. After all, he had just gotten into an argument with Ding Yi. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Come on, let's fight." Yang Kai urged his strength, and his spear shot out like a dragon. A ferocious look flashed across Old Man Kang's face as he quickly retreated to avoid Yang Kai's attack. He then turned around and fled like a bolt of lightning. A voice came from afar. "Junior, this old man is injured today, so I won't lower myself to your level. The next time we meet, I'll definitely take your dog life." Previously, he had been injured by the Thunder Roar, and half of his body had been charred by electricity. Later, he had also suffered some minor injuries in the surprise attack. At this time, he was not in the mood to engage in a meaningless fight with Yang Kai. Naturally, he wanted to find a place to heal his injuries as soon as possible. Therefore, although Yang Kai was aggressive, he could only temporarily avoid him. "You want to leave?" Yang Kai sneered. "Stay here." As he spoke, he grabbed forward with one hand. Under the urging of the law of space, the void froze. Old Man Kang's rapidly fleeing figure suddenly stopped. He felt that the surrounding space had become incomparably sticky like a swamp. He cried out in horror, "The power of space!" Although he had seen Yang Kai use the space divine technique with his own eyes and knew that his attainments in the path of space were quite deep, he had not experienced it directly. It was only now that he realized how terrifying this young man was. Old Man Kang's expression changed slightly as he roared, "Open!" His thin and weak body suddenly swelled up and a violent force swept out, breaking through the power of the void and regaining his freedom. However, before he could move forward again, a fierce aura attacked him from behind. Old Man Kong felt his hair stand on end, and without thinking, he summoned a long sword and slashed out. A huge sword chi split the void and slashed towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai was not surprised but instead overjoyed. He laughed and said, "My spear has been empty for a long time. It's been thirsty for a long time." Along the way, he had fought countless battles, both big and small. Yang Kai felt a little tired of it. He asked himself, was the path of martial arts really about fighting and killing? However, ever since he had come to this world, he had not had many opportunities to fight. The heaven-opening cultivators he had met all suppressed him in terms of cultivation. He did not even have the qualifications to fight with them. After not fighting for so long, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that his battle instinct had become a brand in every inch of his flesh and blood. Nothing could compare to the carefree feeling of fighting with others. The only time he had truly fought was when he had been ordered to kill Fong Tai in the Qiqiao land. However, even at that time, there had been 2 heaven-opening cultivators protecting him, so Fong Tai had not been able to display his full strength. Even though he had the protection of the lady boss in the first inn, and even though he was living a life that 90% of Emperor Realm Masters yearned for, Yang Kai still felt a deep sense of loneliness. His body felt like it was about to rust, and his Tao heart, which was always eager to forge ahead, was about to sink. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Finally, he could fight to his heart's content. Finally, he could rely on his own strength to fight a powerful enemy without relying on external items. Yang Kai felt carefree and happy from the bottom of his heart. Looking around, Old Man Kang's face was not only not repulsive, but rather pleasing. With a single thrust of his spear, the weather changed and Old Man Kang's expression changed as well. The sword chi shattered, and the spear pressed forward, imprinting itself in front of Old Man Kong. It was like a giant dragon was shaking its head and wagging its tail, wanting to swallow him whole. Old Man Kong cried out in alarm and formed a hand seal. The sword in his hand trembled, instantly filling the sky with sword images. These sword images seemed both real and fake, and it was impossible to tell which was real. Each sword trembled slightly, and their sword intent soared into the sky as they pointed at Yang Kai. "Go!" Old Man Kong shouted. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword images in the sky turned into a rain of swords that bombarded Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Seeing the power of this move, everyone present paled. Yueha involuntarily clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes staring straight ahead. She asked herself, in the face of such a terrifying attack, with the strength she could display at this moment, there was no way she could deal with it except by dodging. What would happen to Yang Kai after being struck by these countless sword images? Meng Hong's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. AI, that little brother was too careless. After all, Old Man Kong is a 3rd grade splitting the heavens cultivator. So how could he not have some trump cards? Someone sighed. When I saw his divine might just now, I thought he was a peerless genius, but now it seems the heavens are jealous. Someone else sneered. Genius? Only those who can mature are true geniuses. In the 3,000 worlds, how many geniuses have fallen in the growth stage? Back then, Lan Tingyu was a shocking genius, someone who had the opportunity to directly become a high-grade splitting the heavens cultivator. Who in the 3,000 worlds didn't know about him? In the end, didn't he still die? This friend's words are reasonable. Someone agreed. A killing intent suddenly overflowed. Yueha, who had been paying attention to Yang Kai, coldly turned her head and looked at the people who had spoken, If you don't want to die, shut up. The people who had spoken felt the cold, killing intent and immediately fell silent. Cough. Not far away, Old Man Kong coughed lightly, his mouth overflowing. That attack just now had clearly consumed a lot of his energy. Looking at the place where the sword intent was wreaking havoc, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Although you're not bad, you lack respect for the strong. Even if you don't die today, you won't live for long. Remember this principle in your next life. Is that so? Inside the sword domain, a figure rushed out and arrived in front of Old Man Kong in the blink of an eye, staring at him coldly as he said, "Do you only know how to talk big? You're still a third grade, splitting the heavens cultivator. Don't disappoint me." Old Man Kong was shocked and couldn't help retreating. Looking around, if the person who had rushed in front of him wasn't Yang Kai, who else could it be? What shocked him and puzzled him was that Yang Kai had no fatal wounds on his body at this moment, except for some small wounds. How is this possible? That blow just now was the strongest he could muster. Knowing that Yang Kai was strong, how could he dare hold back? He had thought that under such a blow, Yang Kai would either die or be seriously injured. But who would have thought that it would only cause him minor injuries? Shocked, Old Man Kong instinctively raised his hand and thrust out his sword. With a clang, the long spear swept out and the two artifacts collided. Old Man Kong suddenly felt an irresistible force coming from the front, passing through the long sword in his hand and into his body. Old Man Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy's strength is terrifying. No wonder he can wrestle with Thunder Roar. As soon as this thought appeared in Old Man Kang's mind, his body flew out uncontrollably. Although Old Man Kong was shocked, he didn't panic. Taking advantage of the situation, he quickly formed a series of seals with his hands, and the long sword in his hand turned into a stream of light that slashed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai followed like a shadow, his long spear trembling as spear shadows filled the sky and enveloped Old Man Kong. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly as the two figures flew up and down, colliding with each other from time to time, causing the world to change color. Everyone stared at the battle without blinking, feeling that what they saw today was really unbelievable. Even if Old Man Kang's small universe was sealed inside his body, he shouldn't be no match for someone from the Emperor realm. But this was the reality. In front of everyone's eyes, Old Man Kong was suppressed to the point that he could only parry, unable to fight back. Was the young man fighting with Old Man Kong really just from the Emperor realm? After 30 breaths, the two figures collided in midair and separated, standing 1,000 feet apart. Yang Kai's momentum was like a rainbow, his fighting spirit soaring to the sky as he pointed his spear forward. Old Man Kang's aura was declining, as if he had suddenly aged hundreds of years. The long sword artifact in his hand was also dim at this moment. Chapter 3989. Elder Kong lowered his eyes and stared at the long sword in his hand, motionless. A gust of wind swept up, and the world was bleak. A sorrowful voice entered everyone's ears. "Little brother, please let me go." Everyone's expression changed as soon as he said that. Elder Kong was actually defeated? Although Yang Kai's momentum was indeed fierce from the battle just now, they still couldn't believe it when they heard him beg for mercy with their own ears. A third-stage Heaven Splitter had actually been defeated by someone from the Emperor realm. Even if this was the great cosmological abyss and a small universe was sealed here, it was still unbelievable. Moreover, to be able to force a third-stage Heaven Splitter to lower his head and beg for mercy meant that Elder Kong didn't even have the confidence to escape from Yang Kai. This was no longer just a slight advantage. It meant that Yang Kai even had the ability to kill Elder Kong. Yui's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she looked at Yang Kai. Her thoughts drifted, and her expression was complicated. Chun Yu, who was hugging her, had a strange look in her beautiful eyes. Meng Hong let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "A real man should be like this." He was full of yearning, but he didn't know if he could reach Yang Kai's height in this lifetime. It would be a little difficult. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of Chun Yu's expression, and his heart sank. Since this king said that he would kill you, this king wasn't joking. Yang Kai thrust his spear, and rushed in front of Elder Kong in an instant. Elder Kong was shocked and summoned a round shield artifact to block in front of him while he quickly retreated. However, the round shield artifact didn't even manage to block the blue dragon spear for a single breath before collapsing. Under Old Man Kang's shocked gaze, the long spear pierced through his chest and came out, lifting him high into the air. The picture of heaven and earth seemed to be frozen at this moment, shocking everyone to the extreme. Yang Kai's arm shook, and a violent power wantonly shattered Elder Kang's internal organs. Cough! Old Man Kong coughed softly and spat out pieces of his internal organs. He looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. Junior, you dare to use the secret treasure of the dragon. I will not let you off so easily during the dragon race. This old man will leave first and wait for you on the road to the underworld. Just you wait. Yang Kai pulled out his spear and swept it horizontally. Old Kang's head exploded. Yang Kai's mind was stirred. After this bloody battle, the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time were finally released. He was filled with joy, and if he wasn't in this inexplicable great cosmological realm, he would have even had the impulse to laugh out loud. The group of people stared at him with different expressions. Even more gazes were focused on the black dragon spear in his hand. The words that Elder Kong had said before he died made them all very concerned. The secret treasure of the dragon was an artifact made from the body part of the dragon race. Its power was extraordinary. Previously, when Yang Kai used the black dragon spear to fight Elder Kong, although they felt that this artifact was extraordinary, they didn't pay too much attention to it. However, when Elder Kong said those words, they discovered the truth. Above that long spear, there was a faint dragon pressure. What else could it be but a secret treasure of the dragon? It was no wonder that when they killed their way out of the beast tide, many strange beasts took the initiative to retreat to the sides. They originally thought that it was because of Yang Kai's ferocity, but now it seemed that it was because of this secret treasure of the dragon. For a moment, a trace of greed flashed in the eyes of many people. A secret treasure of the dragon was simply a taboo existence in the 3,000 worlds. As Elder Kong said before his death, if this matter was known to the dragon race, Yang Kai would definitely not be able to survive. But then again, how rare was a secret treasure of the dragon? In this great cosmological realm, ancient remnants came out in large numbers. If one had a secret treasure of the dragon in hand, it could often have a deterrent effect and avoid some unnecessary trouble. However, Yang Kai had the power to kill a third-stage heaven splitter. At this time, even if some people were clever, they didn't dare to have any ideas about him. After seeing his battle with Elder Kong with their own eyes, who could guarantee that they were his opponent? They didn't want to get into trouble before they could eat the lamb. After a long while, Yang Kai calmed down the emotions in his heart. He put away the black dragon spear and went to Elder Kang's body to search. After taking his space ring, he called out to Meng Hong and the others, "Let's go." It was not advisable to stay in this dangerous place for long. Who knew if there would be other strange beasts attacking? How could the people of the Great Moon State have any objections? After seeing Yang Kai's combat strength with their own eyes, they naturally felt safer following him at this time. However, after taking a few steps, Yang Kai turned back again and said, "Why are you following me?" He only asked the people of the Great Moon State to follow him, but he didn't expect the dozens of cultivators who had rushed out with him to follow him. A young man who looked like a little fatty walked out with a smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother, we have all fought side by side and can be considered to have gone through life and death together. Moreover, the great cosmological realm is full of dangers, so it's easier to do things with more people. We have seen Brother's power and are willing to follow Brother's lead and listen to your orders. We only hope to leave this great cosmological realm safely." The group of people next to him nodded in agreement. Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, "No need. You can go wherever you want. Just don't follow me." After saying that, he ignored them and went straight ahead. "Brother, brother, wait." The little fatty shouted and hurried to chase after him. Yang Kai turned around, and the black dragon spear suddenly appeared, pressing it against the little fatty's chest. His eyes were cold. "If you dare to talk endlessly, don't blame my spear for being merciless." The little fatty immediately froze in place, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his temples. The corner of his mouth twitched as he raised his hand and said, "Brother, let's talk nicely." Xianxia stared deeply at him, snorted coldly, put away his spear, and turned around. Watching Xianxia and the others leave, the little fatty sighed, as if he had missed a great opportunity. Some people were indignant and felt that Xianxia was too arrogant, but since he didn't want to be followed, they couldn't be thick-skinned and chase after him. They looked at each other for a while before dispersing. Xianxia led the group from Great Moon Province for 300 kilometers and inadvertently entered a mountain valley that was surrounded by mountains on all sides. The valley was filled with the sounds of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers blooming everywhere. There were all kinds of exotic flowers and grasses competing with each other for beauty. As soon as they stepped into this place, everyone couldn't help but have an illusion that they had stepped into a divine realm. Several women's eyes lit up as they looked around. Xianxia looked around, then turned his head and said, "Let's rest here for a while. Brother Meng, you and I will split up to investigate the situation here and see if there are any hidden dangers." "Okay." Meng Hong nodded. After some searching, they found that the valley was not big, only a few dozen acres in size. There were no powerful, fierce beasts living here, so everyone was relieved. They were suddenly swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological realm and were attacked by a beast tide before they could catch their breath. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the Star City, and no one knew how many could escape in the end. No wonder Yue has said before that the great cosmological realm was both a treasure trove and a dangerous place. The previous expedition had exhausted everyone. Now that they had survived the disaster, they felt tired and found a place to recuperate. Xianxia sat cross-legged under a tree, spread his hands in front of him, and looked at his palms thoughtfully. Although he had not been in the great cosmological realm for long, it had been 1 or 2 years. Although he had occasionally seen the battles of the Emperor realm outside this universe, he had not seen as much as he did today. This allowed him to discover something he had not seen before. Those from the Emperor realm who had condensed the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements seemed to be able to activate these different attributes in battle, thereby increasing their combat strength. He suddenly remembered that Old White had activated it once in the Fengyan auction house, but it was quickly suppressed by Old Man Yu, so he did not pay much attention to it that time. Just now, when he was fighting with Old Man Kong, that old man had done the same thing. The power in the Dao seal should be able to be activated. The sound of footsteps came, and a fragrant wind blew in his face. Then a soft body sat down next to him. Xianxia's thoughts were interrupted. He turned his head and saw Yuhi looking at him with a smile. Xianxia could not help but frown. "What are you doing?" This woman's smile was a little sneaky, like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Xianxia was vigilant, but he was not afraid of her in the great cosmological realm. Yuhi hugged her knees with both hands and bent her slender legs. She rested one side of her face on her knees, like a young girl who was ignorant of the world and looking forward to the future. "Why did you kill that old man? Why do you ask so many questions?" "I killed him because I didn't like him," Xianxia said impatiently. "Because he hurt me? Don't flatter yourself." Xianxia could not be bothered to pay attention to her. You did not give up. She moved her head closer and exhaled. "It's because of that, right? Otherwise, why did you kill him? Why are you in heat?" Xianxia was a little speechless. Although this was indeed part of the reason, how could Xianxia admit it? At that time, when Old Man Kong escaped from Thunder Roar, Yuhi could have avoided it, but she did not and chose to take it head-on. She probably thought that if she avoided it, Xianxia and the others behind her would definitely die. This made Xianxia's impression of her change slightly, and he felt that she was still somewhat humane. However, in the end, it was because of this woman that he was implicated in the great cosmological realm. Otherwise, he would be in a universal palace visiting the Lady Boss. Thinking of the Lady Boss, Xianxia asked directly, "How is the Lady Boss?" Previously, he had only heard her say that the Lady Boss was seriously injured and was recuperating in the Universal Palace. He did not ask about the specifics. After all, They were not familiar with each other. And as a prisoner, what right did he have to ask? Yuhi curled her lips and snorted. She won't die anyway. What else can she do? Are her injuries serious? Yuhi was silent for a moment, then shook her head and nodded. You can say it's serious or light, but you can't imagine her ability. Now that she's hiding in the Universal Palace, she'll recover sooner or later. Gently nodding his head, Kaiyang finally relaxed. You still have the time to care about others at a time like this? Think about yourself first. Yuhi said sourly. There's no way to leave after entering the great cosmological realm. Unless we wait for it to close on its own, I'm afraid we'll have to stay here for many years. Speaking of this, Xianxia was a little worried. Is the time limit of the great cosmological realm really different? Yuhi slowly shook her head. As far as I know, it's different. There are precedents of 10 to 100 years. However, even 100 years is nothing. It's just a snap of a finger. Chapter 3990. 100 years for a heaven-opening realm cultivator like Yuhi was indeed just a snap of the fingers, but it was different for Xianxia. The situation in the star boundary was unstable, the world was in danger, and the world principles had collapsed. If he did not find a world tree to repair the world as soon as possible, the star boundary would collapse sooner or later. How long was 100 years? Could the star boundary hold on until that day? Eldest young master, what are you thinking about? Yuhi could not help but ask when she saw Xianxia's expression change. Xianxia frowned and looked at her, speechless. You are a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and a 5th stage one at that. Why are you degrading yourself like this? Yuhi asked curiously, how am I degrading myself? Xianxia shook his head and said, I am just an emperor. How can I deserve to be called young master by you? She had said the same thing to the old man, surnamed Kong, before. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. You mean this? So what if I like it? Up to you. Xianxia did not want to be entangled in this topic, so he hesitated for a moment and said, I have something I want to ask. Yuhi straightened her face. Go ahead. Won't the yin-yang 5 elements force in the Tao seal be affected if it is frequently activated? Yuhi was stunned. What effect does it have? Since it is your power, it will always be your power. She suddenly frowned. Don't tell me you don't even know this. Didn't Lan Yurua tell you? Xianxia said, I have only been here for a little more than a year, so I'm not very clear about many things. Lady Boss usually does not pay attention to my cultivation. Thinking about it, since it was the power of the Tao seal, what did it matter if it was activated? He had often activated the wood element force in the Qiqiao land to help the fire spirit fruit tree grow. Now that he thought about it, he had fallen into a misunderstanding. Yuhi's mouth opened slightly in surprise. You have only been here for a little more than a year. Is there a problem? Yuhi slowly shook her head. I thought you had followed Lan Yurua for a long time. So, how many forces have you condensed now? There was no need to hide this, and since she wanted to ask for advice, Xianxia would naturally tell the truth. 2. Wood and fire. Yuhi said, the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements all have their own functions. The power of wood is full of vitality and is suitable for healing and cultivation. The power of fire is violent and hot and is suitable for attacking. The power of metal is aggressive and can increase the power of a secret treasure. The power of earth is heavy and has amazing defense. The power of water is invisible and can heal, defend, and attack at the same time. As for the power of yin and yang, they all have their own functions. In the battle below, Open the Sky, it is basically a competition of the superiority and control of the power of yin and yang. Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding. Thank you for your advice. Yuhi, you said, Yuhi sighed as she said this. A layer of earthy yellow light suddenly appeared on the surface of her body. Within that light, the power of the earth element was incomparably solid. Clearly, Yuhi had activated the power of the Tao seal to form a protective barrier. Xianxia casually sent out a palm strike. He wanted to test out this kind of fighting style, so he didn't hold back. He sent out a palm strike. The center of his palm was bright red, and a scorching hot power wantonly spread out. With a boom, Yui's body trembled, and the earthen yellow light condensed on the surface of her body actually rippled outwards and fiercely caved in. Not only that, Yang Kai's palm also caved in, and that solid defense seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, Yang Kai immediately withdrew his palm. Yuhi's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yang Kai in shock. What grade of fire element did you condense? What? Yang Kai looked at her. You murmured. I just said that the battle under Open the Heavens is a competition of the superiority and control of the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. I condensed the 5th grade earth element. With this kind of defense, the power below the 5th grade can hardly pose a threat to me, unless it is attacked many times over a long period of time. But you almost broke my defense with a palm strike. Is it the 6th grade fire element you condensed? No, even the 6th grade fire element can't have such power. Is it the 7th grade? At this point, Yuhi covered her red lips with her hand, and her beautiful eyes trembled. Yang Kai was also stunned. He didn't expect he to make such an inference just by casually testing. Although the inference was wrong, the Golden Crow fire was definitely above the 7th grade. Damn it! Yuhi's face was ashen. Lan Yuruo is crazy. She dares to do this. She didn't know why, but her face was so ugly. While speaking, she suddenly stood up, clenching her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. What does it have to do with Lady Boss? Yang Kai frowned. Yuhi gritted her teeth and said, Wasn't it that woman who helped you condense the fire element power? Yang Kai had said before that he had only been outside of Qianxia for about a year. What ability did he have to find such a high-grade heaven-opening material? One had to know that a 7th grade material was worth hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills. She didn't think that Yang Kai had such financial resources. Moreover, this kind of thing couldn't be bought with money, unless Lady Boss helped him. It was natural for her to have such a guess, but she didn't know that Yang Kai had his own opportunity. Yang Kai didn't want to explain anything, but he was a little curious and said, So what? Didn't they say that the higher the grade, the more powerful the heaven-opening material in the future? You don't understand. Yuhi slowly shook her head and suddenly asked, Then what about your wood element power? Is it also the 7th grade? Yang Kai thought to himself, How would I know what grade it is? Anyway, the grade of the immortal tree should be very high. Seeing his reaction, Yui's face paled even more. She squatted down and looked at him with a dignified expression. You absolutely must not let others know that you have condensed the strength of the 7th grade. Promise me. She had a pleading expression, as if she was asking for something very important. Yang Kai's expression became strange. Was this woman crazy? His relationship with her wasn't very good. If it weren't for Yuhi's performance, he would have already parted ways with this woman. Using this kind of tone to talk to him at this time made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. Yuhi also reacted, her face turning slightly red. Stroking her hair behind her ear, she said, I know there are some misunderstandings between us, and you won't believe me too much, but I definitely won't harm you. After hesitating for a moment, she continued, There was once a person with shocking talent who suppressed all heroes. That person was like you, condensing the strength of the 7th grade. Looking at the 3,000 worlds under the heaven-opening realm, he was invincible. Even if it was a low-grade heaven-opening realm, he could still fight evenly, but in the end, he died. How'd he die? Yang Kai frowned. A trace of sadness flashed through Yuhi's eyes. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. And that Lan Yuruo, did you know that she also had a chance to advance to the 7th grade heaven-opening realm? I heard a little. Then do you know why she only reached the 6th grade? Yuhi sneered. Yang Kai shook his head. I haven't heard of that. Because if she wanted to advance to the 7th grade, she would have to die. That's why she advanced to the 6th grade and saved her dog life. Yui's tone was cold. Yang Kai said unhappily, Lady Boss has done me a great favor. Watch your mouth. Yuhi said coldly, If she really wanted you, she wouldn't have let you condense the strength of the 7th grade. She's harming you. What happened back then? What happened back then? As she spoke, the woman's eyes were wet, and her voice was choked with sobs. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't say anything more. He could only see that she and Lady Boss didn't seem to get along well. There should be some grudges between them in the early years. After a while, Yuhi wiped the corners of her eyes and said desolately, "Anyway, remember, try not to let others know about your background. And that dragon's secret treasure, it's best not to use it again. Otherwise, when you walk out of the great cosmological realm, there'll be endless troubles." Finished speaking, she turned and left, her back bleak. Looking at her figure, Yang Kai fell in a deep thought. In fact, even without Yuhi's special reminder, he knew how to hide himself. It was just that Yuhi made it sound so serious, so it seemed that he really had to be more careful in the future. As for the dragon's secret treasure, the black dragon spear, Yang Kai couldn't wait for the dragon race to come find him. He had no one to rely on outside this universe, so it would be good if he could get in touch with the dragon race. After Yuhi left, Yang Kai tried to stimulate his space force, wanted to see if he could tear through space and escape from the great cosmological realm. According to Yuhi, he would have to stay here for at least 10 years, or even 100 years, but if he could tear through space and escape, there was no need to stay here anymore. Moreover, Yang Kai had such an experience before, so this was not strange to him. However, after some attempts, Yang Kai found that the world principles of the great cosmological realm were extremely condensed. With his current mastery of the space principles, he was unable to shake the world principles in the slightest. This made Yang Kai a little frustrated. It seemed that he could only find another way or wait here for the time limit to run out. "Brother Yang." A sweet voice entered Yang Kai's ears, interrupting his thoughts. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Xianxia standing in front of him, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. As their eyes met, Xianxia blushed slightly. Yang Kai nodded and said, "What's the matter?" Xianxia said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to thank Brother Yang. If it weren't for Brother Yang just now, I'm afraid I would have died over there." Yang Kai said, "It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it." Xianxia said, "To Brother, it may be just a small matter, but to me, it's a life-saving grace. Junior sister has no way to repay you, but if Brother has any instructions in the future, Yura will do her best." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "You're too serious. Brother Meng and I are old acquaintances. Since you are his friend, you're also my friend. It's only right that we help each other." Xianxia asked, "Brother, how did Brother Meng and Brother Meng meet? Why haven't I heard Brother Meng mention it before?" Her eyes were bright, like a curious baby. "If Junior sister wants to know, you might as well ask Brother Meng. He will tell you." Yang Kai pointed to the side. Xianxia turned her head and saw Meng Hong walking over. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across her face, but she still greeted him with a smile. When Meng Hong came to her side, she said, "I came to thank Brother Yang." Meng Hong nodded. "It's only right. However, Junior sister, you are injured and shouldn't walk around. You should treat your injuries first." Xianxia obediently said, "Then you two talk." Chapter 3991. Junior sister Chun is a good girl, and her talent is also extraordinary. Meng Hong looked in the direction of Chun Yu's departure, as if talking to himself and Yang Kai at the same time. Yang Kai smiled. "If Brother Meng is interested, you can boldly pursue her." Meng Hong smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Although I'm interested, I'm afraid that she doesn't." Yang Kai said seriously, "Sincerity can move metal and stone. As long as Brother Meng shows your sincerity, how can Miss Chen not feel it?" Meng Hong lowered his head and pondered for a while before nodding. "Brother Yang is right. I was wrong." He changed the topic. "Brother Yang's injuries are not serious, right?" Yang Kai had led them out of the beast tide and fought with Boss Kong. Naturally, he would not be unscathed. "It's fine. They're just minor injuries." Yang Kai shook his head. Meng Hong was full of admiration. "Only today did I realize that Brother Yang is so amazing, even killing third-grade Kai Tian and Lei Ho. Before this Meng was really a frog in a well, seeing the sky as big as a well. This time he was really shocked. He was also from the Emperor realm, but he never thought that a cultivator of this level could display such powerful combat strength. When the spear struck, the ancient species exploded into a bloody mist, and a third-grade Kai Tian Kai dodged it. He could not help but yearn for it. I was just lucky, Yangkai said modestly. By the way, how are Old Fong and the others doing in the Great Moon Province? Meng Hong smiled. Junior brother Fong and junior sister Dai are doing well. Our son's cultivation is now on the right track, and she is being personally taught by my Shu Tao. Everyone misses you, and I don't know how you are now. When I came out this time, they all asked me to inquire about you. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to investigate carefully before I entered this place. But thanks to the fog of the great cosmological abyss, I wouldn't have been able to meet Brother Yang so soon. Yang Kai was relieved to hear that Old Fong and the others were doing well. After all, Old Fong and Dai were the first friends he made outside this universe, and they took care of him a lot in the Qiqiao land. They even followed him out of the Qiqiao land, overcoming obstacles and living and dying together. The universe was so vast, and he did not know when he would see them again. Yang Kai could not help but feel a little sad. But as long as they were alive, there would be chances to meet in the future. What's Brother Yang's next step? Meng Hong asked solemnly. Among this group of people, Yuhi was a 5th grade Kai Tian, and Yang Kai had previously shown extraordinary combat strength. The remaining people were his brother and junior brothers from the Great Moon Province, plus Chinyu. There were not many of them, only 6 or 7 people. It was really difficult for them to do anything in the great cosmological abyss. What does Brother Meng think? Yang Kai was also considering this question, even though Meng Hong did not ask. Meng Hong pondered for a moment before saying, self-preservation. Self-preservation first, then think about other things. He continued, this time, the great cosmological abyss is completely different from the past. In the past, when the great cosmological abyss opened, even if there were people who had the opportunity to enter, there would not be too many of them. But this time, the entire star market has been swallowed up, and hundreds of thousands of people have been stranded here. Anyone with a little bit of brains should gather together for warmth, or even raise a banner to summon heroes like Ding Yi. Although Brother Yang is brave, he is only one person after all. If he really gets into a conflict with others, he'll be the one to suffer. Moreover, when we first arrived, we encountered a beast tide that attacked the star market. Who knows if there are other dangers in the great cosmological abyss? Over the years, many masters have fallen in the great cosmological abyss. If we are not careful, I'm afraid we will follow in the footsteps of our predecessors. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although Meng Hong's idea was a little conservative, it was exactly what he wanted. What he had seen and heard today had a great impact on him. He really needed some time to digest and absorb it, especially the activation of the power of the Tao Seal. He had experienced too few battles outside this universe, so he had not discovered the effects of the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements before, and no one had told him about it. Since he knew about it today, he naturally wanted to study it carefully. Sigh. Meng Hong sighed. Speaking of which, we have implicated Brother Yang. Otherwise, with Brother Yang's strength, he would have made great achievements in the great cosmological abyss. Yang Kai laughed. Brother Meng, you are too serious. You just said that there are many dangers in the great cosmological abyss. I'm just from the Emperor Realm, so what can I do? While the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly looked up in a direction and frowned slightly. Soon, Meng Hong also sensed something and looked in that direction. At the same time, he frowned and called a few junior brothers not far away to come closer. Chinyu came over and asked, Brothers, what's the matter? Although she was also from the Emperor Realm, it could be seen that her spiritual force was not as strong as Meng Hong's. Otherwise, she would have noticed it. Yuhi sneered at the side. A large group of people is coming. They probably came from the star market. Chinyu's expression changed slightly when she heard that. This place was not very far from the star market. It was only 1,000 miles away, so it was natural for people to come in this direction. Sure enough, after a while, a large dazzling light appeared in their field of vision. Figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes and rushed straight toward the valley. The leader had a strong aura and was covered in blood. It was Ding Yi. There were at least 1,000 cultivators following behind him. Soon, a stream of light descended into the mountain valley, and Ding Yi glanced at Yang Kai from afar and grinned. We meet again, It seems we were brought together by fate. Although he was smiling, it felt like a fake smile. Yang Kai naturally did not bother to pay attention to him. Seeing Yang Kai's attitude, Ding Yi couldn't help but snort coldly. His eyes turned and fixed on Yu He, lingering on her beautiful figure. Licking his lips, he said, "Madam, what this Ding said before still stands. Do you want to reconsider it?" Previously in the star market, Ding Yi had threatened to take Yu He. Yu He naturally did not agree. At that time, she was alone and did not want to have any conflict with Ding Yi and the others. She immediately fled, but unfortunately, she was chased back by the beast tide. In the face of a great calamity, Ding Yi did not have such thoughts. He only wanted to survive. Now that he had killed his way out of the encirclement and gathered a large number of subordinates, his confidence was bursting. Those dark and despicable thoughts could not help but emerge again. After all, it was the 5th grade splitting the heavens. Ding Yi did not know if he could reach the 5th grade in this lifetime. Once he left the great cosmological realm, he would not have such a good opportunity. If he could taste the 5th grade splitting the heavens here, this trip to the great cosmological realm would not be in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of subordinates around him began to shout, "That woman, it's her blessing that I, Master D. Tian, fancy you. Why don't you obediently offer yourself to him? If you follow our master, we will ensure your safety in the future. Otherwise, you will definitely not be able to move an inch in the great cosmological realm. That girl is not bad either. Master, do you want to take her in as well?" "Ha ha! Since Master is eating meat, we naturally have to drink some soup. How could Master take a fancy to that girl?" Shouts rang out. Ding Yi's face was flushed red as he stood there with his hands behind his back with a proud expression. Today, he had led D. Tian's troops out of the encirclement of the beast horde, taking the lead and leading the charge. Everyone had seen this and was filled with admiration for him. His actions could be considered to have made these motley crew slightly submit to him, raising their morale. Ding Yi believed that as long as he was given some more time, he would definitely make D. Tian famous in the great cosmological realm. At that time, he would be the ruler of the great cosmological realm. Whoever he wanted to live would live, and whoever he wanted to die would die. This feeling of being high and mighty made him extremely intoxicated. This was something that could never be experienced in the 3,000 worlds. The special environment of the great cosmological realm allowed the Emperor realm to have great achievements. Ding Yi felt that this was a heaven-sent opportunity, an opportunity given to him by the will of the heavens. Qin Yu's face turned pale when she heard this. She never thought that she would suffer such an unexpected calamity. She couldn't help but lean towards Yang Kai and Meng Hong, as if she wanted to seek more security. Yu He, on the other hand, was smiling. Her peach blossom eyes were almost seductive as she said with watery eyes, "Then you have to ask my young master. If young master agrees, I won't complain if you give me to anyone. But if young master doesn't agree, then I'll be young master's woman." As she spoke, she shamelessly held on to Yang Kai's arm and pressed her large body against Yang Kai's elbow. Yang Kai leisurely glanced at her. Yu He exhaled. "Young master, I'll listen to you." She looked like she was at the mercy of others. Coupled with her seductive temperament, it made many men breathe heavily. They were secretly jealous of Yang Kai. This guy was really lucky. They wondered which faction he came from to have such a servant girl by his side. Yang Kai gave a fake smile. "You really know how to attract hatred from me." As he spoke, he reached out and pinched Yu He's fair and tender face. He pinched until a red mark was left on her fair face. The corners of Yu He's eyes twitched. No one knew what she was thinking, but she didn't dodge. Meng Hong's face turned red. Qin Yu opened her mouth slightly. The few disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture also quickly looked away. The two of them were openly flirting, which made Ding Yi's face turn green. He came with the might of 1,000 people from D. Tian and expected that Yu He wouldn't be able to resist. He would definitely take her into his room and make her his woman. But now he suddenly felt insulted. He shouted coldly, "Brat, you're courting death. First master, let me kill him." Behind Ding Yi, a bald man stepped out from the crowd. His aura was soaring. He held a large saber in his hand. The blood on the saber hadn't dried yet. It was obvious that he had killed many strange beasts. Ding, he nodded with a sullen face. Since this brat doesn't want face, I'll teach him a lesson. The bald man laughed sinisterly. Leader, don't worry. I'll let him know the power of our DT on. As he spoke, he pointed his saber forward and said ferociously, Brat, come and accept your death. Xianxia raised his hand and said, Wait. The bald man sneered. If you have any last words, say them quickly. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Xianxia chuckled and didn't look at him, only staring at Ding Yi as he said, If you want, I'll give this cheap slut to you. In any case, I don't really want her. Xianxia stretched out his hand and pushed Yuhi, causing her to stagger. Ding Yi was stunned and nodded in satisfaction. Brat, at least you know what's good for you. Yuhi was even more stunned. She turned around and glared at Xianxia. Her beautiful eyes were burning with anger. She was so angry that her body trembled. Chapter 3992. Enraged, he turned around and began to kick and punch Xianxia. He didn't use much strength, which made it seem like they were flirting. Ding Yi's face darkened. You dare to play with me? He waved his hand and roared. Kill the man, but leave the woman alive. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man had already slashed down with his blade. The blade was surrounded by a faint golden light, giving off an extremely sharp feeling. It was as if his blade could cut through any obstacle in front of it. Xianxia hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now that he was paying attention, he knew that the bald man had probably activated the metal element power in his seal. He reached out and pulled Yuhi behind him. He raised his hand and pressed forward. His palm was scorching hot. He had activated the fire element power in his body. Xianxia also wanted to try this method of fighting. Xianxia's jade-like palm passed through the sharp blade wave and pressed down towards the bald man's chest. This bald man was also a ruthless man. Seeing this, he didn't even try to dodge. Instead, the sharp metal attribute energy on his long blade became even more intense. Obviously, he wanted to exchange wounds with Xianxia, a ferocious grin appearing on his face. With a clang, Xianxia's body trembled slightly. The long blade had struck his chest, and his clothes were instantly cut open. The bald man was also sent flying. In this exchange, no one had the upper hand. Yuhi was shocked. She quickly came over and touched Xianxia's chest. Are you okay? She lifted his torn clothes and saw that there was a white mark on Xianxia's chest. It had only slightly damaged his skin, and there wasn't even any blood. Yuhi was stunned. Although the bald man hadn't used his full strength, it was definitely not something that someone from the Emperor realm could block with their body. However, Xianxia was completely fine. Was he still human? Xianxia sneered and flicked his chest. A piece of trash wants to hurt me? Go cultivate for another few hundred years. Yuhi stared at him in a daze, and her beautiful eyes trembled. Xinyu also had a look of worship on her face. She was also from the Emperor realm, but she didn't dare to take that kind of attack head-on. Interesting. The burly, bald-headed man stopped in his tracks and grinned fiercely as he pointed his saber at Xianxia. Boy, I hope you can still be so stubborn, don't. While speaking, the burly, bald-headed man's face suddenly flushed red, and before he could finish speaking, he spat out a bloody mist. The bloody mist seemed to have been boiled, exuding a scorching aura. Ding Yi exclaimed, What's wrong with you? The bald man didn't have the time to answer this question. Blood bubbled out of his mouth, and his whole body quickly turned red, like a cooked lobster. In a short span of 10 breaths, the bald man let out a blood-curdling scream and fell straight to the ground, completely devoid of life. He had died just like that. The whole place was silent. The surrounding cultivators looked at Xianxia as if they were looking at a ghost. After all, from beginning to end, Xianxia had only used a single palm, but the might of that palm had actually taken the bald man's life. They didn't think they were much stronger than the bald man, so if they had encountered such a situation, wouldn't they have undoubtedly died? Xianxia seemed to be an outsider, looking at the bald man's corpse with a pensive expression. This person's death reminded him of some things on the Sun Star. The low-grade heaven splitters had also been burned by the Golden Crow primordial flames. The Golden Crow primordial flames were extremely ferocious, and even those heaven splitters hadn't been able to last long before dying, let alone a mere cultivator from the Emperor realm. Without a way to neutralize the golden crow primordial flames that had invaded his body, only death awaited him. Fortunately, he had the wood element energy condensed from the immortal tree, or else he wouldn't have been able to suppress the golden crow primordial flames within the seal. This was the fire element energy of the 7th stage. Yueha looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. With the fire element energy of the 7th stage, who in the Emperor realm could be his match in a one-on-one battle? You're courting death. Ding, he was furious at the tragic death of his subordinate. He waved his hand and said, "Kill him." After saying this, he took the lead and charged at Xianxia. Although the others were afraid of Xianxia's methods, they had the advantage in numbers. Even Ding Yi, the leader, had gone up, so how could they fall behind? In an instant, the light of secret techniques and secret treasures shone brightly, rumbling as they attacked Xianxia. "Take care of them." Xianxia transmitted his voice to Yueha. His figure flashed, and he charged into the crowd. His powerful physical body was enough to offset a large portion of the damage, and the activation of the space element energy made his figure as ethereal as a ghost. Without using any other methods, Xianxia's palms flew, and he sent out palm after palm strike. Many people didn't even see Xianxia's figure before they were hit by the palm strikes. Then a scorching power rampaged in their bodies, burning everything wantonly. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get rid of that scorching power. Clouds of scorching blood sprayed out, and the cultivator fell to the ground one by one, unable to get up. A pair of palms made DT on, and the others tremble in fear. Ding Yi's eyes were about to split open, and his heart couldn't help but bleed. DT had recruited more than 1,000 people, and dying a few wouldn't hurt his foundation. However, Xianxia's actions were extremely damaging to the morale of the people. If he couldn't take down Xianxia today, how could he convince the people in the future? He gritted his teeth and turned to look in the direction of Yueha and the others. He raised his arm and shouted, "Follow me." With a whoosh, more than 100 people instantly gathered around him, and they rushed toward Yueha and the others. They couldn't defeat Xianxia, but could they not do anything to these people? As long as they captured these people, no matter how strong Xianxia was, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Meng Hong's face was slightly pale, and he gripped the secret artifact in his hand tightly. Chunyi was also trembling in fear. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people rushed to a distance of 300 feet. Ding erased his arm and said, "Capture them alive." Yueha didn't panic, and she looked at Ding Yi and the others with a cold smile. She raised her hand and summoned a secret artifact that looked like a small flower umbrella. The umbrella opened up, and with a spin, transparent thin silk immediately hung down from the umbrella. This was a defensive secret artifact. Although it didn't look big, it could envelop everyone. Yueha couldn't use her full strength now, so the power of this secret artifact was naturally greatly reduced. With more than 100 people rushing over, it wouldn't be long before its defense was broken. At that time, apart from Yueha, who had some ability to protect herself, the people of Great Moon Province would have no choice but to leave their lives to the heavens. Xianxia took a moment to glance at Yueha and the others, and after forcing them back with a few palms, his figure flashed and arrived in front of Yueha, grinning at Ding Yi and sending out a palm strike. Ding Yi's soul almost left his body. Having seen so many of his subordinates die with his own eyes, how could he not know the terror of Xianxia's palms? His rushing figure suddenly came to a halt, and he quickly retreated. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was like a shadow, like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Ding Yi's mouth was full of bitterness. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. It was not easy for him to kill his way out of the beast tide and gather a large number of people. It was the time when he was in high spirits. How could he think of provoking such a freak? He secretly made up his mind that if he could escape this time, he would avoid this young man as far as possible when he saw him in the future. Seeing that the palm was rapidly approaching him, he could even feel the scorching power contained in that palm, and he screamed in his heart, "I'm going to die." At this moment, There was a rumbling sound, and the mountains shook. The ground cracked, making everyone unable to stand steadily. In the next moment, a huge body suddenly emerged from the depths of the ground. The body was several feet thick, and it was pitch black. It didn't have any facial features, but there was a huge mouth part at the front of the body. The mouth part squirmed endlessly, like a rotating millstone, and emitted a terrifying, devouring power. A few of Dtion's cultivator were caught off guard and were directly swallowed by the mouth part, and they disappeared in an instant. Earth Dragon. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and looked at the strange beast that suddenly emerged from the ground with a surprised expression. When he came here, he had carefully checked the valley and didn't find anything unusual. He didn't know where the Earth Dragon was hiding, but he didn't notice it. He was afraid that the battle here had disturbed it, or it wouldn't have come out at this time. Furthermore, judging from the might of this Earth Dragon, its strength was probably not inferior to the thunder roar from before. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the Earth Dragon's body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was an Earth Dragon that was about 300 feet long, and every time it rolled, its huge mouth part would be able to swallow several cultivator into its stomach. On the other hand, the attacks of the cultivator didn't hurt at all. Xianxia saw with his own eyes that a few cultivator slashed down with their secret treasures, but they were all slid away by the Earth Dragon's body. They were already in a complete mess because of Xianxia, and now that such a strange beast had appeared, how could Dtion and the others still have a mood to stay? Seeing this, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He glared hatefully at Xianxia before rushing out of the mountain valley. Since the appearance of the Earth Dragon, Dtion and the others had all run away in less than 30 breaths. If they were given enough time to prepare, they might be able to kill this Earth Dragon, but Xianxia was still massacring here. How could they cooperate? The Earth Dragon was still rolling, and a few cultivators that were slower to escape were directly swallowed by the Earth Dragon. Dtion and the others fled, but the Earth Dragon turned around and rushed towards Xianxia. Before it even got close, its huge mouth part began to wriggle, causing Xianxia to feel nauseous and almost vomit. Kaiyang calmly stood in the same place, not showing the slightest intention of dodging. Seeing that the Earth Dragon was getting closer and closer, Meng Hong and the others' hearts were in their throats. Yuhi even cursed angrily. "Are you courting death? Why aren't you dodging?" As soon as she finished speaking, the Earth Dragon had already rushed in front of Xianxia, its mouth part covering his head. Yuhi kept her umbrella and was ready to stop him. "Humph!" Xianxia coldly snorted. A scene that caused Yuhi and the others to be in disbelief appeared. With that cold snort, the Earth Dragon actually froze in place. Its huge wriggling mouth part was less than a meter away from Xianxia, as if it could swallow him into its stomach at any time. The saliva from its mouth dripped onto the ground, causing huge holes to appear on the ground, displaying its terrifying corrosive power, but it didn't move an inch forward. Chapter 3993. A single thought was enough to summon an Earth Dragon. Just how powerful was that? But how did he do it? Meng Hong and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Even Yuhi couldn't figure out what was going on. If this were a proper battle, Xianxia could easily defeat or kill it. Yuhi and the others wouldn't find it difficult to accept, but what they saw left them a little confused. What was this Earth Dragon afraid of? Or did Xianxia have something that this Earth Dragon was afraid of? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Earth Dragon froze in place for a while before slowly crawling to Xianxia's feet, its huge, squirming mouth tightly closed. Although no words were spoken, everyone understood what was going on. This Earth Dragon was actually expressing its submission to Xianxia. Everyone was shocked again. Xianxia raised his foot and stepped on the Earth Dragon's huge head, grinning. "At least you know what's good for you." If it were any other strange beast, there really would be no other choice but to fight, but this Earth Dragon more or less carried some of the dragon race's bloodline. Although it was very messy and thin, as long as it carried the bloodline of the dragon race, it would be affected by the bloodline's restrictions. Others couldn't sense the golden divine dragon source strength in Xianxia's body. But how could this Earth Dragon not? With just a little urging, How could this earth dragon dare act presumptuously? Since your cultivation isn't easy, I won't kill you today. Hurry up and live. Xianxia shouted. The earth dragon seemed to be able to understand, or perhaps it could sense the meaning behind Xianxia's words, slowly straightening its body, turning around, and slowly galloping in a certain direction. Wherever it passed, a large amount of mucus would appear on the ground, making for a disgusting sight. However, it hadn't gone far when it suddenly turned around and returned to Xianxia, releasing some obscure divine sense fluctuations. At the same time, its head bobbed up and down, trying to express something. Yui asked curiously, "What is it trying to say?" Xianxia frowned and listened for a long time before he said with a strange expression, "It seems like it wants to take me somewhere." As soon as he finished speaking, the earth dragon lowered its head and directly placed the Xianxia on its head. Then, without caring about anything else, it turned around and flew in a certain direction. Its 300 feet long body slid across the ground, making a rumbling sound. "Where is it taking you?" Yui's figure flashed and arrived beside Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head. "I don't know." Although the earth dragon had some spiritual intelligence, it obviously had not cultivated to perfection. It could not express itself clearly, and its telepathic thoughts were also obscure. Xianxia was confused, but he knew that the place was very important. Swish, swish, swish. Several people from the Great Moon Prefecture also flew over and landed on the earth dragon's back. The back of this strange beast was not spacious, but it was very long, so it didn't matter if several people stood on it. The only thing that made the two women repulsed was that the earth dragon had a strange smell, and its body was covered with mucus. They had to be careful, otherwise they would be contaminated. If that really happened, they couldn't accept it. Since we have nothing to do, we might as well go with it. Maybe there is something good, Xianxia said. Meng Hong nodded and said, "Brother Yang, you can make the decision." With such a strange beast under their control, everyone felt a great sense of security. At this time, they naturally followed Xianxia wherever he went. Yui gently poked Xianxia's waist and asked curiously, "What did you do? Why is this guy so obedient to you and even took the initiative to take you to a good place?" Xianxia said frankly, "I conquered it with my own personality and charm." Yui curled her lips. "You are so shameless." They sped all the way and ran into Dition's troops who had scattered. Under Ding Yi's shocked gaze, they sped away. After Xianxia and the rest were far away, Ding Yi said to his subordinates with a serious expression, "Pass down my order. If we see this guy again in the future, we must not have any conflicts with him." The previous battle had really scared him. Not many people had died in Xianxia's hands, but there were still dozens of them. However, they couldn't even touch the corner of Xianxia's clothes. Now that he saw that he had the ability to subdue this strange beast, how would he dare to go against him? It didn't matter if people died, as they could always be replaced. The main thing was that it would hurt the morale, which was not good for his leadership. The Earth Dragon's speed was not slow. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter some cultivator who had wandered around. However, before they noticed the Earth Dragon's great momentum, they would avoid them. After traveling for 3 days and 3 nights, Xianxia, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. "We are almost there." Yui turned to look at him. "How did you know?" Xianxia stomped his feet and said, "It said so." The Earth Dragon's divine sense clearly became more excited and anxious. It was obvious that they were almost there. Xianxia couldn't help but be curious. Where exactly was this guy bringing him to that it was so enthusiastic? A few hundred miles ahead, Xianxia suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked ahead. He faintly felt a different aura coming from that direction. Dragon's breath. Although it was very weak and almost undetectable, it was extremely pure dragon's breath. This kind of aura couldn't be detected by outsiders, and only those who had the dragon race's origin could sense it. Xianxia's heart jumped. There was a dragon race in the great cosmological abyss? Could it be that the Earth Dragon brought him here to look for this dragon? However, why did it come to find this dragon race? After another few hundred miles, the dragon's breath became more and more obvious. A majestic mountain peak came into view. It was continuous and undulating like a giant dragon crawling on the ground. The dragon's head and tail were both vivid and lifelike. Xianxia looked at this mountain range and frowned slightly. A light suddenly lit up in front of them as a person blocked their path in midair. When they approached, he raised his hand and said, "Little brother, please wait." Xianxia's divine sense moved, and the earth dragon immediately stopped. He looked over and saw that the person blocking their path was a young man in a golden blue robe. He was handsome and elegant. Xianxia couldn't see his strength for the time being, but Xianxia felt that he should be in the heaven-opening realm. Meng Hong's expression changed slightly as he stepped forward and whispered in Xianxia's ear, "It's Bi Jian of Thunderlight Sect." "What do you mean?" Xianxia glanced at him. Meng Hong replied, "Although there is no one in charge of Star City, there are 3 great forces in Star City, and Thunderlight Sect is one of them. This Bi Jian is one of Thunderlight Sect's leaders. I heard that he has a 4th stage heaven-opening realm cultivation." After all, he had stayed in Star City for a long time and knew more about Star City than Xianxia, so he recognized the young man blocking their path at a glance. Xianxia turned his head and glanced at Yuhi. Seeing Yu, he gently nodded. He knew that Meng Hong was telling the truth. In addition to Bi Jian, who had flown out to block their path, there were over 100 people not far away who were staring at them with different expressions, many of them revealing curious looks. These people obviously belonged to the Thunderlight Sect. However, Xianxia didn't know what they had encountered before, but many of them were injured. It seemed that they had experienced a difficult battle. "What's the matter?" Xianxia gently nodded. The young man smiled gently. "This king is Thunderlight Sect's Bi Jian. How should I address little brother?" Xianxia was silent for a moment before reporting his name. Bi Jian smiled. "So it's little brother Yang. Is little brother Yang going to the Crouching Dragon Mountain range ahead? As a 4th stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, if it weren't for the great cosmological boundary, he probably wouldn't even look at Xianxia, so calling him little brother Xianxia was a compliment to him." Crouching Dragon Mountain? Xianxia turned his head and glanced at the mountain peak in the distance. Bi Jian said, "That mountain is like a creeping dragon, so we call it Crouching Dragon Mountain." "Yes, I'm going there," Xianxia nodded. "What advice does Sir have for us?" Bi Jian said, "To tell you the truth, little brother Yang, we just returned from Crouching Dragon Mountain." As he spoke, he sighed, a look of deep shame on his face. Xianxia asked curiously, "Oh, is there any danger there?" "There's a scarlet fire WYRM that almost transformed into a dragon and is extremely fierce." Bi Jian's expression turned solemn as he pointed to the side. "Although we have over 100 people, our formation was scattered by that scarlet fire WYRM, and we suffered heavy casualties, so we had no choice but to retreat temporarily." "Scarlet fire WYRM?" Xianxia raised his brow as he looked at Crouching Dragon Mountain leisurely, wondering if the dragon aura he felt belonged to this scarlet fire WYRM. But that wasn't right. That dragon aura was very pure, so it was impossible for a WYRM to possess it. But if there really was a dragon race there, how could a scarlet fire WYRM settle down there? No, this didn't make sense. While he was pondering, Bi Jian said, "I see that little brother Yang's Earth Dragon is extraordinary. If you can join forces with us, we may be able to take down that scarlet fire WYRM. When the time comes, we can discuss how to divide the benefits." "How do we divide?" "How about we divide according to numbers?" Bi Jian said with a smile. Xianxia was amused when he heard this. "You have over 100 people, and you want to divide them according to numbers?" Bi Jian said seriously, "Little brother Yang, Crouching Dragon Mountain doesn't only have scarlet fire WYRMS, but also many other precious treasures. As long as we can take down that scarlet fire WYRM, all the resources of Crouching Dragon Mountain will be ours. Why bother with such petty benefits?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "No need. I'm not interested in your proposal. Farewell." The smile on Bi Jian's face turned cold. Among the 100 people, an elderly man took a step forward and shouted coldly, "Crouching Dragon Mountain is the land of my Thunderlight. Whoever dares to trespass will be my Thunderlight's enemy, and will be killed without mercy." Are you sure? Yang Kai turned his head to look at the elderly man, his slightly narrowed eyes filled with a cold light. A disciple from Great Moon Province also shouted, "Why? All the places in the great cosmological realm are ownerless. Why can't we enter just because you say so?" Just as the elderly man was about to speak, Bijin raised his hand to stop him and said with a smile, "You can enter if you want. Crouching Dragon Mountain is indeed ownerless. You can enter if you want. My thunder light will not stop you." Yang Kai looked at him deeply and chuckled. With a stomp of his foot, the Earth Dragon's body stretched out and headed straight for Crouching Dragon Mountain, staring at everyone's backs until he was sure that Yang Kai and the others had stepped into Crouching Dragon Mountain. Bijin waved his hand and said, "Follow." Chapter 3994. Swish, swish, swish. The surrounding scenery quickly receded as the Earth Dragon led the group into Crouching Dragon Mountain. Yui glanced back and nudged Yang Kai with her elbow. "Those people are following us." Yang Kai nodded with an indifferent expression. He only gazed deeply into the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. After arriving here, he was more and more certain that the dragon aura he felt before was not emitted by the Scarlet Fire Dragon. Firstly, the dragon aura emitted by a dragon-type beast could not be so pure. Secondly, the dragon aura was spread over a wide area, as if it covered the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain. Furthermore, it was hidden very deeply. Those who did not possess the dragon vein would not be able to detect it. The emotions of the Earth Dragon under his feet had clearly become excited. It had a sense of urgency, like a wanderer returning home. As the Earth Dragon continued to approach, an extremely fierce aura erupted from the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at them, filled with malice and rejection. Surprisingly, the Scarlet Fire Dragon hiding in Crouching Dragon Mountain had sensed it. The Earth Dragon Silk was not afraid at all. Its 300 feet long body twisted and turned, and its speed became much faster. Its mouth part also wriggled, scattering large amounts of corrosive mucus, watering holes in the ground along the way. A dragon-like roar came from the front, containing a warning. Even the air became scorching hot. The Earth Dragon paused slightly, as if it was afraid. Under Yang Kai's urging, it continued to move as fast as it could. This completely enraged the Scarlet Fire Dragon. A cloud of fire burned in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, a huge creature approached from that side. From afar, before they could clearly see the appearance of the Scarlet Fire Dragon, they could already feel its fierce aura. The people from Great Moon Prefecture were so scared that their faces turned pale. Even Yuhi was slightly nervous. She could not use her full strength now. If she really encountered any danger, she could only protect herself and could not take care of others. Turning her head to look at Yang Kai, she saw that Yang Kai was absent-minded. She did not know what he was thinking, so she could not help but feel angry. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. He seemed to have discovered something. Then his expression changed, and he said in surprise, "Dragon Blood Flower?" As he spoke, his figure flashed and disappeared. It took only a moment for him to return to his original place. However, there was a red flower in his hand. The red flower bloomed, tender and beautiful, as if it was made from fresh blood. Although it was just a flower, it gave off an indescribable feeling of holiness. And it's the best. Yang Kai was shocked. Dragon Blood Flower? Yuhi also came over and said in surprise, "There's actually Dragon Blood Flower here." As a fifth-stage heaven splitter, it was naturally impossible for her not to recognize something like a Dragon Blood Flower. However, even though her cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's, her research on Dragon Blood Flowers was not as thorough as Yang Kai's. Yang Kai remained silent. He had once plundered almost all the Dragon Blood Flowers on Dragon Island in the Star Boundary, but at that time, the Dragon Blood Flowers he obtained were mostly mid and low grade. There were not even many high-grade ones, and as for the best quality, there were only 2 of them. However, in this Crouching Dragon Mountain, the first Dragon Blood Flower he found was actually a top-quality one. "Brother Yang, there's more over there." Meng Hong suddenly pointed in a direction. Yang Kai followed his gaze, and his eyes could not help narrowing. On a slope there was indeed a dragon blood flower in full bloom. However, this dragon blood flower was even more delicate than the one in his hand. Moreover, there was a three-colored light flowing on the flower, as if it was a small rainbow. What grade of dragon blood flower was this? Yang Kai was confused. He had never seen such a dragon blood flower on Dragon Island. Wow, so many dragon blood flowers, Xianxia exclaimed. At this moment, they had already entered the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Looking left and right, there was a dragon blood flower imprinted in their eyes every once in a while. As the earth dragon advanced, it would open its mouth from time to time and swallow the dragon blood flowers into its stomach. In just a short while, it had eaten 3 or 4 flowers. It shook its head and wagged its tail in satisfaction. A scorching heat wave rushed towards them as a huge figure rushed out from the forest. That figure had a pair of horns on its head, and its entire body was covered in solid red scales. Its momentum was astonishing. It was the Scarlet Fire Resistance Flood Dragon that caused the 100 people from Thunderlight sect to return in low spirits. The Scarlet Fire WYRM was furious. It opened its mouth and spat out a scorching flame, aiming to cover the Earth Dragon. Feeling that terrifying aura, Xianxia exclaimed. Yui glanced at Yang Kai and activated her power. She wrapped everyone up and flew out from the Earth Dragon's body, standing in midair. When they looked down, the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Fire WYRM were already engaged in a fierce battle. These two strange beasts were both huge in size. They were rolling back and forth in the forest with astonishing momentum. Scorching flames and corrosive acid were constantly spraying out. From time to time, they would tear each other apart. It was an earth-shattering battle. In terms of size and power, these two strange beasts were evenly matched. However, from Yui's perspective, the Earth Dragon should not be the Scarlet Fire WRM's opponent. If this continues, the Earth Dragon will definitely lose. In the air, Yang Kai looked left and right with a gloomy face. When he plucked the first dragon blood flower, he had a bad premonition. Now, it seemed that this premonition had come true. In this Crouching Dragon Mountain, there were countless dragon blood flowers. Moreover, there were no high, middle, or third-grade dragon blood flowers. Even the worst ones were top-grade dragon blood flowers. Yang Kai did not know how to classify them. Other than dragon blood flowers, there was also dragon saliva grass, dragon bloodwood. The entire Crouching Dragon Mountain was indeed a huge treasure trove. However, the treasures in this treasure trove were all related to the dragon race. They were rarely seen in ordinary places. Dragon blood flowers required dragon blood to grow. The same was true for dragon bloodwood. In other words, in this Crouching Dragon Mountain, there was probably a dragon race that had fallen. Otherwise, how could there be so many dragon blood flowers? Whether it was the Scarlet Fire WRM or the Earth Dragon, they both had the bloodline of the dragon race. Naturally, they were very passionate about this place. Presumably, the Earth Dragon had obtained some benefits here in the past and could not forget about this place. However, with the Scarlet Fire WIRM guarding this place, it brought the Yang Kai here. Although it did not have much intelligence, it had instinctively made a choice. So many spiritual flowers and herbs. A cry of surprise was heard. It was a group of people from the Thunderlight sect. When the leader, Bi Jian, saw the grand scene in Crouching Dragon Mountain, his eyes lit up. The people from the Thunderlight sect were also excited, and many of them glanced at Yang Kai with ridicule. Just now, Bi Jian had invited Yang Kai to join forces to deal with the Scarlet Fire WYRM, but Yang Kai had refused, so what now? The Scarlet Fire WYRM was already entangled with the Earth Dragon, so they no longer had any worries. Spread out, don't miss a single one. Pick them all. Bi Jian waved his hand, and the hundreds of people from the Thunderlight sect immediately scattered. Glancing at Yang Kai with a smile, Bi Jian said, "Many thanks, little brother. If it weren't for you bringing this strange beast, this matter would have been a bit more difficult." His smile was filled with pride and ridicule. Yang Kai glanced at him, put the dragon blood flowers in his hand into a space ring, patted his clothes, and said lightly, "It's too early to say thanks." Bi Jian frowned. Although he could hear the hidden meaning in Yang Kai's words, he didn't care. After all, with over 100 people from the Thunder Light sect gathered here, who would they be afraid of? The people from the Great Moon Province all looked somewhat sullen. After all, the feeling of being taken advantage of so blatantly was really uncomfortable. They wanted to pick some dragon blood flowers, but seeing that Yang Kai and He were indifferent, they didn't dare to act rashly. The Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Fire Wyrm were still entangled in a fierce battle. These two strange beasts should have fought each other before, so they were very familiar with each other's fighting style. This battle was truly like a battle between heavenly lightning and earthly fire, extremely lively. With Yang Kai not intervening to help, He and the others could only watch from the sidelines. Even Bi Jian was watching with interest. At the same time, he was also curious as to what kind of ability Yang Kai had to be able to subdue the Earth Dragon. In the great cosmological realm, it was not bad to be able to subdue such a strange beast. Although its appearance was a bit ugly, at least there was a guarantee of safety. Time slowly passed, and after a full 2 hours, the people from the Thunderlight sect returned one after another. All of them were beaming with joy. Obviously, they had gained a lot. Bi Jian exchanged a few words with an elderly man in a low voice and also laughed happily. After another incense stick worth of time, everyone returned. Bi Jian glanced at the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire Wyrm who were still fighting, then smiled at Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, this king will be leaving first. Let's meet again if fate wills it." This time, thanks to Yang Kai, he had gained a lot. So in his opinion, other than being a bit stupid, Yang Kai was quite good. No rush. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over. Bi Jian smiled and said, "Little brother, what other advice do you have? You can go, but leave the things behind." Yang Kai flicked his hand. As soon as this was said, Bi Jian's expression became extremely strange. Even he looked at Yang Kai speechlessly, not knowing what was wrong with Yang Kai. The many cultivators from the Thunderlight sect looked at him like he was crazy. Bi Jian held back his laughter and pretended to say, "Little brother, what did you just say? This king didn't seem to hear you clearly." Yang Kai said, "I said you can go, but you have to leave the things behind. Everything in this mountain is mine." After a moment of silence, laughter broke out. Many cultivators from the Thunderlight sect were convulsing with laughter as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Bi Jian was all smiles. "Little brother, you really know how to joke. Do I look like I'm joking to you?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Bi Jian's expression gradually turned cold. "I don't care if you're joking or not, but there are some words that can't be said carelessly. Carelessly speaking can cause death." After a pause, he sneered. "Besides, what makes you think you can make me, Thunderlight sect, leave the things behind? You think you can do that with your mouth?" "Of course not." Yang Kai raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire Wyrm that had been fighting endlessly suddenly separated as if they had received an order. Two huge bodies intertwined, instantly surrounding the 100 cultivators from the Thunderlight sect. A huge mouthpart squirmed, dripping mucus as it aimed downwards, as if it wanted to swallow someone whole. A two-horned dragon raised its head high, burning heat in its mouth. Everyone was silent. Chapter 3995. With these two things, Yang Kai's voice sounded. "Are they enough?" Cold sweat slid down the foreheads of the Thunderlight sect's members as they prepared to face a great enemy. Bi Jian's face was ashen and filled with disbelief, the corners of his eyes twitching violently. Even he couldn't help covering her mouth. Meng Hong's jaw dropped as he stared blankly at the majestic Scarlet Fire Dragon. Although he had seen the Earth Dragon instantly submit to Yang Kai, he couldn't understand why the Scarlet Fire Dragon was so obedient at this moment. A moment ago, it was still fighting the Earth Dragon, but now it was obedient to Yang Kai. What's more, Yang Kai hadn't done anything to it since he came here. Could it be that this Scarlet Fire Dragon already knew Yang Kai? However, this was the great cosmological realm, so it didn't make sense. He was confused and couldn't explain it. Bi Jian looked at the Earth Dragon, then at the Scarlet Fire Dragon, and felt his teeth ache. Previously, Just the Scarlet Fire Dragon alone was enough to make the Thunderlight Sect's members lose face. At this moment, there was also the Earth Dragon, which was on par with the Scarlet Fire Dragon. If they really fought, it would be good if half of the Thunderlight Sect's members could survive. How could the situation change like this? How could that brat command these two mutant beasts? Although the situation was unfavorable, he was a fourth-grade heaven splitter after all, so he naturally couldn't lower his head like this. He looked at Xianxia with a sullen face and said, "Little brother's beast taming technique is superb, truly admirable." He thought that Xianxia was proficient in some kind of beast taming technique, otherwise there was no way to explain this scene. He couldn't help feeling envious and jealous. There were many ancient mutant beasts in the great cosmological realm, and he could even tame the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Fire Dragon, not to mention the other mutant beasts. With such a skill, what would he have to fear in the great cosmological realm in the future? He only needed to bring out an army of mutant beasts, and he could do whatever he wanted. This time, Thunderlight Sect, admit defeat. Bi Jin cupped his hands. "We'll leave half of the things here. What do you think, little brother?" Xianxia said casually, "Cut the crap. Everything in this mountain is mine. Don't even think about taking anything away. If it were other treasures, it would be fine. However, everything on this mountain was related to the dragon race. How could he let it go? Especially those dragon blood flowers, which were very useful to him." Bi Jin's face sank. "Little brother, don't go too far. That way, we'll be on good terms in the future. Why do you have to be so ruthless?" Xianxia glanced at him sideways. "If you keep talking, I'll even take your space rings." Everyone from Thunderlight Sect felt humiliated, and many of their faces turned dark. Even Bi Jin's face was filled with anger. He wished he could rush out and fight Xianxia to the death to protect his dignity. However, when he saw the two Earth Dragons and Scarlet Flood Dragons surrounding them, he could only suppress his anger. Lei Guang wouldn't be able to gain anything from a conflict in such a place. Staring at each other, Xianxia's eyes were filled with impatience. After a while, Bi Jin let out a heavy sigh, grit his teeth, and shouted, "Leave everything behind and we'll go." Xianxia calmly said, "Don't even think about hiding anything. Just now, when you went to collect those things, I saw with my own eyes how much you harvested. The consequences of hiding something are not something you can bear." Bi Jin laughed in anger. "Little brother, we'll meet again in the future if fate wills it." Thunderlight Sect was a big force in Star City and had far more than just 100 people. They just happened to be gathered in one place. So although they had suffered a loss this time, as long as he could gather all of Thunderlight Sect's members together, they might not necessarily need to fear Xianxia. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. "I hope we can get along just as well next time." Bi Jin put on a fake smile. "Definitely." Staring deeply at Xianxia, Bi Jin turned around and left. Thunderlight Sect's members put down the treasures they harvested from Crouching Dragon Mountain one after another and quickly left. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Thunderlight Sect's 100 people had all left. Only then did Xianxia step forward and collect the dragon blood flowers and the other precious treasures. During the entire process, the Earth Dragon's squirming mouth kept dripping, looking like it was hungry. Chunyu and Yuhi felt their scalps go numb, fearing that this brainless beast would not be able to restrain itself and swallow Xianxia. On the contrary, the Scarlet Fire WRM's crimson eyes revealed a human-like expression of distress. Just from this point alone, the Scarlet Fire WRM's intelligence was much higher than the Earth Dragon's. "Don't feel bad. I'll give you something better later." Xianxia raised his hand and patted the Scarlet Fire WRM's head. The Scarlet Fire WRM laid its head on the ground, looking very dejected. "What's going on?" Yui stepped forward and asked with a frown. "What do you mean, what's going on?" Xianxia did not raise his head. "Don't play dumb." Yui glared at him. "What's going on with this Scarlet Fire WRM?" Xianxia casually said, "They must have been conquered by my charm again." Yui gritted her teeth. "Do you know that sometimes I really want to beat you up?" Xianxia ignored her and said, "I'm going into the mountains. You all stay here and don't run around. I'll come out in 3 to 5 days if I'm short and half a month if I'm long." Little Red and Little Black will protect your safety. Little Red? Little Black? Yuhi was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Xianxia should be talking about the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire WIRM. She could not help but be speechless. These two majestic beasts were actually given such casual names. Xianxia left as soon as he said he was going. After giving his instructions, he leaped into the mountains and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Yuhi standing in the same place and angrily staring in the direction he left. Xianxia tightened her clothes and approached. Sister Yu, if Brother Yang isn't here, they won't go berserk and eat us, right? As she spoke, she looked at the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire WIRM with a worried expression. Yuhi said unhappily, "You're so soft and tender. If they want to eat you, they'll eat you first." Xin Yu's face turned pale. Inside Crouching Dragon Mountain, Xianxia's expression was solemn. When the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire WIRM were fighting, he had communicated with the Scarlet Fire WIRM with his divine sense. The Scarlet Fire WRM's intelligence was very high, more than a level higher than the Earth Dragon. Although it had not reached the level of normal conversation, it could already describe some things in simple terms. It was also because of that communication and the release of a bit of dragon breath that the Scarlet Fire WIRM recognized the situation and submitted like the Earth Dragon. According to the information the Scarlet Fire WIRM sent, Crouching Dragon Mountain was originally Little Black's territory. It was considered a latecomer, but it was stronger than Little Black, so it took this land. That was why Little Black could not forget Crouching Dragon Mountain. After sensing the pure dragon breath on Xianxia's body, it immediately brought him to Crouching Dragon Mountain, hoping that Xianxia would stand up for it. The dragon blood flowers on Crouching Dragon Mountain had a huge effect on their growth. Other than that, Xianxia also found out other information from the Scarlet Fire WIRM. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, the deeper one went, the thicker the dragon breath was. Whether it was the Earth Dragon or the Scarlet Fire WIRM, they did not go within 300 feet. That was because the pure dragon breath was not something they could withstand. The suppression of the dragon race's bloodline was enough to make them unable to move once they entered that area. This information made Xianxia very concerned. All kinds of signs pointed to the possibility that there was a true dragon in the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Moreover, it was most likely not an ordinary true dragon. Otherwise, it would not have been able to nurture the dragon blood flowers and dragon blood wood that filled the mountain. Those dragon blood flowers were at least of the highest quality. Although Xianxia was born in the human race, he had the golden divine dragon's origin when he was very weak. After so many years of persisting in cultivating the dragon transformation art, the dragon blood flowing in his body was the blood of a dragon race. He even had a dragon race's adopted son, so he had long regarded himself as a part of the dragon race. It would have been fine if he did not know, but now that he knew, he naturally could not ignore the true dragon's Dharma molt. No matter what, he had to collect the corpse for it. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives obtained the true dragon's Dharma molt, it would be troublesome. He went deeper and felt carefully, until a certain moment, Xianxia stopped and stared at his feet. From what he could sense, the dragon breath here was more condensed than other places. This meant that the true dragon's Dharma molt was most likely hidden here. Taking a light breath, he tapped his foot and leaped into the air. With a twist of his body, he fell straight down with his head down. While in midair, he reached out and grasped the black dragon's spear. His body wrapped around the spear, and he began to spin like a top. Without a sound, a hole appeared in the ground. Xianxia went all the way down, over 100 feet in an instant. The deeper he went, the thicker the dragon breath became. After 300 feet, as the Scarlet Jiao said, the dragon breath suddenly increased by a level. With the blood density of the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon, they were unable to withstand it. In the blink of an eye, he went down another 100 feet. The dragon breath rose again. The black dragon spear had a spirit, and the faint roar of a dragon resounded through the universe. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Jiao both trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. Xianxia was neither sad nor happy as he went all the way down. After an unknown amount of time, The obstruction in front disappeared. Yongkai suddenly felt that he had fallen into a spacious space. Putting away the spear, he looked around. It was pitch black, and he could not see anything. Although there was no light, Yongkai was still surprised when he probed with his divine sense. He discovered that he had actually entered the body of a colossal being. However, this colossal being had long since lost its vitality. In the direction he had come from, there was a huge tear. It seemed that this colossal being had fought a life and death battle with some powerful enemy when it was alive. A true dragon's molting. Yongkai's expression was solemn. He slowly closed his eyes and released his divine sense to investigate the situation of this true dragon's molting. This investigation gave him quite a shock. After a full incense's time, he opened his eyes, which were full of shock. This true dragon's molting was more than 1,000 feet long. It stretched across the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain, and the direction of Crouching Dragon Mountain was the direction of its corpse. A dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long. Yongkai was stunned. When he transformed into a dragon, he was more than 1,000 feet long. He thought that was already big enough, but compared to this true dragon, it was like the difference between a grandfather and a grandson. This true dragon was more than 10 times bigger than him. He did not know how long this true dragon had been dead, nor did he know what kind of fierce battle it had gone through before it died. Its body was covered in wounds, many of which were extremely terrifying lacerations. If not for that, he would not have directly entered its abdomen when he came down. Chapter 3996. The 1,000-feet-long dragon's corpse lay at the foot of Crouching Dragon Mountain. The flowing time Great Emperor had changed, and the dragon's blood had long flowed dry. However, even though it had been dead for countless years, the dragon's body did not show any signs of decay. It was clear that its body was very powerful. It only lacked blood and looked withered. Yongkai also discovered that the dragon's internal organs were missing. Thinking of the huge wounds all over its body, it was not difficult to imagine how difficult the battle had been. Even though such a dragon had been dead for countless years and was only a dragon corpse, its entire body was still a treasure. Its dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon tendons could all be used to refine weapons. Its value was immeasurable. Yongkai could not figure it out. This dragon was so huge, so its strength should be very terrifying. What could have killed it? Moreover, looking at the traces of its wounds, the size of the thing it fought should not be too small. The dragon race was the leader of all creatures. What could threaten their existence? Miaming was so powerful back then, but he was still imprisoned by the dragon race. Suddenly, Yongkai thought of an existence, and that existence was known as the nemesis of the dragon race. It fed on the dragon race. Such a dragon race was definitely not a native creature of the great cosmological realm. It was very likely that it had been swallowed by the great cosmological realm like him. After arriving here, it was too severely injured and died here. Not knowing if his guess was correct, Yongkai's attention was quickly attracted by something. Somewhere inside the dragon's body, there was an unusual energy fluctuation. Following the direction of the energy fluctuation, Yongkai moved forward in the dragon's body. After a full incense stick's worth of time, Yongkai arrived at the dragon's corpse's chest. At this place, a round ball about the size of a table appeared in Yongkai's vision. The round ball was round and emitted a faint light. It was earthy yellow in color, like a glowing ball of light. The dragon blood in Yongkai's body surged as he stared at the ball in a daze. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Dragon Ball!" The dragon race had the Dragon Ball, which was the foundation of the dragon race. Just like the Niden of other monster beasts, it was a treasure that gathered the essence of the dragon race. The dragon corpse had been hidden here for countless years. Although Little Black and Little Red knew that there was something strange down here, they were limited by their bloodlines and couldn't search for it. Thus, the Dragon Pearl had been preserved until now. What surprised Yongkai even more was that this Dragon Ball was actually an Earth attribute Dragon Ball. What he desperately needed now was the power of the Earth attribute. He had already condensed wood and fire out of the 5 elements of yin and yang. Wood gave birth to fire, and fire gave birth to earth. The next thing he needed to condense was the earth elemental power. Previously, he was still thinking about where he should go to find a suitable earth elemental power. During this period, he had also made many inquiries. Unfortunately, he had not found anything. He did not expect to find it here. However, whether or not this Dragon Ball talisman met his requirements remained to be tested. It should be possible, Xianxia thought. After all, this giant dragon was thousands of feet long when it was alive, so the quality of the Dragon Ball should not be too bad. Reaching out his hand, he touched the Dragon Ball. The moment his hand touched it, a fierce dragon pressure rushed out from the Dragon Ball. In an instant, a lifelike illusion appeared in front of Xianxia, as if a giant dragon was about to swallow him whole. Xianxia's body shook as he urged the golden divine dragon's source strength. With a dragon roar, the illusion instantly collapsed. Gentle and heavy earth elemental power came from the Dragon Ball. Feeling the purity and richness of the earth elemental power, Xianxia grinned and smiled silently. If he wasn't wrong, the earth elemental energy contained within the Dragon Pearl did indeed satisfy his needs. Although he didn't know how to judge its specific grade, he felt that it wasn't much inferior to the Golden Crow True Fire. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Xianxia had the urge to look up to the sky and laugh. Just this alone made this trip to the great cosmological realm worth it. Rubbing his hands, Xianxia bowed respectfully to the huge Dragon Ball and muttered, "Senior has been dead for many years. Leaving the Dragon Ball here is a waste of God's gift. Today, Junior will borrow Senior's Dragon Ball. In the future, when my cultivation is successful, I will not disgrace Senior's name. Please forgive me, Senior." After muttering, Xianxia rubbed his hands and walked around the Dragon Ball a few times before finding a more comfortable position to sit down cross-legged. Spreading his palms over the Dragon Ball, he slowly closed his eyes and urged the Tao Seal to absorb the earth elemental power in the Dragon Ball. In an instant, the Dragon Ball lit up and the rich earth elemental power contained in it for countless years poured into Xianxia's body along with Xianxia's breathing, like a whale swallowing water. In the Tao Seal, there were only two colors, black and green, but with Xianxia's actions, a layer of earthy yellow slowly appeared, giving off a thick and solid feeling. The earth elemental power was meant for defense, not to mention the power of the Dragon Ball of a 1,000-feet-long dragon. Slowly, Xianxia forgot about time and devoted himself to the great cause of condensing the earth elemental power. Days passed, and outside Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yuhi and the others found a place to camp. With the two great exotic beasts, Little Black and Little Red, guarding them, no one dared to cause trouble. Occasionally, some cultivator would pass by, but after feeling the ferocious aura of the two exotic beasts, they would avoid them. However, Little Black and Little Red seemed to be natural enemies and couldn't get along with each other. They would often get entangled with each other for some inexplicable reason and fight until the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Fortunately, they both knew their limits and didn't really fight to the death. However, in a fight of this size, injuries were inevitable. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, everyone was living leisurely, but Xianxia was still nowhere to be seen. This made Yuhi a little worried. Before Xianxia left, he had said that he would be back in 3 to 5 days, and at most half a month. Now that the time limit had passed, and there was still no sign of him, Yuhi was naturally worried. Just as she was about to investigate further, she suddenly felt the movement of the yuan qi of heaven and earth change. Silently sensing it, she found that the source was in the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain, which was the direction Xianxia left in. This made her frown slightly. She did not know what Xianxia was doing there. Why did he take so long? Now, he had even caused a change in the yuan qi of heaven and earth. However, this way, she could be sure that Xianxia was safe. After a few more days, the change in the yuan qi of heaven and earth became more obvious. It had turned into a tide of yuan qi, as if there was a huge monster breathing in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Every breath it took could cause turbulence in the yuan qi of 1,000 miles. Yui's expression was bewildered. Little Black and Little Red also stopped fighting. They straightened their bodies and looked towards the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Obviously, they also felt something. Suddenly, a dragon's roar was heard. It was loud and clear, and it reached the 9 heavens. He and the others all turned their heads to look in that direction. Their eyes trembled. Little Black and Little Red crawled on the ground together, trembling. Chinyu came over and asked nervously, "Senior, what was that sound just now?" Yuhi said solemnly, "A dragon's roar." Meng Hong said in surprise, "There's a dragon here." Yuhi frowned and said, "You guys stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look." When she finished speaking, she had already disappeared. In the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai was still sitting cross-legged in the same posture as before. However, at this moment, his clothes were fluttering without any wind, and even his black hair was fluttering. A 3-colored light lingered around his body. The vitality of the immortal tree's essence, the violent golden crow primordial fire, and the thick power of the dragon orb. These 3 powers were like 3 halos of light that lingered around Yang Kai's body. The huge dragon orb in front of him had already dimmed. The earth elemental power that had been stored inside for countless years had been completely absorbed by Yang Kai. When he opened his eyes were overflowing with light. With a crash, the huge dragon orb shattered and turned into fine powder that scattered between heaven and earth. Yang Kai slowly stood up and gently clenched his fist. He could clearly feel that his body was filled with explosive power. Looking inside his body, he saw that the 3 powers of wood, fire, and earth coexisted perfectly within his seal. His body trembled, and the 3-colored light that had been lingering around his body collapsed. Everything returned to nothingness. Standing in place, Yang Kai frowned slightly. The process of condensing the earth elemental power this time could be said to be extremely smooth, much better than the last time he condensed the golden crow primordial fire. Firstly, it might be because he was familiar with the process, and secondly, it might be related to condensing the power of the dragon orb this time. After all, he was also a member of the dragon race, so he had a unique advantage in condensing the power of the dragon orb. Moreover, Yang Kai faintly felt that not only had he successfully condensed the earth elemental power in the dragon orb this time, but there seemed to be something else in the earth elemental power. Reaching out, he tapped the void in front of him, and a prismatic yellow, shield-like object appeared out of thin air. Although it looked as thin as a cicada's wing, Yang Kai could feel its firmness. This was the innate dragon technique contained in the dragon orb. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Although he had entered the dragon temple on the dragon island in the star boundary and cultivated many of the dragon race's secret techniques, and could simulate the power of those secret techniques with the golden divine dragon source, it was only a simulation after all, and it required a certain amount of time to display them. But now, this dragon technique could be used at will, just like some of the innate divine techniques. Not only was it fast, but the consumption was almost negligible. Yang Kai pondered. It seemed that he had inherited some of the innate dragon techniques mastered by this giant dragon when it was alive. It wasn't just a move just now. There should be some more, but now that he had just condensed the earth elemental power, he could only slowly unearth them in the future. Yang Kai couldn't help but think again. Now that he had absorbed the dragon orb and obtained the innate dragon technique of this giant dragon, what about the golden crow true fire he had absorbed before? Did the golden crow true fire also contain some secret technique of the golden crow? There was also the essence of the immortal tree. Could he also comprehend something from it? All of these required time to examine, so he couldn't rush it for a while. Sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. Now that the earth elemental power had been condensed, the next thing to do was to collect the giant dragon's corpse. A giant dragon's corpse was hidden deep under Crouching Dragon Mountain. If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to find it. Space rings didn't have so much space, unless they took apart the dragon's corpse and put it inside. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the small sealed world. Chapter 3997. A rumbling sound rolled across the depths of the earth as Crouching Dragon Mountain collapsed, as if doomsday had arrived. The people from Great Moon Prefecture all flew into the sky and watched in shock. They saw that the earth below had caved in and the entire mountain range had collapsed. They did not know what had happened. After a while, the dust settled and a figure flashed out from the depths of the earth. His face was pale and he was gasping for breath. It was Xianxia, who had disappeared for nearly 20 days. Yuhi, who had been searching for Xianxia nearby, immediately rushed over and supported him. "Are you okay?" Xianxia turned his head and glanced at her before slowly shaking his head. "I'm fine." Forcibly taking the 1,000-meter dragon's body into the small sealed world had put a heavy burden on him. Fortunately, the dragon had died many years ago. Otherwise, the consumption would have been even greater. Even so, he was exhausted and felt as if he had been hollowed out. "Where have you been? Why haven't I seen you for so many days?" Yui asked while supporting him to fly back. Xianxia just grinned and did not answer. Yui was so angry that her nose was about to become crooked. However, although she did not know what Xianxia and the other heavenly deities were doing, Yui could faintly feel that this guy had become much stronger. He had not been idle these days and should have encountered some opportunities. After returning to his resting place, Xianxia threw some spirit pills into his mouth and recovered for a while. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the big scarlet flood dragon lying not far away, staring at him eagerly. Yuhi was speechless. "The two of them have been staring at you like this. Do they want those dragon blood flowers?" Xianxia snorted. "You two gluttons, wait a little longer." Saying so, he directly took out an alchemy furnace. Dragon blood flowers naturally had to be refined into dragon blood pills to maximize their medicinal efficacy. Swallowing them whole was the most wasteful, especially since the dragon blood flowers harvested this time were extraordinary. Most of them were existences that surpassed the best quality. How could Xianxia tolerate wasting God's gifts? This kind of dragon blood flower could only be used once. He didn't know when he would be able to get his hands on it again. "You also know how to refine pills?" Yui looked at him suspiciously. Xianxia didn't even raise his head. "I know many things." Yui couldn't help but laugh with ridicule, and she didn't take it seriously. While speaking, Xianxia had already taken out a large pile of medicinal herbs. They were all supplementary herbs that he had picked from the herb garden to refine the dragon blood pill. Looking at the things he obtained from Lei Guang, Xianxia couldn't help but feel elated. Previously, he was in a rush to investigate the situation in the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain, so he did not check carefully. Now that he looked at it, he found that he had obtained several hundred supreme grade dragon blood flowers. There were even more flowers that were beyond supreme grade. The flowers had 3, 5, and 7 colors. He did not know how to classify them, but there were probably thousands of them. From this, it could be seen how powerful the giant dragon that had fallen on Crouching Dragon Mountain was. Only the blood of such a giant dragon could produce such a high-quality dragon blood flower. Xianxia casually took out 2 supreme-grade dragon blood flowers that were shrouded in 3-colored radiance. Activating his power, he threw the medicinal herbs into the furnace one by one. Back when he was on Dragon Island, he had refined the dragon blood pill many times. Although he had not refined it for many years, he had never forgotten. His movements were smooth and natural. Yuhi was extremely surprised as she watched from the side. Only now did she know that Xianxia really knew how to refine pills. Furthermore, he seemed to be very familiar with the process. Gradually, an alluring pill fragrance wafted out from the furnace. Little Black and Little Red became more and more anxious, especially Little Black. Mucus flowed down from his mouth like a river. For exotic beasts with the bloodline of the dragon race like them, the smell of the dragon blood pill was enough to make them go crazy. If Xianxia was not sitting here, they would have immediately rushed up to snatch it. In less than half a day, the first batch of dragon blood pills had condensed. When the pills were collected, there was a faint dragon roar from the furnace, which made Yui click her tongue in wonder. There were 9 pills. Xianxia casually threw one into his mouth to test the medicinal effect. He found that it was okay. Although he had not refined pills for many years, his skills had not fallen behind. The medicinal effect of the dragon blood flower and various supplementary herbs were completely stimulated. 2 obscure divine senses were transmitted over, containing a desire. It was the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon who were waiting anxiously. Their huge bodies were rolling around restlessly. Xianxia chuckled and threw a pill to each of them. They immediately calmed down a lot. In the next 10 days, Xianxia had been refining the dragon blood pill. The amount of dragon blood flower he obtained this time was really too much. Xianxia reckoned that even if he refined nonstop for a year, he would not be able to finish refining all of them. While refining, his body was also constantly swallowing the pure dragon race bloodline of the dragon blood pill. Xianxia could clearly feel that his dragon bloodline had indeed improved a little. However, he did not use the dragon transformation art, so he could not see much of a change for the time being. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon became more and more submissive. Taking the dragon blood pill improved them more than directly swallowing the dragon blood flower. As strange beasts, they were particularly sensitive to this. Even He and the people of the Great Moon Prefecture also obtained some dragon blood pills. However, they did not swallow them directly. Instead, under Xianxia's instructions, they dissolved them in water and took one pill over many days. The dragon blood pill itself was used to improve the bloodline of the dragon race and creatures with the bloodline of the dragon race. If ordinary people took it, it would also strengthen their physical body. However, the medicinal effect of the dragon blood pill was too overbearing. Ordinary people could not bear it, so they could only use some gentle methods. More than 10 days later, Xianxia stopped. It was not that he was tired of refining, but that he had run out of auxiliary herbs. Although there were many medicinal herbs in the herb garden, and there were 2 littlewood spirits taking care of them, it could be said that they were inexhaustible. However, the growth of medicinal herbs required a certain period of time. In the past 10 days or so, he had been refining the dragon blood pill continuously. All the auxiliary herbs needed had been picked clean, so he naturally could not continue. For this great cosmological realm, Xianxia originally had the mentality of going with the flow and did not desire anything. But now, not only did he obtain a large number of dragon blood flowers that surpassed the best quality, but he could even condense the power of the earth element. It could be seen that this great cosmological realm was indeed a huge treasure trove. Since he could condense the power of the earth element, would he be able to find suitable metal and water elements? If he could accumulate the 5 elements of yin and yang here, then after leaving this realm, he could instantly open the sky. At that time, he would have a foothold outside this universe and the ability to protect himself. Xianxia could not help but have a lot of expectations for this great cosmological realm. But no matter what, waiting here would not be an opportunity. Not to mention, the auxiliary herbs to refine the dragon blood pill also needed to be found. They had also been delayed in this crouching dragon mountain for more than a month, so he did not hesitate and immediately called for everyone to set off. When they came, they used the Earth Dragon as their mount, but this time it was changed to the Scarlet Dragon. In comparison, the Scarlet Dragon was undoubtedly more awe-inspiring and more suitable. At the very least, it did not have that kind of sticky and disgusting mucus on its body, nor did it have a heavy smell. Little Black was obviously a little disappointed. There were indeed a lot of resources in the great cosmological realm. Along the way, they had collected a lot of natural treasures, but compared to Xianxia's needs, it was still a little inadequate. On this day, a group of people shuttled through a misty forest searching for various medicinal herbs. They had been in this forest for 7 or 8 days, but because they did not have a special destination, they were not in a hurry to leave. Yui suddenly came over and said, "Did you notice that we've met more people in the past few days?" Xianxia nodded lightly. "I felt it." When they first entered this forest, they had not met many people. But in the past 2 days, they began to frequently encounter some cultivator walking towards them. They were basically in groups of 3 to 5, and several people were walking in pairs. There were even people who were frightened by the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Dragon and directly attacked. Fortunately, Xianxia stopped them in time to avoid some unnecessary trouble. "What do you want to say?" Xianxia turned his head to look at Yui. Yui's beautiful eyes flashed. This situation shows that either there is some treasure here that attracted these people, or there are already many people gathered here? Which one do you think it is? Yang Kai asked. What do you think? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying. The second possibility is that the people we met didn't show any signs of being in a hurry. Instead, they all acted in an orderly manner, as if they had just come out from somewhere. This means that somewhere in this forest, there should be a gathering place for cultivators. Yui nodded and said, I think so too. Yang Kai grinned and said, then let's go and take a look. Compared to them searching everywhere for medicinal herbs to refine the dragon blood pill, it was naturally more convenient and faster to trade with others. If there really was a cultivator gathering place in this forest, it would be a good thing for Yang Kai. They searched in the direction that the cultivator came from, and a day later, they found a cultivator gathering place. Somewhere in the forest, outside a large open space, the travel-worn people looked at the continuous buildings in front of them in a slight daze. Yang Kai laughed and said, this is part of the star market, right? When the great cosmological abyss was filled with fog, the entire star market was wrapped in it. However, the star market where Yang Kai and the others appeared was not complete. There were hundreds of thousands of people there, and only a few tens of thousands were there. This meant that when it was swallowed, the entire star market collapsed under the influence of an unknown force, turning into fragments scattered all over the great cosmological abyss. Then, a beast tide appeared where Yang Kai and the others landed, forcing everyone to flee for their lives. Naturally, they lost their natural protection. However, the part of the star market in front of them was well preserved. With the original star market as the center, the cultivator here had built many new buildings, occupying a large area. It had vaguely formed a small city located in this foggy forest, and even the surrounding walls had been built. There was a city gate in the direction that they came from, and there were cultivator guards at the gate. Many people were coming in and out of the city gate. Using his divine sense, he found that there were as many fires of life in this city as there were stars in the sky. There were at least 10,000 to 20,000 people living there. In this chaotic, great cosmological abyss, a city with a cultivator gathering place suddenly appeared in front of them. Both Yang Kai and the people of the Great Moon Prefecture were delighted. Chapter 3998. However, there was a problem with entering the city. Xiao He and Xiao Red were too big and looked too fierce, so they definitely couldn't be brought in. Yang Kai also didn't dare to use the sealed world bead to contain them. He had tried it before. The sealed world bead could only accommodate existences below the heaven-opening realm. If he forcibly contained existences with the ability to split open the heavens, the sealed world bead would risk collapsing. In Yang Kai's perception, whether it was Xiao He or Xiao Red, they probably had the ability to split open the heavens, but because they were in the special environment of the great cosmological realm, they couldn't fully display their strength. Fortunately, he had the 6 Unity Wish bag, so even though it was a little crowded, he could only let them suffer a little. He put the 2 big guys into the 6 Unity Wish bag, regardless of whether they were willing or not. Yuhi was amazed. After all, even outside the universe, there weren't many artifacts that could store living beings. They were really rare, and she couldn't understand where Yang Kai had obtained such an artifact. Only then did the group of 6 slowly walk towards the city gate. Unsurprisingly, they were stopped at the city gate and had to pay 100 heaven-opening pills per person to enter the city. For any Emperor Realm Master, 100 heaven-opening pills was a hefty price, causing Meng Hong to feel extremely pained. If it were before, Yang Kai would not have had many heaven-opening pills on him. But fortunately, he had obtained the space ring of Su Lao from the Wind Cloud Auction House. As a 4th-order heaven-opening master and a powerful figure from the auction house, Yang Kai's wealth was not small. The entrance fee of 600 heaven-opening pills was no pressure for Yang Kai. He paid it happily and easily entered the city. After entering the city, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. The city still maintained the appearance of a star market. On the streets, people were jostling, and there were many shops all around. There were also many stalls on both sides of the street with all kinds of strange goods on display. If it weren't for the vivid experience of the past few days, everyone would have thought that they had entered a star market instead of the great cosmological realm. Along the way, Xianxia spread his divine sense and bought the herbs he needed. It was rare to come across such a place where cultivators gathered. Naturally, he had to make a large purchase. The dragon blood flower had already been picked. He needed to refine the dragon blood pill as soon as possible to ensure that the medicinal effects would not fade away. Xianxia estimated that he would have to stay in this city to refine pills for a long time. After sweeping through several streets of medicinal herbs, the harvest was huge. Along the way, everyone learned that this small city was now controlled by a force called Crimson Star. Like Lei Guang, Crimson Star was one of the 3 major forces that existed in the Star City. Their luck was relatively good. The Star City they were in was swallowed up by the great cosmological abyss fog, so they didn't encounter any attacks after arriving here. The only few attacks by exotic beasts had been repelled by them. They had accumulated a lot of popularity, so they took the opportunity to take over this place and become the ruler of this place. Now, in order to maintain order in Star City and set the rules, the people who collected fees at the city gates were all from Crimson Star. By occupying such a territory in the great cosmological realm, Crimson Star could reap huge benefits just by sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. In this city, the people of Crimson Star could be said to be like local emperors, and no one dared to provoke them. After walking for half a day and buying almost all the medicinal herbs in this place, Xianxia led everyone to find an inn to stay in. He wanted to book 6 rooms, but there was a shortage of rooms in this place. In the end, he could only book 3 rooms. He definitely wanted a room alone. After all, he needed to refine pills for a long time and could not be disturbed. Yu He and the other women shared a room, leaving Meng Hong and the 2 disciples of the Great Moon Province to share a room. After the arrangements were made, everyone returned to their rooms. Before parting ways, Xianxia gave all his remaining heaven-opening pills to Meng Hong and told him to walk around the Star City if he had time. If he encountered any medicinal herbs he needed, he could buy them all as long as the price was not too expensive. Meng Hong naturally agreed. After all, this wasn't a difficult task. As for the herbs Kai Yang needed, he had followed him all the way here, so he had memorized all of them. The following days were calm. Xianxia hid in his room, set up layers of restrictions, and concentrated on refining pills. Day after day, there were several furnaces of dragon blood pills every day. While refining, he did not stay idle. From time to time, he swallowed dragon blood pills to improve his bloodline. Even Little Black and Little Red, who were kept in the Rui pouch, benefited a lot. Every 78 days or so, Meng Hong would come over and send the purchased medicinal herbs to Xianxia so that he could continue to refine pills. Only at this time would Xianxia stop and rest for a while. He also chatted casually with Meng Hong to learn about the situation outside. From Meng Hong, Xianxia learned that Star City was well managed by Crimson Star. Many people knew that there was such a place in the great cosmological realm. Not only were there many cultivator gatherings, but it was also very safe. Therefore, in recent days, almost every day, there would be people coming and joining. The most direct manifestation of this was that the price of the rooms in the inn was increasing. In less than a month, the price of a room had increased 3 times. Now, the price of a room was more than twice as expensive as when they first checked in, but it was still full every day. Crimson Star's influence was growing larger and larger. Many people wanted to join, but there was no way to do so. Because Star City was located in the misty forest, the surrounding materials were abundant. No matter which direction one went after leaving Star City, they would be able to harvest something if they were lucky. It was said that some people had already obtained 5th grade and 6th grade heaven-opening materials here. As for 4th grade heaven-opening materials, they were endless. For any cultivator in the Emperor realm, this was a huge temptation. Compared to other gains, whether it was pills or heavenly treasures, they were not as practical as those heaven-opening materials. What the Emperor realm needed the most were these heaven-opening materials. It was indeed impossible to advance to heaven-opening in the great cosmological realm, but as long as one could accumulate enough power here, when they left the great cosmological realm, they could instantly achieve heaven-opening and become a powerhouse. Therefore, every day, countless cultivator groups went out to train in order to obtain the cultivation materials they needed. Many people got what they wanted, but some people met with danger halfway and never returned. However, the path of a cultivator had always been like this. After going through hardships and overcoming obstacles, what they finally saw might not be fruitful. It was more likely to be the cold of death. On this day, Meng Hong sent a lot of medicinal materials as usual. After Yang Kai thanked him, he said, "If you come again, you don't need to accept them." After 3 months of refining pills, he had finally consumed most of the dragon blood flowers. He had refined thousands of dragon blood pills. He had consumed a small portion, but most of them were stored in his space ring. It would probably take him at least a year to finish eating all of them. Meng Hong responded casually. Yang Kai said again, "Haven't you used up the heaven-opening pills I gave you?" Although he had obtained a space ring from Old Man Su and made a fortune, purchasing medicinal materials in large quantities for such a long time would definitely consume a lot of them. Originally, he had been a little worried that he wouldn't have enough heaven-opening pills, but since Meng Hong had been sending medicinal materials over all this time, he didn't ask any questions. Meng Hong said, "I used them up long ago. Now, it's Lady Yuhi who is paying for these medicinal materials." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this, not expecting it to be like this. Meng Hong said, "Lady Yuhi has deep feelings for Brother Yang. Brother Yang is so lucky." His face was filled with envy. Yang Kai's eyes twitched, not knowing what to say. However, thinking about it, Yuhi was a 5th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator, so her wealth was definitely not low. Spending this kind of money shouldn't be a problem. In any case, he would remember it in his heart and find an opportunity to pay her back in the future. He wouldn't take advantage of her. Did something happen to Brother Meng? Yang Kai looked up and saw that Meng Hong's expression was quite gloomy. It's nothing." Meng Hong forced a smile and said his goodbyes. "Brother Yang, I won't disturb you any longer." Saying this, he left the room. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the door and muttered to himself for a while. He didn't think too much about it and continued to refine pills. Half a month later, the room was filled with the fragrance of pills and the pill furnace was buzzing. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace, his hands constantly changing seals. At a certain moment, he reached out and slapped the pill furnace. When the lid flew up, several crimson spirit pills filled with the smell of blood flew out. Yang Kai took out a jade bottle that he had prepared beforehand and sucked these spirit pills into the bottle with a suction force. As the bottle began to spin, Yang Kai stared at the spirit pill in the bottle and grinned silently. After 4 months of alchemy, he had finally succeeded. All of the dragon blood flowers had been used up, which had exhausted him. How many years had it been since he had focused on alchemy like this? Sitting in his room all day was quite a test of his temperament and willpower. Fortunately, he could finally call it a day, so Yang Kai was in a good mood. Removing the many restrictions in his room, Yang Kai pushed open the door and walked out, feeling as if he had been reborn. Yang Kai wanted to find Meng Hong and the others to have a good drink, but unexpectedly, there was no one in the room. In the other room, Yuhi was also nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. Ever since he came to Star City, he had been holed up in his room refining pills for 4 months. Regarding the situation outside, he only knew about it from Meng Hong's rare explanations. Other than that, he didn't know what Yuhi and the others were doing. Taking out his communication bead and sending a message, Yang Kai learned that they were all in the lobby. Coming to the lobby, Yang Kai saw that they were all there. The 4 of them occupied a table full of empty wine bottles. Yuhi called out to Yang Kai and patted the seat next to her. "Come here." Yang Kai didn't refuse and directly sat down. Yuhi smiled and leaned over. "You finally came out. If you didn't come out, I would have forgotten about you." Her breath reeked of alcohol. Yang Kai glanced at her, then looked at the others and frowned. "Why are you drinking so much wine in the middle of the day? Did you run into something good?" Yuhi pointed to the opposite side and whispered, "Drinking to drown my sorrows." Yang Kai looked over and saw Meng Hong sitting there in low spirits. He didn't know what he had encountered, but he seemed to have lost his soul. Chapter 3999. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Yuhi replied, troubled by love. Only then did Yang Kai realize what was going on. He turned his head and did not see Chunyu. Meng Hong was interested in Chunyu. This was something he knew. Now that he heard what Yuhi said, he immediately understood that Meng Hong was like this because of Chunyu. Yang Kai had not known Meng Hong for a long time, but he was straightforward and generous. Only when it came to matters between men and women did he seem to be somewhat introverted. As for Chunyu, Yang Kai's impression of her was neither good nor bad. He just felt that the girl seemed to be a little ambitious, but her character was not bad. Of course, this was also because they had not had in-depth contact with each other. As for what kind of person she was, Yang Kai did not dare to jump to conclusions. After all, one may know a person's face, but not his heart. Often, people who he thought were good were bad. Knowing that it was because of Chunyu, Yang Kai laughed and said, "Since Brother Meng is interested, then boldly pursue her. Why are you complaining here? There is no chance." Yuhi looked like she wanted to see the world in chaos. She clicked her tongue and said, "Someone took away his love." As soon as this remark came out, a trace of pain flashed across Meng Hong's face. He grabbed the wine pot in his hand and gulped it down. "Brother, don't drink anymore." A disciple of the Great Moon State could not stand it anymore. He reached out to grab the wine pot and said angrily, "Since that woman is so fickle, she is not worth Brother's concern. There are many good girls out there. Brother, why do you have to humiliate yourself like this?" Unfortunately, his strength was not as strong as Meng Hong's, so he failed to grab it after several attempts. After gulping down the wine, Meng Hong's eyes turned red. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai was confused. Stealing someone's love and being fickle? Something seemed to have happened while he was in seclusion to perform alchemy. Yui sighed softly and explained, "While you were away, they got to know a person. He seems to be a small leader of Red Star, and he helped them a lot. After a while, they became familiar with each other. They thought that this guy was a righteous and warm-hearted person, but who would have thought that he had an ulterior motive? He simply took a fancy to that girl. That lady, haha, water flows to the bottom, and people strive for the top. With a backer in the great cosmological realm, I won't have to worry about anything in the future." Although it was only a few words, Yang Kai was able to understand what was being said. On top of that, since Yuhi was an outsider, her judgment should be relatively fair. If Yuhi was not wrong, then Chinyu should have gone to curry favor with that person. This was human nature. Just as Yuhi had said, if one could have a good backer in the great cosmological realm, it would be convenient for them to do anything in the future, and it would also increase their sense of security. Qixing's influence was now enormous, occupying the star market and using it as a base to recruit disciples. Even if it was just a small leader, it was still a target for many people to curry favor with. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall that Chunyu seemed to have tried to curry favor with him before. Others couldn't intervene in the affairs of men and women. Although Yang Kai sympathized with Meng Hong's experience, he really couldn't say much, so he could only persuade him, "Brother Meng, if you can't let it go, it shouldn't be too late to catch up now. If you can let it go, then don't think too much about it. Go back and have a good rest. We'll leave here tomorrow." Meng Hong gripped the wine pot, his knuckles turning a little white. His mouth moved, but he didn't say a word. Yang Kai could see that this guy had truly fallen for Chunyu. He probably couldn't bear to leave just like that, but staying here would only add to his worries. He gave the two disciples from Great Moon State a look, indicating that they should take Meng Hong back to rest. But before they could do anything, Meng Hong suddenly raised his head and looked at the door excitedly. Yang Kai turned his head and found that Chunyu was standing at the door, staring at Meng Hong with a slightly awkward expression on her face as she tried to avoid his gaze. Meng Hong got up excitedly and opened his mouth, but before he could call out "Junior Sister Chun," another person flashed in from the door. The person who came in was a handsome blue-robed young man with a fair complexion and a bright smile. After entering the shop, he unceremoniously put his hand on Chunyu's slender waist and affectionately hugged her, turning his head and saying, "Come in. Why are you standing here?" The awkward expression on Chunyu's face became stronger, and she twisted her body slightly. The young man seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and met Meng Hong's crimson eyes. He immediately grinned and tightened his grip on Chunyu's waist. He didn't care whether Chunyu was willing or not and walked over with her. He jabbed Yang Kai with her elbow and sent him a message. It's this guy, I think he's called Zhao Xingchen. When he spoke to me before, his words were quite presumptuous. He's definitely not a good thing. Yang Kai nodded imperceptibly and frowned slightly. When he heard that Meng Hong was robbed of his love, he didn't think too much about it. The matter between a man and a woman was consensual. Although he was biased towards Meng Hong, since Chunyu didn't like Meng Hong, he couldn't help her. For a woman like Chunyu who lacked a sense of security and was willing to rely on the strong, the only way to capture her heart was to be strong. But now, it seemed that no matter what Chunyu was like, this Xingxing Zhao gave Yang Kai a bad impression. Since he had already won the girl's heart, he should just talk about love. Why did he come to disturb Meng Hong's thoughts and deliberately put on such an attitude, making it seem like he was here to show off? It could be seen that Zhao Xingxing Zhao had some status in this star market. After entering the shop, many cultivators in the lobby stood up and cupped their fists. Commander Zhao. Voices rose one after another. Zhao Xingxing smiled reservedly, and his eyes were full of pride. He ignored the others and went straight to Yang Kai and the others' table. He looked at Meng Hong with a smile and said, "Brother Meng, you're all here." Meng Hong clenched his fists and stared at Chunyu, but the latter didn't dare to look at him and just stood there with her head lowered. "Brother Meng," Zhao Xingxing shouted again, his voice slightly cold. Meng Hong came back to his senses and turned his gaze. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and said weakly, "Brother Zhao is here." Zhao Xingxing said, "This time I specially brought you here to thank Brother Meng for taking care of you before." You said that if Brother Meng hadn't protected her when she entered the great cosmological realm, she would have died. If that was the case, then this Zhao and you wouldn't have known each other. He called her you affectionately, but Meng Hong's face was getting uglier and uglier. Zhao Xingxing acted as if he didn't see it and gently pushed Chunyu. Didn't you say you wanted to thank Brother Meng personally? Brother Meng is right here." Chunyu was pushed forward a step and lowered her head in silence. Meng Hong stared at her, his dry mouth opening and closing several times, but he didn't say a word. The two disciples from Great Moon State sat next to him and looked at Chunyu with fire in their eyes. It seemed that they couldn't wait to cut Chunyu into pieces. Zhao Xingxing's eyes flashed, and he just looked at them with a smile, as if he was an outsider. "Brother Meng." After a long while, Chunyu called out softly. Meng Hong hurriedly answered, "Junior Sister Chun." Chunyu looked up at him and said, "Thank you, brother, for taking care of me during this time. You will remember it and be very grateful." Meng Hong said, "It's my duty. You and I have known each other for so many years, but I haven't had the chance to do anything for you. It's just that in the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you anymore. Junior sister, you have to take good care of yourself." Meng Hong's body trembled slightly when he said this. Chunyu nodded gently, looking quite obedient. Zhao Xingxing smiled and said, "Brother Meng, don't worry. As long as I, Zhao Xingxing, am here, you will not be wronged. And I found a place for her to live in the city. She won't be in any danger if she lives there." Meng Hong forced a smile and said, "Then I can rest assured." Zhao Xingxing said again, "Brother Meng, do you want to work under this Zhao? Red Star is now expanding and is short on manpower. If Brother Meng can come, I dare not say anything else, but within 3 years, you will definitely be a captain." As soon as this remark came out, many cultivators in the lobby looked over enviously. Red Star was now in the limelight, and many people wanted to join, but not everyone had this opportunity. Now, with Xingxing's guarantee, Meng Hong could become a captain within 3 years. Many people were tempted and secretly envied Meng Hong. They didn't know what kind of luck he had to be so valued by Commander Zhao. "We don't need your hypocrisy." A disciple of Great Moon Prefecture couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily. Meng Hong was their brother. Seeing the woman their brother liked being snatched away, the person who snatched her away deliberately brought that fickle woman over to show off. Now, he even wanted Meng Hong to work under him. This was clearly intentional or unintentional humiliation of Meng Hong. How could they tolerate it? As soon as this remark came out, the smile on Zhao Xingxing's face instantly turned cold. He turned his head and looked at the person who spoke. What did you say? The disciple of Great Moon Prefecture couldn't help but turn pale. He was just angry just now and didn't think too much. Now that he reacted, he was naturally a little scared. No matter how bad Zhao Xingxing's character was, no matter how much they hated Chen Xingxing for hurting Meng Hong, Zhao Xingxing was still a member of Red Star. Moreover, he was a commander-level character. How could they offend him? Therefore, under Zhao Xingxing's questioning, the disciple didn't dare to speak. Meng Hong was also shocked. Although Zhao Xingxing was standing here and calling him brother, in fact, their relationship wasn't that good. Now that his junior brother spoke without thinking, he could only apologize. Brother Zhao, please calm down. This bastard drank too much and spoke nonsense. Brother Zhao, please don't take it to heart. Zhao Xingxing sneered. Brother Meng, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. Some words can cause death. Seeing that he didn't want to let it go, Meng Hong hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Brother Zhao, please don't be angry. This Meng didn't teach him well. I will teach him a lesson later and let him know what he can and can't say. Chapter 4000. Zhao Stars leisurely stared at the disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture, making his scalp tingle. After a while, Zhao Stars coldly snorted and said, Since Brother Meng has said so, this Zhao will give Brother Meng some face and let it go this time. If there's a next time, I will not let it go so easily. Meng Hong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Thank you, Brother Zhao, Master, for your magnanimity. Zhao Stars didn't comment and turned to look at Chunyu and said, It's fate that you all know each other. Since you are here today, let's toast Brother Meng and the others. Okay. Chunyu obeyed Zhao Stars' orders and came forward to pour a glass of wine. Seeing her like this, Meng Hong's expression became more and more painful. His face was pale, and he secretly hated himself for not being strong enough to provide Chunyu with a safe shelter. He could only watch his beloved woman throw herself into the arms of others. It really felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Chunyu raised her cup, and her beautiful eyes stared at Meng Hong as she said, Senior brothers, I toast to all of you. If there's anything you need help with in the future, feel free to look for me. I'll definitely not refuse if it's within my ability. Zhao Stars also nodded and said, Yes, here Zhao Star, still have some face. If you encounter any trouble in the future, come to me. The three people of the Great Moon Prefecture all raised their glasses helplessly and drank it. Zhao Stars' eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, and he said with a somewhat unhappy expression, Friend, are you not going to give me face? After entering the door, he didn't notice Yang Kai, but now that Chunyu obeyed his order to toast and Yang Kai was sitting still, he was particularly conspicuous. Naturally, he noticed it. As for Yu He, who also didn't raise her glass, he didn't want to provoke her. After all, she was a fifth-stage heaven splitter. Qi Xing had always intended to invite Yu He to join them and generously offered her the position of commander. Unfortunately, Yu He hadn't given a clear answer. Am I very familiar with you? Yang Kai looked up at him and said lightly, How much is your face worth? Yang Kai had been sitting here and watching coldly. He had seen everything. Originally, if people didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother to intervene. Who knew that Zhao Stars would take the initiative to provoke him? Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't be too polite to him. Although it was the first time they met, and they weren't close friends, Zhao Stars gave him a very bad feeling. Yang Kai was too lazy to treat this kind of person nicely. Zhao Xingxing's face immediately darkened. Friend, you're crazy enough. How should I address you? You don't look familiar. Meng Hong did not expect that Yang Kai would do such a thing. He quickly smoothed things over and said, Brother Zhao, this is Brother Yang Kai. You are Yang Kai. Star Zhao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at Yang Kai from head to toe. Yang Kai looked at him lightly. Do you know me? Zhao Stars grinned and cupped his fists. So it's Brother Yang. Pardon my rudeness. I've heard you mention you many times before. This time, this Zhao intended to pay a visit to Brother Yang, but I never expected to meet you here. It seems we are really fated to meet." His attitude was extremely warm, and as he spoke, he actually pulled out a chair and sat down. Meng Hong and the others were confused and looked at Chun Yu suspiciously. They didn't know what she had said to Zhao Stars, but this Zhao guy's attitude towards Yang Kai was actually so warm. Yang Kai also glanced at Chun Yu thoughtfully. The latter couldn't help blushing and averting her gaze. After they sat down, Zhao Stars waved his hand and set up a layer of restrictions in the surroundings, isolating them from the outside world. Based on this display of strength, his strength could be considered to be extraordinary, and it seemed to be slightly stronger than Meng Hong and the others. Only then did she come over and say with a glowing face, "Brother Yang, I heard you say that Brother Yang possesses the ability to control beasts. You've gathered a Crimson WIRM and an Earth Dragon under your command? I wonder if it's true?" Meng Hong's face couldn't help but sink when he heard this, and he turned around to look at Chun Yu with a faintly, slightly blaming expression. Even though Chun Yu wanted to climb up the social ladder and throw herself into Zhao Stars' arms, Meng Hong only hated himself for not having the ability to make her stay. But revealing this information about Yang Kai shouldn't have been done. Most of the time, this information was related to life, death, and benefits. Not to mention that Chun Yu had received Yang Kai's life-saving grace in the past, and it was Yang Kai who brought her all the way here. It was fine if she didn't know how to repay her kindness, but now she revealed such important information to an outsider. Wasn't this equivalent to being a traitor? Chun Yu could be considered to have gotten to know Yang Kai through him, so he felt rather ashamed when he saw this. So what if it's true? So what if it's false? Yang Kai glanced at Chun Yu with a mocking expression, yet he saw her constantly lowering her head with an embarrassed and uneasy expression. Presumably, she knew that what she did was slightly wrong, and she had no face to see others. Zhao Stars chuckled. "Since you said this, then it ought to be true. Brother Yang is extraordinary, and his ability to control beasts has attained perfection. I admire you. Come, let this Zhao offer you a toast." As he spoke, he raised his wine cup and raised it. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him, not even sparing him a glance. The muscles on Zhao Stars' face twitched slightly, but he chuckled, not taking it to heart. He put down his wine cup and continued. "It's like this, Brother Yang. This Zhao has an older sister who heard about this matter and is interested in one of Brother Yang's strange beasts. She wants to raise one, but I don't know if Brother Yang is willing to part with it. The price can be discussed, and I guarantee that you'll be satisfied." "Your older sister wants to raise one?" Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. "Which one does she want to raise?" "My older sister is more interested in the Scarlet Dragon, but forget about the Earth Dragon. Brother Yang, you also know that the Earth Dragon's appearance isn't very likable. Hee. Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's true." Zhao Star said, "Brother Yang, you name a price. This Zhao will buy it no matter how much it is. Let's just treat it as making friends. In the future, if Brother Yang needs any help, just ask. This Zhao will definitely not refuse." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but whether it's the Scarlet Dragon or the Earth Dragon, I'm not selling them." Zhao Stars became anxious when he heard this. He raised his hand and said, "Brother Yang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Why don't you listen to this Zhao's price first before making a decision?" Yang Kai still shook his head. "Not selling means not selling. No matter how much you name, I won't sell." "You're really not selling?" Zhao Stars narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai stared at him. "I don't want to say the same thing a third time." For pairs of eyes met. Zhao Stars' eyes were cold. Yang Kai's face was indifferent, and Meng Hong and the others were nervous. Only Yuhi sat beside Yang Kai with a smile on her face. She looked at him from the side, without blinking, as if she couldn't get enough of looking at him. After a while, Zhao Stars laughed. "All right, since Brother Yang has said so, then this Zhao won't steal what you love." Changing the topic, he said, "Let's not talk about the two strange beasts. Let's talk about the dragon blood pills." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "You know quite a lot." Needless to say, it was Chun Yu who revealed the existence of the dragon blood pills. Before this, Yang Kai had refined a lot of dragon blood pills, and in addition to giving some to Little Black and Little Red, Meng Hong and the others had also obtained a few. After diluting this thing, it had the effect of strengthening the body of a cultivator, so it was very useful to anyone. Since Zhao Stars knew about the existence of the dragon blood pills, how could he not care? Ignoring the ridicule in Yang Kai's words, Zhao Stars' expression became solemn as he said, Qi Xing wants to buy some dragon blood pills for Brother Yang. Price is not a problem. We'll take as many as you have. As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly became Qi Xing's representative. In other words, he was representing Qi Xing to negotiate with Yang Kai, using his influence to pressure him. Qi Xing wants to buy my dragon blood pills? Yang Kai laughed. Zhao Stars nodded yes. Not for sale. Yang Kai decisively refused. After so many years, it was not easy to come across a batch of dragon blood flowers that surpassed the best quality, and it took him 4 months to refine the dragon blood pills. This was the perfect time to improve his bloodline. So how could he sell them? He felt that they were not enough for him. Zhao Star seemed to have expected this, and just smiled faintly when he heard this. He picked up the wine cup on the table and took a sip before calmly saying, Brother Yang, I heard that you have been in seclusion recently, so you may not know much about the situation outside. Now, this entire Star City is my Qi Xing's territory. Once you enter Star City, you will be under my Qi Xing's jurisdiction. Those who do not obey will not live for long here. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said calmly, Are you threatening me? I'm just helping Brother Yang to analyze the situation. Zhao Stars put down his wine cup. Now, my Qi Xing has 7 masters, all of whom are at the 3rd grade or above opening the heavens, with 3,000 subordinates. To be blunt, there are very few in the Great Void Realm who can compare to Qi Xing. Brother Yang has been cultivating all this time, and it is not easy for him to have today's achievements. So he must know what it means to judge the situation and size up the situation. Qi Xing just wants to buy some dragon blood pills from Brother Yang. So why is Brother Yang so unreasonable and unapproachable? Saying so, a smile bloomed on his face. Moreover, since Brother Yang can refine dragon blood pills, you must also have some attainments in the alchemy Dao. What my Qi Xing lacks is a talent like Brother Yang. This Zhao is willing to be a refer. As long as Brother Yang is willing, it is not a problem for him to come to my Qi Xing as an honored alchemist. In the future, we will all be one family. Brother Yang, what do you think? With this last sentence, Zhao Xing stared at him with a burning gaze. Yang Kai said, Not selling means not selling. No matter what you say, it is useless. Zhao Xing's expression turned cold. Brother Yang, won't you consider it carefully? I am afraid Brother Yang will regret it. Yang Kai glared at him coldly. If you dare to be long-winded again, I will make you regret sitting down. Zhao Xing's expression sank as he slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Yang Kai with murderous intent. After a while, he turned to Yuhi and said, Miss Yuhi, why don't you persuade him? Yuhi had a love-struck expression as she faintly said, Whatever young master says, I will listen to young master. Good. Zhao Xing was so angry that he laughed. Very good. Stretching out his hand, he clapped and shouted, Men! More than a dozen people rushed in from outside, each of them exuding a powerful aura as they stood behind Zhao Xing. Zhao Xingchen pointed to the front. This commander suspects that these people are spies planted here by other forces. Take them all down. Chapter 4001. As soon as these words came out, Meng Hong and the others were shocked. They never thought that things would develop to this point. Chunyu was also shocked, and her face turned pale. She stepped forward and said, Brother Zhao, this is a misunderstanding. Saying so, she tried to pull Zhao Xingxing away. Zhao Xingxing's body shook, and he impatiently shouted, Get out of my way! His strength overflowed, and he directly pushed Chunyu to the side, almost causing her to fall to the ground. Junior sister Chun. Meng Hong quickly stepped forward to support her, but Chunyu stealthily avoided him. Seeing this, Meng Hong couldn't help but look gloomy. Zhao Xingxing turned his head and glanced at her before coldly snorting and turning to look at Yang Kai. Brother Yang, this commander saw that you were a talented person and wanted to recruit you, but unfortunately, Brother Yang did not appreciate it. In that case, I would like to invite Brother Yang to my Qi Xing dungeon for a chat. Waving his hand, he shouted, "Arrest them all! If they dare resist, kill them all!" As soon as these words fell, the dozen people rushed forward and reached out to grab Yang Kai, Meng Hong, and the others. The three Great Moon Province disciples were suddenly at a loss and didn't know what to do. They wanted to resist, but this was Qi Xing's territory after all, so if they couldn't clean up the mess, they wouldn't be able to eat anything good. On the contrary, the people who rushed towards Yang Kai suddenly let out a muffled groan and were all sent flying, smashing the tables and chairs in the lobby. Zhao Xingxing was shocked. "You dare fight back?" In recent months, Qi Xing's momentum had soared rapidly. In this star market, the Qi Xing cultivator ran amok and no one dared to provoke him. So he never expected that someone would actually attack his people in public, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Yang Kai sneered, "You dare to attack me, why wouldn't I dare to fight back? Come at me." He reached out to grab Zhao Xingxing, and with a sudden suction force, Zhao Xingxing involuntarily threw himself in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck with one hand and pressed him down on the table. The scorching power in the center of his palm was concealed, and he looked down coldly at him. "You dare to be impudent in front of me with just this little ability?" Zhao Stars flew into a rage out of humiliation. "You're dead. You're dead. Do you know who I am? I'm Star Zhao, and the Red Star 5th manager is my brother-in-law. Brat, you better let me go quickly, or else you'll be in trouble." As he shouted, he struggled with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to get up. The large hand around his neck was like an iron hoop, suppressing him to the point that he was unable to exert any strength. Zhao Stars was astonished. He was also from the Emperor realm and had condensed a few types of heaven-splitting powers. He had never thought that at the level of the Emperor realm, he would be suppressed to the point where he couldn't retaliate at all. With their commander being captured so easily, those Red Star cultivators didn't know what to do. They looked at each other and froze on the spot. Zhao Stars slammed the table and shouted angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack." Everyone was helpless and could only rush up. However, in fear of harming the innocent, they couldn't even get within 30 feet of Yang Kai before they were all blasted away and fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Meng Hong and the others were stunned. Chen Yu's mouth was slightly agape, and she had an anxious look on her face. Although she knew that Yang Kai was powerful and had personally seen Yang Kai sweeping through the 100 people from DT on, she didn't expect that Yang Kai would be so gutsy and actually dare to make a move here. However, it had already happened, and it was already too late for her to stop it. She could only be anxious and didn't know where to start even if she wanted to persuade him. "I advise you to quickly let me go, kneel down, kowtow, and apologize. Otherwise, you definitely won't be able to see the sun tomorrow." Although Zhao Stars was in a miserable state, his mouth was still unyielding. With his status as a Red Star Junior Commander, he believed that Yang Kai wouldn't dare to do anything to him. "You like to kneel down, kowtow, and apologize?" Yang Kai sneered. He suddenly raised his hand and kicked out. "Then you can kneel here properly." With a crisp crack, Zhao Stars' face suddenly paled. Immediately after, he let out an earth-shattering cry and directly knelt on the spot. Many of the cultivator in the lobby paled. How would they dare to stay here? They all paid for their drinks and ran out. Some people looked at Yang Kai with pity before they left. They shook their heads and sighed, feeling that Yang Kai would regret it sooner or later. There was even a middle-aged man who advised him earnestly, "Young man, quickly leave before things get out of hand. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. After all, this is Red Star's territory." Yang Kai grinned at him. When the middle-aged man saw Yang Kai's attitude, he couldn't say anything more. In the blink of an eye, all the guests in the lobby ran away, leaving the shopkeeper with an ashen face and trembling. Red Star Junior Commander was beaten up in his inn. No matter what, he couldn't escape the responsibility. This and could forget about continuing to operate. After being kicked to the ground by Yang Kai, Zhao Stars wailed for a while. His eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Yang Kai and said, "Today's shame, this junior commander will remember it. I will repay you 100 times, 1,000 times. I'll sit here and wait." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yuhua's infatuation became even stronger. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light as she stared at Yang Kai's side profile. Zhao Stars turned his head again and glared at Chunyu, who was standing in a daze. "You bitch, you only know how to watch the show. Don't you know how to save me?" Chunyu's face turned pale. She pursed her red lips and looked at Yang Kai pleadingly. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai chuckled. "Miss Chun must be joking. You and I have only met by chance. I don't deserve you calling me brother. There is no need to mention the word brother in the future." Chunyu's face turned even paler when she heard this. She knew that Yang Kai wanted to draw a line between them. She couldn't help feeling bitter in her heart. But then again, she and Yang Kai had nothing to do with each other. They only knew each other because of Meng Hong. Unable to beg Yang Kai, she could only turn her head and look at Meng Hong. Meng Hong clenched his fists and lowered his eyes, not saying a word. Seeing this, Chinyu sighed in her heart. How could she have the face to say anything? "You can't help it all. What use do I have for a bitch like you?" Zhao Stars said angrily. Yang Kai glanced at Chinyu coldly. "Your taste in men is really not very good." These words made Chinyu tremble and bury her head in her chest. Yang Kai threw out another slap, directly slapping several of Zhao Star's teeth away. Half of his face was swollen. Looking at him coldly, he said, "Dare to be long-winded again, and I'll take your dog life immediately." Zhao Star's eyes were wide and crimson, clearly unconvinced. But now that the situation was stronger than him, he could only swallow his broken teeth and swallow it. The hall was silent for a while. Only the sound of Yang Kai drinking by himself could be heard. Yuhi looked at this, looked at that, and transmitted her voice with a grin. "How are we going to clean this up now?" The likes of Stars, Zhao, did not enter her eyes at all. Not to mention Stars Zhao, even that whatever fifth head behind him, Yuhi might not even look him in the eye. But this was the great cosmological realm after all, and this was Qi Xing's territory. Yang Kai had made such a ruckus, so it would not be easy to deal with it. "I can understand that you are standing up for your friend, but this matter is a bit too big." Yuhi continued to transmit her voice. "If we want to leave, we have to leave now. Otherwise, if the news spreads, we won't be able to leave even if we want to." Yang Kai heard this and replied, "Do you think I'm standing up for Meng Hong? Isn't it?" Yuhi asked back. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "It can be considered a part of it, but the most important thing is that they have their eyes on my treasure. Since they are unwilling to give it to me, I can only establish my power and let them know that my things are not something that anyone can covet." Saying so, he smiled proudly. "If I want to leave, how can trash like Qi Xing stop me?" Under the urging of the space law, unless Qi Xing set up a shocking array in advance to isolate the world, Yang Kai could come and go as he pleased. "You're amazing, okay?" Yuhi glared at him. Scarlet Star Junior Commander Zhao Xianxia was beaten and forced to kneel on the ground. This news quickly spread throughout the Star City. Many people didn't dare to believe it. After all, who in the Star City would dare to make a move against the people of Scarlet Star? However, the people who passed on the news said with certainty that they had seen it with their own eyes. Zhao Xianxia was still kneeling in an inn. Some people who did not believe it secretly came to take a look, and after a glance, they found it to be the case. They all felt that it was a little unbelievable, and even the one who had beaten him up was a celestial being. In the northwest corner of Star City, in the back garden of a mansion, there was a small bridge over flowing water, a rockery, and strange rocks. Beside a pond, a fat man was holding fish food in his hand and gently splashing it, causing the koi in the pond to compete for food. Suddenly, an earth-shattering cry came from a corner of the courtyard, and the fat man's hand trembled when he heard it, a look of headache appearing on his face. The cry quickly approached, and it turned out to be a well-endowed woman wearing jewelry. It was unknown what she had encountered, but at this moment she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, making people feel pity for her. Arriving in front of the fat man, the woman knelt down with a thud and said in a heart-wrenching voice, "Master, you have to uphold justice for me." The fat man turned his head and looked at her speechlessly. Then he sprinkled the fish food in his hand and bent down to support the woman. "If you have something to say, get up and talk." Why are you crying?" The woman did not get up and wailed, "If master does not agree to uphold justice for me, this concubine will not get up." The fat man reached out and rubbed his forehead. "Did your little brother cause some trouble again? Didn't you give him the position of junior commander last time? What is he doing this time?" The woman raised her head and said in a tear-stained voice, "Master, how do you know it's about Xing? Did you hear something?" The fat man said in annoyance, "Apart from your useless little brother, what else can you come to me for? Tell me, what kind of trouble did he cause this time?" The woman refused to comply. "Master, you've wronged the Xing. This time, it's not him who caused trouble, it's someone who provoked him. The subordinates who went out with him came back and said that he was beaten up." The fat man coldly snorted. "With his character, he'll be beaten up sooner or later. I've already told you to restrain him a little and not cause trouble everywhere." The woman cried, "It's not the Xing who caused trouble, but the subordinates said that Yang Kai was bullying the weak. Not only did he beat the Xing, he also forced him to kneel there. The Xing's legs were broken, his face was swollen, and many of his teeth fell out." As she spoke, sorrow welled up in her heart, and she wailed incessantly. Chapter 4002. The stars were forced to kneel there. A sinister look flashed across Fatty's face when he heard this. If they were just beaten up, it was only because their skills were inferior, but being forced to kneel, there was a complete humiliation. No matter what, Zhao Stars was still a small commander of Crimson Star and one of his people. Being treated like this wasn't a slap to his face. As the fifth master of Crimson Star, how could he endure this? Seeing this, the woman hurriedly recounted what she had heard, adding fuel to the fire. Fatty snorted coldly. "You stay here, I'll go and see who is so bold." Saying so, he walked out with his hands behind his back. The woman shouted from behind, "Master, you must bring the stars back. If anything happens to the stars, I don't want to live anymore." I know. Fatty waved his hand impatiently. After gathering his subordinates, Fatty left the manor and headed straight for the inn. In less than half an hour, they arrived at their destination. When he came to the door and looked inside, he saw his brother-in-law, Zhao Stars, with a bruised face and a swollen nose. Sure enough, he was kneeling there with 3 men and 1 woman standing to the side. There was also a man and a woman sitting on a chair. The young man sitting on the chair was calmly pouring wine for himself. The others were fine, but when he saw the woman sitting there, Fatty couldn't help but frown. He had been in and out of this star market many times before. As a 5th-grade heaven splitter, she was naturally not an unknown person. Even if the higher-ups of Crimson Star had never dealt with her, they all knew her. If it were in the outside world, Fatty would not dare to provoke a 5th-grade heaven splitter at will. After all, he was only a 4th-grade heaven splitter. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between them, their real combat strength was worlds apart. However, this was the great cosmological realm after all. The fog of the great cosmological realm sealed the universe. No matter what grade the heaven splitter was, in the special environment of the great cosmological realm, their strength would be greatly reduced. When Fatty walked in, the entire inn shook along with his footsteps. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a rolling meatball at the door. With every step, the floor trembled, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In his entire life, he had never seen such a fat Fatty. This person's height and width were almost the same. At first glance, he really looked like a rolling meatball. The facial features on his face were blurry because of the fat that was squeezed together. Who is this guy? Yang Kai looked surprised. Yuhi knew that he had been in seclusion to refine elixirs and knew nothing about the situation outside. She immediately whispered to him, "This is the Crimson Star's 5th head, Chun Tianfei. He seems to have cultivated a special cultivation technique. People call him Chun Tianfei." Zhao Stars, who was kneeling on the ground, also saw Chun Tianfei. He was overjoyed and shouted, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, save me." As he spoke, he struggled to get up. "That let you get up?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his finger, sending out a stream of energy. Zhao Xing screamed and fell to his knees again, blood flowing out his thigh. This time, he couldn't get up. Chun Tianfei's footsteps did not stop. The fat on his face trembled slightly, and a cold light flashed in his narrow eyes. Soon, Chun Tianfei arrived in front of the table and stood there like a mountain of flesh, blocking all the light and giving off a silent pressure. This was the first time Meng Hong and the others had seen such a character, so they were surprised. At the same time, they were secretly worried for Yang Kai. Brother-in-law. Zhao Xingqian looked up miserably with a pleading look on his face. His face was full of humiliation. Waste! Chun Tianfei coldly snorted and waved his hand, taking out a chair from his space ring and placing it behind him. He then sat down. His chair was obviously custom-made. It was wide and sturdy. Otherwise, an ordinary chair would not be able to bear his size. After sitting down, Chun Tianfei leaned back in his chair and squinted at Yuhi. Young lady Yuhi, it's been a long time. Master Chun. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. Chun Tianfei said, Young lady Yuhi, aren't you going a bit too far this time? If my little brother-in-law really did something wrong, you could just beat him up and scold him. At worst, you could just kill him. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to have him kneel here? Yuhi blinked her big eyes and smiled. Master Chun, you found the wrong person. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was my young master who did it. If you want to say something, you might as well say it to my young master. Young master? Chun Tianfei was stunned and turned to look at Yang Kai. When he saw Yuhi here, he assumed that she was the one in charge here, but who knew that a young master would suddenly appear? At a glance, this young man didn't seem special. He really didn't know what kind of ability he had to make a fifth-grade heaven splitter call him young master. After hesitating for a moment, Chun Tianfei asked, Little brother, how should I address you? Yang Kai grinned at him and introduced himself. Yang Kai. Chun Tianfei nodded slightly. So you are that Yang Kai. His concubine had been making a lot of noise before, saying that some Yang Kai had hit his little brother-in-law, but now he knew that the one who hit him was right in front of him. Little brother Yang, do you have something to say to this king? Chun Tianfei asked. Yang Kai glanced at him and raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? The fat on Chun Tianfei's face trembled, seemingly smiling. You hurt someone but didn't run, instead deliberately sitting here and waiting for this king. Don't you have something to say to this king? His tone became cold. Or does little brother not put my crimson star in his eyes, thinking that you can come and go as you please in Star Market? If that's what you think, I'm afraid you've miscalculated. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Master Chun is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. His expression became solemn as he said, I want to join Crimson Star. Yui turned her head and glanced at him when she heard this. Yang Kai had not mentioned this to her, and even Meng Hong and the others were surprised. Chun Tianfei heard this and chuckled. Join Crimson Star? You hurt my Crimson Star's people and still haven't given this king a satisfactory explanation. And now you want to join Crimson Star? In little brother's eyes, what is Crimson Star? If Master Chen wants an explanation, I'll give you one. Yang Kai said as he raised his hand and gently pressed it towards Chun Tianfei. Chun Tianfei's face froze, and he also raised a big fat palm to meet it. The two palms met silently, as if they had just touched each other lightly. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and picked up the wine glass on the table to play with it. Chun Tianfei's fat body suddenly shook and his fat rippled. The chair he was sitting on suddenly shattered into pieces, filling the air with debris. Looking around, Chun Tianfei's face had become extremely red, as if he had been cooked, and steam was rising from the top of his head. With a roar, Chun Tianfei stomped his feet on the ground, and the floor of the inn instantly collapsed. At the same time, a surge of heat poured out from Chun Tianfei's pores, and a large amount of sweat poured out. In an instant, Chun Tianfei looked as if he had just been fished out of water. He was drenched from head to toe. Not only that, his round, fat body seemed to have shrunk, and his close-fitting clothes became loose. Looking at Yang Kai with a look of horror, the fat on Chun Tianfei's face twitched. Does Master Chen think this explanation is enough? Yang Kai asked without raising his head. Chun Tianfei stared deeply at Yang Kai, then turned his head and glanced at Zhao Xingxing, who had been kneeling there, and nodded under his desperate gaze. It's enough. Brother-in-law. Zhao Xingxing's face turned ashen in an instant. He had been counting on his brother-in-law to come and avenge him. But who knew that the situation would develop like this? Now that he had shouted enough, how could he take revenge? The shame of today would not be washed away for the rest of his life. Shut up. Chun Tianfei snorted coldly, raised his hand, took out a chair from his space ring, and placed it under his buttocks, then looked at Yu He and said, Miss Yu He, your young master's future is limitless. Yu He smiled triumphantly. Do I need you to tell me that? Chun Tianfei turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Little brother Yang stayed here to wait for me, because you want to join Crimson Star? Yes. Chun Tianfei said, Can I ask why? With little brother Yang's ability, you must have great achievements in the great cosmological realm. So why did you choose my Crimson Star? Yang Kai grinned and said, I just happened to be here at the right time. There's nothing special about it. As for why I want to join, I want to find something. Crimson Star has many people, so it's easy to find. Now that he had condensed the power of wood, fire, and earth, and the power of earth was found in the great cosmological realm, he naturally wanted to find more power. Crimson Star had many people and was well informed. That's all. Chun Tianfei was still in disbelief. That's all. Chun Tianfei looked at him seriously, and after a while, nodded, I understand what little brother Yang means. Crimson Star also welcomes talents like you very much. This king will make the decision to accept you into Crimson Star. As for your position, how about you be the same as Stars, a junior commander? Zhao Xingxing was dumbfounded. The person who had beaten him and forced him to kneel was not only accepted into Crimson Star by his brother-in-law, but was also given the position of a junior commander, on equal footing with him. How could he take revenge like this? Junior commander? Yang Kai looked at Chun Tianfei with a faint smile. Chun Tianfei asked curiously, Are you not satisfied? Although little brother Yang's strength is good, you have just joined Crimson Star after all and have not made any contributions. A junior commander position is already the limit of this king's promotion. It is impossible for this king to promote you above senior commander. Suddenly changing the topic, he said, If Miss Yu He is willing to join Crimson Star, the position of senior commander will be vacant. Yu He chuckled and declined to comment. Among the several masters of Crimson Star, the strongest was only on par with her, a 5th stage heaven opening master. She was also a 5th stage heaven opening master. So how could she accept the position of senior commander and listen to someone else's orders? There is no need for a junior commander, and I am not interested in a senior commander. Chun Tianfei was stunned. What does little brother Yang mean? Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. I want to be a master of Crimson Star. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Even Yu He looked at him blankly, wondering if she had heard wrong. Chapter 4003. You want to be the head of Crimson Star? Chun Tianfei looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. Like Yu He, he also wondered if he had heard wrongly. Originally, promoting Yang Kai to a junior commander was already very generous, but who would have thought that he would be so greedy as to ask for the position of head? Chun Tianfei had never seen such an arrogant person and could not help but feel a little angry. Head Chun, do you think I am not qualified? Yang Kai glanced at him. Chun Tianfei said solemnly, My Crimson Star's 7 heads are all at the heaven opening realm. Although little brother Yang is strong, you should not have reached the heaven opening realm yet, right? If your realm is not enough, even if you sit in that position, how will you convince the others? Yang Kai shook his finger and said, There is no heaven opening realm in the great cosmological abyss. It is meaningless for Head Chun to talk about realms with me. Chun Tianfei said solemnly, That may be the case, but since ancient times, my Crimson Star has never had a head who has not reached the heaven opening realm. There are always exceptions to everything, aren't there? Chun Tianfei stared deeply at Yang Kai, and the aura on his body became ethereal. After a while, he laughed loudly. Little brother Yang is so ambitious. This king has learned something today. It is not impossible for you to be the head of Crimson Star, but Crimson Star has its own rules. Now that Crimson Star has 7 heads, if you want to arrange another position, you will need the approval of more than 4. Then I will have to trouble Head Chun to take me to see the other heads. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Chun Tianfei narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Of course. It is a small matter to take you to see them, but whether you can get their approval will depend on your own ability. As it should be. Xianxia nodded gently and got up. Please. Chen Tianfei put on a fake smile, got up, and walked out. Xianxia followed closely behind, and Yuhi also hurriedly followed. Seeing this, how could the three from Great Moon Province dare to stay here? They all followed behind. What are you doing? Yuhi asked quietly. Are you really going to see the heads of Crimson Star? Of course. Otherwise, how could he have gotten their approval? Yuhi said huffily. Can't you tell that this Chen Tianfei is up to no good? This trip was definitely a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Moreover, even if he really became the head of Crimson Star, what benefits would there be? I really don't understand what you're thinking. You'll know when the time comes, Xianxia replied casually. Yuhi snorted and said, You like to mess around so much. How on earth did you survive until now? This young master is blessed by the heavens. Xianxia replied calmly. Yuhi was exasperated. Although she was angry, she still hurriedly told him some information she knew. Yuhi had never seen the heads of Crimson Star, but she had heard of them, such as Madame Qin, who was proficient in music, Gan Hong, who was good at assassination, and the twin Ouyang brothers. They had been cultivating together since childhood and were all 4th grade, splitting the heavens. They were extremely difficult to deal with, and even outside with her strength, she would have a headache if she encountered them. In addition to these 4 people, there was also Bei Yushan, who was extraordinarily talented and powerful. There was also the Poison Lady, who had poison all over her body. Her Tao of poison had reached perfection, and even many heaven splitters had died tragically at her hands. Including Chen Tianfei, the heads of Crimson Star could be said to all have unique skills and were not to be trifled with. As for the head of Crimson Star, it was said that he had been trying to break through to the 6th grade, splitting the heavens, but there had been no news for many years, so it was unknown whether he had succeeded or not. If he succeeded, he would be a character on par with the Lady Boss, and even Yuhi would have to avoid him. Along the way, Yuhi chattered endlessly, instilling all the information she had to Xianxia as much as possible. Xianxia silently noted this down. Not long after, everyone arrived in front of a large hall. The door to this hall was extremely thick and was about 10 meters high. Chen Tianfei stepped forward and pushed the door open, and with a creaking sound, the door opened a crack. Little brother Yang, please, the heads of Crimson Star are basically all inside. Chen Tianfei gestured with a faint smile on his face. Xianxia glanced at him and said to Yuhi, You wait outside. After saying that, he walked inside. Yui's figure flashed. I'll go with you. How could she feel at ease letting Xianxia rush into this tiger's den alone? She had already made up her mind to advance and retreat together with him, so naturally, there was no reason to retreat at this time. On the other hand, Meng Hong and the others knew that they were not strong enough, so even if they followed in, they would not be of much help, so they all stood at the door and waited. The thick door closed again, isolating the inside from the outside. Inside the huge hall, it was pitch black, and the moment the door closed, there was a rustling sound all around as flames ignited. The flickering light illuminated the figures on the chairs around the hall, making them look like a group of dancing demons, and the atmosphere of the entire hall became gloomy at this moment. There were not many people in the hall, and apart from Xianxia and Yuhi, there were only 5 people sitting on 5 chairs. Chen Tianfei's figure flickered, and he came to an empty chair and sat down. A sweet voice suddenly sounded. Old fatty Chen, is this the boy who wants to be the head of Crimson Star? Then you obediently brought him here? Not only did this woman's voice sound incomparably sweet, but as her voice sounded, there seemed to be a sweet smell floating in the air, causing those who smelled it to feel as if they were enjoying it. Poison. Yui's expression changed slightly, and a layer of 5-colored light suddenly appeared on the surface of her body to protect her. Turning her head to look, she found that the person who spoke was a petite woman who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. Her appearance was pure and lovely, obedient and cute, but Yuhi recognized this woman at a glance as the Poison Lady of Crimson Star. Only she could display such superb poisoning methods. The poison matriarch was only at the 4th stage, but she had once relied on her own strength to poison a 5th stage heaven opening, 2 4th stage heavenly openers, and 5 3rd stage heavenly openers. After that battle, her fame had soared, and no one dared to look down on this delicate little woman who had not yet grown up. Looking at Xianxia with some worry, she saw that Xianxia was completely fine, not showing the slightest sign of being poisoned, but instead looking at the poison matriarch with shining eyes. She could not help but click her tongue in wonder, wondering how Xianxia was able to resist the poison. What she did not know was that the pure dragon blood flowing through Xianxia's body was a half-dragon, and the dragon race had an extremely strong resistance to poisons. Not to mention the poison that the poison matriarch had secretly used. Even if she really fed him poison, he would still be fine. What's more, he still had the wood attribute condensed from the essence of the immortal tree and the fire attribute condensed from the golden crow true fire. Even if some of the poison entered his body, it would disappear without a trace after being cleansed by these two forces. Hearing the poison matriarch's words, Chen Tianfei chuckled. Don't underestimate this little brother Yang. This king suffered a loss at his hands just now. If this king is not mistaken, he has condensed a 6th-stage fire attribute strength. Only the fire elemental energy of the 6th rank could make it so difficult for him to receive that palm strike. Under that palm strike, Chen Tianfei clearly felt a scorching energy invading his body, and it took him a lot of effort to neutralize it. This was also because Xianxia had not used his full strength. Otherwise, Chen Tianfei would not have come to the wrong conclusion that he had condensed a 6th-stage fire attribute strength. 6th-stage fire attribute strength. As soon as these words came out, Qi Xing and the other family heads were all shocked. Being able to condense a 6th-stage fire attribute strength was also a skill. Most people would not be able to withstand the pressure of condensing a 6th-stage opening heaven material, not to mention the fact that 6th-stage fire attribute strength was priceless, enough to make even the blessed enclaves fight over it. Generally, only those from the top forces were qualified to condense a 6th-stage fire attribute strength. Little brat, you're quite ambitious. The poison matriarch could not help looking Xianxia up and down. Do you want to reach the 6th-stage opening heaven material? Xianxia grinned at her, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. First. What first? The poison matriarch frowned, having a bad feeling, as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake, causing her hair to stand on end. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Just kill him. Daring to not put Qi Xing in his eyes. A trivial Emperor Realm Master dares to boast shamelessly that he wants to be a family head? Simply ridiculous. From a chair on the right side of the hall, a cold voice came from an illusory shadow. This person was like a distorted shadow, making it impossible to see his face clearly, and even his voice was erratic. Surprisingly, this was the one he had mentioned before, Gan Hong, who was proficient in the Tao of assassination. Second, Xianxia nodded. A thunderous voice came from the left side, causing the entire hall to buzz incessantly. Is this brat sick? What first and second? Xianxia ignored him and turned to look at Chen Tianfei. Family head Chen, this is different from what you said. Didn't we come here to discuss joining Qi Xing and becoming a family head? The other family heads don't seem very enthusiastic. Chen Tianfei looked at him with a smile and said, Yes. As this king said before, if you want to become a family head, you need to obtain the approval of at least 4 of them. But now it seems that no one agrees with you. Moreover, the rules of Qi Xing's 7 family heads have been around for a long time, so there are no more chairs for you to sit on. So, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time. If Xianxia had agreed to be a junior commander before, Chen Tianfei would have been happy to see it happen. Having a powerful subordinate like Xianxia was also beneficial to Chen Tianfei, and he could write off the matter of Zhao Xingxing being beaten up. However, Xianxia's bias was higher than the heavens, and he did not put junior commanders or senior commanders in his eyes, actually wanting to be on equal footing with him. How could Chen Tianfei agree to such a thing? Leading Xianxia here was just to invite him into a trap. Now that the family heads of Qi Xing were here and the spirit arrays in the hall had been activated, Yang Kai would not be able to escape even if he had wings, so how could he be in the mood to feign civility with Yang Kai? Chapter 4004. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. I understand what Master Chen means. In other words, Crimson Star will only ever have 7 masters? You can say that. Chen Tianfei smiled slightly. Then it's simple. Yang Kai also grinned. As long as I can kill one of you, then replace you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and like a great rock spreading its wings, he pounced straight towards the poison lady. Yang Kai made his move as soon as he said so. He was extremely decisive. No one expected him to be so decisive. Everyone thought that he would be restrained in this place, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. Who would have thought that he would be the one to lead the attack? How dare you? How dare you? A few angry shouts sounded out at the same time, and several figures flew out from the chairs. Gan Hong's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace, completely blending into the darkness. The 2 Ouyang brothers, who had been sitting motionless like mountains, also moved swiftly. Their auras were closely connected, as if they had turned into one person. Chen Tianfei's fat body bounced up like a rubber ball, straight towards Yang Kai. Dong, 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 Bei Yushan, who was like an iron tower, took a step forward, and every step he took caused the hall to tremble. His 2 to 3 zhong tall body was filled with muscles, and was filled with explosive power. He blocked in front of the poison lady like a small mountain, grinned at Yang Kai, and punched out. A sonic boom sounded out, causing one's eardrums to tremble. This punch was extremely heavy, and even if there was a mountain in front of it, it could shatter it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai did not dodge and waved his fist to meet the attack. Yui's face turned pale. Be careful. Her heart was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She had clearly told Yang Kai before that this Bei Yushan was born with divine strength, enough to uproot a mountain. So how could Yang Kai think of taking his fist head on? Wasn't this just asking for humiliation? Seeing this, the others could not help but laugh. Among the Crimson Star clan's leaders, this Bei Yushan was the most talented. He had a special physique, and his brute strength was almost comparable to that of a mutated beast. Under the premise that they were at the same level, no one could take a direct punch from him. Not to mention that he was a 4th-grade sky splitter, while Yang Kai was just a venerable emperor. Although there was no sky splitter in the great cosmological abyss, and Bei Yushan couldn't display his full strength, could an ant compete with an elephant? That was impossible. Only now did Chen Tianfei realize that this Yang Kai seemed to be a hothead. He had spent so much effort to bring him here. It was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. If he had known that this person was so arrogant, he wouldn't have put in so much effort. With all kinds of thoughts flashing through their minds, the leaders of Red Star instantly stopped and quietly watched, as if they could predict Yang Kai's next fate. A loud boom resounded. A scene that made the corners of everyone's eyes twitch violently appeared. When the 2 fists collided, the one who was sent flying was not the smaller Yang Kai, but the 20 to 30 zhong tall Bei Yushan, who was like an iron tower. His huge body was like a ragged sack as he slammed into the wall, creating a huge hole in the solid wall. The entire hall shook with a loud bang. On the other hand, Yang Kai's body only paused for a moment before he pounced forward without slowing down. Impossible. Chen Tianfei almost bit his tongue. Because of the squeezing of his fat, his eyes, which had always been narrow and long, were now wider than an ox's. What he saw in front of him had completely overturned his understanding, and he couldn't believe it. The Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin were also stunned. In an instant, Yang Kai had pounced 10 zhong in front of the poison matriarch, grinning sinisterly. The poison matriarch obviously hadn't reacted to what had happened, and when she came back to her senses, Yang Kai's sinister smile was already in front of her. Her expression couldn't help but change, and she opened her mouth and spat out a pink mist at Yang Kai. At the same time, her body smashed through a chair and directly flew backwards. The mist was extremely poisonous, and even if a heaven-opening master was hit, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. If they didn't think of a way to neutralize it, they would quickly turn into a pool of pus. When Kai Yang crashed into the fog, his body suddenly shook slightly. Obviously, he was affected by the poison. The poison matriarch laughed sinisterly. "Brat, you have some ability actually sending this big guy flying, but this old lady's soul-devouring smoke isn't so easy to endure. You'll slowly experience the pain of soul-devouring bone and soul-devouring smoke." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly widened as she stared in front of her with a look of horror. Amidst the pink mist, Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled, like a whale swallowing water, directly sucking in a large amount of the mist. Looking up, his eyes shone with a terrifying light, piercing the poison matriarch's soul. The poison matriarch couldn't help but scream, her petite body frantically fleeing backwards. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and stretched out a hand to grab her. Using the space principles, he ignored the distance between them and grabbed the poison matriarch's slender neck, bringing her in front of him. The poison matriarch struggled madly, but the big hand holding her neck didn't move at all. With a bang, Poison Woman's body exploded with a burst of highly toxic liquid that splashed onto Yang Kai's body. Sizzling sounds rang out as Yang Kai's clothes were completely corroded, revealing his slender and well-proportioned muscles. However, there was a layer of earth-yellow light covering his body. The highly toxic liquid splashed onto this earth-yellow light, but was unable to affect it at all and was completely isolated. The poison matriarch looked at Yang Kai with extreme fear. She really couldn't understand why the poison she was so proud of was completely ineffective against this person. Yui covered her red lips with her hand. Looking at the earthen yellow light on the surface of Yang Kai's body, she muttered, "Earth element power." If she remembered correctly, a few months ago, Yang Kai had told her that he had only condensed wood and fire. So where did this earth element power come from? Moreover, it seemed to be of high quality. Otherwise, how could it resist the poison matriarch's poison? He couldn't help but recall that Yang Kai had disappeared from Crouching Dragon Mountain for more than 20 days. Could it be that he had condensed the earth element power at that time? "What other abilities do you have?" Yang Kai coldly stared at the poison matriarch. The poison matriarch's pupils dilated. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Her entire body was being held in Yang Kai's hands, and she was shivering like a quail in the cold winter. The poison that she was so proud of was completely useless in front of Yang Kai. She was already at her wit's end. "Then it's my turn." Yang Kai smiled cruelly. He reached out and pinched open the poison matriarch's cherry lips, then moved his head closer. Under the poison matriarch's terrified gaze, he took a deep breath, and his chest and abdomen swelled up. Fire dragon. Breath. With less than 3 inches between them, Yang Kai exhaled and spat out a scorching energy from his mouth, crazily pouring it into the poison matriarch's body. That scorching heat was the scorching heat of the Golden Crow True Fire. A blood-curdling scream instantly rang out. The poison matriarch struggled frantically, but she couldn't break free at all. The poison all over her body exploded, but Yang Kai didn't dodge at all, allowing the poison to corrode his earth element power. "Stop!" Chun Tianfei roared, his round and rolling body instantly turning into a meatball, rumbling as he charged towards Yang Kai. At this moment, the rest of the people also began to attack. When they saw Yang Kai being enveloped by the soul-devouring smoke, they all thought that Yang Kai's death was certain, so they relaxed for a moment. Who would have thought that this short moment of hesitation would cause the poison matriarch to fall into the enemy's hands? How could they dare delay? In the blink of an eye, Chun Tianfei, the Ouyang brothers, and Bei Yushan, who had just crawled back up, rushed in front of Yang Kai, each of them using their own secret techniques and artifacts to attack Yang Kai. Roar! The roar of a beast resounded throughout the main hall as 2 enormous figures, one crimson red and one pitch black, suddenly appeared. One of them spat out raging flames from its mouth to defend against the enemy, while the other wriggled its mouth part and sprayed out mucus, forcing Crimson Star and the other leaders to be flustered. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon also made their appearance. 2 strange beasts, each more than 300 meters long, circled around Yang Kai, protecting him without leaving the slightest gap. All the incoming attacks were blocked by these two strange beasts. Chun Tianfei and the others were dumbfounded. Asterisk who? Asterisk the sound of spitting flames continued as the poison matriarch's screams became hoarse as she stared at Yang Kai with pleading eyes. Yang Kai remained unmoved. Asterisk ding dong. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out as if someone was plucking the strings of a zither. When this sound entered one's ears, it caused one's eyes to be filled with illusions, causing one's mind to become unstable. Madame Qin had summoned a zither from somewhere and was gently plucking the strings, creating an invisible sound attack. Yuhi snorted lightly and arrived not far in front of Yang Kai in a flash, summoning her little flower umbrella and twirling it around. Immediately, ripples appeared on the umbrella's surface and spread out in all directions. The melodious sound of the zither instantly became chaotic, and Madame Qin's beautiful face couldn't help but sink. With the protection of the two strange beasts, and Yuhi taking the lead to block in front of them, Qi Xing and the other leaders were unable to move. They wanted to rescue the poison matriarch, but they couldn't find the opportunity at all. They could only watch as the poison matriarch was killed, and their hearts were filled with grievance. The screams went from loud to hoarse, then from hoarse to low, and finally stopped. The poison matriarch's life force also disappeared in a short span of a few breaths. Yang Kai stopped talking, and the scorching power was instantly annihilated. He shook the poison matriarch in his hand, and the originally delicate and charming person seemed to have no bones at this moment. As he shook, boiling blood foam flowed out of his 7 orifices, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. The first one, Yang Kai casually threw the corpse of the poison matriarch to the side, as if he was throwing away trash. The whole place was silent, and the eyes of Qi Xing and the other leaders trembled violently, from time to time moving between the corpses of Yang Kai and the poison matriarch. They couldn't believe that the poison matriarch, who had lived with them for hundreds of years, had died just like that. Moreover, she had died at the hands of the Emperor Realm, and had died so miserably. If it was outside, with the poison matriarch's strength at the 4th grade of the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai would have been no match for her. The mighty world force was not something he could contend against right now. Not to mention the 4th grade of the heaven-opening realm. Even if it was the 2nd grade or the 1st grade, as long as Yang Kai was in the heaven-opening realm, he would have to avoid them. However, the special environment of the great cosmological realm allowed Yang Kai to display his skills in front of the heaven-opening realm. The mini-universe world in his body was sealed, and he couldn't use the mighty world force, so these heaven-opening realm cultivators were not as difficult to kill as those from the Emperor Realm. Chapter 4005. In the flickering candlelight in the hall, Yang Kai's voice was bone-chilling, turning into a chill that swept through the hearts and minds of the Crimson Star Clan leaders. Only now did everyone understand what Yang Kai meant when he said the first. The femme fatale was the first to attack Yang Kai and the first to be killed. Since there was the first, there would be the second, with a light clang and sparks flying. Ganhong's figure appeared beside Yang Kai like a ghost, the curved blade in his hand silently slashing down. The earth elemental power protecting Yang Kai's body was unable to withstand the sharpness of this blade, and with a loud sound, the sharp blade cut into Yang Kai's waist and abdomen, directly cutting a foot-long wound there. Immediately, flesh and blood rolled and blood flowed out. Ganhong, who had revealed himself, was stunned and in disbelief. It was all because this slash didn't have the desired effect. That foot-long wound was indeed terrifying, but his slash should have cut Yang Kai in two. The feeling of the curved blade cutting into flesh made Ganhong realize that the body of this young man in front of him was unreasonably strong. This sturdy body was actually able to withstand his destructive blade. Shocked, Ganhong's figure flashed, disappearing into the darkness, and was about to retreat. His concealment technique was unparalleled in the world, and even a master 1 or 2 minor orders higher than him would not be able to see through him. As Gan Hong hurriedly retreated, he looked up and happened to meet Yang Kai's eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat. He saw a golden vertical slit appear in Yang Kai's left eye, like a snake's pupil, causing people to feel intimidated. Under the gaze of this golden vertical slit, Gan Hong could not help but feel that there was nowhere to hide. The next moment, Yang Kai smiled at him, raised his hand, and grabbed a long spear from the void. Without seeing how he moved, he thrust out his spear, the tip of the spear rapidly expanding in his field of vision, carrying with it a murderous intent that caused one's soul to tremble. Gan Hong paled in fright and used his blade to block. With a bang, a great force came crashing down, causing Gan Hong's thin and weak figure to be sent flying, instantly feeling like a canoe in the middle of a stormy sea, at risk of capsizing at any moment. The figure hidden in the void was forced to reveal itself, and Gan Hong cried out, "Save me!" At the same time, his figure rushed towards Chen Tianfei. Seeing this, Chen Tianfei's face twitched. He cursed Gan Hong for being such a nuisance, but he couldn't just leave him in the lurch. He wrapped his body and turned into a meatball that rolled over. The rolling meatball contained a terrifying lethality, and the violent power was unrestrained. The Ouyang Kai and Yang Kai's Scarlet Flood Dragon's body moved, blocking Yang Kai. The Scarlet Jiao twisted his body, moved, blocking Scarlet Flood Dragon Scarlet. Madame Qin's zither sounded again, but was blocked by Yu He, and the two women fought in the air. At the same time, the Earth Dragon's mouth wriggled, spraying mucus towards Bei Yushan. Bei Yushan had the strength to pull up a mountain, but facing this slippery loach-like strange beast, he was unable to break through the Earth Dragon's defense. Inside the hall, chaos reigned as many forces were scattered everywhere. Chen Tianfei shouted, "Little brother Yang, stop. Listen to me. If you have anything to say it later." Yang Kai grinned as he stared at the rolling meatball, not slowing down in the slightest as he thrust his spear forward. Above the tip of his spear, a black sphere flashed, and a terrifying space principles burst forth. With a boom, the void collapsed, and Chen Tianfei was sent flying. He retreated continuously in the void, and with every step he took, the sound of violent qi erupting could be heard from behind him. That was the sound of the energy being unloaded, and as he retreated, his fat ball-like body rapidly shrank. His clothes became incomparably loose, and his entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water. After he regained his footing, he had returned to the state of an ordinary person, and his face was extremely pale. Seeing this, the corners of his eyes could not help but twitch. Gan Hong had been forced to the foot of the wall, unable to retreat, a look of panic on his face. Yang Kai's eyes overflowed with light as he stabbed out with his spear. Words could not describe the elegance of this spear, and it seemed that there was only the tip of this spear left in the world. Gan Hong screamed in horror. He had the power to split open the heavens, but he could not display it in the great cosmological realm, so he felt extremely sullen. He summoned his strength, poured it into the curved saber in his hand, and slashed down. The saber light was like the Milky Way spilling out, sprinkling toward Yang Kai. Wherever the black dragon spear passed, the saber light shattered, and with a soft sound, time seemed to freeze. The corners of Chen Tianfei's eyes twitched even more as he stared blankly at the scene at the foot of the wall. The bitterness in his heart was like eating Chinese gold thread. The Ouyang brothers also stopped. Madame Qin stopped playing the zither, and Bei Yushan turned his head to look. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai's long spear was raised high, and a thin figure was hanging on the tip of the spear. Who else could it be but Gan Hong? The black dragon spear pierced through Gan Hong's chest and abdomen and came out from his back. Yang Kai grabbed the spear with one arm and raised it high. His heroic figure was like a god descending to the mortal world, causing the remaining Crimson Star Clan leaders' eyes to tremble in disbelief. Cough! Gan Hong coughed lightly, blood filling his mouth as he said with difficulty, "If you kill me, First Master will not let you go." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, grinning. Are these your last words? Gan Hong's eyes widened as he roared. You dare! Yang Kai's arm shook, and a violent force poured into Gan Hong's body through the black dragon spear. Gan Hong screamed miserably, but he only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time before his whole body exploded, turning into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. Yang Kai's voice came out like a ghost. Look at me. Do you dare or don't you dare? With a shake of the long spear, Yang Kai turned to look at the remaining people and smiled. Second one. Madame Qin's fingers trembled, and she accidentally plucked the strings of her zither. The Ouyang brothers' faces sank, Bei Yushan's brows furrowed, and Chen Tianfei's head was dripping with sweat. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Master Chen, you're much more handsome now. In truth, Chen Tianfei was also quite handsome under normal circumstances, but because he cultivated a special secret art, he had no choice but to maintain an extremely fat figure all year round. Now that most of his fat had disappeared, he had regained quite a bit of his elegance. Facing Yang Kai's ridicule, Chen Tianfei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, his expression extremely conflicted. Yang Kai looked around and rested his spear on his shoulder. Master Chen said just now that Qi Xing's 7 masters didn't have many seats for me to sit on, but now that there are, I want to sit on one of them. Does anyone have any objections? No one answered, no one daring to speak casually, their hearts tense, afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly attack again. After this battle, Qi Xing's masters discovered that this guy was a complete madman, daring to challenge the might of splitting the heavens with just the strength of an Emperor Realm cultivator and beating a group of heaven-opening realm cultivators into falling flowers. If news of this spread, none of them would be able to go out and see anyone in the future. They really didn't have the face to do so. This is your territory, so we'll follow your rules. Master Qin said before that if I want to become Qi Xing's master, I need the agreement of at least 4 people. Everyone, please state your position. Do you agree or not? Hearing this, Chen Tianfei and the others cursed in their hearts. You still know this is our territory? Even though they had complaints in their hearts at this moment, they had no choice but to consider them seriously. The poison matriarch and Gan Hong were already dead, and although they had some friendship with them, it wasn't to the extent that they would take revenge for them. Offending such a murderous god for 2 dead people was naturally not worth it. Moreover, the strength Yang Kai had displayed in this battle was frightening, so if they could really accept him as Qi Xing's master, it would be of great benefit to Qi Xing. After a brief moment of silence, Chen Tianfei was the first to raise his hand and say, I agree. The sound of zither rang out, and Madame Qin smiled. I also agree. The Ouyang brothers looked at each other and nodded lightly. Bei Yushan stood there scratching his head as he glanced at the poison matriarch's corpse and said, Then I also agree. Chen Tianfei immediately cupped his fists and said, Little brother Yang, welcome to Qi Xing. From now on, we will be a family. There will be many things we will need to rely on you in the future, so please don't refuse when the time comes. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Of course. Yui said from the side, I also want to be Qi Xing's master. Seeing everyone look over, Yui said matter-of-factly, Your Qi Xing is missing 2 masters this time. Can I make up the numbers? Chen Tianfei blinked and smiled. Of course, you're most welcome. They had intended to recruit Yui before, but Yui did not agree. Now that she had taken the initiative to mention it, how could Qi Xing refuse? Moreover, as she said, Qi Xing was missing 2 masters this time, so they needed to make up the numbers. What's more, Yui herself was a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, stronger than Chen Tianfei and the others, more than enough to be a master. After this battle, Crimson Star's 2 positions changed hands. Yang Kai and Yui both became Crimson Star's 6th and 7th masters respectively. Although this was not a happy ending, it did not have much of an impact on Qi Xing's overall strength. On the contrary, it had actually increased. Chen Tianfei and the others could accept such a result. Since they had already been branded as Qi Xing, there was naturally no need to be so hostile. Yang Kai put away his Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon before casually chatting with Chen Tianfei and the others for a while. After a while, Yang Kai said, "Where is our great master? I have just entered Qi Xing. Shouldn't I pay him a visit?" Chen Tianfei smiled lightly. "Great master is in seclusion all year round, so we don't get to see him much. If there's a chance later, I will introduce him to Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded lightly and couldn't help feeling a little curious about Qi Xing's great master. He hadn't seen him at all in today's battle, so he was really a bit elusive. Yang Kai wondered if he was trying to break through to the sixth-stage heaven opening realm, like Yu had said. Chapter 4006. Outside the main hall, the three from Great Moon Province waited anxiously. Some Crimson Star cultivator glanced at them from time to time, full of malicious intent. This situation made Meng Hong and the others feel uneasy, but there was nothing they could do. The door of the main hall was closed, so they didn't know what was going on inside, but Meng Hong could faintly feel that Yang Kai and Yu were going to a dangerous place. Just as Meng Hong and the others were feeling anxious, the door of the main hall suddenly opened. Meng Hong's expression brightened, and he quickly looked up. What he saw was Yang Kai taking the lead, followed by Yu and a middle-aged man who looked somewhat familiar. The middle-aged man was dressed strangely, wearing a loose robe. His face was a little pale, but there was a smile on his face. When they got closer, they heard the middle-aged man say, "Sixth Master, Seventh Master, please stay at the inn for a few days. Wait until I have people tidy up the place before moving in. If the two of you have any requests, please do not hesitate to state them. I will have people arrange them properly." Yang Kai said with a smile, "As you wish, there is no special request." The middle-aged man said, "Then this Chun will arrange it as he sees fit. If Sixth Elder and Seventh Elder don't like it, I will change." "Thank you, Elder Chun." Yang Kai cupped his hand slightly. The middle-aged man returned the courtesy and said, "Take care, I won't see you out." Yang Kai nodded and called Meng Hong and the others to follow, striding towards the inn. After walking for a long time, Meng Hong asked, "Brother Yang, was that Chen Tianfei from Crimson Star?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Meng Hong was surprised. How did he become like that? Wasn't he a fat man before? Yui pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Of course he was beaten up. This time his Yuan Qi was seriously injured. I don't know how long it will take for him to recover." Beaten up? The people from the Great Moon Prefecture looked at each other, thinking that Chen Tianfei had been beaten up by Yu. They knew that there must have been a fierce battle in the hall just now. Otherwise, Chen Tianfei would not have been able to distinguish himself. "What's going on with Sixth Elder and Seventh Elder?" Meng Hong asked, puzzled. Yang Kai said, "Yu and I will be Crimson Star's elders from now on." Crimson Star's elders. Meng Hong was shocked. He had heard that Yang Kai wanted to be Crimson Star's elders in the inn, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. However, this was a good thing for them. Yang Kai and Yu could provide them. Meng Hong couldn't help sighing in admiration. Looking at Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm Master who had entered Crimson Star, and thinking about himself, he couldn't even hold on to the woman he loved and had instead thrown herself into the arms of another man. Meng Hong couldn't help feeling a little sad. Yang Kai was elder too. To Meng could only to. Returning to the inn, Zhao Xingxing was nowhere to be found, and the inn was deserted. The innkeeper was sitting behind the counter, feeling sorry for himself. But when he saw that Yang Kai and the others had returned alive, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. After settling in, Yui did not stay in her own room, but instead ran over to Yang Kai's, sat down at the table, and stared at him with an infatuated look on her face. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to her. This woman was a bit crazy, so it was best not to provoke her. However, there was one thing that Yang Kai was a little concerned about and could not help asking. "Isn't there only 7 elders in Crimson Star? But I saw 7 in the main hall before, including the first elder. Doesn't that make 8? Chen Tianfei, Bei Yushan, the Ouyang brothers, and Madame Qin, that made 5. Including Gan Hong and the poison matriarch, who were killed by Yang Kai. That made 7. Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Brother Ouyang has always been together, so he can only be counted as one. Yang Kai understood and threw a dragon blood pill into his mouth and closed his eyes to refine it. I have something to ask you. Yui suddenly turned around and sat on the edge of the bed, wrapped in a delicate fragrance, her beautiful eyes looking at Yongkai. What? Yongkai opened his eyes and looked at her. Yui said, have you already condensed earth element power? Yes. As expected, Yui sighed slightly. Previously, when she saw Yonkai's earth element power appear in the main hall, she had already guessed. Now she had just confirmed it. Is it in Crouching Dragon Mountain? Yui thought about it. Only in the 20-odd days in Crouching Dragon Mountain did Yongkai have the opportunity to condense earth element power. It was just that she did not understand what was in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Why are you asking this? Yongkai frowned. 7th grade? Yui did not answer the question and stared at him. Yongkai closed his eyes and was too lazy to say more. Yui sighed. It seems that you did not listen to what I said before. Do you know that you are digging your own grave? Yongkai said unhappily. If you have anything to say it clearly. I'm just condensing 5 elements power. How is that digging my own grave? Yui opened her mouth and hesitated several times before turning her head and saying, when you are out of the great cosmological realm, you can ask Lan Yura. If she wants to tell you, she will tell you. If she doesn't want to tell you, you can come to me. She changed the topic and said seriously, I will say the same thing again. Do not let others know that you have condensed 7th grade heaven splitting force. Otherwise, no one in the 3,000 worlds can save your life. Not even Lan Yurua. After saying that, she left the room, somewhat dispirited. Yongkai frowned. Yui had told him about this last time, but she did not say it clearly. There seemed to be some hidden meaning in it. This made Yongkai full of doubts. He did not know how he was digging his own grave. Yui only thought that he had condensed 7th grade heaven splitting force. If she knew that he had condensed power above 7th grade, she would probably go crazy. Although Yongkai did not completely trust Yui, he could feel that she had no malicious intentions towards him. It seemed that when he was out of the great cosmological realm, he really had to find an opportunity to ask the lady boss. Qixing's efficiency was very high. In just 2 days, Chen Tianfei had already arranged everything. He personally came to the inn and led Yongkai and Yui to the mansion. After all, they were Qixing's 6th and 7th masters. It would be detrimental to Qixing's reputation if they kept staying in the inn. The mansion occupied a considerable area, and its location was also quite good. It was not inferior to the mansions of other masters. He led Yongkai and Yui around the mansion and introduced them to the situation here. After a while, they came to a side hall. The guests and hosts took their seats, and a maidservant served tea. Chen Tianfei sat at the head of the table with a smile. Are the 2 of you satisfied with the arrangements in this mansion? If you're not satisfied, just tell this Chen, and I will let them adjust it. After not seeing him for 2 days, this guy seemed to have put on weight. When he smiled, the fat on his face jiggled. Yongkai nodded and said, Master Chen is considerate. There is no need to trouble yourself. To him, this mansion was just a place to live, so there was naturally no need to pay too much attention to it. Chen Tianfei said, That's good, that's good. After speaking, he coughed lightly and clapped his hands. Come in. 2 people immediately walked in from the door, a man and a woman. The man walked with a limp. It was Xianxia, whose leg had been broken by Yongkai before. It was likely that he had taken some pills in the past 2 days, otherwise his injury would not have healed so quickly. When he saw Xianxia, Meng Hong, who was standing to the side, did not react, but after seeing the woman's appearance, Meng Hong's expression could not help but become complicated. The woman was surprisingly Chinyu. The 2 of them walked in one after another. Xianxia had a flattering smile on his face, while Yu was looking down at her feet. The hair hanging in front of her chest covered her face, so it was unknown what kind of expression she had at this moment. Greetings to 6th Master and 7th Master. Xianxia's face was still a little bruised, and several of his teeth had fallen out. When he spoke, his speech was a little sluggish. At this moment, he no longer had the high-spirited and arrogant attitude he had 2 days ago. His face was accompanied by a smile that was uglier than crying, and his face was full of flattery. Chinyu also bowed, her voice as soft as a mosquito, Greetings to the two masters. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Chun Tianfei with a faint smile. Brother Chun, what is the meaning of this? Chun Tianfei said solemnly, Sixth Master, this boy had eyes but failed to see before and offended you. Although he has already been taught a lesson, he has still offended his superiors. My Red Star has strict rules, and anyone who dares to offend his superiors will be severely punished. Today, I asked this boy to come here and apologize. Whether he is to be killed or tortured, Sixth Master can decide. This king will not stop you. His words were powerful and resonant, and he appeared to be fair and impartial. Zhao Xingxing was startled when he heard this and hurriedly turned to look at him, saying pitifully, Brother-in-law, you still have the face to call me brother-in-law. Chun Tianfei coldly snorted. This king's face is about to be lost because of you. I told you long ago not to use your status as a little commander to cause trouble. I told you long ago that there is always someone better than you, but you didn't believe me and thought that the sky is the greatest. You are the second master. The day before yesterday, you were just lucky enough to meet Sixth Master. If it were anyone else, you would have died many times over. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, he said, Sixth Master, I have brought him to you. If you want to kill him, just do it. Chun Tianfei will not stop you. After saying this, he actually closed his eyes as if out of sight, out of mind. Zhao Xingxing was horrified. Seeing that he could not count on Chun Tianfei, he could only kneel on the ground and beg Yang Kai, Sixth Master, please spare my life. This lowly one was blinded by greed and offended Sixth Master. This lowly one deserves 1,000 deaths. I won't dare do it again. Sixth Master, please spare my life. As he spoke, he coughed and kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. After a few kowtows, his head was bleeding. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. After a while, he said, Commander Zhao, there is no enmity between you and me. Even if there was, it was settled the day before yesterday. You offended this king, so this king broke your leg. Let's call it even. If you want to live, the one you should be begging is not me. Zhao Xingxing was startled when he heard this, but quickly reacted. He turned his head to look at Meng Hong and squeezed out a sad smile. Brother Meng. Chapter 4007. Zhao Xingxing's sorrowful cry woke up the absent-minded Meng Hong. He raised his head and saw Zhao Xingxing looking at him with a pitiful and pleading face. He couldn't help but think of how this person had flaunted his strength to him the day before yesterday. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Knowing that Yang Kai was giving him a chance to take revenge, he couldn't help but look at him gratefully. However, it was not his own strength that made Zhao Xingxing lower his head, but it was a fact that his beloved woman had thrown herself into his arms. How could Meng Hong have the mood to be entangled with him? The expression on his face was indifferent, and his interest waned. Zhao Xingxing said in fear, Brother Meng, on account of the many times I have helped you before, I ask Brother Meng to spare me. I know my wrongs. I won't dare to do it again. Meng Hong still didn't say anything. He just looked at him indifferently, as if he was watching a clown's funny performance. The two disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture were filled with righteous indignation. One of them stepped forward and scolded, Shameless thing, our big brother calls you brother in vain, but you used dirty tricks behind his back to seduce big brother's woman. Now you still have the face to beg for mercy? He turned his head and shouted in a low voice, Big brother, let me kill him. Zhao Xingxing turned pale with fright. Before coming here, Chun Tianfei had told him that whether he lived or died this time would depend on his own luck. He couldn't afford to offend the new sixth leader at all. Previously, in the main hall, he had killed the poison lady and gone Hong by himself. If he really provoked him, Chun Tianfei himself would be unable to protect himself. If not for this, why would Zhao Xingxing follow Chun Tianfei to come here to apologize? If the other party were to make a move at this time, his brother-in-law might not be able to count on him. Knowing that his life and death was in Meng Hong's hands, Zhao Xingxing didn't care about his face and hurriedly said, Brother Meng, this is a misunderstanding. Miss Chen Yu and I are innocent. Nothing happened. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. He turned his head to look at Chunyu. Chunyu only lowered her head, her body slightly trembling. Xianxia anxiously said, "Brother Meng, I brought Miss Chunyu here today and returned her to you. Let's pretend that nothing happened, okay?" "Shut up." Meng Hong, who hadn't made a stand since the beginning, suddenly shouted out explosively, and he stared at Xianxia with a gaze that seemed to shoot out flames as he gritted his teeth and said, "Xianxia, what do you take Miss Chen for? She's a person and not a good that can be casually given away. Are your actions worthy of her sincerity?" Zhao Stars opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say. He thought to himself that Chunyu was just trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. How could she possibly be sincere? It was clear that Meng Hong was very worried about Chunyu. If he really said those words, he would probably die here immediately. After Meng Hong finished drinking, he suddenly waved his hand and said, "Leave. I don't want to see you again." In the end, he did not kill him. Firstly, Xianxia bowed his head and begged for mercy, not because of his own ability, but because of Yang Kai's prestige. Secondly, Yang Kai had just become the 6th head of Crimson Star. If he really killed Xianxia, it would definitely bring him some trouble. At the very least, he would definitely be on bad terms with Chen Tianfei. Although what he said before sounded good, if he really killed Xianxia in front of him, he would definitely not be happy. Xianxia was overjoyed when he heard this, and a smile bloomed on his bruised face. "Many thanks, Brother Meng. Many thanks, Brother Meng." He then turned to Yang Kai and said, "Many thanks, 6th head. Why haven't you left yet?" Chen Tianfei kicked him to the ground. Xianxia didn't even bother to stand up and quickly ran out. After surviving a disaster, he was in a good mood. After he left, only Chunyu remained standing there by herself, and she was extremely conspicuous. Her originally delicate and pretty face was pale at this moment, and her delicate figure was trembling lightly. It was unknown if she was afraid or ashamed to show her face. Meng Hong glanced at her and sighed slightly, but didn't say anything. He simply cupped his hands to Yang Kai and turned to leave. Chen Tianfei saw this and chuckled, cupping his fists and saying, "6th head, 7th head, this Chen still has some matters to attend to and will take his leave first. I have left some people in this house for you to use. If you have any requests, just let them know. Take care, I won't see you out." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Chen Tianfei nodded and got up to leave. After Chen Tianfei left, Yui turned to Chunyu, who was standing below with her head lowered, and asked Yang Kai, "How should we deal with this?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. How would he know how to deal with it? Meng Hong should have been the one to speak, but this guy left without saying a word, leaving such a difficult problem here. How could Yang Kai intervene? "I'll leave it to you to decide," Yang Kai said before turning around and leaving. In the inner courtyard, Meng Hong stood alone by the pond, quietly looking at the fish swimming in the clear water below. Not far away, 2 disciples of the Great Moon State stood there with worried faces, looking at Meng Hong's back. Hearing footsteps, they turned their heads and saw Yang Kai. One of them whispered, "Brother Yang, will Big Brother be okay?" The other disciple of the Great Moon State was also worried. "I heard people say that being troubled by love is very likely to lead to inner demons. Can Big Brother get over this hurdle?" The disciple of the Great Moon State who spoke first said angrily, "We should have killed that bitch just now and ended all troubles. What's the use of keeping such a flattering woman? She disturbed Big Brother's state of mind for nothing." The other disciple said, "You know how much Big Brother likes her. If you really kill her, Big Brother will fall out with you. Then what should we do?" Yang Kai was speechless. "Don't quarrel, I'll go and take a look." The 2 disciples of the Great Moon State looked at Yang Kai as if he was their savior. "Brother Yang, you must persuade Big Brother." Yang Kai didn't comment. He couldn't agree to this kind of thing rashly. Love was the most difficult thing to understand. Meng Hong still had to rely on himself. When it came to this kind of thing, no matter what others said, it was useless. Yang Kai came to Meng Hong's side and looked at him. To his surprise, Meng Hong's expression was quite good, not as bad as he had imagined. Before Yang Kai could speak, Meng Hong said, "Brother Yang, are you worried about me?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "Your 2 junior brothers are afraid that you will have inner demons." Meng Hong smiled slightly and said, That's not the case. Although I like you, she has made her own choice. We are not destined to be together. I just feel sad for her. She didn't know how to judge people and ended up being abandoned. That's also her own choice. Meng Hong nodded slightly. Yes, the ups and downs of life are like fish in a pond. After going around in circles, we still can't jump out of those shackles. After a moment of silence, Meng Hong said, Brother Yang, I want to become stronger. Yang Kai turned to look at him. On the path of cultivation, everyone is walking on the path of becoming stronger. Meng Hong turned around, his eyes burning. I want to become stronger. Yang Kai frowned. He knew that although Meng Hong said it casually, Qin Yu's matter still had some impact on him. Otherwise, how could he have such thoughts? Only after suffering setbacks and blows would one have a greater desire for power. There is no opening of the heavens in the great cosmological realm. If you want to become stronger, you can only continue to condense the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. When you leave the great cosmological realm, you can advance to opening the heavens. A pleasant voice sounded. It was Yueha walking over and standing beside Yang Kai. A strand of hair was blown by the wind and scattered on Yang Kai's cheek. Yang Kai brushed her hair aside and nodded. There are many heaven-splitting talents in the great cosmological realm. They should be able to meet Brother Meng's needs. Brother Meng, what grade are you condensing? Meng Hong said, 3rd grade. Yang Kai understood. After all, the Great Moon Province was not a very powerful force. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang, whom he had met before, were both 3rd grade heaven-splitting. As the eldest disciple of the Great Moon Province, it was natural for Meng Hong to condense 3rd grade. I thought that 3rd grade was enough, but now it seems that 3rd grade heaven-splitting is just a nobody in the 3,000 worlds. I want to achieve a higher grade. Yang Kai frowned. But Brother Meng, if I'm not wrong, you should have already condensed several types of heaven-splitting power. As the eldest disciple of the Great Moon Province, he could not always stay in the Emperor realm. He had definitely condensed more than 3 types of heaven-splitting power in his seal. Since the foundation had been laid, he could only continue forward. There was no turning back. Meng Hong nodded. Yes, I have already condensed 4 types of power. Then what about you? Yang Kai was puzzled. Yueha, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed slightly. Tai divine, purifying water? Meng Hong nodded solemnly. With a flip of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in his palm. The bottle seemed to be filled with some liquid. When he shook it, the sound of liquid could be heard. You are courting death. Yueha's expression was extremely solemn. What is Tai divine, purifying water? Yang Kai asked blankly. Yueha said, You also know that in order to achieve heaven splitting, one needs to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in the seal to create a small world in one's body. Only by possessing the power of the world can one achieve heaven splitting. Once the cultivator has chosen a certain grade of heaven splitting power, it can't be easily changed. Moreover, the final blossoming of the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements is closely related to the power of the lowest grade. For example, if he condenses 3rd grade power, if one of them is 2nd grade, then the heaven splitting he achieves will be 2nd grade. It won't change because the other 6 are 3rd grade. Yang Kai nodded. I know this. The process of achieving heaven splitting was like filling a wooden barrel with water. It could only be filled to the position of the shortest plank. Yueha continued, but there are always some people in this world who are not satisfied with the grade of the yin, yang, and 5 elements they condense. They want to reach a higher level when they achieve heaven splitting, but their foundation has already been laid. How can they change it at will? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Can't change it at will? In other words, it can still be changed? Yueha nodded solemnly. Relying on this Tai divine, purifying water, there's a chance to change it. After consuming it, the yin, yang, and 5 elements in the seal will be stripped away. If one can survive, it will give one a chance to start all over again. Is the risk high? Yang Kai asked worriedly. Only now did he understand what Meng Hong was planning. He obviously wanted to consume this Tai divine, purifying water to start all over again. Chapter 4008. Yuhi sneered when she heard this. The risk depends on how much power the person who consumes it condenses. The less power one condenses, the lower the risk. If one only condenses one type, there is basically a 50% chance of success. Condensing one type only gives a 50% chance. Yang Kai could not help but change his expression. What about 4 types? Meng Hong had just said that he had already condensed 4 types of splitting the heavens power, so the chances of success were even lower. About 10%, Yuhi said. 10%. Yang Kai was horrified. This was simply a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Yuhi looked at Meng Hong with a sneer. Even so, do you still want to do this? Meng Hong clenched the jade bottle in his hand and nodded calmly. I have made up my mind. After a pause, he said, Brother Yang, you don't have to persuade me. I had this idea a long time ago, but I never had the courage to put it into action. Outside, with the power of the Great Moon Province, there is no way to find enough natural treasures for me. But it is different here. This is the great cosmological realm, a huge natural treasure trove. Brother Yang, you may not know this, but during the few months you were in seclusion, I often heard that someone had found 4th grade, 5th grade, or even 6th grade treasures. This is my opportunity, and if I don't try, I may regret it for the rest of my life. Yang Kai was silent. If Meng Hong was just impulsive because of Chunyu, he might have persuaded him. After all, it was unwise to take such a big risk for a moment of anger. But Meng Hong had also said that he had this idea a long time ago, but he did not have the courage to put it into action. What happened this time might have really given him the courage to make up his mind. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, Since you said so, then I can only wish you success. He turned to look at Yuhi and asked, What are the consequences if you fail? Yuhi said solemnly, The function of Tai divine purifying water is to strip the power of yin-yang and 5 elements from the Tao seal. If you fail, the Tao seal will definitely shatter. What do you think the consequences will be? If the Tao seal was shattered, how could there be a good end? Either his soul would be destroyed and his body would perish, or his cultivation would be crippled and he would become a cripple. Now I'm a little curious. Where did you get this Tai divine purification water from? Although it's not rare, it's not something that someone from the Emperor realm can get their hands on. Just this portion of Tai pure divine water is comparable to a portion of a 5th grade material. Yuhi frowned. 5th grade materials were worth at least 5 million heaven opening pills. Such wealth was definitely not a small number for a force like the Great Moon Prefecture. When Meng Hong heard this, he smiled and said, A long time ago, I obtained it by chance during an experiential training. I kept it and could not bear to sell it, thinking that this day might come. From this, it could be seen that Meng Hong's desire to come here again was not a whim, but a thought that had been in his mind for a long time. Yang Kai nodded and said, Since Brother Meng has made such a decision, then I won't say anything more. If there's anything I can help you with, please don't hesitate to ask. Yuhi sneered. There's nothing you can do except find a quiet place for him. Meng Hong said, Brother Yang, please keep this matter a secret from my 2 junior brothers. If this matter succeeds, I will personally explain it to them. If not, Yang Kai, please burn my body and hand my corpse to my 2 junior brothers to bring back to the Great Moon Prefecture. Meng Hong clearly didn't have much confidence in himself since he was already making arrangements for his funeral. Yang Kai wanted to persuade him, but he did not know how to say it. If he were in Meng Hong's shoes, what would he do if he had such an opportunity? Even if he knew that there was only a slim chance of survival, he would still press forward. When will it begin? Yang Kai asked. Meng Hong said, There's no time like the present. Let's do it today. He was very swift and decisive. Yang Kai could only find a quiet secret room for him and set up a formation with you, to prevent him from being disturbed at a critical moment. The 2 disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture did not know why Meng Hong suddenly went into seclusion. They only thought that it was because of Chun Yu's matter, so they hated Chun Yu even more. Outside the secret room, Yang Kai and Yuhi were busy, and it took them a lot of effort to arrange everything. Staring at the secret room, Yuhi sighed softly. Don't worry, it's useless. The result will be out in 3 to 5 days, and at most half a month. Xianxia nodded and said, I hope everything goes well for him. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, What did you do with Chunyu? Yuhi said, If she stays, can we drive her away? She's just a weak woman. If we chase her away, she'll be eaten up by others in a few days. Xianxia laughed. You are kind. Yuhi snorted coldly. You can also see that Meng Hong still has feelings for Chunyu. If we really drive her away, how can Meng Hong feel at ease? Leave her here and let Meng Hong deal with her himself. Xianxia nodded. You did well. Yui smiled and bowed. Thank you, young master, for your praise. What's wrong with you? Xianxia flicked his sleeves and left with his hands behind his back, leaving Yuhi giggling behind him. Before Chun Tianfei left, he said that he left some people in the mansion to listen to his orders. Xianxia soon met the leader of these people, a guy named Guizian. Xianxia was now Crimson Star's 6th manager after all, so it would be unreasonable for Crimson Star to not transfer some people to him. In Crimson Star, Guizian was also a commander-level figure with a 2nd stage heaven-opening cultivation. His strength was not bad. If it were in the outside world, he might not even look at Xianxia. Amir the Emperor realm was nothing to him, but here in the great cosmological realm, Xianxia had killed Poison Lady and gone home. Even if Guizian's cultivation was higher than Xianxia's, he had no choice but to bow his head to him. After a series of questions and answers, Xianxia somewhat understood the personality of this Guizian. He was relatively taciturn and originally worked under the Poison Matriarch, but now that she was dead, the power under her control was naturally divided among the other leaders. Leaving Guizian behind to share with Xianxia could be considered a good way to account for his actions. Guizian's subordinates weren't many, but they weren't few either, at least 100 or so. This was all of Xianxia's subordinates. Regardless of how loyal they were, at the very least, there were still people he could use. Without saying anything, Xianxia followed Guizian to meet the 100 or so people under him. The reason why Xianxia wanted to enter Crimson Star and fight for the position of manager was that he wanted to use Crimson Star's power to search for the heaven-opening materials he needed. With more people, he was more well-informed. It was difficult for him to find out where in the great cosmological realm high-quality heaven and earth treasures were found. However, Crimson Star was different. With Star City as their foundation, their influence spread out in all directions. Even the slightest movement in the wind could not be hidden from Crimson Star's investigation. Crimson Star was a relatively loose organization, and its members were from all walks of life. Their strength was also mixed, and many of them were unruly. When they heard that the new 6th manager was from the Emperor realm, they did not pay much attention. The 100 or so people stood there loosely, but Yuhi, who followed them, made them wait with rapt attention. After all, Yuhi was a 5th-grade heaven-opening cultivator. Such a person could be considered an expert in the 3,000 worlds. Any cultivator would instinctively revere powerful strength. Xianxia did not care much. After a few words of encouragement, he asked Guizian to take the 100 or so people to spread out and scout for information. He ordered Guizian to report immediately if there was any news of high-quality heaven and earth treasures. Guizian naturally agreed. The next few days were peaceful. Xianxia took dragon blood pills every day to purify his dragon veins and comprehend the power of the wood and fire elements that he had already condensed. Previously, he had comprehended a dragon race innate dragon technique from the Dragon Pearl, which made Xianxia faintly feel that he had not yet developed the full power of the wood and fire elements. Between the two forces condensed from the essence of the immortal tree and the golden crow true fire, he should be able to nurture a powerful divine technique. If he could successfully comprehend it, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, he would have more means to deal with powerful enemies. Every day, he would go to see the situation with Meng Hong. Unfortunately, since Meng Hong was in seclusion, the secret room where he stayed was silent. There was a large array blocking it, so Xianxia did not know what was going on inside. The two disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture did not know what Meng Hong was doing at all, so they did not show too much worry. On this day, Yang Kai came to Meng Hong's place of seclusion to investigate as usual. However, he saw that Yuhi had already arrived. Their eyes met, and Yuhi slowly shook her head. Yang Kai frowned and said, "It's already been 8 days." Yuhi sighed slightly. "I'm afraid he's done for. Is there no way to help?" Yuhi said, "After taking the Tai divine purification water, whether he lives or dies will depend on his own ability. Outsiders can't interfere at all. Even if you go in now, you will only disturb him." Yang Kai remained silent. Since Yuhi said so, even if he wanted to help, there was nothing he could do. "Let's wait for another 2 days. If he still doesn't come out, it means he has failed. At that time, we can only collect his corpse." Yuhi stroked her hair behind her ear. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious as he stared at the secret room in front of him. Using his divine sense, he seemed to sense some subtle movements coming from inside the secret room. Yuhi obviously also noticed this and turned her head to look at Yang Kai in surprise. After a while, the large array arranged in the secret room slowly closed. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and took a step forward, opening the door of the secret room and rushing in. Yuhi followed closely behind. Inside the secret room, a strong smell of blood filled the air, and the entire secret room was a mess, as if it had been swept away by several violent forces. At the center of the secret chamber, a figure sat cross-legged quietly with his head lowered. His black hair hung down disheveled and covered his face. Meng Hong was in an extremely miserable state at this moment. His entire body was covered with traces of dried blood. Obviously, he had suffered a lot. Moreover, his aura was so weak that Yang Kai could not tell at a glance whether he had succeeded or failed. Somewhat worried, Yang Kai stepped forward, stood opposite Meng Hong, and called out softly, "Brother Meng." Chapter 4009. Meng Hong slowly raised his head. His eyes were sunken and his face was extremely pale, but his eyes were really bright. Looking at Yang Kai, the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing a smile. "God bless me." Yang Kai's heart suddenly relaxed, and he also laughed. "Brother Meng, you're really lucky." Meng Hong had fought for a future in a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Although Yang Kai did not know how Meng Hong had spent the past 8 days, he knew that Meng Hong must have been hovering between life and death in these days, judging from his current state and the situation in the secret chamber. After asking him to take a few elixirs and regulate his breathing for a while, Yang Kai sent him back to his room to rest. Meng Hong called the 2 disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture over and personally explained the whole story to them. The 2 disciples looked scared. One blamed his big brother for taking such a big risk without telling them. What if something unexpected happened? The other was indignant and clamored to kill that bitch Chinyu now to vent the anger in his big brother's heart. After arguing for a while, Yang Kai and Yueha left, leaving the 3 brothers to talk. In the next few days, Meng Hong's state was getting better day by day. The Tai pure divine water had stripped away the 4 kinds of level 3 strength that originally existed in his Taoist seal, allowing him to return to the state when he first condensed his Taoist seal. It was tantamount to giving him a chance to start over. This kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was not available to everyone. This time, Meng Hong would naturally not make do with it casually. He would definitely seize it well. A few days later, Yang Kai visited Meng Hong again and asked him about his future plans. Meng Hong said, "I destroyed my 3rd rank foundation because I naturally desire to achieve a higher rank. 4th rank is not within my consideration. 6th rank is too far away and rare, and it is not something I can bear. If I can achieve 5th rank, splitting the heavens, then my life and death experience will not be in vain." Yang Kai nodded slightly when he heard this. Meng Hong's ambition to open the heavens in the 5th stage was indeed not great. However, for the disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture, reaching the 5th stage was definitely an extravagant hope in the past. After all, any 5th stage material was worth 1.5 million opening heaven pills. 7 materials would cost at least 10 million opening heaven pills. The Great Moon Prefecture might be able to raise this amount of money by selling everything they had, but it was meaningless to buy it without any connections. It had to be known that even with such a powerful backer like the Lady Boss, Bai Qi had only reached the 5th stage of splitting the heavens and had been disturbed at a critical juncture. If it weren't for Yang Kai giving him some worldly source liquid, he would have died long ago. If Meng Hong could reach the 5th stage of splitting the heavens, then he could look forward to the 7th stage in his lifetime. He wouldn't be stuck at the middle stage of splitting the heavens for the rest of his life. He would also have the opportunity to experience the high stage of splitting the heavens. Moreover, Meng Hong had also said that the 6th stage material was not something he could bear. Someone had told Yang Kai before that for a cultivator, the higher the grade of the material they condensed, the better. Everyone had their own tolerance limit. If this limit was exceeded, the higher the grade of the material, the more likely it was that the cultivator would die in vain. Meng Hong had set himself at the 5th stage, which was the limit that most cultivators could bear. If it was higher, neither their physical body nor Dao Seal would be able to bear it. If I reach the 5th stage, I can give Brother Meng something. As he spoke, Yang Kai flipped his hand, and a scorching light immediately appeared on his palm, as if he had caught a small sun in his hand. Meng Hong's expression froze as he shouted, "True sun flame, is this something you obtained from the sun star?" He had seen the true sun flame before. After all, when the sun star was extinguished, a group of disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture were also present. They had followed Wei Kei to search for the true sun flame, so Meng Hong recognized it at a glance. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, I obtained it from the sun star." In the sun star, not only had Yang Kai obtained the Golden Crow's corpse under the watchful eyes of many heaven-opening realm cultivators, but he had also obtained a lot of true sun flame. There were 4th stage and 5th stage true sun flame, but there were not many 5th stage true sun flames, only 3. They had never been of much use to him. Since Meng Hong needed them, Yang Kai would not be stingy. Staring at the true sun flame in a daze, Meng Hong wanted to refuse, but he was reluctant to do so. The Great Moon Prefecture had obtained a 5th stage true sun flame before, but they had not given it to their own disciples. Instead, they had exchanged it for some 4th stage true sun flame. With such careful planning, it was possible that a 4th stage true sun flame could be brought to the Great Moon Prefecture in the near future. At that time, the Great Moon Prefecture would have a middle stage true sun flame, barely becoming a 2nd-grade force. Observing Meng Hong's expression, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Brother Meng, please accept it first. Just treat it as a loan from me. If there is a chance in the future, just return it to me." Hearing him say this, Meng Hong didn't continue to be polite and immediately nodded. This Meng will not fail to live up to Brother Yang's good intentions. Circulating his strength, Meng Hong received the true sun flame. In an instant, a wave of heat hit him in the face, and he could not help but groan, his expression changing slightly. Previously, he had been refining 3rd-grade materials with ease. Now that he had come into contact with 5th-grade materials, he realized that these high-quality materials were not something that could be refined by just anyone. If one's foundation was slightly weaker, it was very likely that they would be burned to death by this scorching power. How could they talk about the power to split the heavens? He secretly rejoiced that he had not bitten off more than he could chew and had only set his goal as a 5th stage true sun flame. Now, it seemed that this was a wise decision. Leaving Meng Hong to refine the true sun flame and condense his fire attribute true sun flame, Yang Kai called over 2 disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture to protect him before leaving. Passing through a corridor, he suddenly saw a familiar figure sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard and was slightly startled. As if sensing something, Chinyu raised her head and looked over. When their eyes met, she quickly bowed her head and saluted, "6th Master." Yang Kai nodded slightly and had no intention of talking to her. Yuhi left the woman behind, intending to let Meng Hong deal with it himself. Unfortunately, Meng Hong had been in seclusion before, and now that he had obtained the true sun flame, she was afraid that he would not be in the mood for love in a short time. Just as he was about to leave, Yuhi hurried over. Guizian sent a message that his subordinates have found a primary magnet mountain. Primary magnet mountain? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yui said, primary magnet divine stones are nurtured in the primary magnet mountain, which is a treasure used to condense metal attribute true sun flame. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Where is it located? He had just finished condensing earth attribute true sun flame, and the next thing he needed to condense was metal attribute true sun flame. At this time, Guazian's message was really like a pillow being sent when he was sleepy. He just didn't know if there were primary magnet divine stones above grade 7 in the primary magnet mountain. Yui handed Yang Kai a jade slip. Yang Kai took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He found that it was a map, and it was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Star City. Yui continued, our people are not the only ones who have discovered the primary magnet mountain. There are many others. According to Guazian, someone has already found primary magnet divine stones inside. What grade? Yang Kai asked. There are 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade. Yui seemed to know what he wanted to ask, and after she finished speaking, her red lips squirmed. Materials above grade 5 are very rare, and it is difficult to find even in the great cosmological realm. You'd better not have too much hope. Yang Kai was non-committal. I'll go take a look. Meng Hong is condensing fire attribute true sun flame. You stay behind and take care of him. I can't be bothered with his life or death. Yui curled her lips and turned to look at Chunyu. I'll leave it to you. Chunyu blinked, pointed at herself, and asked, me? Looking up, there was no trace of Yang Kai and Yui. The two of them had long since disappeared. After leaving the mansion, Yang Kai soared into the sky, identified the direction a little, and then rushed off in a certain direction with Yui following closely behind. In a corner of the Star City, 2 figures stood quietly, staring in the direction Yang Kai and Yui had left. Of the 2, one was a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and a python robe with a dignified expression, and the other was a fat man. The fat man was none other than Chun Tianfei of Crimson Star. As the Crimson Star's head, Chun Tianfei was also a figure above all in the Star City, but at this moment, he had fallen behind the middle-aged man. Is that the new head? The middle-aged man suddenly asked. Yes, it's him, a boy named Yang Kai. Chun Tianfei replied respectfully. These past few days of recuperation had allowed his body to return to its original fat state. At this moment, his face was glowing red and his face was glowing. Observing his expression, Chun Tianfei carefully asked, what is the head's plan? This middle-aged man was the mysterious head of Crimson Star. When the Poison Lady and Gan Hong had died at the hands of Yang Kai, this person had not appeared, but now, for some reason, he had appeared. What do you want to do? The head asked indifferently. Chun Tianfei deliberated for a moment before saying, after all, the Poison Lady and Gan Hong were killed by him. Previously, I had no choice but to admit his position as the head of the family, but this matter has already spread. If I don't give my subordinates an explanation, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince them in the future. You want to kill him? The head said. Chun Tianfei said, it's up to the head. The head said, if it's really as you say, then this brat can kill the Poison Lady and Gan Hong in such a short period of time. Then he is a rare talent. With Qi Xing's current strength, I'm afraid they won't be able to kill him. Chun Tianfei was shocked. Even the head is not confident. This surprised him quite a bit. He had thought that the head would not let Yang Kai off so easily. If not, how could he and the remaining heads have compromised so easily? But now, listening to the head's words, it seemed that there was no way to deal with Yang Kai. Could it be that they really wanted him to take over the Poison Lady and Gan Hong's position? The head said indifferently, to be able to kill the Poison Lady and Gan Hong under your joint efforts. This person is already invincible in the Emperor Realm. In the Great Void Realm, this king is not confident in taking him down. Chun Tianfei could not help but widen his eyes. Although Qi Xing was a loose organization, the head had a great background and was extremely insightful. Even he said that Yang Kai was invincible in the Emperor Realm. Chapter 4010. It was clear that Yang Kai was indeed quite capable to receive such a high evaluation from the head. Chun Tianfei pondered for a moment before saying, head means wait and see. The head turned around and walked towards the seclusion grounds. It won't be too late to deal with him after we leave the great cosmological abyss. It's just the Emperor realm. Chen Tianfei cupped his hands and sent him off. Head is wise. The Origin Magnet Mountain was tens of thousands of miles away from the Crimson Star Faction's base, which was beyond the Crimson Star Faction's range. Yang Kai and he sped all the way and spent more than 2 hours to reach their destination. There was a continuous mountain range in front of them. It was unknown how long it was, but it wasn't too high. The mountain peaks were scattered randomly, and they could sense the aura of many cultivator activities in the mountain range. Before he could even get close, Kai Yang felt an extremely strange power lingering around his body. This power had a metallic feel to it, but it wasn't completely metallic. It was extremely strange, and this power was unpredictable. Sometimes it seemed to push and pull, and sometimes it seemed to revolve. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Is this the Origin Magnet Force? Yui nodded. The Origin Magnet Force is unpredictable. If we can use the Origin Magnet Divine Stones to condense the metal element power, we might be able to comprehend the divine technique of the Origin Magnet Force. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was even more certain that he hadn't fully developed the power of the Immortal Tree and Golden Crow primordial fire. He was looking forward to the Origin Magnet Mountain. Soon, a figure appeared in front of them. It was none other than Guizian. Obviously, he had received news and specially came to welcome Yang Kai and Yuhi. When he got close, Guizian cupped his hands. Sixth head, seventh head. Yang Kai nodded slightly. How's the situation? Guizian said, we've gained something, but it's not much. They're all Origin Magnet Divine Stones below grade 3. Let me see. Yang Kai extended his hand. Guizian didn't say a word and handed a stone the size of a millstone to Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked down and saw that this thing was pitch black. At first glance, it didn't look special, but upon closer inspection, he could feel the rich metal element power contained within it. The Origin Magnet Force he had felt before was becoming more obvious and direct. Yang Kai nodded lightly and handed the Divine Essence magnetic stone back, lowering his head to look down below and seeing a group of people bustling about. But we only have about 30 people. Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, no need. Since the news has already spread, they can come if they want. If they don't want to come, it's useless to send message. Guizian agreed. Many people already knew about the Origin Magnet Mountain. The other heads might have also received the news, but they still hadn't seen anyone. They didn't know if they didn't want to come or if they were already on their way. After flying with Guizian for a while, they landed on a mountaintop. There were many people busy here. Yang Kai's 30 or so subordinates were all gathered here. There were many holes in the mountain, some deep and some shallow. From time to time, there would be clanking sounds coming from the holes. It was obvious that they were all working hard to find the Origin Magnet Divine Stones. Yang Kai turned to Guizian and asked, how do you divide the benefits from the work you've done? Guizian replied, all the benefits are assessed together and then divided according to how much effort each person put in. But generally speaking, the head will take more than half. Yang Kai nodded. More than half was reasonable, but he obviously wasn't going to follow suit. Pass down the order. All Origin Magnet Divine Stones below the 5th grade can be kept. There's no need to hand them over. I only want 5th grade and above Origin Magnet Divine Stones. If anyone dares to hide them, kill them without mercy. Guizian's expression turned serious when he heard this. Sixth head, are you serious? Although Yang Kai only wanted 5th grade and above magnetic divine stones, which sounded a bit like robbery at first glance, it had to be known that after searching here for so long, they had yet to find a single 5th grade divine stone. However, they had already found a few 3rd grade divine stones. In other words, Yang Kai was risking returning empty-handed. On the other hand, as long as the 30 people found 5th grade and below Origin Magnet Divine Stones, they could keep them for themselves. From another point of view, this was very beneficial to the 30 people. After all, if Yang Kai imitated what the Poison Matriarch did in the past, even if they really found 5th grade Divine Stones, they wouldn't have a share. Yang Kai said, I told you to pass down the order, so do it. Don't talk nonsense. Guazian hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Yes. The order was quickly passed down, and the 30 or so people were all extremely excited. They worked even harder to search, and even Guazian went into a hole and disappeared without a trace. Yi turned to look at Yang Kai and said, What do you want 5th grade divine stones for? In this vast universe, only she knew that Yang Kai had condensed 7th grade divine stones, so she was a little puzzled at this moment. If I want them, then I'll take them, Yang Kai casually replied. 5th grade divine stones were useless to him, but there would be a day when a lot of his friends and family in the star boundary would come out of this universe. When that time came, they would definitely need them. Yang Kai's own strength was very high, so he naturally didn't care about those low-grade divine stones. 5th grade divine stones were barely the threshold to enter his eyes. There was no harm in making plans for the future. What's more, even if he didn't use them, the value of 5th grade divine stones was still there. Turning his head to look at the mountain to the side, there was no one. Yang Kai flew to the mountain and raised his hand to release the Earth Dragon. His divine sense surged, and after communicating with it for a while, the Earth Dragon turned around and plunged into the ground, quickly drilling a large hole. The Earth Dragon was an exotic beast that lived underground. Digging a hole was a piece of cake for it. Rumbling noises came from the hole, and they soon went far away. The solid rocks could not withstand the corrosive power of the Earth Dragon's venom. Just this Earth Dragon alone was equivalent to the efficiency of hundreds of people. Yang Kai didn't stay idle either. He ordered Yuhi to stay in place while he followed the Earth Dragon and drilled into the ground, releasing his divine sense to search. After a while, he had a harvest. A 3rd grade divine essence magnet stone was in his bag. With the Earth Dragon leading the way, Yang Kai easily penetrated 1,000 meters into the ground. No one had set foot in the great cosmological realm for thousands of years. So many rare treasures had been born here. The number of divine essence magnet stones in this divine essence magnet mountain was also quite large, and the deeper one went, the denser they became. In just half an hour, Yang Kai had already found 5 or 6 pieces of divine essence magnet stone, but unfortunately, their quality was not very high. The highest was only 3rd grade, and there were even some 1st grade and 2nd grade ones. Not being picky, Yang Kai put them away into his space ring. Although these divine essence magnet stones were not of much use, they could still be sold for some heaven-opening pills. Now that he had run out of heaven-opening pills, and it was Yuhi who had paid for the herbs in the star market, Yang Kai felt a little apologetic. As the Earth Dragon continued to explore, Yuhi's divine sense suddenly rang in his ears. Come out quickly, something's happened. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, and his figure suddenly came to a stop as he followed the Earth Dragon. His figure flickered as he pushed his space principles and disappeared from a spot. When he reappeared, Yang Kai had arrived at the mountain peak from before. Looking down, Yang Kai frowned slightly as he saw that below, led by Yu He and Guizin, his subordinates had gathered, but at this moment, they were surrounded by another group of people. The number of people in this group was not small, at least 300 to 400, almost 10 times the number of people on his side. The auras of the leaders were even more powerful, so it was obvious at a glance that they were not pushovers. The two groups of people were facing each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Yang Kai could not help frowning. It seemed that some kind of conflict had occurred, but he had been following the Earth Dragon to search for divine essence magnet stones on another mountain peak before, so he did not know what was going on here. With a flicker, Yang Kai arrived beside Yuhi and glanced at the other side's people before asking, "What's wrong?" Yuhi smiled bitterly and flipped her hand, summoning a fist-sized divine essence magnet stone. However, although this divine essence magnet stone still had a pitch-black luster, there were some unpredictable colors flowing on its surface. A strange force lingered around this divine essence magnet stone, no different from the divine essence magnet Yang Kai had felt before. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "What grade is it?" He could tell at a glance that this divine essence magnet stone was different from the others. It was on a completely different level from the third-rank divine stones he had found before. Although this divine stone was much smaller, its quality was extremely high. Fifth rank, Yuhi replied. My subordinate found this thing and shouted out in excitement, leading them here. Saying so, she turned her head and glanced at a thin man beside her. This fifth-rank divine stone was obviously found by this man. At this moment, the man's face was filled with guilt as he secretly blamed himself for being too careless. He was simply too excited at the time and could not control himself. After all, this was the first time he had ever seen a fifth-rank material. So it was because he was greedy. Xianxia understood and reached out to take the fifth-rank divine stone, stuffing it directly into a space ring before patting the thin man on the shoulder and praising. Well done. I'll remember your contribution. The man was startled when he heard this and looked up at Xianxia, his face filled with excitement. He had thought that the sixth young master would scold him for acting rashly, but unexpectedly, not only was he not reprimanded, he was even praised. This new sixth young master seemed to be a little different at this moment. One of the people on the other side stepped forward and shouted, "It's you, you little bastard." As he spoke, he gnashed his teeth, as if there was some kind of irreconcilable hatred between him and Xianxia. Xianxia raised his eyes and found that this person was somewhat familiar. Obviously, he had seen him somewhere before. After taking a closer look, he could not help grinning. We meet again. This guy was none other than Bijin, whom Xianxia had met a few months ago on Crouching Dragon Mountain. Chapter 40:11. Since Bijin was here, there was no need to think about the background of the people gathered here. They were definitely from the Thunderlight sect. A few months ago, in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bijin had led the Thunderlight sect's group to collect a lot of dragon blood flowers. However, they were intimidated by the might of Xianxia's Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon, so they had no choice but to leave behind all their gains and retreat. At that time, Bijin did not have many subordinates he could use. Dealing with a Scarlet Flood Dragon was already a difficult task, and with the addition of an Earth Dragon, he could only grit his teeth and admit defeat. Every time he thought about it over the past few months, he would be filled with hatred and secretly vowed to take revenge when he saw Xianxia again. However, the great cosmological realm was not small, and he did not know where Xianxia was, so there was naturally no way to take revenge. He did not expect to meet him in Origin Magnet Mountain today. Naturally, when enemies met, their eyes would turn red. After recognizing Xianxia, Bijin sneered, "Brat, to think you would have such a day. I told you long ago to leave some leeway when doing things. I wanted to see you again in the future, but you insisted on killing me. Let's see if you die today." That day in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bijin admitted that his strength was inferior and had proposed to leave half of the dragon blood flowers behind, but Xianxia did not agree. In the end, Bijin had no choice but to leave everything behind in order to escape unscathed. Now that he met Xianxia in Origin Magnet Mountain, he naturally wanted to vent the hatred in his heart and repay the humiliation of that day. Xianxia chuckled, "Whether I die or not depends on whether you have the ability. You know him?" An elderly man beside Bijin asked. He could also see that there should be some grudges between Bijin and Xianxia. Bijin sneered, "Brother Zhu, do you remember Crouching Dragon Mountain I told you about before?" Old man Zhu raised his eyebrows. It's him. It's him." Bijin gritted his teeth. At that time, he controlled two powerful exotic beasts, so this king had no choice but to temporarily avoid them. "I have been searching for him for the past few months, but unfortunately, I did not find him. I did not expect to meet him here." Old man Zhu nodded slightly. Since that is the case, there is no need to be polite. Raising his eyes to look at Xianxia, he said, "Little brat, I heard that you obtained a lot of dragon blood flowers from Crouching Dragon Mountain. Obediently hand over those dragon blood flowers and the grade 5 divine stone you just obtained. Perhaps you can still live. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Dragon blood flowers to be, which heaven-opening heaven realm cultivator would not to covet them. Once one's strength reached the heaven-opening realm, besides slowly increasing one's grade, heaven-opening realm experts would focus on cultivating their physical body. The dragonblood flower was a treasure needed to cultivate one's physical body. If he could obtain those dragonblood flowers, Old Man Zhu was confident he could raise the quality of his physical body by several levels. At that time, even if his grade didn't increase, his strength would greatly increase. As for the 5th-ranked divine stone, he naturally couldn't let it go either. A 5th-ranked divine stone was worth at least 1,500,000 heaven-opening pills. Master Zhu, Lord Yang is my Crimson Star's 6th manager. For you to be so aggressive, do you want to declare war on my Crimson Star? Guozian took a step forward and said firmly. Bi Jian and the old man, surnamed Zhu, were both taken aback by these words. Old Man Zhu sized up Guozian and suddenly asked, "You are for Crimson Star?" Whether it was Thunderlight Sect or Crimson Star, both had dominated Star City for hundreds or thousands of years and had many dealings with each other. As Crimson Star's great commander, Guozian was naturally not a nobody. Old Man Zhu had seen him a few times before, but he had not paid much attention to him. Hearing him say this, Old Man Zhu came to a realization. Guozian quickly said, "Yes." Bi Jian was even more stunned. Isn't Crimson Star's 6th manager the Poison Matriarch? When did it become this boy? Guozian said, "The Poison Matriarch has fallen. This is my Crimson Star's new 6th manager." Bi Jian and Old Man Zhu looked at each other in dismay when they heard this, unable to believe that the Poison Matriarch had actually died. That woman was a poison master, and even the two of them did not dare provoke her lightly. They did not know how the Poison Matriarch had died and who killed her. However, Guozian was a great commander of Crimson Star. Since he had said so, it was definitely not wrong. Bi Jian snorted and said, "Your Crimson Star is really getting worse and worse. You actually appointed someone from the Emperor Realm as your 6th manager? Is there no one else in Crimson Star that you can use?" Old Man Zhu also snorted. "So what if it is Crimson Star? It's not like my Thunderlight sect has never fought with your Crimson Star before. Who is afraid of who?" Guozian's face sank. "Are you two not going to give me face?" Old Man Zhu shouted angrily. "What face do you have? Enough nonsense. If you don't want to die, hurry up and hand over that thing." Bi Jian raised his hand and said calmly, "Guozian, I'll show you the way. Do you want to listen or not?" Guozian frowned and said, "Master Bi Jian, if you have something to say, just say it." Bi Jian grinned at Yang Kai and pointed at him, saying, "He's dead for sure today. No one can save him. If you don't want to die, surrender obediently and join my Thunderlight sect. You may live." Yang Kai only had 30 people around him, but Thunderlight sect had dispatched 300 people this time. With a tenfold difference in numbers, it was almost a crushing situation in the great cosmological realm. Even if Yang Kai had the ability to reach the heavens, he could forget about escaping safely. However, it was not bad to admire his despair before killing him. Bi Jian was not worried about the choice of Crimson Star and the others. If they surrendered, they would naturally follow their wishes. If they were stubborn, he would just kill them all. At the moment of life and death, there would always be someone who would make a wise choice. I will only count to 3. Those who do not come forward after 3 breaths will be killed without mercy. Bi Jian raised his hand high and looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. Dragging out his last word, he shouted 1. With this shout, the 30 people behind Yang Kai suddenly became restless, all of them panicking and wearing ugly expressions. 2. Bi Jian shouted again, and his raised fingers became 2. The 300 people of Thunderlight sect secretly urged their strength, as if they were ready to kill the enemy at any time. The silent pressure made most of Crimson Star's people pale. In just a short moment, there were people who could not bear the threat of death and quickly jumped out from behind Yang Kai, shouting, I surrender, don't kill me." With one person, 2 more followed, and in an instant, 7 or 8 people rushed out. Guozian's eyes were filled with anger as he cursed. "A bunch of idiots. My Crimson Star and Thunderlight sect have been fighting for many years, and the blood feud between us is irreconcilable. Even if you surrender, what kind of good days will you have in the future? It is better to follow the 2 masters and open a bloody path. Even if you die here, Don't bring shame to my Crimson Star's name." As soon as these words came out, the people who were still a little restless immediately extinguished their thoughts. What Guizian said was right. Crimson Star and Thunderlight sect had been fighting for many years, and the hatred between them was irreconcilable. At this time, even if they could keep their lives, they would suffer a fate worse than death in the future. So they might as well give it a try. However, not everyone thought so. After the 7 or 8 people left, nearly 10 people rushed to Thunderlight's sect side. Xianxia did not have many people under his command, and now that nearly 20 people had run away, only a dozen or so people remained behind him, forming a sharp contrast with the hundreds of people from Thunderlight sect. Guizian's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the defectors, wishing he could rush up and tear them to pieces. But now that he could not even protect himself, how could he spare the energy to kill these traitors? Bijin laughed loudly and proudly declared, "Crimson Star, you're nothing but trash. This king casually threatened you, and you all turned into a mass of scattered sand. How could you accomplish anything?" The people from Thunderlight sect also burst into laughter. Bijin's expression suddenly became cold as he snorted. This king hates defectors the most. They have no sense of responsibility at all. What use is there in keeping such people? Cut them all down. As soon as these words fell, the faces of the dozen or so cultivator who had rushed to Thunderlight sect's side changed greatly. But before they could beg for mercy, they were enveloped by an overwhelming number of artifacts and secret techniques. Not even a scream could be heard as the dozen or so people died on the spot. The smell of blood soared into the sky as more than a dozen mutilated corpses were strewn across the mountain, the aftermath of the energy slowly spreading out. The dozen or so people standing behind Xianxia watched in horror, secretly rejoicing that they had not rushed over just now. Otherwise, the ones lying on the ground would have been their own corpses. But now, their lives were still in the hands of others, and facing an enemy dozens of times their number, their chances of survival were slim. Guizian glared at him and said, "You went back on your word." Bijin chuckled. "So what if I did?" Guizian ground his teeth. Although he hated those defectors and wished he could personally kill them to vent his anger, seeing them being killed by Thunderlight sect like this, he could not help feeling sad and angry, secretly regretting it. If he had known this would happen, he would have sent a message to the other masters and asked them to bring more people over. Now that he only had a dozen or so people on his side, surrounded by hundreds of enemy forces, he was afraid that today would be a disaster. Thinking of this, Guizian approached Xianxia and said in a low voice, "Two masters, when the battle starts, leave immediately. This humble one will be responsible for bringing up the rear. I only hope that if there is a chance in the future, you will avenge my brothers." Xianxia turned to look at him and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "When it comes to taking revenge, I have never liked to delay it." Guizian was stunned. "Sixth master." Xianxia smiled at him. "You are very good." Regardless of the reason why Guizian hadn't defected, just based on the words he had just said and his promise to bring up the rear for Xianxia, Xianxia would definitely ensure his safety. Previously, he only thought that Guizian was a taciturn person, but now he knew that his character was not bad. It seemed that Qi Xing had assigned him a very good commander. He pursed her lips and chuckled. "You have not seen our sixth master's ability. Today is a good opportunity to broaden your horizons." Guizian was confused and looked at the two masters in a daze. They were clearly surrounded by hundreds of people and their lives were hanging by a thread, but they were still able to talk and laugh like this, full of confidence. Although he did not know where their confidence came from, Guizian's heroic spirit was aroused, and he quickly said, "Two masters, please give the order. Even if it is a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, this humble one will go." Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk Bijin clapped his hands and chuckled. "What a good show of filial piety. Truly touching." His face suddenly sank, and he said in a cold voice, "But this is meaningless. Today you will all die here." Chapter 40:12. Who will die and who will live has yet to be determined. Don't boast so early. Xianxia grinned sinisterly as he shook the Six Directions Rui pouch. With a boom, a colossal creature appeared. The crimson flood dragon's roar shook the heavens as a scorching aura lingered around its 30-meter-long body. The crimson scales that covered its body were incomparably sturdy. It raised its house-sized head and looked down at the world. Feeling the might of this vicious creature, everyone from Thunderlight's sect turned pale with fright, especially those who had followed Bijian and fought with the Crimson Flood Dragon in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Their faces turned pale. Last time, they had quite a number of people and had fought a great battle with the Crimson Flood Dragon under Bijian's lead. However, in the end, they were all covered in dust and grime. If it weren't for Bijian's prompt decision to retreat quickly, many people would have died that day. Learning from their mistakes, how could they not be afraid when they saw the Crimson Flood Dragon again? It's this damn thing again. Bijian's face darkened. He never would have thought that the Crimson Flood Dragon would actually follow by Xianxia's side. He hadn't seen the Crimson Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon before and thought that the two mutated beasts had abandoned Xianxia. Now, he knew that Xianxia could summon them at will. Old Man Zhu's eyes lit up as he stared at the Six Directions Rui pouch in Xianxia's hand and greedily said, "Good treasure." He could tell at a glance that this pouch was a space artifact that could hold living things. Otherwise, how could the Crimson Flood Dragon be summoned so easily? Xianxia stared deeply at him and grinned. He waved his hand and said, "Kill them all." A dragon's roar shook the heavens as the Crimson Flood Dragon rushed out like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. It opened its huge mouth and spat out raging flames that attacked the people from Thunderlight's sect. The flames that were scorching hot enough to burn all things instantly swept through the entire area. There were too many people from Thunderlight's sect, more than 300 of them. There were people everywhere, so the Crimson Flood Dragon didn't need to choose anything to attack. It only needed to spit out flames. When the Crimson Flood Dragon moved, Thunderlight's sect was shocked. Bijian sternly shouted, "Spread out, be careful of this beast." Even though his shout wasn't too late, there were still people who couldn't avoid it in time. The main reason was that the appearance of the Scarlet Flood Dragon was too sudden, and no one was prepared for it. The scorching flames instantly enveloped 7 or 8 people. Pain screams rang out, and those people turned into 7 or 8 balls of fire. This was not the end. While the Crimson Flood Dragon spat out fire, its enormous body coiled and coiled. With a rumbling sound, it instantly broke apart the Thunderlight's formation, separating several hundred people. A strong and powerful tail swept out, bringing with it a terrifying and irresistible force, sweeping towards the Thunderlight sect's members. Those who stood in its way died upon contact or were injured upon contact. When the Scarlet Flood Dragon attacked, everyone from Thunderlight was flustered. However, after merely 3 breaths of time, there were attacks that covered the sky and covered the earth that flew towards the Scarlet Jiao. Having a large body had its disadvantages, and the attacks it received were also many. Those destructive attacks landed on the Scarlet Flood Dragon's body, causing sparks to fly and scales to fall off. In an instant, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was riddled with wounds. The Scarlet Flood Dragon cried out in pain. Not only did the pain of being attacked not cause it to retreat, but it instead stimulated its vicious beast's brutality. Forcibly enduring the various attacks, it rushed in front of a group of Thunderlight sect's disciples and spat out flames. Pain screams rang out again, and the dozen or so Thunderlight sect disciples in front all turned into balls of fire, rolling on the ground. In the midst of this chaos, Xianxia also brazenly attacked. Under the urging of space principles, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet became as viscous as a swamp, making it difficult for all the enemies here to move or circulate the energy in their bodies. With a raise of his hand, pitch-black moonblades cut through the void and shot out in all directions. Those who stood in his way were all cut in half at the waist. The smell of blood filled the air, and severed limbs and flesh flew everywhere. The small mountain top suddenly became like purgatory. Guozian was stunned, and so were the dozen or so people from Qixing. Only Yuhi seemed to have expected this, her eyes fixed on Xianxia's movements, but there was also a strange light in her beautiful eyes. For Qi Xing and the other dozen or so people, what they saw today was really hard to believe. Although they had long heard from different sources that this new sixth manager had killed Poison Lady and gone home by himself and taken the position of sixth manager, after all, they had not seen the battle with their own eyes. What's more, on that day, Qi Xing and the other managers were suppressed by Yang Kai to the point of being unable to breathe. Therefore, except for few people, no one knew just how terrifying Yang Kai was. Until now, Guozian had watched the cultivator belonging to Lei Guang fall like straw in front of Yang Kai. No one was able to block the dark crescent moon-like attack. Even if some people were able to stimulate their protective strength, they would still be easily broken through and die. Only now did Guozian realize just how terrifying this new sixth manager was. This crescent moon-like attack contained extremely mysterious power fluctuations that were unfathomable and definitely not something an ordinary person could comprehend. In just 10 breaths of time, more than 30 people had fallen at the hands of Yang Kai, all of them dying extremely miserable deaths. This kind of battle record was even more ferocious than Qi Jiao's. It turns out this new sixth manager is so powerful. Guozian stared at this scene in a daze, the blood in his chest surging up, causing his mouth to go dry. Raising his hand, he summoned out a long stick-shaped artifact and rushed forward in quick steps. Yui grabbed him back and stared at him. "What are you doing?" "Helping," Guozian replied without hesitation. Yui sneered. "What can you do to help? If you really rush over, he will have to take care of you. Don't cause trouble, and just obediently stay behind me." Saying so, she grabbed Guozian's collar and threw him back. Guozian was speechless, but thinking about it, he knew that the seventh manager was right. Although he was strong, this was the great cosmological boundary after all. He couldn't display the strength of a heaven-opening realm master. So in this chaotic situation, he really couldn't help much. If he really rushed over, he would only cause more trouble. Although he was unwilling, he could only endure. Yui chuckled. "If someone really needs the help, it should be me. It's not your turn yet. Just watch quietly." In fact, she didn't know to what extent Yang Kai could reach, but she knew that Yang Kai possessed the space principles and could always run away if he couldn't win. So she wasn't too worried about Yang Kai's safety. As the two spoke, nearly 30 people fell to the ground, either killed by scarlet flood dragons or cut down by moonblades. None of them were injured, all of them dying on the spot. Since the start of the battle, only a few dozen breaths had passed, yet more than 50 to 60 people from Thunderlight Sect had fallen. Even though Thunderlight Sect had a large number of people, they couldn't withstand such a terrifying consumption. Old Man Zhu's eyes widened in anger, while Bijian's heart burned with anxiety. Neither of them had expected Yang Kai to be so fierce. They had thought that they could rely on their absolute advantage in numbers to defeat him, but who knew that they would be slaughtered like falling flowers? Was this still the Emperor realm? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. But the truth was right in front of them. One man and one Scarlet Flood Dragon had actually caused Thunderlight Sect's several hundred people to panic. What are you all afraid of? He's only one person. Fight back, you idiots! Bijian shouted angrily. Old Man Zhu also began to shout. Under the organization of the two Thunderlight Sect's people finally managed to stabilize the situation. Previously, they had been caught off guard by the Scarlet Flood Dragon's shocking appearance, and then they had been slaughtered by Yang Kai, causing rivers of blood to flow. Thunderlight Sect's people were truly frightened, but now that they heard Bijian and Old Man Zhu's shouts, they finally reacted. Their opponent was only one person. So no matter how strong he was, could two fists be a match for four hands? After paying the painful price of over 100 casualties, Thunderlight Sect's people managed to stabilize the situation. The small teams quickly gathered together and worked together. Rumbling sounds rang out, and on the small mountain top, the yuan qi of heaven and earth became chaotic. The violent energy caused the void to shatter and the universe to turn upside down. Countless attacks landed on the Scarlet Flood Dragon's body, causing it to continuously roar in anger. Its huge body tumbled, its scales falling off, and its entire body was covered in blood. Not only was the Scarlet Flood Dragon besieged, but Xianxia was also unable to dodge. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came from all directions. Xianxia simply could not dodge. He also did not have any thoughts of dodging. His body shook, and when the Tao seal in his body blossomed with light, a thick and solid earth elemental power erupted. Around him, transparent rhombus-shaped shields enveloped him, leaving not the slightest gap. The rhombus-shaped shields were filled with the majesty of a giant dragon, and they were constantly rotating, changing unpredictably. Dragon Shield. When he absorbed the Earth Dragon's Dragon Pearl in Crouching Dragon Mountain and condensed the Earth elemental power, he comprehended the secret technique from the Dragon Pearl. This technique should be the Earth Dragon's innate dragon technique, and it was hidden in the Dragon Pearl. If it were anyone else, even if they obtained the Dragon Pearl, they might not necessarily be able to comprehend the Dragon Shield's secret technique. At most, they would be able to condense the Earth elemental power. However, Xianxia had blood flowing in his body, which came from the same source as the Earth Dragon, so it was natural that he would be able to comprehend the Dragon Shield secret technique. This was the first time Xianxia used this technique against an enemy. He didn't know what kind of effect it would have, so he secretly activated his space principles, preparing to exile himself at any moment. An instant after the Dragon Shield secret technique was used, there was a series of rumbling sounds as a barrage of attacks enveloped Xianxia. In an instant, there was a brilliant flash of light, and Xianxia's figure disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Bijian sinisterly laughed. "Let's see if you can still survive this time." His heart was filled with joy. Xianxia's previous performance had been too shocking. He had never seen such a savage person from the Emperor realm before. If such a person was allowed to mature, who in this world could be his opponent? At that time, the first person he would kill would probably be Bijian. However, no matter how talented a genius was, they still needed time and space to grow. If they died midway, it wouldn't be a big deal. With over 100 attacks landing on his body, Bijian didn't believe that Xianxia would be able to survive. Even a heaven-opening realm cultivator would have to avoid such an attack, let alone Xianxia from the Emperor realm. Sixth Mistress. Guizian cried out in alarm. Yuhi's expression was extremely gloomy. Although she forced herself to remain calm, her tightly clenched fists revealed the nervousness in her heart. Chapter 40:13. How could he not be nervous? There were too many people from Thunderlight Sect, so the number of attacks they sent out was just as great. The power of the secret techniques and artifacts they sent out was something no one could face head-on. Xianxia's figure was completely submerged. The aftermath gradually subsided, and under everyone's watchful eyes, a heroic figure stood in place, completely unscathed, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Bijian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets while old man Zhu cried out in alarm. Impossible! Yuhi breathed a sigh of relief as she clutched her towering chest. Just now, she had been so nervous that her heart had almost jumped out of her chest. The people from Thunderlight Sect who attacked were also dumbfounded. They all thought that Xianxia would die without a doubt under such an attack, but who knew that not only was he not dead, there wasn't even the slightest injury on his body. How did he do it? Xianxia grinned and smiled silently. The Dragon Shield technique really lived up to his expectations and was incomparably sturdy. Although it couldn't block all the attacks, the effect was beyond his expectations. After all, this was the Earth Dragon's natal secret technique, and it was stimulated by the Earth attribute condensed from the Dragon Bead. So, it was truly extraordinary. Of the hundreds of attacks, at least half were blocked before the Dragon Shield around him shattered. The moment the Dragon Shield shattered, Xianxia immediately banished himself into the void to avoid the remaining attacks. If not for this, how could he have remained unscathed? The chaotic power and dazzling light concealed his movements, causing everyone to mistakenly think that this was all the work of the Dragon Shield. Even Yuhi thought so. Many people from Thunderlight Sect showed looks of despair. If the Dragon Shield secret technique was so powerful, who could have hurt Xianxia? Bijian's eyelids twitched violently as he ground his teeth so hard they almost shattered. Looking up, he happened to meet Xianxia's playful eyes. Instinctively, his heart skipped a beat as a feeling of extreme danger enveloped his body. Without even thinking about it, Bi Jian hurriedly retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai shouted as he raised his hand and summoned the blue dragon spear, thrusting it forward bravely. A dragon's roar resounded as the spear swept through the air, stirring up a rain of blood. Anyone who blocked the spear's path was killed on the spot. Along the way, more than a dozen Thunderlight sect disciples could not dodge in time and exploded into smithereens. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was infinitely shortened. The black dragon spear rapidly enlarged in Bi Jian's vision, wrapped in the aura of death. Bi Jian was scared out of his wits. He felt a chill from head to toe. He shouted, "Brother Zhu, save me!" At the same time, the long sword in his hand danced, turning into a sky full of sword light that enveloped Yang Kai. At this critical moment of life and death, Bi Jian also erupted with his full strength. As the long sword in his hand danced, he raised his hand and summoned out a flag-like artifact. This artifact exploded in the air and turned into a white light that enveloped him. This flag-like artifact was a one-time consumable defensive artifact, and its value was definitely not cheap. Old Man Zhu heard Bi Jian shout and turned his head to see Yang Kai stabbing with his spear, forcing Bi Jian to continuously retreat. Old Man Zhu couldn't help but shout, "Impudent Junior!" As he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Yang Kai's back. As the fist flew out, the wind and clouds surged, and the huge fist shadow struck Kai Yang's back. Yang Kai was suddenly struck and staggered, but he didn't stop moving forward. Under the force of his attack, Bi Jian's sword light was shattered. The black dragon spear continued forward without slowing down, directly piercing the white light covering Bi Jian's body. The all-encompassing black dragon spear was actually unable to break through this lustrous white barrier. That layer of barrier looked incomparably weak, but it was extremely resilient. After being struck by the black dragon spear, it fiercely caved in, but at the critical moment, it blocked this killing blow. Bi Jian's eyes were filled with fear as he broke out in a cold sweat. At this critical moment of life and death, the ferocious nature hidden deep in his heart was aroused. Instead of retreating, he thrust his sword towards Yang Kai's eyes, the tip of his sword pulsing with sword light. Obviously, it contained a great deal of killing power. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "Break!" The Dao seal in Yang Kai's body released a brilliant light, and a violent fire attribute energy poured into the black dragon spear. The originally simple and unadorned black dragon spear instantly became incomparably red, like a piece of burning iron. With a loud bang, the white light covering Bi Jian suddenly broke apart, and the black dragon spear pierced into his shoulder. At the same time, Bi Jian's sword slashed across Yang Kai's brow. Golden dragon blood splashed out, and Yang Kai's vision instantly blurred. Bi Jian staggered backwards, his face filled with resentment. If it weren't for Yang Kai's spear exploding with power, causing his movements to deviate slightly, this sword strike wouldn't have just injured Yang Kai's brow, it would have directly pierced his eyes. However, such an opportunity couldn't be missed, and it would be difficult to obtain another one. In this momentary confrontation, both of them were injured, and the scene could only be described as tragic. Not giving Kai Yang a chance to catch his breath, the old man, surnamed Zhu, had already charged in from behind. Who knows when, but the old man had raised 2 axes in his hands. Brandishing them, he chopped down towards Kai Yang. Yang Kai turned around and thrust his spear towards the axes, causing an irresistible force to erupt. Old Man Zhu's eyes bulged as his axes flew out of his hands, and he couldn't stop himself from retreating. Old Man Zhu was shocked. This young man is so strong. Old Man Zhu had a 4th order heaven opening cultivation, so he was able to retreat unscathed from Yang Kai's attack. But the Thunderlight sect members who followed him weren't so lucky. The Azure Dragon Spear thrust out again and again. No matter what Emperor Realm Master they were, or what kind of power they condensed, the spear swept through and killed more than a dozen people on the spot. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk another round of attacks flew towards Yang Kai from all directions, But this time, before the attacks could reach him, Xianxia's figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood. All the attacks hit nothing but air. Teleporting, Xianxia appeared in front of Bi Jian and, under Bi Jian's horrified gaze, thrust his spear straight at him. Bi Jian's face was ashen. Just now, he had been able to block Xianxia's spear completely by relying on the power of his artifact. How could he use it now? Hastily, Bi Jian madly pushed his strength to resist. But as soon as he did, he immediately discovered an abnormality in his body. He didn't know when it had started, but a violent heat had appeared in his body, one that seemed capable of burning everything in the world. This heat flowed through his meridians and into his physique, wantonly incinerating everything. In that instant, Bi Jian realized that there was something strange about the spear that Xianxia had used to injure him. But what was the use of figuring it out now? The heat that was enough to make his blood boil swept through his entire body, making it impossible for him to circulate his strength with all his heart. With a flash of the spear, the Azure Dragon spear pierced through Bi Jian's head, entering from the forehead and coming out from the back of his head. Bi Jian's eyes instantly widened as his body froze on the spot. Even now, he still couldn't believe that he, a fourth-grade heaven splitter, would die at the hands of someone from the Emperor realm. His heart was filled with unwillingness, but he was powerless to reverse the situation, leaving only deep regret. If you can still reincarnate, remember to open your eyes and see clearly who you can provoke and who you can't. Xianxia looked at him coldly. With a shake of the Azure Dragon spear in his hand, Bi Jian's head immediately exploded. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before crashing to the ground. Bi Jian's master had been killed, died at the hands of someone from the Emperor realm. All the Thunderlight sect disciples who saw this scene were horrified. They were all stunned on the spot, not daring to act rashly. They had all seen Xianxia's madness when he killed people just now, so how could they dare to make any moves at this time? In an instant, with Xianxia as the center, the area within a radius of 300 meters was completely silent. 300 meters away, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's 90-meter-long body moved back and forth, roaring incessantly as it tangled with another group of Thunderlight sect disciples. Although the Scarlet Flood Dragon was a great Void Realm fierce beast with extraordinary strength and had killed many people in the battle, it was still a strange beast after all. At this moment, it was already showing signs of decline. Its entire body was dripping with blood, and countless pieces of its scarlet scales had fallen off. The most terrifying wound was that it had almost been cut in half at the waist. It was surrounded by hundreds of people at all times. Attacks after attacks were continuously thrown at it, constantly wearing down its strength. The Scarlet Flood Dragon was in danger. It roared incessantly. Xianxia looked up and snorted coldly. In a flash, he stood on top of the Scarlet Flood Dragon's head that was as large as a house. Using the Black Dragon spear to his side, his hands rapidly formed seals. As the seals changed, a mysterious force lingered around Xianxia's body. A low chant slowly came out. Flowing time, great Emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream. When the palm came down, time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone's thoughts paused for a moment. Even he and the others who were watching from afar were a little confused at this moment. By the time they came back to their senses, that palm had already come crashing down. Xianxia's palm was aimed at the densest part of the crowd. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle, like seal, enveloped nearly 20 people. Under the erosion of the principles of time, those 20 people's hair instantly turned white and fell off. Their flesh and blood dried up, and their vitality declined. The Scarlet Flood Dragon took advantage of the situation and swept out with its divine dragon tail. More than 20 people who didn't understand what was going on exploded into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Seeing this scene, Old Man Zhu's eyelids twitched wildly as he howled in grief in his heart. One man and one flood dragon. How could they be so fierce? Thunderlight Sect's 300 people were killed without any strength to fight back. If he hadn't personally experienced it, he wouldn't have believed it. Undefeatable, undefeatable. Thunderlight Sect had come aggressively this time, but not only had they lost over 100 people, even a master like Bi Jian had died on the spot. It could be said that their losses were extremely heavy. Gritting his teeth, Old Man Zhu turned to look at he and the others who had been watching the battle not far away. He raised his arm and shouted, "Follow me." They couldn't beat Yangkai and that beast, but could they not do anything to Qi Xing and the others? As long as they could take down these people, Thunderlight Sect wouldn't lose too badly this time. At that time, they would be able to negotiate terms with Yangkai. At the very least, the remaining people would be able to escape unscathed. With a single order, several dozen people gathered around Old Man Zhu. With Old Man Zhu in the lead, they rushed towards he and the others. Qi Xing's dozen people were still immersed in the shock of what they had seen today, unable to recover for a long time. All of them had thought that they would definitely die today, but who would have thought that the sixth young master would be so powerful? Chapter 40:14. Seeing this, Qi Xing's dozen or so Qi Xing disciples were pleasantly surprised and excited, each of their faces filled with pride as they rejoiced that they had not defected before. Otherwise, they would not have been able to witness such a great battle. When they turned their heads, they saw Old Man Zhu leading several dozen people to attack them. They immediately tensed up. For the sixth elder to be able to kill hundreds of people, that was because of his ability, but it did not mean that Lei Guang was a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. They had fought with Lei Guang countless times and both sides had suffered losses, so they naturally knew how difficult and powerful the other side was. Now that several dozen people had rushed over, including a master like Old Man Zhu, how could they be their opponent? All eyes turned towards he and Guozian, waiting for them to give orders. Guozian gripped the long staff artifact in his hand, his blood boiling as an eager look appeared on his face. After witnessing the might of the sixth young master with his own eyes, he could not wait to charge forward and disregard his own life and death. Yui's expression was extremely solemn as she stepped forward and shouted, "Don't act rashly." Saying so, she summoned her small flower umbrella artifact and gently twisted its handle, causing it to begin rotating. As this small flower umbrella spun, its surface suddenly expanded, instantly enveloping the dozen or so people on her side. At the same time, a silk-like object hung down from the edge of the umbrella, transforming into an invisible barrier. Old Man Zhu, who was at the front, gritted his teeth and roared as he swung the axe in his hand downwards. The several dozen people behind him also did not hesitate to use their respective artifacts and secret techniques to attack. In an instant, the protective barrier around Qi Xing's group began to ripple, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. The ripples spread out and turned into layers of ripples. Yui quickly formed a seal with her hands and poured her strength into the small flower umbrella. But even with her fifth order splitting the heaven's foundation, she could not maintain this barrier for long. In just 10 breaths, the small flower umbrella began to flicker wildly, its color dimming, and the barrier around Qi Xing's group was also on the verge of collapse. It would not be long before this layer of protection was completely broken. At that time, apart from he and Guozian, who might be able to escape with their lives, the remaining dozen or so Scarlet Star disciples would definitely die without a complete corpse. After struggling to hold on for another 3 breaths, he could no longer hold on and shouted, "Eldest young master, if you don't come to help, I'll die." "He's here." Yang Kai stepped out from Qi Jiao's head and arrived above Old Man Zhu's head, his space principles surging as he swung the Azure Dragon Spear downwards. At the tip of the spear, a fist-sized black sphere that contained an aura of absolute annihilation. Feeling the destructive power to kill Old Man Zhu's face changed greatly, raising his hands to meet the spear's attack. With a loud bang, the black ball on the tip of the Azure Dragon Spear suddenly expanded and instantly covered an area of a few hundred feet. Then, it disappeared in a flash. In this instant, everything within the range of a few hundred feet, including the void, disappeared, leaving only a black hole that transmitted the aura of primal chaos. The black hole wriggled and slowly repaired itself under the effect of the world principles. As for the dozen or so Thunder Light Sect disciples within a radius of several tens of zhang, They actually disappeared without a trace, without even letting out a miserable shriek. 1,000 feet away, Old Man Zhu's eyelids twitched wildly as he stared at the black hole in horror. Just now, he had escaped quickly when he saw the situation turn bad. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured or killed by Yang Kai's attack. Lowering his head, he saw that his two broad axes had been beaten until their brilliance had dimmed, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. After the first spear attack, Yang Kai fired 2 more spears, killing a dozen or so Thunderlight sect disciples. The remaining people immediately scattered like birds and beasts, saving Yu He and the others from danger. Turning his head to look over, the Scarlet Flood Dragon had also stabilized the situation. He had helped it over there for a while just now and had reduced a lot of pressure for it. At this moment, it was filled with rage, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it chased after the Thunderlight sect disciples around it, completely ignoring its own terrible injuries. After all, it was a vicious beast, so it had almost lost what little rationality it had. Yang Kai gripped his spear and looked up at Old Man Zhu. Pointing his spear forward and grinning at him, "Old dog, die." Old Man Zhu was terrified. At their peak, the two of them had led hundreds of disciples, but they had still been defeated by Yang Kai and Qi Jiao. Now that half of them had been killed or injured, how could they have the courage to fight again? In his heart, he cursed Bijian. He didn't know where he had offended this death god, but he was actually so terrifying. With this person overseeing Crimson Star, what could Thunderlight sect use to compete? His thoughts changed, but his figure did not stop. A bloody mist burst from his body as he turned into a bloody light and fled into the distance. Seeing that the situation was not good, he directly fled, not even caring about the 100 or so remaining subordinates. With Old Man Zhu fleeing, how could his subordinates still have the heart to fight? They all abandoned their opponents and scattered like birds and beasts. Staring at the fleeing blood-red light, Yang Kai grinned and muttered, "Running away? Do you think you can escape?" Turning his spear, he activated his space principles and chased after him. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A sorrowful cry suddenly came from the depths of the earth, followed by a series of tremors as a ray of light suddenly shot up from a nearby mountain. This light was twisted and unpredictable as it soared into the sky, piercing a hole in the heavens, allowing everyone within 1,000 kilometers to see it clearly. Following this ray of light was a huge body about 300 meters long. Surprisingly, it was the Earth Dragon Yang Kai had released before. The Earth Dragon had been searching for divine essence magnet stones at the foot of the mountain next door and had not been summoned by Yang Kai during this battle, but now it had rushed out on its own. However, the Earth Dragon seemed to have encountered something and was now covered in wounds. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed out with the ray of light, spraying blood into the sky as it let out a sorrowful cry. Yang Kai's eyes shrank, and he couldn't help turning his head to look. He no longer had the energy to look for trouble with Old Man Zhu. Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds rang out as artifacts flew out from the ground, as if an invisible hand was grabbing them and throwing them into the ray of light. These artifacts belonged to the people from Thunderlight sect who had been killed by Yang Kai and Qi Jiao before. After these people died, their artifacts were naturally scattered on the ground, untouched by anyone. Not only were these ownerless artifacts affected, but even the artifacts in the hands of those who were still alive were also being pulled into the ray of light by an invisible force. Yang Kai could clearly see that many of the fleeing Thunderlight sect cultivators had their artifacts sucked away in a moment of carelessness. They could only watch helplessly as their artifacts were sucked away. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to recall their artifacts. On Qi Xing's side, the long staff in Guozian's hand also shook violently, scaring Guozian so much that he hurriedly put it away, an inexplicable look on his face. All the artifacts that were sucked into the ray of light dimmed in just a few breaths and lost their spirituality, turning into scrap iron. Divine essence-fused light. Yui cried out as her beautiful eyes stared at the ray of light soaring into the sky. In a moment of carelessness, her little flower umbrella, which had been damaged by Yuan Qi, was restored to its original form and shot towards the divine, essence-fused light. Yuhi was shocked and cried out in grief, "My umbrella!" Reaching out to grab it, Yuhi quickly tried to recall it with her divine sense. But her little flower umbrella was no longer under her control, so it was too late for her to chase after it. Seeing her little flower umbrella about to be sucked away by the divine, essence-fused light, just like those artifacts, Yuhi's eyes turned red. This little flower umbrella was of extraordinary significance to her. It was given to her by a very important person in her life, and she had always regarded it as a precious treasure. Today, she had used it and damaged it, but now that she was in danger of losing it, her beautiful face suddenly paled. A figure flashed in her field of vision, and a big hand grabbed her little flower umbrella, preventing it from being sucked away by the divine, essence-fused light. Yuhi was pleasantly surprised as she stared at this figure with her beautiful eyes, her heartfelt gratitude overflowing from her heart. Midair, Xianxia clenched his little flower umbrella and frowned slightly. Although he had teleported to stop this artifact at the critical moment, he could clearly feel an incredible suction force coming from the divine, essence-fused light, trying to suck away the little flower umbrella in his hand. This divine, essence-fused light was really strange. His figure flickered as he arrived beside Yuhi and handed her little flower umbrella. Yuhi received it with a smile and curtsied. "Many thanks, young master." Not daring to examine it carefully, she quickly put away her little flower umbrella. Guozian stared blankly at the blue dragon spear in Xianxia's hand and asked, "Sixth young master, why is your artifact unharmed?" Even Yuhi's little flower umbrella had almost been sucked away, yet the blue dragon spear in Xianxia's hand was completely unaffected. How can a pile of scrap metal compare to this king's artifact? Xianxia snorted. Although he said so, after Guozian's reminder, he discovered that his blue dragon spear was indeed not affected by the divine, essence-fused light. It seemed that although the divine, essence-fused light was amazing, it wasn't omnipotent. At the very least, an artifact on the level of the blue dragon spear could ignore the power of the divine, essence-fused light. Guozian, Qi Xing, and the others heard this, and were surprised to find that this sixth young master really didn't give them any face. But thinking about his majestic appearance just now, he did indeed have the qualifications to do so. Everyone from Thunderlight's sect had fled, leaving only more than 100 incomplete corpses on the mountain. The rich smell of blood and the ground was filled with minced meat and broken limbs, demonstrating the fierce cruelty of the previous battle. Xianxia ordered, "Clean up the battlefield." Guozian cupped his fists and said, "Yes." This time he sincerely obeyed. When he had been assigned to work under Xianxia before, Guozian had only been following orders and didn't have much of an opinion of this sixth young master. After all, the other party was just from the Emperor realm, while Wuxian was already a second-order heaven-splitting master. So how could he be inferior to Xianxia in the outside world? However, with orders from above, Wuxian had no choice but to obey. No matter how he acted on the surface, Wuxian was still a little unconvinced by Xianxia. Chapter 40:15. But in today's battle, after witnessing Xianxia's display of power, killing Bi Jian as if he were slaughtering pigs and dogs, and even forcing old man Zhu to retreat with a single strike, he couldn't help but sigh. How lucky was he to be able to follow such a powerful master? Not only him, but the dozen or so surviving disciples of Qi Xing also felt the same way. All of them stared at Xianxia with eyes full of reverence. The Scarlet Flood Dragon had chased after the Thunderlight sect and disappeared. Xianxia couldn't summon it back, but he wasn't worried about its safety. Although it was seriously injured, it was still a monster beast after all, so its ability to recover was incredibly strong. As long as it could vent its anger, it should return. The dozen or so people began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the space rings of the Thunderlight sect's disciples. Xianxia, on the other hand, stared at the divine, essence-fused light soaring into the sky. The artifacts that had been taken away by this divine, essence-fused light had all been reduced to dust at this moment, demonstrating just how terrifying this divine, essence-fused light was. Using his divine sense, Xianxia found that this divine essence-fused light was identical to the power transmitted from the divine essence-fused stones, but it was much denser and more condensed. The earth dragon swayed its huge body and flew towards Xianxia, landing in front of him, its huge mandibles wriggling about. Its entire body was covered with bloody wounds, as if it had been slashed thousands of times. There was not a single place that was unscathed, and several places had almost been cut in half, exposing the squirming internal organs inside. Even the scarlet flood dragon wouldn't have been able to withstand such injuries. Compared to the injuries inflicted by the Thunderlight sect's disciples, its injuries were much more serious. But as an earth dragon, its vitality was extremely tenacious. Even an ordinary earth dragon might be able to survive after being cut in half, let alone such a fierce beast. Therefore, although its injuries were more serious than the Scarlet Flood Dragon's, its life was not in danger. However, the divine sense fluctuations it transmitted were full of grievance, like a child who had been beaten outside and had come back to complain. Xianxia was both angry and amused, knowing that this guy had been drilling a hole in a nearby mountain and had drilled deep enough to draw out the divine essence-fused light. In a moment of carelessness, it had been injured by the divine essence-fused light. Otherwise, it wouldn't have suffered such a fate. He casually threw a few healing pills and 2 dragon blood pills into its wriggling mouth. Only then did the earth dragon shut up. This origin magnet mountain actually has such abundant origin magnet divine light. Young master, there must be high-quality origin magnet divine stones underground. Yui said from the side. Xianxia frowned and looked at her with disgust. Can you be more normal? The way she kept calling him young master made him feel very uncomfortable. He completely did not know what was wrong with Yui. A dignified 5th-stage sky splitter was willing to lower himself. Yui faintly glanced at him and said with her beautiful eyes, "Once a young master, forever a young master." Xianxia was speechless, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He pondered for a moment and said, "What grade do you think this divine essence-fused light is?" Yui answered without even thinking, 6th grade. Xianxia gently nodded, feeling the same as he did. He sighed inwardly. If the grade of this divine essence-fused light was a bit higher, he could have activated his Dao seal to absorb it, taking the opportunity to condense metal attribute strength. After condensing earth attribute strength, it just happened to be metal attribute strength's turn. Unfortunately, this divine essence-fused light was still lacking, causing Xianxia to sigh. But then again, precious treasures above the 7th grade were extremely rare. Being able to obtain the immortal tree, golden crow true fire, and dragon bead was already a stroke of good fortune. So how could it be so easy to find treasures above the 7th grade? All of this required opportunity and time. Young master, aren't you going to condense it? Yui asked. You know my ambition, so why ask when you already know the answer? Xianxia lightly snorted. Yui sighed in her heart. She couldn't wait for Xianxia to condense this 6th grade divine essence-fused light. This way, Xianxia's foundation would be completely established, and he would only be able to break through to the 6th stage, splitting heaven in the future. Looking at the divine essence-fused light soaring into the sky, Xianxia's eyes flashed. Although this thing couldn't help him condense metal attribute strength, if he had a suitable cultivation method, he could use it to cultivate a divine technique. Xianxia had also witnessed the terrifying power of this divine essence-fused light with his own eyes. Even a great beast like the Earth Dragon couldn't withstand its destructive power, and many of its artifacts had been directly taken away. If he could really use this divine essence-fused light to cultivate a divine technique, its power would be extraordinary. Unfortunately for him, even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Without cultivating the corresponding cultivation art, he couldn't use the divine essence-fused light to cultivate. Can you use this thing? Xianxia asked. Yui shook her head. I can't. Obviously, she knew what Xianxia was asking, so she quickly said, but you can find a way to collect it first and make plans later. Xianxia nodded lightly. That's all I can do. Saying so, Yongkai's figure flickered, and he rushed over, arriving at the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. The hole dug by the earth dragon wasn't small, but the divine essence-fused light rushing out from the ground showed no signs of stopping, showing just how abundant this divine essence-fused light was. Yongkai shook the good fortune bag, causing it to immediately expand and cover the hole tightly. The divine essence-fused light soaring into the sky disappeared in an instant and continued to pour into the good fortune bag. After observing for a while, Yongkai relaxed and stood in place, waiting silently. He didn't know if the good fortune bag could withstand the power of the divine essence-fused light. What he did just now was just a test, but now it seemed that it would work. The good fortune bag could be big or small, and its internal space was extremely mysterious. Even the earth dragon could be stored inside, so collecting some divine essence-fused light was naturally not a problem. Guazian flew over, handed over a large pile of space rings, and said, "Sixth young master, this is everything we have." Yongkai nodded lightly, collected all the space rings, and threw them into the small sealed world. He didn't have time to check them, so he would have to wait until he returned to Star City. Guazian glanced at the good fortune bag covering the hole and whispered, "Sixth master, do you want to send a message back?" "Why should we send a message back?" Yongkai glanced at him. Guazian said, "The changes here will definitely attract a lot of people to investigate. Although Sixth Master's strength is unparalleled, there are too many people gathered in this divine essence-fused mountain. I'm afraid. You're afraid that 2 fists won't be enough to fight 4 hands." Guazian said, "That's just one reason. In addition, since there is divine essence-fused light here, there must be a lot of high-quality divine essence-fused stones at the foot of the mountain. We have too few people, so I'm afraid we will be at a disadvantage if we compete with others." Yongkai said, "This place is tens of thousands of kilometers away from Star City. It will be too late by the time you send a message back." Guazian thought about it and agreed. By the time he sent a message back and Qi Xing sent reinforcements, the matter here would have already been settled. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste the effort. Cupping his fists, he said, "Sixth Master, if something really happens, you don't have to worry about us. This humble one will take good care of his subordinates." Yongkai nodded. While the two were talking, many people were quickly approaching from afar. Obviously, they were alarmed by the divine essence-fused light and came to investigate. The first to arrive here was a group of more than a dozen people, led by a burly bald man with a fierce face and a fiendish appearance. Landing on the ground, he glanced at Yongkai and Guazian, his eyes lingering on Yu's beautiful figure for a moment before a greedy light flashed across his eyes. He wiped his mouth and said, "Boy, did you see the divine essence-fused light here?" Yongkai calmly said, "I didn't see it." The burly man shouted angrily, "Nonsense, the divine essence-fused light is so obvious. How could you not see it? Are you blind?" Guazian led Qi Xing's group of more than a dozen people to stand behind Yongkai, looking at the burly bald man with pity. If this guy knew that this sixth master had just killed hundreds of Thunderlight Sex people, he probably wouldn't be so aggressive. A cultivator suddenly approached the burly bald man and whispered something to him before turning his eyes towards the 6 Unity Wish pouch. The burly bald man turned his head and stared at the 6 Unity Wish pouch before raising his finger and saying, "Boy, is this yours? Take it away. This father wants to check it." "You think I'll take it away just because you said so? Who do you think you are?" Yongkai sneered. The burly bald man's expression became fierce when he heard this. "Boy, while this father is still talking to you, you better cooperate obediently. Otherwise what?" Yongkai looked at him indifferently and raised his hand, summoning the Earth Dragon, who was healing on the other mountain peak, to crawl over at an incredible speed, arriving in front of them in the blink of an eye. The short period of healing did not make its injuries much better, and it still looked very miserable. However, the Earth Dragon's fierce aura was still rushing towards them, and its squirming mouth was dripping with mucus. Its 300-meter-long body gave off a huge deterrent force. The burly bald man was instantly silenced, gulping as he stared at the earth dragon in a daze, his body involuntarily retreating, and the dozen people around him also looked terrified. "Scram, or die." Xianxia glared at them coldly. The burly bald man's face suddenly showed a look of humiliation, but he did not dare act up due to the earth dragon's aura, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Fortunately, at this moment, groups of cultivators flew over from all directions and landed nearby. In the blink of an eye, a dozen groups of several hundred people had gathered on this small mountain peak, and as time passed, even more cultivators were rushing over. The newcomers frowned. Although they knew that the divine essence-fused light would attract people nearby to investigate, there were too many people here, and from time to time, some of them were secretly communicating with each other. The burly bald man suddenly shouted, "There is divine essence-fused light under that bag. What are you waiting for?" While speaking, he hurriedly retreated, wanting to hide in the crowd. But how could Xianxia give him this opportunity? Staring at him, he sneered, "Kill him." The earth dragon behind him shot out like an arrow, its huge mouth aimed at the burly bald man. The burly bald man cried out in alarm, and then his vision went dark. When the earth dragon straightened up again, the burly bald man was nowhere to be seen. Not only him, but the dozen people around him also disappeared in an instant, leaving only a miserable scream coming from the earth dragon's chest and abdomen. Chapter 40:16. Everyone around was terrified when they saw this, and some even quietly retreated a few steps, trying to get as far away from the earth dragon as possible. In the great cosmological realm, heaven-opening realm cultivators could not exert too much power. This kind of ferocious beast was really difficult to deal with, and no one was willing to face it head-on. An old man looked at Xianxia and frowned slightly. That person only said one sentence, and little friend is so ruthless. Isn't it too much? The old man's aura was steady and condensed, and his expression was dignified. He was obviously a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and there were many people behind him, about 30 of them. Someone recognized the old man and whispered, "It's the leader of the Orchid Flower Association." Hundreds of thousands of people were swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss and entered the great cosmological realm. Other than the Thunderlight sect, the Crimson Star sect, and the Sword Pavilion sect, the scattered cultivators also knew the principle of huddling together for warmth. Thus, various large and small organizations were born. For example, Ding raised his arms at the right time and established Etion. Another example was the Orchid Association, which was also established in the great cosmological realm. Most of the forces did not have a heaven-opening realm cultivator. After all, heaven-opening realm cultivators were not cabbages that could be seen everywhere. Only a few forces had heaven-opening realm cultivators. Although there were not many people in the Orchid Flower Association, who himself was a third-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. His strength was not ordinary, and he could naturally convince everyone. Elder Hu is right. This kid treats human lives like grass. He doesn't look like a good person, another young man said, looking at Xianxia with an unfriendly gaze. The leader of the mysterious Cloud Association, Liao Yibai. Someone revealed the identity of the young man. Liao Yi and Bai Wei held their heads high, with pride on their faces. "Young man, I advise you to take this bag away. Otherwise, it won't be easy to deal with if you offend everyone," another leader of a force said. With these three people speaking, the rest of the people were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Everyone had rushed over to check the situation after seeing the divine metamagnet light. But when they arrived, they did not see the divine metamagnet light. Originally, they were a little puzzled, but the shout of the bald man before his death reminded everyone. Although they didn't know what was so mysterious about the pouch, it was the most suspicious item in the entire mountain. It must have blocked the divine, essence-fused light. How could they be willing to accept this? For a moment, the crowd of heroes was enraged. Even though the Earth Dragon killed more than a dozen of the bald man's men, they still hurled insults at Xianxia. Liao Yibai stared at the six directions Rui pouch greedily. A pouch that could block the origin magnet divine light was definitely extraordinary. Furthermore, this pouch could actually store the origin magnet divine light. If he could snatch this pouch, then this trip to the origin magnet mountain would not be in vain. With this thought in mind, Liao Yibai shouted angrily, "Brat, are you going to take this bag or not?" The noisy voices lingered in his ears, but Yang Kai remained calm. The threats were like a breeze in his ears. Hearing this, he turned his head and glanced at Liao Yibai. "So what if I take it? And so what if I don't?" Liao Yibai snorted coldly and said, "If you take it away, then everything will be fine. If you don't, then you'll have to bear the consequences." Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "I'll wait and see." Liao Yibai was displeased. He turned to look at Hu Yi and said, "Old Hu, what do you say?" Hu Yi said solemnly, "Since this brat is so stubborn, then let's see what happens to him when he offends everyone." Liao Yibai laughed loudly. "That's exactly what I wanted. Amir the Emperor Realm dares to spout nonsense here. He really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants by relying on a beast? We might as well join forces to take down this beast first, then carefully teach him how to behave." "Agreed." He nodded. Liao Yibai shook his hand and summoned a long spear. He pointed it at the earth dragon and shouted, "Kill!" After saying this, he was the first to rush out and thrust his spear at the earth dragon. Although this spear was not as powerful as Yang Kai's black dragon spear, it was still extremely extraordinary. Following closely behind him, the members of the mysterious Cloud Society also rushed forward. As soon as he made his move, he immediately attracted the attacks of the 100 cultivators present, which rumbled as they attacked the Earth Dragon. In particular, the attacks of the Heaven-Opening Realm cultivators were the most ferocious. However, not everyone was attacking. Most of the cultivators present still maintained a wait-and-see attitude. After all, they had no enmity with Yang Kai before, so they were not willing to offend him so easily. The Earth Dragon was already injured by the divine essence-fused light and was in a miserable state. Now that it was hit by countless attacks, blood immediately splattered everywhere. Due to the pain, it spat out blood in all directions. Many cultivators were caught off guard and were affected by the mucus. They immediately let out miserable cries and hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. The mucus had an extremely strong corrosive power, and it instantly melted their flesh, revealing their white bones. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen people had died. Hu Yi, Liao Yibai, and the other Heaven-Opening Realm cultivators were all shocked. They had originally thought that the Earth Dragon was a pushover when they saw that it was riddled with wounds, but who would have thought that it would be so slippery? Many of the attacks that landed on its body did not hurt at all. On the contrary, it was their own side that had suffered quite a few casualties. They really did not know how it had come to be so heavily injured. However, since they had already made their move, there was naturally no way for them to show mercy. The deaths of over a dozen people did not make the others retreat. Instead, it attracted even more attacks. Seeing this, Yuhi could not bear to watch and was about to make her move. Guizian and the others were also filled with righteous indignation. They all secretly circulated their strength, waiting for Yang Kai to give the order to charge forward. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop them, saying softly, "This guy won't die so easily." With that, the Earth Dragon shook its head and swung its tail, plunging into the ground. It directly drilled a large hole in the ground and disappeared without a trace. If it was at its peak, it would still be able to hold on for a while against the attacks of over 100 people, but now that it was heavily injured, how could it be a match for them? However, if it could not win, it would naturally flee. The Earth Dragon's instinct was to drill holes, and this caused everyone's attacks to miss, causing over a dozen people to die for nothing. Looking at the large hole in the ground, no one dared to chase after it, and they could not help but be stunned. A figure flickered in the crowd, and it turned out to be Liao Yibai, pouncing towards the Six Harmonies wish pouch. He grabbed the spear in one hand and the wish pouch in the other, an excited expression on his face. Seeing that the wish pouch was constantly vibrating, it was clear that it had already collected quite a bit of divine origin magnetism light. Liao Yibai secretly made up his mind to steal this pouch and immediately flee. He could not be bothered with the rest. This pouch was a treasure, and so was the divine origin magnetism light he had collected. Although his actions were quick, they could not escape the observation of the heaven-opening realm cultivators. Seeing this, they all cursed at this guy for being so quick to act. They all used their secret techniques and movement skills to follow behind Liao Yibai. In front of the wish pouch, the void trembled as a figure appeared like a ghost. Liao Yibai, who was at the very front, looked up and saw that it was that stubborn brat from the Emperor realm. He immediately roared, "Those who block me will die." As soon as he said this, he raised his spear and stabbed out with peerless might. If it really was just an ordinary cultivator from the Emperor realm, facing such a spear, they would have no choice but to dodge, but Xianxia clearly had no intention of dodging. "You use a spear? We're on the same side." Xianxia smiled at Liao Yibai and reached out with his hand, grabbing the black dragon spear. He casually flicked the spear and also stabbed out. This attack was extremely simple, without any fancy moves. Seeing this, Liao Yibai was furious. A mere cultivator from the Emperor realm dared to overestimate himself. From another point of view, this guy did not put him in his eyes at all. Otherwise, how could he so boldly stab out with his spear? In his fury, Liao Yibai's strength surged and poured into his spear, wanting to kill Xianxia on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the two spears collided and a violent force swept out. Liao Yibai, who was originally full of confidence, widened his eyes and his pupils were instantly filled with shock. With a series of cracking sounds, under everyone's gaze, the spear in Liao Yibai's hand shattered inch by inch, sending fragments flying everywhere. Immediately after, Liao Yibai's charging figure suddenly froze in midair as he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. Looking down, Liao Yibai saw a spear piercing through his chest all the way to his back. Every beat of his heart made him feel like he was convulsing. Unable to help gulping, Liao Yibai looked up at Xianxia, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You're not good enough." Xianxia's nostrils flared as he looked at him with an arrogant expression. Liao Yibai opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but how could Xianxia give him a chance? With a shake of the black dragon spear, a powerful force swept out, and with a bang, Liao Yibai's body exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Xianxia raised his hand and took Liao Yibai's space ring into his hand, putting it away without even looking at it. Everyone was silent. Everyone stared dumbstruck at Xianxia, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Those heaven-opening masters who had followed behind Liao Yibai and were preparing to snatch the Rui bag felt a chill run down their spines as they froze in place. How could they dare step forward? None of them dared to believe what they had just seen. A heaven-opening master had been blown apart by the Emperor Realm's spear. Even his artifact had not been preserved. Was this young man really from the Emperor Realm? He couldn't be a high-grade heaven-opening in disguise, right? But under the perception of his divine sense, Xianxia truly did not have the aura of a heaven-opening master. Instead, the traces of the Emperor Realm were extremely obvious. Guizian sneered inwardly. A group of motley crew wanting to become enemies with the sixth manager? They were truly overestimating themselves. Previously, several hundred people from Thunderlight sect had joined forces and still been scared witless. Even Bi Jian, a fourth-grade heaven-opening master, had died on the spot, let alone these pieces of trash. It was undeniable that before today, he had never imagined that someone from the Emperor Realm could possess such terrifying combat strength. Everything he had seen today had completely overturned his understanding, but the hot-bloodedness in his heart told him that compared to Xianxia and Poison Lady, he was more willing to serve under Xianxia. Being able to follow such a leader was not an opportunity that just anyone could have. Hu Yi's eyes twitched as he stared at Xianxia and then at the black dragon spear in his hand, asking in a hoarse voice, "What did you do?" In that instant of confrontation, just now, none of them had been able to clearly see what had happened. They had only seen Liao Yibai, who had been charging at the front, suddenly stop and then explode. Everything had happened too quickly.